Chapter 1. Journey to the West. North Sea County, Black Cloud Mining District. Name: Qin Changsheng. Lifespan: 1,657 years. Identity: refugee, miner. Wives: 0. Points: 17. Shop. Click to view. It has been 2 months since I arrived in this world. Gazing at the information displayed on his status panel, Qin Changsheng revealed a hint of helplessness. Qin Changsheng was not originally from this world. He was once a laborer from Blue Star. During a late-night overtime session, he closed his eyes for a moment and found himself transported to this realm. To this day, he remains oblivious to the nature of this world and the name of the country. He only knows that the nearby county town is called North Sea County. Over the past 2 months, although he has been studying the system, he has yet to comprehend its purpose. Aside from his identity, wives, and lifespan, the points displayed on the panel refuse to increase. The shop is even more disheartening for Qin Changsheng, as it is entirely devoid of any offerings. He has discerned a pattern regarding the accumulation of points. Before he became a miner, his points increased by 1 every 10 days. After acquiring the identity of a miner, the rate changed to 1 point every 5 days. However, Qin Changsheng is not overly concerned about this. What troubles him most is the blood-red mark on his chest. This mark is the reason behind the death of his predecessor 2 months ago. In Qin Changsheng's memories, there is no information regarding this blood-red mark. If it were not for the pain it inflicts on the night of every full moon, he might have already forgotten about it. Changsheng, breakfast is ready. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a young girl dressed in simple clothing, her beauty reminiscent of a delicate flower, no more than 17 or 18 years old. "We'll be right there," Qin Changsheng replied. This girl is Chun Yinin, who fled with Qin Changsheng to the Black Cloud Mine and is considered his nominal wife. Ordinarily, a man of humble origins would not be able to marry such a stunning woman, but during their escape, Qin Changsheng had assisted Chun Yinin and her father. Over 20 days ago, Chun Yinin's father sustained severe injuries when struck by a rock while mining. He passed away shortly after returning home and entrusted Chun Yinin to Qin Changsheng's care. Breakfast was meager, consisting of 2 corn cakes and 2 bowls of porridge that resembled thin soup. "Hurry up and eat. Why are you just staring at me?" Chun Yinin's face flushed with embarrassment. "How much food do we have left?" Qin Changsheng inquired, glancing at the porridge on the table. "It will last for another 2 days." Chun Yinin lowered her head, unable to meet Qin Changsheng's gaze. "Why so little?" A look of confusion appeared in Qin Changsheng's eyes. "Wu Yong claimed that my father died due to his own negligence and offered no compensation." Chun Yinin added, "Yesterday, the officials came to press for this year's autumn harvest." Upon hearing Chun Yinin's words, Qin Changsheng's expression darkened considerably. Wu Yong is a foreman at the Black Cloud Mine, notorious for regularly withholding wages from the miners. Since Chun Yinin's father's death, he has frequently harassed her and devised various means to reduce Qin Changsheng's pay. The autumn harvest is supposed to have nothing to do with the miners. Yet the officials have found ways to impose taxes on them for some uncultivated land, requiring each of them to pay 100 won annually. Failing to pay would result in exile to Lingnan. "Yinin, I will think of a solution," Qin Changsheng declared, rising from the breakfast table. Entering the forest, he spotted a middle-aged man in a long robe seated before a stove, with dozens of others standing around, including Wu Yong. On the stove sat a thick iron pot, emanating the aroma of savory pickled vegetables and tofu. This man in the robe is Chun Hu, the overseer here. Chun Hu first served himself some hot tofu and pickled vegetables before standing up to address the miners. "You are all miners of the Black Cloud Mine, and it is the benevolence of the Peacock Princess that allows you to work here and avoid starvation. You should express your gratitude to the Peacock Princess every day when you start work." Listening to Chun Hu's lecture, Qin Changsheng rolled his eyes. He realized that aside from exploiting the miners, Chun Hu also knew how to flatter the higher-ups, which explained his position as overseer. In the near future, representatives of the Peacock Princess will visit, so be on your toes. If anyone speaks out of turn, do not blame Chun for being unkind. After intimidating the crowd, Chun Hu allowed them to gather their tools and head toward the mine. Qin Changsheng's mind began to race from Chun Hu's words. He deduced that the Black Cloud Mine must be situated relatively close to the capital. Otherwise, the representatives of the Peacock Princess would not come here. It is likely that this Black Cloud Mine is owned by the Peacock Princess. As he stepped into the mine, a middle-aged man appeared at Qin Changsheng's side. This man, Uncle Hu, had also fled alongside Qin Changsheng. During their escape, Chun Yinin's father had once shared half a biscuit with Uncle Hu. "Brother Sheng, are you running low on food?" Uncle Hu asked in a hushed tone. "Uncle Hu, are you considering lending me some food?" Qin Changsheng inquired. Uncle who doesn't have much food either. He shook his head vigorously. But I can point you toward a bright path. What kind of path do you mean? Qin Chongqing asked, intrigued. Wu the foreman has a fondness for Yinin if you offer her to him. He will surely reward you handsomely. Uncle Hu suggested with a grin. Qin Chongqing felt a profound sense of dismay. Throughout their trials, they had supported one another. In Qin Changsheng's heart, Uncle Hu was someone he could trust. Yet he never expected that his most trusted ally would act as a mouthpiece for Wu Yong, even suggesting he offer up Chen Yinin. Seeing Qin Chongsheng remain silent, Uncle Hu continued, Yinin will only starve by sticking with you. It's better to let her go to Wu the foreman. Uncle Hu, let me think it over, Qin Chongsheng said, though in his heart, he had already rejected the idea. His words were merely a delay. Otherwise, if he continued to be targeted by Wu the foreman, both he and Chen Yinin would have a hard time. At the same time, Qin Chongsheng cursed Uncle Hu's ancestors in his heart. This is certainly something worth considering. With that, Uncle Hu chuckled and walked further into the mine. Qin Chongsheng followed behind him. Inside the mine, numerous miners toiled, bare-chested, wielding pickaxes to extract ore. Due to his limited strength, Qin Chongsheng could only manage to unearth over 20 pounds of ore each day. These miners relied on the ore they extracted to exchange for food. 10 pounds of ore could be traded for 1 pound of food. However, Wu the foreman would also withhold a portion of the food, leaving the miners with no more than 6 taels at most. Though mining was arduous, he had gradually grown accustomed to the work over the past month. After several hours, Qin Chongsheng emerged with over 30 pounds of ore on his back. Qin Chongsheng, 3 pounds of food. Wu Yong handed Qin Chongsheng a bag containing 3 pounds of grain. Surprised by the amount Wu Yong offered, Qin Chongsheng raised an eyebrow. Brother Sheng, if you send Yinin over soon, I assure you, I won't shortchange you. Wu the foreman said with a grin. In an instant, Qin Chongsheng comprehended that Uncle Hu had already relayed their earlier conversation to Wu Yong. Qin Chongsheng said nothing in response, taking the grain and heading home. Chongsheng, why are you back so late? Chen Yinin asked, closing the door behind him. The overseer lectured us. Qin Chongsheng replied, producing the bag from his shoulder. Here is some food. Chen Yinin took the bag he handed her, initially indifferent. However, upon feeling its weight, she realized there was more grain than she expected. Chapter 2. First encounter with the peacock princess. Chongsheng, how do we end up with so much food? A glimmer of joy flashed across Chen Yinin's face. With his 3 pounds of grain, their family could endure for several days. Today, Wu the foreman didn't withhold any food. Qin Chongsheng explained, not elaborating further. Chongsheng, you should rest or go prepare dinner right away. Chen Yinin said, taking the coarse grain toward the kitchen. After dinner, Chen Yinin poured the remaining coarse grain into the rice jar and counted the grain at the bottom, finally breaking into a smile. Qin Chongsheng gazed at Chen Yinin with fervent admiration. She was incredibly beautiful, with a lovely figure that captivated him deeply. Chongsheng, it's getting late, we have work tomorrow. Chen Yinin's cheeks flushed as she hurried to her room. Qin Chongsheng quickly averted his gaze and closed the door behind him. The following morning, Qin Chongsheng, along with many other miners, entered the mine. Points 18. Casting a glance at the increment points, Qin Chongsheng shook his head slightly. He still did not understand the significance of these points. Someone's been killed. At that moment, a terrified scream echoed from afar. Qin Chongsheng was bewildered. Who would dare to commit murder within the mine? The next instant, he heard a series of strange roars. Not good, demons are coming. Immediately, many miners began to flee toward the exit. Demons. A chill coursed through Qin Changsheng's body, as if he had plunged into an ice cave. He had heard many miners discuss demons before. However, at that time, Qin Chongsheng had dismissed it as mere folklore. Little did he expect that today they would manifest within the very mine. Regaining his composure, Qin Chongsheng joined the throng of miners rushing toward the exit. Though being a miner is exceedingly arduous at present, it is better to endure a miserable existence than to perish. The resounding clamor drew ever closer, prompting Qin Chongsheng to quicken his pace. One by one, the miners were overtaken by him. Although he could not outrun the demon within, he certainly surpassed these laborious miners by a considerable margin. Yet, Qin Chongsheng still miscalculated. The demon's speed was alarmingly swift. As Qin Chongsheng and his companions burst from the mine, the demon appeared at the cave's mouth. This demon stood nearly 4 meters tall, clutching a miner's lifeless body in its maw. Disposing of the corpse with a casual toss, the demon slowly advanced toward Qin Chongsheng and his group. With each step it took, a miner fell victim to its vicious onslaught. Some unfortunate miners had their heads bitten off. Is it truly my fate to die at the hands of this demon mere moments after my arrival? A chill coursed through Qin Changsheng's veins. If they were confronted by a bandit, perhaps these miners might muster a semblance of resistance. However, faced with such a formidable demon, they stood no chance whatsoever. At that moment, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, and a woman materialized before them. This stunning woman displayed no hint of fear upon seeing the demon. Instead, her eyes blazed with fury. Draped in resplendent garments that exuded nobility and grace, her exquisite makeup and hairstyle lent her an air of irresistible charm. In her hand, she wielded a cerulean fan. Upon catching sight of this enchanting figure, even Qin Changsheng, who had encountered numerous beautiful celebrities, was momentarily awestruck. Beast, seeking your own demise. The exquisite woman flicked her fan forward with a delicate gesture. A brilliant beam of golden light surged toward the demon. In an instant, the once mighty demon disintegrated upon contact with the golden radiance, akin to spring snow melting under the sun. It emitted not a single scream before vanishing without a trace. Qin Changsheng was filled with astonishment. Could this be a celestial being from this realm? Had he truly traversed into a world of immortals? As Qin Changsheng stood in bewilderment, the exquisite woman appeared before him. To encounter a demon and still stand firm. Your courage is commendable. I possess a tome of blood cultivation techniques. Should you master it within 5 years, I shall bestow upon you a great fortune. As she spoke, the exquisite woman vanished from his sight, leaving behind a thin booklet in his hands. Gazing at the booklet, joy filled Qin Changsheng's eyes. He had not truly been standing resolutely, rather, he had been rendered numb with terror by the demon's presence, unsure of how to react. I wonder what manner of being that exquisite woman is, to possess such formidable power. He mused cautiously as he examined the tome in his grasp. Before he could delve further, the sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears. Chun Hu, accompanied by a throng of overseers and guards, hurriedly approached. Qin Changsheng tucked the tome into his bosom and staggered to the side. Chun Hu and the multitude of overseers paid no mind to Qin Changsheng or the terrified miners. Instead, they began to incinerate the bodies of the fallen miners on the spot. How is it that demons continue to manifest within our mind? This marks the 5th occurrence this year. Fortuitously, Princess Peacock arrived in time, otherwise all these miners would have perished. The overseers whispered among themselves as they burned the miners' corpses. Princess Peacock? Does she possess celestial powers? Could this be the world of Journey to the West? Upon hearing their discourse, Qin Changsheng's thoughts immediately turned to the journey to the West. After all, with celestial powers, demons, and the mention of Princess Peacock, it could only pertain to that realm. Yet, soon his spirits sank. For Princess Peacock had always resided in Lion Camel Ridge. Now that she appeared here, it could only mean he was within the borders of Lion Camel Kingdom. And all the citizens of Lion Camel Kingdom were but the sustenance for the golden-winged great punk. Fortunately, he had encountered Princess Peacock and had been gifted a tome. If he could cultivate the blood cultivation techniques to perfection, he might find an opportunity to escape Lion Camel Kingdom. Once Chun, who had disposed of the miners' remains, he led his group away. They showed no concern for the injured miners. After a brief moment of panic, the miners returned to the depths of the mine. Qin Changsheng, too, re-entered the mine. These miners relied on the extraction of, or to secure their sustenance. If they did not mine today, they would surely face starvation. Finding a secluded spot, Qin Changsheng carefully examined the tome. This booklet, titled Blood Cultivation Techniques, appeared aged, with slightly curled edges, containing 7 pages, along with numerous annotations in small script. By following the methods outlined within, even an ordinary person could attain mastery within a year, achieving minor success within 2. The practice of blood cultivation techniques would not only significantly extend one's lifespan, but also enhance strength and physical constitution. After a single glance, Qin Changsheng quietly stored away. For now, he remained within the mine, surrounded by fellow miners, with overseers occasionally making their rounds. Only after returning home could he safely cultivate the blood cultivation techniques. More than 2 hours later, a series of urgent bells rang out, signaling the end of the workday. Chapter 3. Blood Cultivation Techniques. Upon arriving at the front courtyard, Qin Changsheng beheld a horse-drawn carriage stationed there. The normally haughty Chun, who was now bowing his head, standing deferentially beside the vehicle. From the carriage emerged a young woman clad in a green cloak, her visage strikingly beautiful, appearing to be around 20 years of age. "Miss Ruping, what brings you here?" Chun Hu inquired, his expression one of ingratiation. "Today, a demon appeared. The princess commanded me to come." "Why the lack of a warm welcome?" Ruping's voice was melodious. "How could that be?" "Miss Ruping." Chun Hu was visibly sweating. Ru Ping ventured into a nearby building on her own. Chun Hu exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Yong below before hastily following her. Wu Yong promptly fetched provisions, beginning the exchange for food among the crowd. This time, the provisions were ample, with no deductions whatsoever. Every 10 pounds of ore was exchanged for 1 pound of food, with an additional pound as a bonus. Even Qin Changsheng received 4 pounds of coarse grain. Before long, Chun Hu emerged from within, calling for the miners to enter for questioning. Qin Changsheng, Miss Ru Ping requests your presence. Chun Hu approached Qin Changsheng again, whispering, you understand what should and should not be said, correct? Qin Changsheng nodded and was subsequently allowed entry. Inside the grand hall, Miss Ru Ping sat poised in a chair, flanked by 2 handmaidens. Yet, Qin Changsheng found her posture rather peculiar, resembling a fox perched upon a seat. What is your name, and how long have you been in the mine? Ru Ping inquired, lifting her gaze. I am Qin Changsheng. I became a miner a month ago, he replied. Upon hearing these words, the young Baihe was immediately engulfed by a wave of perplexity. He furtively raised his gaze to steal a glance at the primordial heavenly master. Observing the fluctuating expressions of his lord, at times grave, as though pondering a matter of profound significance, and at other times, a faint smile flickered across his features, concealing a joy unknown to others. This intricate display of emotions only deepened Baihe's confusion. Yet, fully aware of the heavenly master's formidable authority, he dared not venture to speculate on the divine will, nor voice the multitude of questions that swirled within him. He promptly lowered his head in reverence, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and replied, Yes, my lord, I shall attend to this matter forthwith, and I will not disappoint your expectations. No sooner had he spoken than he witnessed the primordial heavenly master elegantly wave his long sleeves, stepping gracefully onto the fragrant 9-dragon palanquin. The palanquin, animated as if it possessed life, let out a roar towards the heavens, before swiftly carrying the heavenly master into the distance, disappearing beyond the horizon. Baihe gazed at the retreating figure, his heart brimming with curiosity. He was unaware that the heavenly master was on his way to Mount Buzhou to retrieve his son. However, he recognized that this was not the time for inquiries. His immediate duty was to diligently complete the task bestowed upon him. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he turned swiftly and hurried towards the Jade Void Palace, preparing to tidy the enigmatic edifice. Meanwhile, within the confines of Mount Buzhou, Pan Xian was oblivious to these unfolding events, for he was in the process of taking shape. The once still Pan Xian suddenly shimmered with strands of ethereal light, akin to playful spirits dancing around his stony form. Gradually, Pan Xian began to twist and morph, as if being meticulously sculpted by invisible but potent hands. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a youthful figure, adorned in a flowing robe of moonlit white, the fabric billowing gently in the breeze, with intricate patterns embroidered upon it that resembled flowing stars, radiating a mysterious luminescence. His long hair, as dark as ink, cascaded freely, with a few strands framing his chiseled visage, accentuating his sharp brows and star-like eyes, his noble nose almost rivaling that of the esteemed readers. His eyes, deep and enigmatic, seemed to conceal the vastness of the universe, swirling with cosmic rivers as they moved. An aura of celestial energy enveloped him, materializing as clouds of ethereal mist that gracefully encircled him, transforming into wondrous shapes with his every motion. As he slightly raised his hand, a flicker of elusive spiritual light danced at his fingertips, as if resonating with the energies of heaven and earth, newly manifested. Pan Xian was filled with the exuberance of rebirth, yet a sense of trepidation regarding the unknown path ahead lingered in his heart. He understood that although he had successfully transformed into the most suitable innate Tao body for cultivation, the journey of his transformation was only halfway completed. As he gazed upward, dark clouds roiled ominously in the sky, resembling fearsome beasts thrashing and roaring, exuding a pressure of heavenly law that sent tremors through every inch of his being. This was the destructive aura of the heavenly tribulation, a force that seemed poised to consume all existence. A glimmer of determination flashed in Pan Xian's eyes, devoid of any fear. He pondered to himself, although the tribulation of heaven is suddenly terrifying, it cannot deter me, Pan Xian. In an instant, his figure flickered, soaring into the sky like a streak of light, unhesitatingly confronting the formidable transformation tribulation that instilled dread in all living beings. As the first bolt of heavenly thunder roared down, Pan Xian gritted his teeth, channeling all his spiritual energy to withstand it with his physical form. The flickering lightning illuminated his resolute visage. With each strike of thunder, his body quivered slightly, yet his gaze grew ever more steadfast. However, as he bore the weight of 54 bolts of heavenly thunder, Pan Xian soon sensed an anomaly. He had initially believed that his transformation as a golden immortal would suffice to withstand the 6-9 tribulation, which he considered the utmost limit. Yet now, he perceived that the tribulation in the sky continued to brew ominously. Within the roiling dark clouds, an even more terrifying force seemed to be gathering, trending ominously towards the 9-9 tribulation. As Pan Xian's heart sank, he was acutely aware that, given his current prowess, he could not withstand the impending heavenly tribulation. Yet, in that moment, the heavens offered him no avenue for retreat. A singular thought consumed him. He must endure, even if it meant shattering into a million pieces. Today, he would not yield. Without a trace of hesitation, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, and his vital energy surged violently around him as he summoned the primordial measuring ruler of heaven. With a resounding shout, Pan Xian brandished the ruler and unleashed all his strength against the descending heavenly tribulation. However, regardless of the formidable strength of his foundation or the astonishing might of the measuring ruler, it could not alter the fact that his cultivation remained at the mere level of a golden immortal. After exhausting all his means and barely managing to withstand 9 bolts of heavenly lightning, the 10th bolt, the first of the ominous 9th, surged forth, carrying with it an overwhelming celestial might. This bolt of lightning was exponentially more powerful than its predecessors, causing the very fabric of space to appear as if it were being torn asunder. Pan Xian's eyes widened in terror as he exerted every ounce of his strength to resist, yet he remained unable to halt this terrifying force. The bolt struck him directly, its immense impact sending him crashing down from the sky and violently slamming him into the ground, raising a cloud of dust in its wake. The strands of Pan Xian's hair danced wildly in the tempest, each one seemingly burdened with his current anxiety and trepidation. His eyes fixated on the surging catastrophe clouds, the terrifying power they harbored causing his very soul to tremble. Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, cascaded down his forehead, tracing the contours of his face, which was slightly contorted from tension, only to be evaporated by the howling gusts. He was acutely aware that if he could not devise a solution in this moment of dire urgency, as the relentless tribulation struck down one after another, even if by sheer will he managed to spare his life, the celestial lightning, imbued with the utmost might of the cosmos, would undoubtedly inflict merciless harm upon his essence. Should his essence sustain damage, the path of cultivation that lay ahead would be shrouded in an impenetrable gloom, each step forward fraught with unimaginable difficulty. The realms of cultivation that once seemed within reach would become utterly unattainable, and all his grand ambitions would dissolve into mere illusions. Chapter 4. The arrival of primordial beginnings. As various strategies flickered through Pan Xian's mind like a revolving lantern, his brow furrowed, and those large beads of sweat continued to fall, soaking his temples, in his quest to find a glimmer of hope amidst this dire predicament. The tumultuous thunder had no patience to await Pan Xian's deliberation. In an instant, the dark clouds appeared to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, roiling in layers, resembling voracious beasts hunting for prey. Immediately thereafter, a thunderbolt, as thick as a barrel, descended with the weight of inexorable celestial might, striking fiercely towards Pan Xian. The very fabric of space was torn asunder in its wake, leaving behind jagged black fissures, while the acrid scent of charred air wafted about, as if heralding the arrival of the apocalypse. Upon witnessing this, Pan Xian's eyes flashed with a glimmer of resoluteness, casting aside any lingering hesitation. He tightened his grip on the ancient and atmospheric Hongming measuring ruler, which quivered slightly, as if in response to its master's indomitable fighting spirit. Pan Xian took a deep breath, his spiritual energy surging wildly, his garments rustling as he boldly charged towards the terrifying heavenly thunder. At this moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. Even if he had to exhaust his very essence, he must survive. He understood all too well that as long as he lived, all possibilities remained within reach. However, should he perish, no matter how profound his connections or how formidable his background, they would all dissolve into nothingness, and everything would become a mere illusion. Pan Xian felt a tumultuous surge of energy coursing through his entire being, just as he barely managed to stabilize his stance. The formidable thunder descended once more, roaring with cataclysmic force, hurtling directly towards him. A deafening explosion resounded, and Pan Xian was propelled like a kite severed from its string, uncontrollably crashing back to the ground. Before he could recover from this violent impact, his numbed body remained unresponsive, and he sensed the relentless thunder, imbued with overwhelming pressure, surging towards him again. Pan Xian felt a surge of dread within, acutely aware that, in his current state, evading this lethal strike was utterly impossible. He contemplated whether he might have to resort to unleashing his very essence to withstand this impending catastrophe. At the precipice of life and death, Pan Xian gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and numbness coursing through his body, swiftly settling into a meditative posture. With remarkable speed, his hands moved in intricate patterns, channeling all his energy to conjure a protective shield. He understood that while this barrier might struggle to fully withstand the might of the heavenly thunder, even a slight reduction in harm could grant him a glimmer of hope. In that moment, the aura of spiritual energy radiated around Pan Xian. Yet, as seconds ticked by, the anticipated agony failed to manifest. With a heart full of doubt, Pan Xian cautiously raised his head and beheld a cloud radiating a gentle golden light, resembling the protection of a deity quietly hovering above him. This cloud exuded an aura of righteousness that inspired an immediate sense of reverence. The moment he laid eyes upon it, Pan Xian's eyes widened in astonishment and delight. How could he fail to recognize it? This was the legendary Zhutian Qingyun, the primordial treasure born from the vast and noble Qi of Panga during the creation of the heavens. The instant he identified Zhutian Qingyun, the tension that had been taut within him finally snapped, releasing him from an immense burden. He understood well that this Zhutian Qingyun was the supreme treasure bestowed upon him by the Tao ancestor when the Primordial Supreme Being was accepted as a disciple at Zishu Palace. Now that Zhutian Qingyun was present, it signified that his father, the Yuqing Primordial Supreme Being, one of the three pure ones, must be nearby, ensuring his life was preserved. Seeing the resplendent Zhutian Qingyun, adorned with myriad auspicious colors, resembling an indestructible shield, Pan Xian felt the tense expression on his face ease. He slowly seated himself on the ground, legs crossed, hands resting naturally on his knees, as he reined in his aura. The devastation wrought by the heavenly tribulation had left his complexion slightly pale, and his spiritual energy had been nearly exhausted from the recent confrontation. At that moment, he closed his eyes, focused his mind, and immersed himself wholly in self-repair. Time flowed like a gentle stream, each moment witnessing this harrowing trial. Finally, after a prolonged struggle, he successfully transcended the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. With the tribulation's conclusion, the feedback from the heavenly Tao descended like the dawn's first light, emanating a soft and mysterious glow from the dissipating calamity clouds. This power encountered no obstruction, seamlessly merging with Pan Xian's being. At that time, Pan Xian was wholly engaged in cultivating his techniques to heal his injuries. Under the nourishing influence of this heavenly Tao power, his previously battered body began to heal at a visible pace, restoring itself to its former state in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the aura surrounding him underwent a subtle transformation. His cultivation, which had been at the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage, seemed to break through an invisible barrier, steadily ascending to the early stage of the Tai golden immortal. As the calamity clouds completely dissipated, the entire eastern horizon suddenly erupted in divine light. A faint golden halo began to spread across the sky, followed by a brilliance that became increasingly dazzling. Amidst this radiance, a fragrant sandalwood dragon carriage slowly materialized. Drawn by 9 vividly lifelike golden dragons, surrounded by resplendent celestial energy as they moved forward. The Primordial Supreme Being sat solemnly upon the carriage, his countenance grave, emanating an aura of awe-inspiring authority. As the celestial energy surged, the sandalwood dragon carriage, carrying the Primordial Supreme Being, appeared before Pan Xian. Before Pan Xian could utter a word, the Primordial Supreme Being, whose presence radiated endless majesty and sanctity, bore a gentle smile that graced his otherwise solemn and dignified visage. Akin to the warm sun of spring piercing through heavy clouds, bringing forth a sense of warmth. The Primordial Supreme Being slightly nodded, his gaze filled with affection as he looked at Pan Xian, his voice resonant yet tinged with undeniable joy as he inquired slowly, "Do you know who I am?" A tremor coursed through Pan Xian's heart, his face alight with excitement and reverence. With swift and graceful movements, he reverently performed a deep bow, standing tall and embodying solemnity. His voice resonant and resolute as he proclaimed, "I, Pan Xian, pay my respects to you, Father." Upon hearing these words, the primordial heavenly sovereign's smile deepened, and he erupted into hearty laughter that seemed to shatter the very constraints of the universe. As the laughter subsided, filled with emotion, he remarked, "Ah, how fortunate I am, favored by the heavens, to witness the birth of a child in this vast world. In the days to come, dear Xian, dedicate yourself to your cultivation. With your innate talents and disposition, you shall surely elevate my teachings to great heights." While speaking, the primordial heavenly sovereign gently patted Pan Xian's shoulder, his eyes brimming with earnest hope. As Pan Xian listened to his father's words of trust and expectation, a profound sense of surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he straightened his back, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination, and declared resolutely, "I shall not disappoint your hopes, Father. I will ensure that the teachings of our sect are disseminated across this vast wilderness." With that, Pan Xian clenched his fists tightly, as if he could already envision the day when the teachings would flourish. Chapter 5. The Arrival of the System Seated upon the Meditation Cushion. The Primordial Lord radiated an aura of serenity, his visage imbued with benevolence, as he gazed gently upon his spirited son, Panxian. He subtly raised his hand, the voluminous sleeves fluttering softly, and began to chant incantations. Before him, the auspicious clouds of myriad colors, suspended in the void, responded to an unseen force and gradually drifted toward Panxian. Very well, my son, with such aspirations, I bestow upon you these rare treasures of the wilderness, the auspicious clouds, for your protection. Upon witnessing this, Panxian's eyes flashed with a mixture of alarm and emotion. He stepped forward, raising his hands high with palms outward, and urgently protested, Father, this cannot be. The celestial celebration cloud is your defensive spiritual treasure. If you give it to me, how will you fare in the future? Father, I implore you to take it back. After speaking, he slightly bowed, his demeanor sincere yet resolute. The primordial celestial venerable gazed at his son, who was so adamantly refusing, and the smile on his face deepened. A warm current flowed through his heart, and he couldn't help but reflect on how his son understood the importance of familial consideration. He gently rose, his steps light as he floated before Panxian. Extending his broad palm, he softly rested it on Panxian's shoulder, his gaze both firm and gentle. Xianer, I am aware of your filial piety, yet you must understand that I have now reached the realm of a saint, immortal and indestructible. In this vast universe, who could possibly harm me in the slightest? The primordial celestial venerable slightly tilted his head, gazing into the endless sky, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority and confidence. You should accept the celestial celebration cloud without concern. With it by your side, should danger arise, it will surely protect you completely. Thus, I can rest easier regarding your safety. Having spoken, the primordial celestial venerable no longer hesitated, lifting his hand and with a gentle wave, the celestial celebration cloud transformed into a streak of light, swiftly merging into Panxian's body. Panxian felt a warm and powerful force circulating within him, his heart brimming with emotion. At this moment, Panxian found himself engulfed in a tumultuous tide of thoughts, contemplating his footing in this primordial world of chaos. In terms of offense, he firmly grasped the Hongming Liangtian ruler, an artifact exuding an aura of profound yellow, with each intricate pattern seemingly harboring the boundless mysteries of the universe. As a treasure of merit, it possessed a unique power that allowed him to slay without entanglement and karmic consequences, as if transcending the shackles of worldly causality, granting Panxian an unburdened state in battle. On the defensive front, he had just received the heavenly auspicious clouds from his father, the Primordial Supreme Being. This celestial phenomenon hovered majestically above him, adorned with myriad auspicious rays and splendid light, enveloping him like an indomitable sacred fortress. Each cloud appeared to embody an infinite reservoir of defensive strength, drifting gracefully as if proclaiming its extraordinary nature to the beings of the primordial wilderness. With these thoughts, a surge of confidence welled up within Panxian. He mused silently that as long as he refrained from provoking those reckless, consequence-ignoring hotheads, there would be no place in this perilous primordial world that he could not traverse. The vast expanse of this ancient land would become his domain to roam freely. Just as Panxian was lost in his reveries of a promising future, a sudden buzzing echoed in his mind, and a mysterious voice abruptly emerged. Ding! Enlightenment system binding successful. Host, Panxian. Cultivation level, early Tai Golden Immortal. Physical cultivation level, Pinnacle Golden Immortal. Cultivation method, Yuching Immortal method. Physical method, none. Laws, none. Spiritual treasures, Haoming Liangtian ruler, heavenly auspicious clouds. In an instant, a tempest surged within his heart, as a transmigrator and the most protective scion of a saint. This unforeseen voice made him acutely aware that he had received the grand gift that every transmigrator encounters, the system bestowed by Mother Earth. Panxian endeavored to suppress the tumult of excitement within, yet his heart continued to throb violently in his chest, as if striving to burst forth from its confines. Panxian took a deep breath to calm his emotions before inquiring within his mind, what purpose does this system serve? Moreover, what is your name? The system swiftly responded. This system will randomly assign tasks, and upon their completion, one shall receive opportunities for enlightenment. The system bears no name. The host may choose to name it as they wish. Panxian slightly narrowed his eyes, a multitude of names flashing through his mind in rapid succession. After a brief moment, a smile graced his lips as he said, Very well, you shall be called 9527 from now on. In Panxian's view, this name was both distinctive and memorable, perfectly suited for the enigmatic system that had so unexpectedly appeared. However, just as he completed the naming, a thought crossed his mind. And with a hint of caution in his expression, he inquired once more, "By the way, 9527, what repercussions might I face should I fail to accomplish a task?" Pan Xian harbored a profound aversion to being ensnared by an unknown system, plunging him into a ceaseless quagmire of troubles. There would be no penalties. 9527 was a conscientious system that did not coerce its host into any actions. The system's response was succinct and clear, alleviating a significant burden from Pan Xian's heart. The task is to locate the individual responsible for subjecting the host to the trials of 9 tribulations. Upon successful completion, the reward shall be a moment of enlightenment. The mechanical and frigid voice reverberated suddenly within Pan Xian's consciousness, marking the issuance of the inaugural task by System 9527. Pan Xian suddenly regained his senses, and a terrifying image of the transformation calamity surged in his mind. He was originally a golden immortal undergoing transformation, despite his profound roots and extraordinary talent. It was inconceivable that he could attract such a dreadful 9-9 transformation calamity. The clouds of tribulation roiled in the heavens, and each bolt of lightning contained the power to annihilate the world. He struggled within it, barely holding on, almost losing his soul. Now, with the reminder from 9527, Pan Xian, who was already filled with doubt, became even more certain that there was someone behind this, meticulously plotting against him. However, although Pan Xian understood he was being manipulated, he also recognized the difficulty of uncovering the mastermind. To wield control over the transformation calamity required power, at least on the level of a sage. In the face of such an existence, his current abilities rendered him no more than an ant, utterly incapable of investigation. Yet, Pan Xian remained unperturbed, for he thought of his father, the primordial heavenly sovereign. While he could not decipher the matter himself, his father, as a sage, would undoubtedly possess a means to unravel it. Pan Xian dared not linger. Recounting in detail the schemes he had endured during his transformation to the Primordial Supreme Being. Upon hearing this, the Primordial Supreme's countenance darkened, and a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, and his formidable power surged forth, enveloping the entire Mount Buzhou with an overwhelming aura. Closing his eyes, he began to exert all his strength in a calculation. In an instant, the atmosphere of the dojo transformed, with a myriad of mysterious symbols shimmering. Yet, it was not long before the Primordial Supreme abruptly ceased his efforts, coldly exclaiming, "Indeed, these 2 individuals have conspired against my child." His voice was imbued with fury and authority, as if he were poised to exact a severe reckoning upon the schemers. Hearing the deep and commanding words of the Primordial Supreme, Pan Xian, a traveler from another realm, felt a jolt in his heart as if struck by a thunderbolt. In that fleeting moment, his mind surged with thoughts, and those previously nebulous clues began to weave together like threads, revealing the identities of those who conspired against him. The 2 were none other than the 2 saints of the West. At the mention of the 2 saints of the West, a flicker of disdain and vigilance flashed in Pan Xian's eyes. The Western lands, bereft of spiritual essence and barren in contrast to the Eastern abundance, made them ever covetous of the East's rich resources. Time and again, they would venture into the East under various pretexts, engaging in acts of plunder to seize opportunities and treasures, solely to enrich the West. Contemplating this, Pan Xian couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Were it not for the fact that his father was the Primordial Supreme, holding an esteemed position in this realm, he feared he would have already been forcibly abducted by the 2 saints of the West, coerced into renunciation, and become a Buddha of the West. Becoming ensnared in the complexities of their turbulent affairs, unable to extricate himself. Chapter 6, Reckoning and Compensation. Humph, Jie and Yuanshi, you think highly of yourselves, do you? Do you presume my Primordial Supreme to be easily bullied? The Primordial Supreme's expression was as dark as ink, his presence surging like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Glaring towards the western sky with eyes ablaze, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell. The sound, laden with boundless fury, reverberated, causing the surrounding space to tremble ever so slightly. As Pan Xian observed the intense reaction of the Primordial Supreme Being, his heart brimmed with confusion and curiosity, prompting him to hastily gaze towards the western sky. However, all he beheld was an expanse of azure, devoid of any presence, leaving him to ponder silently what the Primordial Supreme Being could possibly be addressing. Esteemed for his pride throughout his life, the Primordial Supreme Being now found himself publicly challenged, while the figures of Jie and Yuanshi remained hidden, refusing to reveal themselves. This perceived humiliation ignited a flame of anger within him, reaching its zenith in an instant. With a sudden tremor of his form, the essence of the Tao surged around him as he unhesitatingly summoned the innate treasure, the Pangu banner, forged from the shards of the primordial axe used to cleave the heavens. The moment this banner emerged, the very fabric of heaven and earth shifted. Chaos surged forth. And the ancient runes upon the banner glimmered with a mysterious and formidable radiance, as if recounting the unparalleled might of creation. The Primordial Supreme Being formed a seal with his hands and, with a forceful gesture, unleashed the Panga banner. In that instant, a blinding beam of light erupted from the banner, slicing through the western sky like a celestial blade. The attack tore through space as if it were mere parchment. Black fissures of spatial rifts rapidly unfurling, accompanied by a disquieting crackle that echoed like the anguished groans of the cosmos. This strike, imbued with boundless power and fueled by the Supreme Being's wrath, surged towards the concealed Jie and Xuan. At that moment, the western sky appeared to be violently rent asunder by an invisible force. A banner adorned with a blue lotus pattern, shimmering with a clear azure light, struggled to withstand the impending assault from beneath the rift. The banner's bearer, Xuan, displayed a visage marked by urgency and helplessness as he wielded the banner with fervent determination. Yet each defensive maneuver felt as if he were grappling with the heavens themselves, revealing the effort that lay in his struggle. Primordial brother, it is all a misunderstanding. I had no knowledge that this was my nephew. Xuan called out, his voice resonating with earnestness and trepidation amidst the chaos. Just as he managed to fend off the initial wave of fierce attacks, he remained ever vigilant, aware that he was alone in the east, having not accompanied Jie. He understood all too well that in a one-on-one confrontation, he would be no match for the Primordial Supreme Being. If he sought to summon aid, he was on the territory of the east, where the Primordial Supreme Being was flanked by the esteemed Taoist deities of Taiji and Xuanqing. Should the situation devolve into a contest of numbers, the odds of 3 against 2 would surely spell disaster for him and Jie. This predicament weighed heavily on Xuan's heart, leaving him to endure the arduous defense while hoping for a turn of events to bring about a swift resolution. Xuan, in the past, you and Jie have acted in the east, and I have turned a blind eye to your autumnal ploys. But this time, you have dared to scheme against my child. The Primordial Supreme Being's countenance darkened, radiating an icy aura. Each word dripped with undeniable authority and threat. If you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation, do not blame me for disregarding our brotherly bond and personally venturing to your western domain. As Xuan heard these words, a thunderous dread struck his heart, causing his smile to freeze in place and a flicker of panic to flash in his eyes. The West had always been barren, and over the years, he and Jie had labored tirelessly to cultivate their current standing. If the Primordial Supreme Being truly descended upon the West, his might and fury would surely wreak havoc, jeopardizing the fruits of their efforts. Reflecting on the past, a mix of emotions surged within Xuan. He had often stirred the winds of destiny, appearing at pivotal moments when beings faced the trials of transformation. By skillfully manipulating the intensity of tribulations, he had allowed those on the brink of despair to struggle against the odds, only to reveal himself at the last moment, dispelling the calamities and guiding them to safety. Those whom he had rescued harbored gratitude and flocked to the Western teachings, a strategy he had employed to great effect. During an incidental passage through the unyielding mountain, Xuan had stumbled upon Pan Xian, who was yet to complete his transformation but had reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. In that moment, a surge of elation washed over him. Familiar scheming thoughts flooded his mind. To him, Pan Xian appeared as a lamb awaiting slaughter, an exquisite opportunity to expand the influence of the Western teachings. Hence, he had meticulously orchestrated a plan to reenact the heroic rescue narrative. However, he never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary Pan Xian would possess such an astonishing lineage. He was the progeny of the Primordial Supreme Being. Now facing the wrath of the Primordial Supreme Being, Xuan was consumed by regret, yet felt powerless to alter the course of events, silently lamenting his fate. His complexion paled slightly, revealing a blend of resignation and unyielding spirit, and with a sigh of acceptance, he clasped his hands before the Primordial Supreme Being, saying, "Primordial brother, this indeed is my fault. I acted without due consideration and was reckless in my actions. I am willing to offer 10 Bodhi seeds as compensation for my nephew. What do you think?" He raised his gaze slightly, a glimmer of hope in his eyes as he continued, "These Bodhi seeds are exceedingly rare treasures, capable of enhancing the user's innate qualities, cleansing their marrow and bones, and significantly boosting their cultivation during practice, aiding my nephew in his future endeavors." Upon hearing this, the Primordial Supreme Being's expression darkened instantly, his fury igniting like wildfire. Witnessing Xuan's attempt to hastily settle the matter with a mere offering of Bodhi seeds, treasures only esteemed in the West, only fueled his indignation further. He abruptly flung his sleeve, a wave of celestial might reverberating around him as he thundered, "Do you think I, the Primordial, covet your paltry Bodhi seeds? Huh? Do you take me for an easy target?" Today, you must present the Eastern Blue Lotus banner to my child as compensation. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our fellowship and resolving matters through force. With that, the Primordial Supreme Being's aura surged with energy, readying himself for confrontation. Yuanshi gazed at the Eastern Blue Lotus banner, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, regret intertwined with helplessness. He understood that the situation was beyond salvage. And with a deep sigh, he slowly closed his eyes, forming an unusual seal with his hands, a faint golden light of Buddha radiating from him. As the seal shifted, the connection between the Buddha light and the Blue Lotus banner began to wane. His hands trembled slightly, each motion akin to bidding farewell to a cherished possession. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, indicating the difficulty of severing this bond. After an extended period, the golden light finally dissipated, and upon opening his eyes, he was filled with a sense of desolation as he extended the Blue Lotus banner towards Pan Xian, his lips moving, yet no words escaped his mouth. As Pan Xian observed the actions of the Yuanshi Daoran, he could no longer contain the excitement that surged within him. During the wait, his feet involuntarily shifted slightly, and his hands clenched into tight fists, the knuckles turning pale from the pressure. When Yuanshi Daoran finally handed him the Qinglian Baosei Qi, he eagerly extended his hands to grasp it. The moment he held the precious artifact, his eyes widened in disbelief and astonishment. Ah, indeed, having a background makes all the difference. He mused inwardly. Not only had he swiftly completed the system task, but he had also acquired this exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Eastern Qinglian Baosei Qi. Chapter 7. Return to Kunlun Mountain. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 1 moment of enlightenment. Enlightenment count, 1. The emotionless electronic synthesized voice of the system, 9527, resonated abruptly in Pan Xian's mind. At this moment, he was still deeply immersed in the immense joy of having successfully obtained the Eastern Qinglian Baosei Qi. Yet, just as he had not fully recovered from this overwhelming delight, the sudden announcement of the task reward struck him like a delightful tempest, propelling his emotions to a new zenith. In an instant, Pan Xian felt his chest brimming with happiness, rendered speechless by excitement, as if something had lodged in his throat. All the joy and exhilaration transformed into a glimmering light in his eyes. At that moment, a gentle yet authoritative voice echoed softly in his ear, "Xianer, now that matters have been resolved, let us return to Kunlun Mountain." The speaker was none other than the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, clad in a Taoist robe. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable gazed at Pan Xian with eyes filled with love and care. Pan Xian quickly regained his composure, a respectful smile adorning his face as he promptly replied, "Indeed, Father, let us return to Kunlun Mountain." His voice still carried a hint of lingering excitement. No sooner had he spoken than the Primordial Supreme Being gently waved his sleeve, and the fragrant 9-dragon palanquin gradually materialized. 9 vividly lifelike golden dragons, exhaling clouds of mist, majestically drew the palanquin. The Primordial Supreme Being and Pan Xian ascended into the palanquin, and as they settled in, the fragrant 9-dragon palanquin slowly commenced its journey, racing towards the direction of Kunlun Mountain. Along the way, celestial clouds swirled, and auspicious colors danced, creating an enchanting spectacle. Seated upon the fragrant, dragon-adorned palanquin, Pan Xian gazed at the receding path behind him, his heart brimming with aspirations and hopes for the future. Clad in a flowing robe of deep indigo, the gentle breeze caressed his attire as he leaned slightly forward, his hands instinctively gripping the edges of the palanquin, his eyes intently fixed on the increasingly distinct contours ahead. As the palanquin glided forward, Kunlun Mountain unfurled before him like a grand masterpiece, gradually magnifying in his view. At last, the majestic visage of Kunlun Mountain was laid bare before his eyes. Ethereal mist wafted through the valleys, enveloping the peaks like gossamer, creating a dreamlike illusion that seemed to insulate the world from all its turmoil. The towering summits pierced the heavens, and a flicker of awe flashed in Pan Xian's eyes as he murmured to himself, "Truly, this is a celestial mountain renowned since primordial times. Such grandeur, such exquisite beauty, is indeed rare in this world." His face was etched with profound emotion as he spoke. "Xianer, we have arrived at Kunlun Mountain, and soon we shall reach the Jade Void Palace." The voice of the primordial heavenly sovereign, deep and resonant like a thunderous bell, reverberated softly in Pan Xian's ear. As Pan Xian lifted his gaze, he beheld a swirling mist enveloping the surroundings, suffused with an ethereal aura. The clusters of pristine clouds danced gracefully between the peaks, resembling nimble celestial maidens. In the distance, the mountains undulated, their lofty ridges standing majestically, adorned with peculiar pines and bizarre rocks, exuding an air of mystery and otherworldliness. The two figures traversed the fragrant, sandalwood-laden 9-dragon palanquin, progressing with deliberate grace. The palanquin emanated a subtle scent of sandalwood, while the 9 vividly animated golden dragons appeared to possess their own vitality, either rearing their heads in a fierce roar or spiraling through the air, hastening the carriage towards Qilin Cliff. Indeed, before long, Yuanshi Tianzuan and Pan Xian descended steadily upon Kunlun Mountain's Qilin Cliff. Before them, the grand stronghold of the Chan sect, Yushu Palace, stood serenely. At first glance, Yushu Palace, perched upon Qilin Cliff, radiated opulence and majesty. The palace gates, towering and magnificent, were sculpted from solid white jade, embellished with exquisite runes and celestial beast motifs, each line seemingly imbued with boundless power. Above the gates hung a colossal plaque inscribed with the characters Yushu Palace, pinned with vigorous strokes that commanded an imposing presence, as if to subdue all malevolent forces in the world. Upon entering the palace, one would find the halls intricately layered and harmoniously arranged. Each edifice was grandiose, resplendent in gold and jade. The walls of the palaces were embedded with a myriad of precious gems and rare treasures, radiating a soft luminescence that cast an enchanting glow throughout the entire structure. The roofs, adorned with glazed tiles, shimmered under the sunlight, resembling a golden sea. Between the palaces, clear streams flowed gently, their crystalline waters revealing colorful fish that frolicked among the aquatic plants, bringing a lively spirit to this solemn celestial abode. Along the banks, exotic flowers and rare herbs bloomed vibrantly, their fragrances intoxicating, captivating the senses. Witnessing this spectacle, Pan Xian could not help but exclaim, "Truly, this is the sacred land of the immortals." Yushu Palace not only embodied unparalleled luxury and majesty but also exuded an extraordinary grace, as if transcending the mundane world and existing in a realm of pure beauty and serenity. "My lord," a melodious voice rang out amidst the tranquility of Yushu Palace. The white crane boy, spotting Yuanshi Tianzuan's return from afar, brightened instantly, as if borne by the wind, and hurried towards him. Upon nearing, he respectfully bowed, his movements deft yet imbued with reverence. As he rose, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Pan Xian, who stood behind Yuanshi Tianzuan, and a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. However, having served in Yushu Palace since childhood, he was acutely aware of the palace's decorum. Being but a humble boy, he understood that certain inquiries were best left unasked. Thus, he swiftly concealed his curiosity and uncertainty, maintaining a demeanor of utmost respect. Yuanshi Tianzuan regarded the white crane boy with a nod and spoke, "This is my son, Pan Xian. Pray tell, how have you fared in preparing the palace?" His tone was calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, the white crane boy's mind surged with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the esteemed deity's outing was to fetch his son. In the wake of his shock, a look of delight swiftly graced his countenance as he replied earnestly, "My lord, I have meticulously cleaned the palace. Every corner is spotless, and the young master may take residence at any time." As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance at Pan Xian, his eyes brimming with curiosity and appraisal. Yuanshi Tianzuan acknowledged the white crane boy's efforts with a nod, then turned, his stern demeanor softening into a gentle affection as he addressed Pan Xian, "Dear Xian, having recently endured the tribulation of heaven, you must be weary in body and spirit. Go now and rest in the palace I have prepared for you. Tomorrow, I shall proclaim to the primordial world that I, Yuanshi, have a son." Listening to the words of the primordial heavenly venerable, Pan Xian felt a warm current surge within him. He nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips, and replied, "Thank you, father. I shall take my leave to rest." With that, he followed the white crane boy, traversing the winding corridors of the Jade Void Palace, making his way to his own palace abode. Along the way, the white crane boy occasionally glanced back at Pan Xian, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet he refrained, silently leading the way ahead. Chapter 8. Proclamation to the Primordial Wilderness. Time, like a fleeting steed, swiftly carried them to the following day. As dawn broke, gentle rays of light cascaded upon the glazed tiles of the palace, refracting into a myriad of colors. After a restful night, Pan Xian awoke rejuvenated. As he stretched out his hand to push open the imposing doors of the palace, he beheld the white crane youth, who was already standing at the entrance with utmost respect. Clad in white garments, the youth's stature was upright. Upon noticing Pan Xian's emergence, his eyes sparkled with delight as he hastily stepped forward and respectfully clasped his hands, saying, "Young master, my master has instructed me to escort you to the Jade Void Palace." Pan Xian slightly nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips, gesturing to the white crane boy to lead the way. The two of them moved with light steps along the winding celestial path, surrounded by ethereal mist, as exotic flowers and rare herbs exuded a delicate fragrance. Before long, they arrived at the magnificent and solemn Jade Void Palace. The grandeur of the Jade Void Palace was striking, with its soaring eaves and intricate bracket sets, showcasing the resplendent elegance of the celestial realm. Pan Xin entered steadily. Casting a sweeping glance around the hall, he discovered that, apart from his father, the primordial heavenly master, there were more than 10 individuals present. Upon his arrival, these individuals displayed expressions of perplexity. Some furrowed their brows slightly, while others whispered to one another, pondering quietly. Who is this? Could he be a new disciple taken in by our esteemed master? Despite their curiosity, the attendees refrained from voicing their inquiries. Adhering to the decorum of respecting their revered teacher, seated in the principal position, the primordial heavenly master, exuding an ethereal grace, revealed a tender smile upon seeing Pan Xian and said, "My dear Xian, come closer to your father." As Pan Xian approached, the primordial heavenly master raised his hand to gesture to the assembly, addressing Pan Xian. "These are my disciples of the Chanjiao." Pan Xian stood before the Primordial Supreme Being, his gaze piercing as he meticulously scrutinized each individual present. In his heart, he pondered deeply, drawing upon the novels he had perused prior to his transmigration, thus discerning the identities of these figures. Among them were 12 esteemed beings known as the 12 Golden Immortals. Guangqingzi bore a resolute countenance, exuding an air of profound steadiness. Qi Jingzi, clad in crimson robes, possessed a keen and penetrating gaze. Huang Longjinren radiated a gentle demeanor, reminiscent of a cultured gentleman. Zhu Lushun, with a compassionate visage, emanated a sense of tranquility. Tai Yizhenren wore a welcoming smile, embodying an effortless charm. Ling Bao de Fa Shi maintained a solemn expression, epitomizing gravity. When Shu Guangfa Tianzuan, with an imposing presence, commanded respect, Pu Xianzhenren appeared amiable, embodying compassion. Ci Hang Daoran, with dignified poise, was filled with love in his eyes. Yuding Zhenren's gaze was profound, reflecting wisdom. Dao Xing Tianzuan exhibited an indifferent demeanor, transcending the ordinary. Qingsu Dao de Jun Jun possessed an elegant aura, akin to a celestial being. Additionally, there was the lantern-bearing Taoist, seated aloofly, whose haughty expression belied his significance as the second-in-command within the teachings, a position that made him the foremost among the celestial beings of the exposition, deserving of the title of deputy sect leader. However, in Pan Xian's impression, this individual was an unpredictable and capricious character. The Antarctic Immortal, embodying the essence of an ethereal sage, was a disciple of the lantern-bearing Taoist, holding a position of esteem within the teachings. His apprentice, the White Crane Youth, who had escorted Pan Xian, served as a favored attendant of the Primordial Supreme Being. Yunjiangzi, known as the true immortal of fortune and virtue, radiated an aura of auspiciousness. In contrast, Deng Hua and Xiaojin appeared rather unremarkable, even falling short of the 12 Golden Immortals, leaving Pan Xian with only a fleeting impression as he glanced past them. As for Shen Gongbao and Jiang Zia, it was still quite early in the timeline preceding the great calamity of the investiture of the gods. Their whereabouts remained unknown, and it was uncertain whether they had even been born yet. Pan Xian meticulously scrutinized these individuals, particularly those few who had defected after the cataclysmic battle of the gods, a subtle chill flickering in his gaze. Following the conclusion of this monumental conflict, the Lantern Master transformed, emerging as the past Buddha of the Buddhist traditions, known as the Ancient Buddha of the Lantern. Meanwhile, Zhu Lushun ascended to become one of the 7 primordial Buddhas, the Buddha Zhu Lushun, and Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan, Pu Xianzhenren, and Sihong Daoran each attained the revered status of one of the 4 great bodhisattvas of Buddhism, namely Wenshu Bodhisattva, Pu Xian Bodhisattva, and Guanyin Bodhisattva. Pan Xian secretly calculated in his heart that when the time came, he would thoroughly deal with these individuals, ensuring they paid dearly for their betrayal. Pan Xian stood quietly beside Yuanshi Tianzun, his gaze calmly sweeping over the crowd below. The onlookers, however, were visibly astonished, their wide eyes brimming with disbelief as they fixated on Pan Xian, seemingly attempting to see through him. Previously, many had speculated that this young man standing by Yuanshi Tianzun's side might be a favored disciple recently accepted by the master, for one must be extraordinary to earn such favor. Yet, when they learned that Pan Xian was, in fact, the progeny of Yuanshi Tianzun, their shock surged like a tidal wave, completely engulfing all their previous conjectures. Their minds fell into a blank state, with only the staggering revelation of Yuanshi Tianzun having a child echoing persistently. The disciples of the Chan sect below began to awaken from their daze. Some narrowed their eyes, contemplating how best to forge a favorable relationship with this suddenly emerged saint, Pan Xian. Others exchanged furtive glances with their companions, their eyes glinting with schemes and calculations. At that moment, Yuanshi Tianzun slightly raised his hand, cleared his throat, and spoke once more. His voice was resounding and solemn. Imbued with an undeniable authority that reverberated through the realm, I have gathered you here today for two purposes. First, to facilitate your acquaintance with one another. Second, to announce a significant matter. In a century, I shall convene the Chan sect conference, at which time I will establish Pan Xian as the saint of the Chan sect. As Yuanshi Tianzun's words fell, before the crowd could recover from their immense astonishment, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth from his hand. This brilliance swiftly transformed into a decree of the sage, radiating an unstoppable momentum that spread to every corner of the primordial world. In an instant, the entire realm was enveloped in this blinding glow. It was as if the primordial world had been paused, leaving everyone shocked and frozen in place. Whether they were reclusive powers in seclusion, celestial beings honing their skills in the mortal realm, or factions embroiled in conflict within the demon court and witch tribes, they all raised their heads, gazing toward the source of the radiant light. A singular thought surged in their hearts. Yuanshi Tianzun actually has a child. This news, akin to a boulder cast into a serene lake, stirred up a tumult of waves. It was well known that Yuanshi Tianzun was fiercely protective and held great regard for his reputation. Thus, his newfound progeny undoubtedly heralded the emergence of yet another formidable entity in the primordial world, one not to be trifled with lightly. Even though the decree had been issued and the entire realm was now aware of this development, Yuanshi Tianzun remained composed. He gently waved his hand, summoning the White Crane Boy. The White Crane Boy respectfully flew before Yuanshi Tianzun, bowing in deference, awaiting his command. With a tranquil expression and a glimmer of expectation in his gaze, Yuanshi Tianzun spoke softly. You shall take my invitation and deliver it to the esteemed powers of the primordial world, informing them of the Chan sect conference a century hence, and they must attend. The White Crane Boy acknowledged his orders and transformed into a beam of white light, speeding off into the distance. Yuanshi Tianzun sat majestically upon his cushion, exuding both authority and a calm demeanor. He slowly surveyed the disciples below, his voice clear and powerful as he began. You may disperse for now, but it is imperative that you arrive on time a century from now. Do not neglect this important matter. The disciples bowed in acknowledgement and withdrew in succession. However, Yuanshi Tianzun specifically retained Pan Xian. Once the others had departed, Yuanshi Tianzun raised his hand slightly, signaling Pan Xian to approach. In his eyes, the former sternness had softened, replaced by concern and hope as he spoke gently. Xianer, the Chan sect conference is of great significance for your establishment as the saint of the Chan sect. You must pay special attention to many details. Thereafter, Yuanshi Tianzun meticulously instructed Pan Xian on everything from the arrangement of the conference proceedings to strategies for engaging with various factions, covering every aspect with careful reminders. Pan Xian stood respectfully to the side, bowing his head in attentive listening, occasionally nodding in agreement, committing every word of the primordial heavenly venerable to memory. Chapter 9 Responses from all sides. Meanwhile, the White Crane Boy, who had come to deliver invitations, floated gracefully like a feather. Arriving first at the abode of the Supreme Old Lord, one of the three pure ones, located on Kunlun Mountain. The mountain itself was shrouded in mist and ethereal aura, and the residence of the Supreme Old Lord exuded a serene and tranquil atmosphere, embodying the essence of immortality. The Supreme Old Lord, with his snow-white hair and beard flowing gently in the breeze, appeared both ethereal and sacred. His complexion was rosy and luminous, as delicate as that of a newborn, devoid of any wrinkles, as if time had left no marks upon him, bestowing instead endless peace and tranquility. The White Crane Boy stepped forward, respectfully presenting the invitation with both hands, lowering his head slightly, and humbly spoke. Old Lord, this invitation is sent by my master for your perusal. The Supreme Old Lord took the invitation with a leisurely motion, unfolding it gently, his gaze sweeping over the contents. In that instant, despite his cultivation of the way of non-action and his usual serene demeanor, a broad smile illuminated his face. His eyes filled with joy as he exclaimed, I never expected my second brother to have offspring. I now have a nephew. How wonderful! This is indeed a momentous occasion. My second brother, who has devoted himself to the path for so many years, is finally blessed with this legacy. What a fortunate event! His smile reflected both his delight at having a nephew and his sincere blessings for his brother. After departing from the Supreme Old Lord, the White Crane Boy hurried to the abode of another brother of the primordial heavenly venerable, the Celestial Master Tong Tian. The domain of the Celestial Master was equally resplendent, adorned with radiant clouds and auspicious lights. The Celestial Master, wearing a jade crown adorned with shimmering gems that seemed to contain the mysteries of the universe, was draped in a robe of violet clouds, each fold telling tales of time. His steps were light, as if he could traverse the void at will, and a silk belt around his waist added an air of elegance. With a face as round as the full moon and eyes sparkling like stars, his every gesture exuded an immortal grace, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Upon seeing the white crane boy approach, the celestial master raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity gracing his features. After receiving the invitation and reading it, he was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter that resonated throughout the hall. Wonderful. I too have a nephew now. My rather serious second brother has actually fathered a child. He always appears so composed. I never imagined he would have such delightful news. This child shall be cherished dearly in the future. His eyes sparkled with affection and anticipation. The white crane boy, riding upon clouds of light, surrounded by an aura of divinity, swiftly made his way to the palace of the Holy Mother Enwa. Soon, he landed steadily before the Enwa palace. Adjusting his attire respectfully, he held the invitation aloft as he entered. Upon meeting the Holy Mother Enwa, the white crane boy knelt, raising the invitation high. His voice clear and reverent. Holy Mother Enwa, this is an invitation from my master. I hope you will take a look. The Holy Mother Enwa gently lifted her jade hand to receive the invitation. Upon opening it, a fleeting expression of shock crossed her exquisite features. Her eyes widening slightly before her lips curved into a subtle smile as she softly replied, "In that case, I shall certainly attend." In another part of the primordial land, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, who led the primordial demon clan and established the demon court, were discussing important matters within the grand hall. At that moment, a messenger demon hurried in with an invitation. Di Jun accepted it, exchanging astonished glances with Dong Huang Tai. They quickly affirmed their intention to attend. Meanwhile, in the tranquil and serene Wuzhuang temple, the immortal Jin Yuanzi was gently caressing his beloved ginseng fruit tree in the courtyard. The two young disciples, Qi Feng and Mingwei, approached swiftly, presenting the invitation to Jin Yuanzi. He accepted it with a slight nod, a gentle smile gracing his face. For such a significant event, I shall certainly be present. As time passed, numerous powerful beings across the primordial land, including mysterious recluses hidden among the mountains, began to receive invitations. Without exception, all who received the invitations solemnly pledged to attend, and the entire primordial realm stirred with anticipation for the forthcoming grand event. Most attendees sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with Pan Xian, given that his father was a sage and both of his uncles were also sages. After delivering the invitations, the white crane boy flapped his snow-white wings and gracefully returned to the Jade Void Palace. Just as he landed and had not yet caught his breath, he heard the command of his master, the Grand Master Nanji. He quickly began to assist the attendants of the Jade Void Palace in preparations. The banquet was to be held in an expansive open area, surrounded by celestial trees and suffused with spiritual energy. The white crane boy directed the attendants to arrange intricately carved jade tables and place fragrant celestial fruits and crystal-clear jade cups upon each table. He personally selected colorful celestial silks, carefully draping them around the celestial trees. As the gentle breeze passed, the silks fluttered gracefully, resembling vibrant rainbows. After listening to his father, Yuanshi Tianzun, regarding the important matters of the upcoming assembly, Pan Xian returned to his palace. Upon entering, he gently waved his sleeve, slowly closing the palace door behind him. He then sat down on a mat, crossing his legs, with his hands resting naturally on his knees, and closed his eyes to begin meditating. His father's admonitions echoed ceaselessly in his mind as he sat alone, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation of the significant events that lay ahead. He was acutely aware of his role as the progeny of Yuanshi Tianzun, bearing a unique mission and responsibility. The impending calamity of the canonization and the imminent conflict among the sages promised to be a cataclysmic struggle, one that would rend the heavens and obliterate the earth. Should he exert every effort yet still be unable to prevent this clash among the sages, the consequence would be dire. All sages would be confined by the Dao ancestor Hongjun within the Purple Cloud Palace, forever barred from intervening in the affairs of the primordial world. If such a scenario were to unfold, the future of the Chan sect would rest heavily upon his shoulders. In that time, the Chan sect would undoubtedly be rife with peril. Half of the disciples would be lured away by the Western sect through various insidious means, abandoning their teachings to join the West. The remaining disciples would either choose to retreat into seclusion, immersing themselves in their cultivation in search of a semblance of peace and transcendence amidst the chaos, or they would find themselves on the canonization list. Although many would attain sanctity, they would ultimately remain under the sway of the canonization list, subject to the unyielding restraint of the God-smiting whip, their every action curtailed. The mere thought of the Western sect ignited a fierce flame of anger within Pan Xian. This Western sect was indeed a formidable nuisance. Not only had they deceitfully lured numerous disciples away from the Chan sect, but they also sought to seize the vast fortunes of the East through the forthcoming journey to the West. This fortune was paramount to the rise and fall of their sect, and it was imperative that the Western sect be thwarted in their ambitions. Pan Xian silently clenched his fists, vowing resolutely within his heart, "Western sect, prepare to face my wrath. I, Pan Xian, shall not allow your sinister schemes to succeed. I will devise every possible means to ensure that you pay a grievous price for your transgressions." He was acutely aware of the arduous journey that lay ahead. Yet as a descendant of the primordial heavenly sovereign, it was his inescapable duty to safeguard the teachings of the Chan sect and defend its fortunes. Even if the path ahead were strewn with thorns, he would not retreat a single step. Chapter 10. The Chan sect conference time, like a fleeting horse, slipped away in an instant, and soon the day of the Chan sect's grand assembly arrived. On this day, the entire Jade Void Palace was enveloped in a bustling atmosphere, with attendants hurrying about, methodically preparing for the event. Some were sweeping the courtyard, ensuring every nook and cranny was spotless. Others were adorning the main hall with exquisite ritual implements and precious spiritual items, enhancing the solemnity of the space. Amidst the flurry of activity, the disciples of the Chan sect took moments to engage in light-hearted conversations with their close companions. Groups of 2 or 3 gathered, either standing in the courtyard or seated in the corridors, sharing insights and amusing anecdotes from their cultivation experiences, their laughter resonating throughout the Jade Void Palace, infusing the tense atmosphere with a touch of levity. Meanwhile, numerous formidable beings from the primordial realms were arriving from all directions. In a dazzling display, the sky above the Jade Void Palace sparkled with radiant lights, the brilliance of magical artifacts intertwining in a vibrant spectacle. These powerful entities either rode on clouds or were accompanied by extraordinary divine beasts, each arrival drawing the gaze of the assembled crowd. Pan Xian stood quietly beside the Primordial Supreme Being, awaiting the arrival of the ancient powers of the Hongwang realm, who shared a closer rapport with the Primordial Supreme Being. Within the resplendent halls of the Jade Void Palace, although Pan Xian felt a tinge of nervousness, it was overshadowed by a profound anticipation for this grand gathering. The first to arrive were naturally the venerable Laozi and the Tongdian Jiao Master, who both resided on Kunlun Mountain. Suddenly, 2 radiant beams of light flashed, and the 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the hall. The Tongdian Jiao Master, known for his exuberant personality, called out in a booming voice that resonated like a great bell before fully entering the hall, "Second brother, bring your son over so I may have a good look at him. He is not only your child but also a descendant of the Sanqing." His tone was filled with eagerness and excitement, as if he could hardly wait to meet Pan Xian. Upon seeing his elder brother and younger sibling arrive, the primordial heavenly venerable S face broke into a joyful smile. He quickly turned to Pan Xian and said, "Hurry and come forth to greet your uncle and third uncle." His words carried a sense of affection and expectation. Standing before the primordial heavenly venerable, Pan Xian, upon hearing this, promptly and respectfully stepped forward and performed a deep bow to both Laozi and the Tongdian Jiao Master. Pan Xian stood tall, his movements graceful, epitomizing humility and respect. After performing the customary greeting, he raised his head and spoke with a clear and resonant voice. "Nephew Pan Xian pays his respects to uncle and third uncle." His gaze revealed profound reverence for the 2 elders. Upon witnessing his nephew's respectful gesture, Laozi's face broke into a warm smile. And with a tender pat on Pan Xian's head, he said, "Good child, do visit the 8 Scenic Palace more often. I shall teach you the art of alchemy." His voice was gentle and steady, enveloping one in a soothing embrace akin to the gentle caress of spring. In his eyes, Pan Xian was akin to his own flesh and blood, filled with affection and care. Meanwhile, the unrestrained Tongtian Jiao Master strode forward, giving a hearty clap on Pan Xian's shoulder, exclaiming loudly, "Well done, young lad. Your physical cultivation is commendable. Do feel free to visit my Bestow Palace. I will impart to you the supreme sword techniques." His eyes sparkled with admiration, fully acknowledging Pan Xian's physical prowess. To Tongdian Jiao Master, Pan Xian was a prodigious talent, a rare gem, and being his own nephew, he was determined to share his unparalleled skills if Pan Xian earnestly wished to pursue the path of the sword. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Pan Xian's heart brimmed with gratitude, and he could only repeatedly express his admiration. Yet amidst this gratitude, he could not help but sigh inwardly. Having a powerful background is indeed advantageous. What others may spend a lifetime yearning for, he could easily obtain. Subsequently, Pan Xian accompanied the primordial heavenly venerable, together receiving the formidable beings from the vast wilderness with whom he shared deep ties. Before long, the highly anticipated Chanji conference was set to commence. All invited guests had taken their seats in an orderly manner according to their ranks. In the expansive venue, the attendees exhibited varied expressions, yet a shared sense of anticipation lingered in the air. The primordial heavenly venerable, clad in a flowing Taoist robe, exuded an aura of ethereal grace as he leisurely approached the central seat of the assembly and sat down, embodying the demeanor of a true leader. To his right, Laozi, with his white hair and youthful visage, held a whisk and sat serenely, radiating an extraordinary aura. To his left, the Master of Heaven, dressed in black, bore a stern expression, his eyes piercing and authoritative, while the Saint Enhua, with a gentle countenance and warm demeanor, sat beside him, their combined presence formidable. Meanwhile, Pan Xin stood tall behind the primordial heavenly venerable, his eyes betraying a mixture of nervousness and excitement. He silently melded into the grandeur of the occasion. As the saints settled into their seats, an immediate hush fell over the assembly. All present held their breath, their gazes converging upon the primordial heavenly venerable, eager for his words. Once the venue fell silent, the primordial heavenly venerable nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, and with a voice resonant as thunder, he declared, "Today marks the convening of our Chanji conference. Firstly, to announce to the entire wilderness that Pan Xian is my child. Secondly, Pan Xian shall henceforth be the holy son of our Chanji, and the Chanji, seeing him is akin to seeing me. Thirdly, to celebrate the birth of my offspring. After the banquet concludes, I shall impart teachings for 100 years, those fated may come to listen." Upon hearing the primordial heavenly venerable's proclamation, the crowd was momentarily taken aback before erupting into fervent cheers. Waves of accolades surged forth as everyone congratulated Pan Xian, celebrating his ascension as the holy son of the Chanji. The sounds of jubilation crashed like relentless waves, echoing endlessly. "Congratulations to junior brother Pan Xian for becoming the holy son. Under his guidance, our Chanji will surely flourish," exclaimed a disciple, his face alight with envy and joy. "Indeed, junior brother Pan Xian is blessed with profound fortunes. Having received this honor, he will undoubtedly achieve the status of a saint under our leader's guidance," another disciple chimed in. Following this, everyone bowed in unison before the primordial heavenly venerable, collectively exclaiming, "Thank you for your great grace, venerable." Their voices brimmed with reverence and gratitude, each word imbued with respect for the primordial heavenly venerable. In this wilderness world, a single sermon from a saint represented an unparalleled opportunity for numerous practitioners. It was akin to spotting a beacon in the darkness, a rare chance to break through their own limitations and grasp the celestial truths. The Chanji disciples, devotedly honing their skills under the primordial heavenly venerable's tutelage, yearned for deeper enlightenment during the teachings. Although the Jie sect disciples belonged to a different sect, their pursuit of cultivation was unified, and they too did not wish to miss this rare occasion. For those wandering practitioners, alone in the vast wilderness, a saint's sermon was precisely the guidance they had long sought. Thus, every practitioner understood that missing this sermon could mean foregoing a significant leap forward on their path of cultivation. As the waves of congratulations and expressions of gratitude intertwined, they resonated continuously throughout the hall. Chapter 11. Acquiring treasures through teachings. As the Chanji conference drew to a close, a unique ambience enveloped the banquet scene. The primordial heavenly venerable sat solemnly in the main seat, his demeanor grave. He gently raised his hand, summoning Pan Xian to approach. Instantly, all eyes at the banquet converged upon him, their gazes akin to focused spotlights. The primordial heavenly venerable regarded Pan Xian with a gaze filled with expectation and affection, solemnly proclaiming, "Xianer, from this day forth, you shall be the holy son of our Chanji. You already possess the Eastern Blue Lotus treasure banner. Today, I shall entrust you with this Central Wuji Apricot Yellow banner. This banner is a congenital spiritual treasure, possessing boundless power. I hope you will diligently cultivate henceforth and not squander this opportunity." Having spoken, the primordial heavenly venerable slowly extended the Central Wuji Apricot Yellow banner towards Pan Xian. Pan Xian's heart surged with excitement as he eagerly accepted the Central Wuji Apricot Yellow banner. With unwavering determination, he gazed at the Primordial Supreme Being and fervently assured him, "Rest assured, Father, I shall not bring shame upon you. I am resolutely committed to diligent cultivation and the flourishing of our teachings." Witnessing this, the crowd could not help but smile, and soon, unable to contain their enthusiasm, they began to present their meticulously prepared gifts, warmly approaching Pan Xian and handing each token of their regard into his hands. The venerable Taishang Laojun, adorned in a Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal aura, observed that his nephew, Pan Xian, had already acquired 2 flags. With a gentle smile, he beckoned Pan Xian to approach, tenderly stroking his beard. He spoke in a harmonious tone, "My dear nephew, seeing that you have obtained 2 of the 5 directional flags, I shall bestow upon you this southern Li Di Yin Guang flag. This flag embodies the power of Li fire, capable of incinerating all things in the world. Additionally, I present to you this gourd containing the 9-turn golden elixir, which I have painstakingly refined with immense effort. Each elixir is imbued with abundant spiritual energy, and I hope you will devote yourself diligently to your cultivation and soon transcend to a higher realm. With that, Taishang Lao Jun handed the southern Li Di Yin Guang flag and the 9-turn golden elixir to Pan Xian. Deeply moved, Pan Xian respectfully performed a grand gesture of reverence towards the Supreme Lao Jun, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed uncle, for your profound kindness. Your nephew shall not disappoint your expectations. Not wishing to be outdone, the Tongdian laughed heartily and summoned Pan Xian to his side. With a hearty pat on Pan Xian's shoulder, he generously proclaimed, Nephew, I have observed your ample defenses and noted your possession of the Hongmeng Liat Tian, an attack that bears no karmic consequence. Therefore, your third uncle presents you with this heart-piercing lock. A treasure capable of subduing foes and sure to yield remarkable results in critical moments. Pan Xian received the heart-piercing lock, and he could not help but marvel inwardly at the formidable background that allowed such exceptional innate spiritual treasures to flow in abundance. He promptly bowed in gratitude to the Tongdian teacher, saying, Thank you, Uncle San. The treasures bestowed by you will be utilized with utmost care by your nephew. After Pan Xian expressed his gratitude to the Tongdian, the gift-giving segment of the banquet grew increasingly vibrant. The Lady Nua, with graceful steps, approached Pan Xian, her figure exuding elegance. With a gentle smile, she lifted her hand, and 2 magnificent xianfeng appeared before the assembly. In a soft voice, the Lady Nua remarked, These 2 xianfeng are brimming with spirit and can serve as your steeds. I hope you find them to your liking. Pan Xian promptly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Your Highness, for your generous bestowal. Such divine artifacts are indeed of the utmost rarity. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun of the Demon Court and Dong Wang Tai strode forward, accompanied by a host of demon deities, exuding an extraordinary aura. Emperor Jun presented 10 solar crystal stones and a superior innate spiritual armor, remarking, Saint Sun Pan Xian. These 10 solar crystal stones are sacred treasures of my demon court, imbued with the essence of the sun. This armor shall also provide you with added protection on your path of cultivation. Pan Xian respectfully accepted the offering, bowing once more to express his gratitude. The master of the 5, clad in a Taoist robe and wielding a whisk, approached leisurely. With a smile, he said, I possess nothing of great value, but I offer you 50 of the ginseng fruits, one of the 10 spiritual roots, in the hope that they may aid you in your cultivation. Pan Xian was utterly astonished and quickly expressed, Such a generous gift from the great immortal Jin Yuan truly overwhelms me. I am immensely grateful. As time progressed, various mighty beings presented their tributes, an array of rare and exquisite treasures dazzling Pan Xian's senses. Observing that the gift-giving ceremony was nearing its conclusion, the Primordial Supreme Being slowly raised his hand, palm facing down, signaling for silence. His voice, robust and steady, resonated throughout the venue, proclaiming, "Now, we shall commence the teachings that will last for a century." The sound echoed like a resounding bell, enveloping the entire gathering. Instantly, everyone fell silent, sitting cross-legged with poised postures and solemn expressions, eagerly awaiting the Primordial Supreme Being's discourse. Nua, the Supreme Old Lord, and the Master of Heavenly Teachings, all esteemed saints, remained present. Despite their exalted status, they understood that the way is boundless and that each possesses unique insights, perhaps by listening to the Primordial Supreme Being's teachings, they too might gain fresh revelations. Soon, the Primordial Supreme Being began his lecture. In an instant, the entire venue seemed to be shrouded in a veil of mysterious energy, immersed in an atmosphere of profound depth. Each word from the Primordial Supreme Being appeared to harbor infinite secrets, akin to streams of clear water flowing into the hearts of the audience. Some listeners became entranced, their faces reflecting rapture. Others shed tears, seemingly filled with the release of past confusions, while some erupted in laughter, their mirth resonating with the joy of newfound understanding, as if they had grasped something extraordinary. Meanwhile, at the outset of the Primordial Supreme Being's teachings, Pan Xian silently invoked 9527, utilizing a precious opportunity for sudden enlightenment. A subtle aura enveloped him, his eyes shut tight, brows occasionally furrowing and then relaxing, as if he were immersed in a wondrous realm. The four saints seated above, inadvertently noting Pan Xian's state, were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that Pan Xian could enter a state of enlightenment so swiftly, a talent truly remarkable. In the interlude of the teachings, The Primordial Supreme Being's gaze fell upon Pan Xian, and witnessing his enlightenment sparked a wave of joy within him. This delight was palpable. So much so that as he continued his discourse, his words, and the essence of his teachings unconsciously leaned towards aiding Pan Xian in attaining deeper insights. As the teachings unfolded, Pan Xian delved deeper into the experience, his comprehension growing ever more profound. The incense wafted gently in the serene atmosphere. With only the voice of the Primordial Supreme Being echoing softly throughout the sacred space, Pan Xian felt his realm steadily ascending. The barrier confining him within the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal was now tantalizingly close, seemingly within his grasp. Yet, he resembled a butterfly ensnared in its cocoon. Just a step away from breaking free, yet perpetually unable to pierce through that ethereal veil. Pan Xian furrowed his brows, his countenance etched with confusion and reluctance. Beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. His gaze was fixed intently upon the teachings of the Primordial Supreme, striving to extract even a hint of enlightenment from that inscrutable visage. The Primordial Supreme sat upright upon the elevated platform, his eyes like blazing torches, surveying the assembly of immortals below. In a moment of inadvertence, he noticed the troubled expression of Pan Xian and comprehended his turmoil. In the next instant, a mysterious yet gentle voice resonated within Pan Xian's mind, the very voice of the Primordial Supreme, specially conveyed to him. Your heart of Tao is unstable. Your attachments are too heavy. The key to breaking through lies in letting go. The voice was reminiscent of a resounding bell, yet also reminiscent of a babbling brook. Each word piercing directly into the depths of Pan Xian's soul. Upon hearing this, Pan Xian no longer fixated on the shattered mirror, but instead began to attentively comprehend the profound principles of the primordial heavenly sovereign. Little did he realize that while he earnestly endeavored to cultivate flowers, they remained unyielding. Yet, in his unintentional act of inserting willows, they flourished and provided shade. As Pan Xian comprehended the principles of the Tao, he naturally advanced to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Chapter 12. The Bestowal of Treasures by the Tao Ancestor during the final sermon of the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. Pan Xian successfully ascended to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, gradually solidifying his cultivation during this century-long discourse. On the preaching platform, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable exuded a profound aura of Tao, with every utterance cloaked in boundless mysteries. Immersed in this divine teaching, Pan Xian grasped the ultimate truths of the universe, while the magical energy within him surged like a torrential river, continually flowing, gathering, and refining. A century in the realm of practitioners is but a fleeting moment. Soon, the sermon concluded, and the audience slowly awakened from their rapturous state of listening. Among the crowd, someone was the first to notice Pan Xian's transformation, exclaiming in astonishment, truly worthy of being the Holy Son. In merely a century of listening to the teachings, he has advanced from the early to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. This exclamation rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into a calm lake, instantly stirring a wave of excitement as envious glances turned toward Pan Xian, who was lauded for his innate talent and fortuitous circumstances. After a while, as everyone reflected on their gains from the sermon, they tidied their attire and respectfully bowed to the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable, with a gentle demeanor, waved his hand and spoke in a voice imbued with undeniable authority. This Tao Explication Conference has now concluded. The cultivators and mighty beings of the Primordial Era began to prepare for their farewells. At that moment, a streak of light rushed toward them from afar, moving with such swiftness that it left hardly any time for reaction. Instinctively, the crowd turned to see who approached. Once they discerned the identity of the visitor, the four sages present, along with those who had attended the sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace, were all filled with curiosity. It turned out that the newcomer was none other than the disciple of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, known as Haotian. Haotian swiftly flew before the sages, first bowing respectfully. Before addressing the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, the Lord is delighted to know that you have a descendant and is equally pleased to welcome a grand disciple. Coinciding with today's ceremony to establish the Holy Son, the Lord has specially commanded me to present some treasures to them. With that, a radiant flash emanated from Haotian's hand, and an ancient, hefty cauldron materialized from thin air. This cauldron was inscribed with enigmatic runes, exuding an aura both ancient and formidable. Haotian handed the cauldron to Pan Xian, explaining, "This is the Qian Kuan cauldron that the Lord instructed me to deliver to the Holy Son. The Lord believes that the Holy Son shall surely follow the Heavenly Venerable in mastering the art of crafting artifacts. This cauldron will undoubtedly prove to be of great significance in your hands." As Pan Xian received the Qian Kuan ding, he felt a warm and invigorating energy emanating from his palms, stirring emotions within him that were difficult to articulate. although he already possessed several exquisite innate spiritual treasures. The Qiankuanding held a unique significance for him. As Hao Tian had remarked, being the offspring of the primordial heavenly venerable, he was destined to master the venerable's unparalleled skills in artifact refinement. However, traditional refinement techniques, no matter how proficiently executed, could at best yield only postnatal treasures. The most remarkable attribute of the Qiankuanding lies in its ability to refine the quality of spiritual treasures, transforming postnatal artifacts into innate ones. This implies that with the Qiankuanding in his possession, the realm of possibilities in artifact refinement would be boundless. Pan Xian was still immersed in the joy of acquiring the Qiankuanding when Hao Tian once again reached into his bosom and produced a precious spiritual treasure. As Pan Xian raised his gaze, his eyes widened in astonishment, his countenance adorned with surprise. It was, in fact, the Northern Xianyuan water-controlling banner. Pan Xian was exceedingly familiar with this spiritual treasure, for he already possessed 3 other banners. In later generations, 2 accounts regarding the Northern Xianyuan water-controlling banner emerged. One claimed it was acquired by the ancestor of the underworld river and renamed the Azura banner. The other suggested it remained in the hands of the Tao ancestor until the ascension of the true martial emperor, who was then bestowed with it, subsequently renaming it the true martial black sculpture banner. Presently, it appeared that the Northern Xianyuan water-controlling banner had indeed been retained by the Tao ancestor. Yet, due to his own emergence, the course of history seemed to have shifted somewhat, possibly rendering the true martial emperor irrelevant. Contemplating this, a surge of complex emotions welled up within Pan Xian, intertwining the joy of acquiring a precious treasure with reflections on an uncertain fate. After carefully stowing away the 2 spiritual treasures, he turned toward the direction of the Purple Cloud Palace and respectfully bowed. Then, with a sincere smile, he looked at Hao Yin and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "I am truly indebted to you for your generous offering of treasures." Hao Yin's lips curled into a gentle smile as he waved his hand dismissively, responding cheerfully, "I merely acted on the elder's words. It is of no consequence." With that, he turned and departed. Observing this, the other guests also took their leave, and the once bustling scene gradually returned to tranquility. The primordial celestial venerable accompanied Pan Xian, seeing off each of the saints in turn. Once the figures of the guests vanished from sight, the primordial celestial venerable turned and made his way toward the Jade Void Palace. Following closely behind, Pan Xian was filled with curiosity about the events to unfold. Upon returning to the Jade Void Palace, the Primordial Supreme Being promptly issued a decree to summon all members of the Xuan School. Before long, the disciples arrived in a hurried yet expectant manner. Once everyone was arranged in an orderly fashion, the Primordial Supreme Being cast a slow, sweeping gaze over the assembly and spoke with an air of authority. "I shall once again impart teachings to my Xuan School disciples for the span of a century. This session is exclusively for the disciples of our school. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to raise them boldly. I shall provide clarity to each of your queries." Upon hearing this, the disciples' eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. They swiftly moved to their designated positions, seated themselves, adjusted their postures, closed their eyes, and focused their minds, patiently awaiting the commencement of the teachings. As the discourse began, the Primordial Supreme Being emanated an aura of profound wisdom, each utterance seemingly imbued with boundless mysteries, resonating throughout the Jade Void Palace. In profound immersion within the rich essence of Tao, Pan Xian found himself entranced. As he absorbed the teachings of the Primordial Supreme One, he pondered the trajectory of his future. He was acutely aware that, at present, he merely stood as a Tai Golden Immortal, still distant from the realm of the Deluo Golden Immortal. To transcend into the latter, one must engage with the forces of the loss. Furthermore, to ascend to the quasi-saint realm, it is imperative to cultivate the chosen law to a level of exceptional mastery. His brow furrowed slightly as he contemplated. To attain sainthood through the laws, one must fully comprehend a singular law. In this vast primordial expanse, 7 saints already exist. Yet none have achieved their status through the path of the laws. They have all relied on the primordial purple energy, utilizing the method of severing the 3 corpses devised by the Tao ancestor, coupled with immense virtuous deeds, to ultimately succeed in their enlightenment. Thus, how shall I choose my own path to enlightenment? The primordial purple energy, due to the deficiencies in the heavenly Tao, comprises only 8 paths, each harboring boundless mysteries and opportunities, serving as the key to the saintly realm. Currently, 7 of these 8 primordial energies have been appropriated and employed by various formidable beings, while the final path, though presently in the possession of the ancestor Hongyan, seems to be destined for the future progenitors of the human race. The 3 ancestors of the Fire Cloud Cave. Pan Xian understood that he was utterly incapable of obtaining the final trace of the primordial purple energy. In the vastness of the primordial world, although minor situations could be altered through personal effort and chance, the grand trajectory was irrevocably predetermined. When it comes to the methods of attaining enlightenment, the most renowned among the masses is the technique of severing the three corpses. However, this method's prerequisite is the presence of primordial purple energy as an aid. Without it, the path to enlightenment becomes an elusive dream. Reflecting on the past. When the Purple Cloud Palace held its lectures, the gathering of 3,000 guests from the mundane world was an unprecedented spectacle. Yet, as time has passed, how many have genuinely attained the status of a saint through that opportunity? The answer is, in fact, none. This serves as ample proof of the daunting challenges of severing the three corpses without the support of primordial purple energy. Of course, aside from the method of severing the three corpses, there exists the path of attaining enlightenment through virtue. However, the sheer volume of virtue required for this path is almost unfathomable. One can only ponder how many years must pass, how many good deeds must be accumulated, and how significant a contribution to the heavenly way one must make to amass sufficient virtue. The arduous obstacles in this journey are beyond Pan Xian's imagination. He lacks even the courage to attempt it. Given the formidable challenges of the first two paths, which seem nearly impossible, only the third path remains, the path of the law, or the path of power. Pangu, the great creator, stands as the architect of the primordial world, having cultivated the path of strength. With his boundless power, he forged the very realms of chaos. Consequently, this method of attaining enlightenment is often referred to as the path of strength by later generations. Pan Xian, whose origins are extraordinary, is a transformation of Pangu's finger bones. Upon taking form, he inherently embodies the principles of the path of strength, granting him an innate advantage. Moreover, equipped with an enlightenment system, he possesses a significant boon on his arduous journey toward transcendence. Although he is acutely aware that the path of strength is fraught with challenges and peril, he recognizes that it remains the singular avenue to achieve the status of a sage. Chapter 13. Refining Spiritual Treasures. In a state of tranquil contemplation, Pan Xian ultimately discerned the direction of his future path and cultivation. Though the road ahead is fraught with thorns, replete with uncertainties and challenges, the possession of a clear objective bestows upon the heart a sense of purposeful endeavor. The journey of cultivation stretches endlessly, akin to the sands of the Ganges. And within this protracted century of discourse, Pan Xian devoted himself to relentless study and tireless effort. While he has yet to transcend to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, in comparison to a century past, the fluctuations of his innate power have grown more stable, and his comprehension of the Tao has deepened significantly. Upon concluding his teachings, the primordial heavenly venerable cast a gentle gaze over the assembly of disciples and spoke with measured grace. If you harbor any confusion regarding your cultivation, feel free to voice your inquiries. I shall address each of them in turn. Upon hearing this, the disciples eagerly raised their questions. And the primordial heavenly venerable responded with patience, his words imbued with profound truths of the Tao, greatly benefiting the disciples. After addressing several pivotal challenges in their cultivation, the disciples of the exposition school rose respectfully to bid farewell to the primordial heavenly venerable, eager to share their insights and reflections with like-minded friends within the sect. The great hall soon resonated with a cacophony of voices, as discussions flourished and animated exchanges ensued. After everyone had departed, Pan Xian approached Yuanshi Tianzuan and respectfully bowed. He softly spoke, "Father, I wish to return to the palace to refine the acquired spiritual treasures in pursuit of advancement." Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded slightly, signifying his consent. As Xuan stepped out of the gates of the YX palace, he heard behind him the slightly sharp yet faint gentle voice of the burning lamp Taoist. "Where might the holy sun be heading? Why not accompany us to my cave dwelling? I could also offer some guidance in your cultivation." Pan Xian paused momentarily, slowly turning around. His gaze swept over the burning lamp Taoist before shifting to the individuals standing behind him. There, 4 figures stood in attendance: the compassionate navigation Taoist, the Wenshu Guangfa heavenly sovereign, the Puxian Taoist, and the fearless sun, each adorned with a subtle, enigmatic smile. Pan Xian secretly chuckled to himself, pondering, "Indeed, it has begun. They're already forming alliances, no wonder they will later conspire to betray the faith together." Pan Xian offered no extraneous expressions, merely uttering 2 words, "Not going." His tone was frigid, devoid of any hesitation or room for negotiation. With that, he turned and departed, leaving no trace of reluctance. The smile on the face of the burning lamp Taoist froze for an instant, yet it soon returned to a facade of benevolence. However, a trace of barely perceptible resentment flickered in the depths of his eyes. He watched Pan Xian's retreating figure, already cursing him 1,000 times in his heart. Secretly reflecting, this young man is utterly ungrateful. After all, I am the one with the highest cultivation in the Chan school, second only to the primordial heavenly sovereign. As Pan Xian steadily approached his palace, a familiar yet somewhat mechanical voice abruptly pierced the tranquility of his mind. Ding, 2 tasks are now issued. First, it has been detected that the host possesses 4 of the 5 element flags. Please gather all 5 element flags. Task reward, 3 opportunities for enlightenment. Second, it has been detected that the host's physical cultivation is relatively low. Please elevate your physical cultivation to match your spiritual cultivation. Task reward, 1 opportunity for enlightenment. Both tasks are without time constraints. Upon hearing the task details, Pan Xian's steps faltered momentarily, his brows knitting tightly together, forming a deep frown. He was not daunted by the arduous nature of enhancing his physical cultivation. After all, his path of cultivation had always been one of continual challenge and breakthrough. However, the difficulty of acquiring the final flag, the Western Plain Cloud flag, was a source of considerable vexation. He pondered silently that the Western Plain Cloud flag was held by the esteemed Queen Mother of the West, the foremost female immortal recognized by the Tao ancestor. Unlike the Eastern Duke, who reveled in forming alliances and participating in numerous disputes throughout the primordial realm, the Queen Mother of the West had dedicated her life solely to the Tao, remaining in her sacred grounds at the Western Kunlun, completely uninterested in the chaos of the world. Thus, obtaining the Western Plain Cloud flag from her was akin to scaling the heavens. For the time being, Pan Xian resolved to set this matter aside, hoping for a fortunate turn of events in the future. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Pan Xian arrived at the entrance of his palace. He took a deep breath, temporarily casting aside the complexities of his tasks. There were more pressing matters at hand, namely the refinement of the spiritual treasures he had obtained. With a flourish of his hand, a radiant display erupted before him, revealing 6 exquisite innate spiritual treasures: the central Wuji apricot yellow flag, its surface gleaming gold, as if infused with the earth's profound power; the eastern azure lotus treasure flag, shimmering with precious light; the azure lotus blossoming with boundless vitality; the southernly D flame light flag, flames roaring and waves of heat surging, exuding a fierce intensity; the northern Xian Yuan water control flag, its waters rippling with enigmatic mystery, governing the laws of water; the heart-piercing lock, ancient in design yet emanating a chilling aura, seemingly able to pierce the heart; in the Qian Kuan cauldron, archaic and weighty, its body engraved with mysterious runes, as if containing the secrets of heaven and earth. In addition, there was a unique treasure, the celestial auspicious clouds, suspended in midair, adorned with myriad auspicious hues, radiating an aura of divine fortune. Pan Xian's gaze swept over these spiritual treasures, and he pondered silently. The other ordinary spiritual artifacts failed to capture his interest, and he dismissed the idea of refining them. The celestial celebration cloud, as a rare treasure, possessed its own uniqueness and required no refinement. The remaining 6 supreme innate spiritual treasures, however, each bore between 37 to 48 restrictions. To refine them all would undoubtedly be a formidable task, one that demanded an immense investment of time and energy. Yet, Pan Xian's resolve was unwavering. Without hesitation, he settled into a meditative posture, his hands swiftly forming seals as spiritual energy surged around him, converging upon these treasures. Thus commenced a rigorous retreat dedicated to their refinement. For Pan Xian, the 4 directions flags of innate origin remained within the realm of his control. After all, these flags shared a common origin and were intricately linked. Successfully refining even one would significantly reduce the difficulty of refining the others. In the primordial world, time was in abundance. The flowing passage of time resembled an endless river, quietly meandering. From the moment Pan Xian entered his retreat to refine the spiritual treasures, 1,000 years swiftly elapsed. During this protracted millennium, Pan Xian remained singularly focused, immersing himself daily in the art of refining the treasures. He devoted himself wholly, leaving no detail overlooked, meticulously unraveling the mysteries of each restriction and attuning to the circulation of every thread of spiritual power. Throughout the refinement process, Pan Xian not only concentrated on enhancing his mastery over the treasures, but also endeavored to comprehend the unique, profound truths embodied within each one. As he merged his consciousness with the treasures, he found himself in a mysterious and vast realm, where countless strands of Tao essence shimmered like stars, continuously flowing into the sea of consciousness like gentle streams. With unwavering determination and a profound understanding of the great Tao, Pan Xian meticulously overcame one obstacle after another. As he successfully refined the final restriction of the last spiritual treasure, integrating it into his very soul, he slowly opened his eyes, which shimmered with the brilliance of wisdom and power. Remarkably, throughout the millennium of refining, Pan Xian's cultivation showed no apparent advancement on the surface. He appeared to be the same Pan Xian who first embarked on the path of cultivation. However, a closer observation reveals that his state of mind had undergone a profound transformation. Now, his inner realm resembles the vast and enigmatic expanse of chaos, and his comprehension of the Tao has ascended to a higher echelon. This realization is not a mere ethereal illusion, but is tangibly reflected in his strength. Were the current Pan Xian to engage in a fierce battle with his former self from a millennium ago, the outcome would be a decisive victory. Even 10 iterations of Pan Xian from 1,000 years prior would struggle to withstand the prowess of the present-day Pan Xian, especially considering he now wields the consummate primordial spiritual treasure he has refined. Chapter 14. Refining Body and Artifacts. Pan Xian gathered all the spiritual treasures that enveloped his body, seamlessly retracting them into his being, as if he were in perfect harmony with these divine artifacts. Taking a deep breath, he slowly pushed open the doors of his hall and raised his gaze towards the ethereal mist shrouding the summit of Kunlun Mountain. In his heart, a singular thought resonated: to seek out the Primordial Supreme Being and request a method for cultivating the physical body. Pan Xian had not forgotten the task numbered 9527 that he received prior to his seclusion, which entailed harmonizing his physical prowess with his spiritual cultivation. Moreover, he had long resolved to embark upon the arduous yet hopeful path of the laws of enlightenment. The path he chose was none other than the most formidable and dominant of the 3,000 great avenues, the path of power. This path demanded an exceptionally high degree of physical strength, and he was acutely aware that he must elevate his corporeal abilities without delay. With resolute steps, he advanced towards the palace of the primordial heavenly sovereign, his mind brimming with various contemplations regarding the cultivation of the path of power and the formidable challenges that might lie ahead. Upon reaching the entrance of the primordial heavenly sovereign's palace, as he prepared to raise his hand to push the door open, the heavy door unexpectedly began to open slowly by itself. There stood the primordial heavenly sovereign, clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal elegance, his demeanor tranquil, as if he had been anticipating Pan Xian's arrival all along, patiently awaiting within the hall. Pan Xian swiftly approached Yuanshi Tianzuan, respectfully bowing before him. He then spoke: "Father, I wish to cultivate the body refinement technique to elevate my physical prowess." Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded slightly, a flicker of gratification gleaming in his eyes, and did not refuse. With a gentle motion of his finger, a softly glowing point of light gracefully emerged from his fingertip, precisely entering Pan Xian's mind. After completing this gesture, Yuanshi Tianzuan began to speak slowly. The 8-9 mystical skill was created in unison with your uncle and granduncle at the time of their birth, derived from our ancestral heritage. Should one achieve mastery in its practice, one's physical form may ascend to the threshold of a quasi-saint. Upon hearing that the 8-9 profound art could only attain the level of quasi-saint, Pan Xian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired of the primordial heavenly sovereign, "Father, is there truly no method to achieve physical sanctification?" The primordial heavenly sovereign gazed at Pan Xian's eyes, brimming with longing, and sighed softly before elaborating. In ancient times, the primordial deity Pangu opened the heavens and created this vast wilderness. After his demise, his consciousness transformed into your elder uncle, your third uncle, and myself, while his blood became the 12 ancestor witches. The 9 turns profound Yuan art that Pangu practiced was divided into 2, resulting in the 9 turns profound art and the 9 turns Yuan art. The 9 turns Yuan art was inherited by my 3 pure ones, evolving into your elder uncle's Taiji celestial method, my Yujing celestial method, and your third uncle's Shangqing celestial method. As for the physical sanctification method, the 9 turns profound art, it was passed down to the 12 ancestor witches. Presently, each of them has reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint in physical form. However, none can achieve physical sanctification. Thus, they are fiercely competing with the demon clan for the position of the primordial world's principal actor, hoping to gain immense fortune through this role to ultimately attain physical sanctification. Upon hearing the discourse of the Primordial Supreme Being, Pan Xian was enveloped in a tempest of thoughts, leading to a profound transformation in his understanding of the primordial world. He contemplated that if he aspired to tread the path of the laws and attain enlightenment, he must first acquire the 9 transformations of mysterious arts and the 9 transformations of primordial arts, and moreover, devise a means to unify them into the 9 transformations of mysterious primordial arts, as practiced by the revered Pangu. In his estimation, obtaining the 9 transformations of primordial arts might prove relatively easy. He merely needed to seek out his elder uncle and third uncle, requesting from them the Taiji celestial arts and the Shangqing celestial arts. Given their affection for him, he presumed they would not refuse his plea. However, the path to acquiring the 9 transformations of mysterious arts was fraught with challenges. The 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestor witches were embroiled in relentless disputes, each claiming to be the rightful inheritors of Pangu's legacy, resulting in a relationship as fraught as fire and water. Thus, obtaining the 9 transformations of mysterious arts necessitated careful deliberation and meticulous planning. In the meantime, he could only practice the 8-9 mysterious arts to prepare himself for the future. Just as Pan Xian was lost in thought, the Primordial Supreme Being spoke once more. Xianer, as a descendant of the Primordial Supreme Being, it is imperative that you learn the art of artifact refinement. Your ancestral Qian Kuan cauldron has already been bestowed upon you. Now, amidst the intense conflict between the witch and demon clans, with calamity pervading the air, it is prudent that you remain within Kunlun Mountain. Stay at the Jade Void Palace, where I shall personally instruct you in the art of artifact refinement and aid in the cultivation of your physique. Upon hearing his father's words, Pan Xian, though still harboring numerous thoughts within, could only nod in agreement, secretly anticipating the journey of cultivation and learning that lay ahead. Before delving into the study of artifact crafting, Pan Xian had already engaged in profound contemplation and meticulous planning. He was acutely aware that the doctrinal divergences between the Chan and Jie sects were akin to a surging tide, frequently colliding and conflicting. If this persisted, the 2 sects would inevitably mirror the historical accounts, culminating in the moment when the Celestial Master, in a fit of rage following a fierce dispute, cast aside his sleeves and resolutely led the disciples of the Jie sect away from Kunlun Mountain. Their journey took them eastward until they reached the Golden Ao Island in the Eastern Sea, where they chose to establish their new place of worship. Meanwhile, the Supreme Old Lord sensed that the atmosphere of Kunlun Mountain had lost its former tranquility and harmony, leading to a growing rift among the 3 pure ones. Thus, he too decisively departed from Kunlun Mountain and set his course toward Shouyang Mountain. Pan Xian understood that after the 3 purities had divided their paths, it would be exceedingly challenging to seek the celestial arts of Tai Ching and Shangqing once more. After all, once the 3 purities established their separate domains, each would undoubtedly prioritize the preservation of their esteemed teachings, guarding them jealously. Contemplating this, Pan Xian's resolve to pursue his current thoughts solidified further. It was imperative to request the celestial arts while the sects had not yet fully diverged and their relations remained amicable. Although he harbored a strong reluctance towards the division of the 3 teachings, he recognized that the fundamental doctrinal differences constituted an insurmountable conflict for which he could conceive no solution. Thus, he set forth to the Doshui Palace, where his esteemed uncle, the Supreme Old Lord, resided. The Supreme Old Lord sat serenely upon a mat, his white hair and beard framing a visage imbued with tranquility, his gaze reflecting a profound wisdom that seemed to perceive all truths. Pan Xian bowed respectfully, articulating with heartfelt sincerity his fervent desire to master the transcendent Ta Ching celestial arts. The Supreme Laoju nodded slightly, showing no hesitation in response to Pan Xian's earnest plea. With a mere gesture, the essence of the Ta Ching celestial arts surged into Pan Xian's consciousness like a flowing stream of light. After bidding farewell to the Doshui Palace, Pan Xian hastened to the Bayou Palace of his third uncle, the celestial master Tong Tian. The Bayou Palace exuded grandeur, with its architectural style exhibiting exquisite ingenuity. Every detail reflected the celestial master's extraordinary taste. Upon encountering the Tong Tian, Pan Xian once again earnestly expressed his intentions. A faint smile graced the corners of the Tong Tian's lips as he waved his hand, unreservedly imparting the celestial arts of the upper clear to Pan Xian. With a heart brimming with gratitude, Pan Xian expressed his sincere thanks to the Supreme Old Lord and the Celestial Leader before joyfully returning to the Jade Void Palace, enriched by his experiences. Thus, Pan Xian officially embarked on his journey of learning under the guidance of the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. The teaching methods of the Primordial Heavenly Venerable were meticulous and profound. Regarding the art of artifact crafting, every aspect was demonstrated personally and explained with patience, from the stringent standards for selecting spiritual materials, to the precise control of temperature during the smelting process, and finally to the intricate rune engraving prior to the formation of the spiritual treasures. Pan Xian immerses himself daily in the realm of artifact forging, wholly absorbed and vigilant, leaving no room for even the slightest lapse in diligence. Pan Xian, endowed with exceptional talent, has benefited immensely from the meticulous guidance of the Primordial Supreme Being. Day after day, year after year, through centuries of unwavering dedication, Pan Xian's mastery of artifact forging has undergone a remarkable transformation. now with a serene focus. The materials in his hands gradually metamorphose into superior innate spiritual treasures under his deft manipulation, radiating a dazzling brilliance and pulsating with formidable spiritual energy. In terms of cultivation, Pan Xian's progress is nothing short of astonishing. He diligently practices each day, absorbing the spiritual essence of the universe and converting it into his own magical power. With his inherently outstanding aptitude and the relentless support of the Primordial Supreme Being, who generously provides him with precious spiritual roots, Pan Xian's cultivation has surged forward, successfully reaching the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Furthermore, his physical prowess, nourished by a plethora of spiritual treasures, has attained the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. At this moment, his body resembles an unyielding fortress, every inch of muscle imbued with extraordinary strength, just a step away from entering the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Chapter 15. The 9 transformations of Yuan Gong. Pan Xian no longer pursued a deeper mastery of weapon forging. This decision arose after he encountered insurmountable obstacles while attempting to refine a supreme postnatal spiritual treasure. The requirements for such a refinement were exceedingly stringent, demanding a level of magical power that far exceeded his own, rendering his abilities as a Tai Golden Immortal woefully inadequate, like a mere drop in the ocean, incapable of supporting the monumental task before him. Faced with this predicament, Pan Xian felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He understood that, given his current level of magical prowess, any attempt to forge a supreme postnatal spiritual treasure would be a futile endeavor. After considerable contemplation, he redirected his thoughts towards another path, the integration of the Tai Ching celestial method, the Shaoqing celestial method, and his innate Yuqing celestial method, in an effort to synthesize the legendary 9 transformations of original power. He was acutely aware that this would undoubtedly be an arduous journey. Yet he also recognized that the potential rewards of success would be immeasurable. Moreover, he possessed a trump card in the form of an enlightening opportunity gained from his previous successful physical refinement task. Pan Xian pondered quietly, deciding to first rely on his own abilities to attempt the fusion of celestial techniques. Should he find himself unable to surmount the predicament, he would then resort to that invaluable opportunity for enlightenment, which he believed would undoubtedly lend him a helping hand. Without a trace of hesitation, Pan Xian promptly set out in search of the primordial heavenly venerable. Upon encountering the esteemed figure, he respectfully performed a bow and earnestly stated, "Father, I wish to enter seclusion for cultivation and have come to inform you." The primordial heavenly venerable nodded slightly, his gaze imbued with anticipation, and replied, "Go forth. Immerse yourself in your practice, and may you reap the fruits of your endeavor." After expressing gratitude to the primordial celestial venerable, Pan Xian turned and returned to his palace, embarking on this crucial journey of seclusion. Before he endeavored to unify the 3 celestial arts, he was acutely aware of the principle that haste makes waste. He devoted a full century, immersing himself wholly in the study of the Taiji celestial art and the Shaoqing celestial art. Day and night, he delved into the essential scriptures of these 2 arts, meticulously analyzing each word and phrase, leaving no detail overlooked. With each area of study, he conducted a thorough comparison with the Yuqing celestial art, which he had already mastered, striving to uncover both the distinctions and the commonalities among them. Throughout this century, the palace remained tranquil and silent, with only Pan Xian's figure immersed in the realm of celestial arts. At times he furrowed his brow in contemplation. At other moments his face illuminated with sudden realization. Ultimately, after achieving a profound understanding of the 3 celestial arts, Pan Xian formally commenced his attempts to merge them, aiming to break through to the 9 transformations of original power. He held his breath and gathered his internal energy, attempting to guide the powers of the 3 celestial arts to intertwine. However, this process proved to be far more arduous than he had anticipated. The powers among the celestial arts repelled one another, as if possessing their own will, making harmony elusive. Pan Xian gritted his teeth, persistently adjusting the operation of his magical power, experimenting with countless methods. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a century had elapsed. Yet the 3 celestial techniques had still not achieved successful integration. Pan Xian's endeavors appeared to have fallen into a stalemate. Though Pan Xian felt a tinge of reluctance in his heart, he recognized the futility of remaining in a state of blind anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely called out within, 9527, utilized that moment of enlightenment. In an instant, a mysterious and formidable force surged into his mind. The previously chaotic thoughts were instantly clarified, and a multitude of ingenious ideas flooded forth like a relentless tide. The perplexing challenges of merging celestial techniques that had long plagued him now appeared entirely surmountable under the illuminating power of this enlightenment. With the miraculous assistance of this epiphany, Pan Xin wholeheartedly immersed himself in the fusion of celestial arts. Nearly 50 years had passed when the three celestial techniques finally harmonized, and the 9 transformations of original energy emerged once more. Pan Xin gazed at the 9-turn origin art in his hands, emanating a mysterious radiance, his heart brimming with excitement and joy, compelling him to commence his cultivation immediately. As he delved deeper into his practice, the magical energy within him surged like a roaring river, unstoppable and overwhelming. 5 centuries slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Pan Xian's cultivation ascended with remarkable momentum, ultimately breaking through to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, at which point he gradually concluded this extraordinary period of training. Upon emerging from seclusion, he could hardly contain his elation and promptly made his way to the abode of the Primordial Supreme Being. Entering the majestic and solemn palace, Pan Xian hastened to stand before the Primordial Supreme Being, bowing respectfully, his excitement barely concealed as he proclaimed, "Father, your son has broken through to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm during this retreat." The Primordial Supreme Being lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with pride and joy. He nodded slightly, his tone warm yet laced with commendation. "Xianer, your achievements today are truly the result of your own diligent efforts. You have not become complacent due to your extraordinary talents or your father's identity, which is indeed commendable." After a brief yet heartfelt exchange between father and son, the Primordial Supreme Being's expression shifted to seriousness as he continued, "Xianer, during your period of seclusion, 2 significant events have transpired in the primordial world." He paused momentarily, seemingly recalling the grand scenes. Firstly, the first war of the sorcerers and demons has come to a close. The 12 ancestor sorcerers unleashed the 12 capitals' heavenly array, exhibiting unparalleled power, rivaling that of the saints, driving the demon race into retreat. The sorcerer army, under the leadership of the 12 ancestors, advanced relentlessly, poised to assault the demon court. Just as the sorcerers were about to conquer the demon court, the Tao ancestor intervened, halting the conflict. Though the sorcerers were filled with resentment, they had no choice but to acquiesce to the Tao ancestor's authority. Ultimately, the Tao ancestor established a decree: the demon race would govern the heavens while the sorcerer race would govern the earth, prohibiting any warfare during the 3 Yuan assemblies. The Primordial Supreme Being paused, a hint of helplessness flickering across his features, before he continued. "Secondly, a conflict has arisen between the Chan school and the Jie school due to doctrinal differences. The Jie school advocates inclusivity, boasting a multitude of disciples, many of whom have yet to fully transform, and some are still in the process. These disciples dwell on Kunlun Mountain, their behavior often crude, rendering the mountain a chaotic place. Unable to endure this, I summoned your third uncle, the master of Tong Tian, hoping he would expel those disciples who had not completed their transformation from Kunlun Mountain to preserve its sanctity. However, your third uncle firmly disagreed, believing that the doctrine of the Jie school should not exclude any being with aspirations towards the Tao. Our arguments escalated, leading to a heated dispute, and we parted on unfavorable terms." With a soft sigh, the Primordial Supreme Being continued, returning to Baiyu Palace, the master of Tong Tian, increasingly incensed, decided to lead the Jie disciples away from Kunlun Mountain in a fit of anger, establishing a new Jie school on Golden Turtle Island in the East Sea. Meanwhile, your esteemed master, the Supreme Lord Laozi, seeing the discordant atmosphere on Kunlun Mountain, also chose to depart, relocating to Shouyang Mountain to rebuild his own sanctuary. Now, Kunlun Mountain stands largely devoid of the harmonious presence of the 3 pure ones, leaving only our Chan school. Upon hearing this matter, Pan Xian could not help but feel a surge of bitterness and helplessness within. He reminisced about the past, before he had entered seclusion, when he had devoted himself wholeheartedly to alleviating the tense relations between the Chan and Jie sections. At that time, he skillfully navigated between the 2 factions, leveraging his own identity and wisdom to mediate on numerous occasions, hoping to mend the rift and restore harmony within the Sanqing sect. However, the vicissitudes of life were unpredictable. Upon emerging from his seclusion, he was astonished to find that everything had changed. Sanqing had already split, and his previous efforts had crumbled to dust in an instant. Just as his thoughts detached from the strife between the Chan and Jie sects, Pan Xian was reminded of the protracted and brutal conflict between the Wu and Yao clans. That cataclysmic battle, which had shaken the heavens and moved the spirits, had already thrown the world into chaos and suffering. Although the Taoist ancestor Hongjun had intervened to forcibly halt the conflict, establishing a truce for 3,000 years, Pan Xin understood that this period was merely a fleeting calm before the storm. Given the deep-seated enmity between the Wu and Yao clans, war would inevitably reignite after 3 millennia, and it would be a far more devastating and resolute struggle for survival. At that time, it was highly probable that the elite warriors of both clans would perish in this tumultuous conflict, leading both sides to forfeit their chances of contending for dominion over the world. In the grand tapestry of events, although the human race currently appeared weak, it was gradually emerging as the true protagonist of this realm amidst the shifting tides of destiny. Contemplating this, Pan Xin could not help but feel a profound sense of lamentation, the ever-changing dynamics of the world, the rise and fall of various forces who truly wields control over the trajectory of fate. Chapter 16. Departure from Kunlun Mountain. Having reflected deeply, Pan Xin turned respectfully to face the Primordial Supreme Being. His expression was filled with anticipation and longing as he softly spoke. Father, since our revered ancestor has decreed that the Wu and Yao clans shall not initiate war within the span of 3, I have conceived an idea. Ever since I transformed from the mountain of the universe and returned to Kunlun with you, I have yet to fully appreciate the wondrous charm of this primordial world. Therefore, I earnestly beseech you to grant me permission to embark on a journey through this vast realm, to broaden my horizons. In Pan Xian's eyes sparkled a gleam of curiosity towards the vast world of the primordial chaos. Upon hearing Pan Xian's words, the primordial heavenly master nodded slightly, deep in contemplation. At present, the Tao ancestor had decreed that no great wars would erupt in the primordial chaos for the next 3,000 years, making it an opportune moment for Pan Xian to gain experience. After a moment of reflection, he cast a gentle gaze upon Pan Xian and spoke slowly. My dear Xian, since you have resolved to venture beyond Kunlun Mountain, how could your father not support you? However, you must promise me that once the 3,000 years have elapsed, you will return to Kunlun Mountain without fail. After 3,000 years, when the great battle commences, although opportunities and dangers coexist, our teachings are deeply rooted and we do not lack for opportunities. I only hope for your safe return. The voice of the primordial heavenly master was steady and powerful, imbued with profound concern. Subsequently, he raised his hand slightly, and a soft radiance illuminated his palm, revealing a smooth jade tablet that gradually floated into view. The primordial heavenly master picked up the jade tablet and solemnly handed it to Pan Xian, saying, Xian, you must keep this well. In the future, should you encounter insurmountable challenges or face peril, do not attempt to be brave. Simply use this jade tablet, and I shall be able to sense it, hastening to your side with utmost speed. With both hands, Pan Xian received the jade tablet, feeling the gentle warmth emanating from it, his heart swelling with emotion, and his eyes slightly reddening. He nodded resolutely, assuring, Father, rest assured, I shall not tarnish the reputation of our Chan sect while I am away. After bidding farewell to the primordial heavenly venerable, Pan Xian felt a surge of spiritual energy enveloping him, his form darting forth like lightning, swiftly exiting the bounds of Kunlun Mountain. On this journey, he chose not to bring along the 2 dark phoenixes gifted by Nuwa. His heart brimmed with aspirations for the vast primordial world, yearning to wander through it alone, measuring the expanse of this grand universe with his own footsteps, and deeply immersing himself in the essence and rhythm of every inch of the primal realm. Thus, Pan Xian embarked on this lengthy odyssey. In the primordial world, he found himself solitary, enduring the elements as time slipped by like a fleeting horse, and soon 5 centuries had passed. On this day, he finally arrived at the place that had long captivated his soul, Mount Buzhou, the very origin of his transformation. Gazing upon the towering magnificence of Mount Buzhou, Pan Xian could not help but feel a surge of emotions, as memories of his 500 years traversing the primordial world flooded his heart like a surging tide. In the vast expanse of the universe, Pan Xian ambles gracefully between heaven and earth, having witnessed the struggles and downfalls of countless beings. At the pivotal moment of transformation, the formidable calamity descends like a world-ending thunder, roaring forth with relentless power. Many creatures, in the face of this disaster, appear as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind. Bolts of heavenly lightning strike down with a cataclysmic force, and those beings find themselves utterly incapable of resistance. In an instant, they are shattered, their souls scattered. They dissolve into the ether like mere bubbles, leaving behind only an endless void of regret, as though they had never existed in this vast primordial wilderness. Pan Xian gazed upon the scene, his heart filled with profound melancholy. The extinguished lives resembled meteors streaking across the night sky, fleeting yet imbued with an inescapable sense of despair. Pan Xian had once witnessed a friend who had undergone the same transformation, a companion with whom he was meant to traverse the protracted journey of cultivation hand in hand, offering mutual support. Yet, In a fleeting moment, their bond, once steadfast, crumbled due to a mere scarcity of cultivation resources. In an instant, they turned from allies to adversaries. Their eyes ablaze with greed and fury, consuming the remnants of their former camaraderie like a raging inferno. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation, spells illuminating the air in a dazzling display, while their shouts and curses intertwined in a cacophony of chaos. The harmony and understanding that once defined their relationship vanished entirely, leaving behind only echoes of laughter and trust that had long since dissipated. Ultimately, this conflict concluded with a bitter parting. They turned away from each other, each heading in a divergent direction, as if they had never crossed paths at all. Upon witnessing this scene, Pan Xin could not help but shake his head in silent lament, reflecting on the arduous journey of cultivation that could so easily tarnish even the most pristine of friendships. Moreover, in the midst of worldly conflicts, the grotesque aspects of humanity are magnified beyond measure. For the sake of meager gains, some have callously turned against long-standing companions, committing unspeakable acts of violence. The gruesome tableau remains indelibly etched in Pan Xian's memory. A flash of cold light revealed a cruel blade mercilessly plunging into the body of a dear friend, blood gushing forth like a fountain, instantly staining the earth crimson. The once inseparable companion, eyes wide with disbelief and despair, slowly crumpled to the ground. Meanwhile, the perpetrator wore an expression devoid of emotions, their gaze betraying a glimmer of madness and avarice. As Pan Xin witnessed such brutal acts, he could not help but lament the insatiable desires that could transform humanity into such fearsome beings. As he gradually approached Mount Buzhou, the atmosphere between heaven and earth grew increasingly oppressive. The conflict between the witch and the demon clans hung over this land like a looming shadow. Although the ancestral decree forbade the outbreak of war for 3,000 years, beneath this seemingly tranquil facade, turbulent currents surged unseen. Daily skirmishes spread across the land like wildfire. The eyes of the clansmen burned with hatred and the intent to kill, as if they bore an irreconcilable enmity towards one another. Each clash was accompanied by the reckless flow of blood and the merciless extinguishing of lives. The cries of battle echoed through the skies, spells illuminated the dim heavens, and both sides exchanged blows with unrelenting ferocity. The number of fallen bodies multiplied, and the earth became increasingly soaked in blood, as if silently recounting the endless suffering and strife. These vivid scenes were deeply etched in Pan Xian's heart, granting him a more profound understanding of the brutality of this primordial world, and revealing to him just how secure he truly was in Kunlun Mountain. After a long and arduous journey, Pan Xian finally arrived at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Raising his gaze, he beheld the site of the Wu tribe's settlements spread before him. These villages were densely clustered, with each dwelling harmoniously juxtaposed against the others, artfully scattered around the periphery of Mount Buzhou. Each tribe exhibited its own distinctive character, with rustic yet robust wooden houses and tents fashioned from animal hides, interwoven with one another. Among the tribes, the valiant warriors of the Wu tribe, strong and formidable, strode confidently, weapons in hand. The women busily tended to their catches and stitched animal skins, infusing the entire village with vitality and vigor. All the tribes were constructed in a devout and orderly manner, encircling the Pango Hall situated at the heart of Mount Buzhou. The Pango Hall is regarded as the supreme sanctuary in the hearts of all shamanic tribes. From a distance, it stands like an insurmountable monument, firmly rooted at the core of Mount Buzhou, bestowing its protection upon the surrounding shamanic clans. Pan Xian stood at the foot of Mount Buzhou, deeply sensing the fervent faith of the Wu tribe towards the Pangu Hall, as well as the formidable power that the entire tribe had gathered around the sacred ground. Pan Xian subsequently wandered around the mountain where he had transformed. One day, by the riverside, he encountered a woman who was quietly grieving. She was adorned in an exquisite robe, the hue reminiscent of the rich earth in late autumn, exhibiting a profound and deep brown tone. Her upper body embodied a voluptuous yet dignified feminine form, her skin akin to the tender luster of mutton fat jade, emanating a gentle radiance. Her visage was serene and compassionate, and her gaze reflected profound wisdom and boundless empathy, as if she could perceive the sorrows and joys of all things in the world. Pan Xian concealed himself in the shadows, his gaze fixated on the graceful figure of a woman. A mere fleeting glance was sufficient for him to form an inkling of her distinguished identity, the rift between the three pure ones and the witch clan, though devoid of overt conflict, was laced with a mutual desire for the other's demise. In this delicate juncture, Pan Xian silently lamented, acutely aware that should the woman discover his presence, he would likely attract a host of troubles. Thus, he held his breath and treaded cautiously, endeavoring to slip away from this perilous place while the woman remained oblivious. However, fate seemed to revel in its capriciousness. Just as he turned and took his first step, a melodious yet somewhat frosty voice resonated. Since you have arrived, why do you prepare to leave without uttering a word? This voice shattered the surrounding tranquility, piercing directly towards Pan Xian. Pan Xian's figure momentarily froze, a silent sigh escaping him as he realized that he had ultimately been discovered. Gradually, he turned around, his expression returning to tranquility. Though a sense of resignation lingered within him, he steeled himself and stepped forward to confront the woman. Chapter 17. Ancestor of the Earth. Pan Xian approached the woman with utmost reverence, bowing deeply in a gesture of respect, his words imbued with sincerity. Mother of the Earth, I must confess, it was never my intention to intrude. Since my birth upon this Mount Buzhou, I have been devoted to my cultivation. After wandering the vast wilderness for some time, I finally returned to my birthplace, eager to behold the land of my origin, only to inadvertently disturb your esteemed presence. I sincerely apologize and shall take my leave, ensuring I do not impose further. Upon uttering these words, Pan Xian made to depart. However, Mother of the Earth observed his intent to leave and felt a stirring within her heart. She immediately summoned the power of the Earth as principles under her command. In an instant, the ground around them seemed to come alive, swiftly rising to form robust earthen walls that ensnared Pan Xian firmly in place. Her gaze was piercing, fixed intently upon him, as she proclaimed, "You cannot simply be allowed to leave so easily. In this chaotic era, with the demon clan lurking menacingly, who can assure me that you are not a spy sent by them?" Her voice resonated with steadfast authority, imbued with an undeniable gravitas. Upon hearing Ho Tu's accusation that he was a spy for the demon clan, Pan Xian was taken aback and quickly waved his hands in denial, exclaiming, "Grand Ancestor Ho Tu, you have gravely misunderstood. How could I possibly be a spy for the demon clan? I hail from Kunlun Mountain and have no connection whatsoever with that demon court." As he spoke, he gestured fervently, striving to convince Ho Tu of his sincerity. Observing Pan Xian's earnest demeanor and the absence of deceit in his words, Ho Tu's suspicions began to wane. However, recalling something, she inquired further. "Since you are from Kunlun Mountain, you must be a disciple of the Chan teaching. I have heard that several millennia ago, the Primordial Lord had a progeny who took shape on Mount Buzhou. Could it be that you were that individual?" She narrowed her eyes slightly, scrutinizing Pan Xian in an attempt to glean the truth from his expression. Pan Xian, aware that Ho Tu had discerned his identity, unabashedly admitted, "Indeed, I am Ho Tu, the ancestral shaman, and Pan Xian is the progeny of the Primordial Supreme Being. My purpose for coming to Mount Buzhou is singular. I merely wish to behold the land of my birth." His voice reverberated through the valleys of Mount Buzhou, imbued with a sense of candor and defiance. Upon hearing Pan Xian's forthright acknowledgement, Ho Tu felt a pang of distress. As a member of the shaman clan, she harbored a profound aversion towards the Primordial Supreme Being. The shaman and demon clans had long been embroiled in relentless strife over dominion of the heavenly realm, with the demons already enjoying the presence of the saintly Yuanshi, placing the shamans at a significant disadvantage. Should she offend the Primordial Supreme Being due to Pan Xian's presence, the shaman clan's predicament would undoubtedly worsen, becoming increasingly dire. After a moment of contemplation, Ho Tu ultimately raised her hand and employed the powers of the earth. Gradually, the earthy restraints enveloping Pan Xian began to dissipate. She regarded him with a gaze tinged with complexity and remarked, "Having ties to a saint is indeed advantageous. With your esteemed lineage, this vast wilderness must feel akin to your own private garden." She paused slightly, her gaze drifting towards the horizon. As if her thoughts were transported back to the past, "Look at the demon clan. They thrive because of their saint, Yuanshi. In our heyday, the shaman clan was valiant and fearless, advancing with unstoppable momentum to the gates of the demon court, poised for a decisive victory. Yet, at that critical juncture, the Tao ancestor intervened. After delivering 3 sermons at the Zixio Palace, he had unequivocally proclaimed his intention to merge with the Tao and cease his involvement in matters of the wilderness. Yet, in that pivotal moment, he chose to intervene. It is likely that Yuanshi appealed to him, prompting the Tao ancestor to make an exception. A flicker of anger crossed Ho Tu's eyes. If such occurrences persist in future battles, what fate awaits the shaman clan? Alas, if only we too could have a saint, we would not find ourselves in such a passive position. Her voice resonated with helplessness and hope, echoing through the chilly winds of Mount Buzhou, evoking a profound sense of solitude. Upon hearing the words of Ho Tu, Pan Xian found himself deep in contemplation. It appeared that, at this moment, Huda had yet to witness the souls of the beings lost in the cataclysm of the Lich War, who wandered aimlessly, evoking a sense of compassion within her. He observed the souls drifting helplessly around the sea of blood, amidst which the malevolent energy surged like a tangible black mist, tumultuous, as if it sought to rend the heavens asunder. The spirits of the wrongfully perished floated like rootless duckweeds upon the blood-soaked expanse, powerless against the relentless devouring of the sea of blood, destined to vanish into the void without a trace, or to be ensnared by the ancestor of the river of the underworld, transformed into the fearsome and grotesque Azura horde. In the predetermined course of the future, Hutu, moved by her compassion for all sentient beings, resolutely transformed into her true form, devoting herself fully to the creation of the cycle disk. Subsequently, her essence merged with it, enduring countless trials and tribulations, until the 6 paths of reincarnation disk finally took shape, ultimately attaining the status of a sage. In the depths of his contemplation, Pan Xian calculated that since all of this was an inevitable evolution in accordance with the heavenly principles, he was merely nudging the process along. Moreover, he could derive immense benefits from it. Why not indulge in such a venture? Just as Pan Xian was lost in his thoughts, the astute Huda keenly sensed that he was pondering something of great significance. She couldn't help but raise an elegant eyebrow, her ruby lips parting slightly as she gently inquired, "If something has crossed your mind, feel free to share it with me in detail." Upon hearing the inquiry from Hutu, Pan Xian felt a sudden chill in his heart. Yet his expression remained composed. He swiftly organized his thoughts and respectfully replied, "I possess a strategy that could enable you, the ancestral witch Hutu, to attain sanctity. But it would require a trade for the 9 transformations of the profound arts." He was acutely aware that the 9 transformations of the profound arts was an unparalleled technique of the witch clan. Should he acquire it, he could further restore the 9 transformations of the primordial arts, advancing his path towards enlightenment. Huda was taken aback by Pan Chuan's audacious proclamation. Her heart jolted, and a flicker of astonishment danced in her beautiful eyes. She furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating inwardly. Given that Pan Xian hailed from the Chan sect and was a descendant of a saint, if his words held any truth, then exchanging the 9 transformations of the profound arts might not be an unreasonable proposition. After a brief moment of hesitation, Hutu, with a serious countenance, stated, "If you truly possess a means for me to attain sanctity, I shall grant you the 9 transformations of the profound arts." Upon hearing Hutu's affirmative response, Pan Xian was filled with elation internally, though he maintained an outward facade of calm. He acted with decisiveness, showing no signs of delay, and immediately gestured for Hutu to follow. Subsequently, as his spiritual energy surged beneath his feet, he transformed into a streak of luminous light, propelling both him and Hutu swiftly towards the direction of the Blood Sea. After their arduous journey, they finally reached the shore of the Blood Sea. In an instant, an overwhelming and almost tangible aura of malevolence surged forth, akin to a ferocious beast poised to devour all existence in its grasp. As Pan Xian lifted his gaze, he beheld a blood sea, its waves surging like thick ink, crashing against one another with a low, eerie resonance, as if countless vengeful spirits were lamenting. Upon the crimson crest floated a multitude of souls, some pallid and translucent, others emanating a faint ethereal glow, their faces contorted, eyes brimming with fear and confusion. These souls drifted like rootless duckweed, helplessly rising and falling amidst the tumultuous waves, searching for an elusive sanctuary. Hutu followed closely behind, stepping into this uncanny realm. Her gaze swept across the vast blood sea, filled with astonishment and compassion. Observing the innocent souls wandering alone in the sanguine expanse, it became evident that all they awaited was to be consumed by the malevolent forces lurking in the depths of the blood sea, ultimately vanishing without a trace from the world. A sudden pang seized Hutu's heart, as though gripped by an invisible hand. In that fleeting moment, clarity dawned upon her. She comprehended Pan Xian's purpose for bringing her to this place. Chapter 18. Hutu becomes a saint with profound depth in her eyes. Hutu solemnly extended the ancient jade tablet inscribed with the 9 transformations of profound arts to Pan Xian. The runes upon the tablet shimmered, seemingly harboring the boundless mysteries since the dawn of creation. She spoke softly, her voice imbued with a touch of reflection and gratitude. "I have gleaned some insights into the path to sanctification, and it is thanks to you. The 9 transformations of profound arts is the pinnacle of body-refining techniques in the primordial world, and I bestow it upon you today. However, I must trouble you with one more request. I hope you can serve as my protector in this place." Pan Xian took the jade slip in both hands, feeling its warmth, and an indescribable sense of shock surged within him. He raised his gaze towards Hutu, and upon seeing her resolute expression, he nodded earnestly. Hutu spoke no further, turning to the edge of the blood sea, where she gradually sat down in a meditative posture. Within the blood sea, the crimson waters churned, and a dark red mist enveloped the surroundings. Hutu, amidst this scene, resembled a blue lotus blooming in the blood mist, standing apart from the world. With her eyes tightly closed, her aura gradually retracted, yet an immense power subtly began to converge around her. Pan Xian stood at a distance, his gaze vigilantly sweeping the surroundings. He was acutely aware that this primordial world was fraught with peril, even if the Earth Mother chose to attain enlightenment here. It was difficult to ensure that unwelcome guests would not intrude. After observing for a considerable time and confirming that there were no unusual movements in the vicinity, Pan Xian's attention gradually descended upon the jade tablet of the 9 revolutions profound art in his hand. With a flicker of anticipation, he cautiously probed his consciousness. Commencing the study of this enigmatic technique, the moment he made contact, Pan Xian felt as if he were enveloped in a realm of chaos. As countless ancient and formidable auras surged towards him, as he delved deeper into the intricacies of the technique, his astonishment grew. Indeed, the 9 revolutions' profound art was worthy of its illustrious reputation. Pan Xian silently lamented. Although the 8-9 profound technique is renowned as a formidable body refinement method, when juxtaposed with the 9-turn profound technique, it pales in comparison, akin to the flickering light of a firefly contending with the brilliance of a full moon. Pan Xian was deeply engrossed in his study of the 9 transformations of the profound arts, occasionally furrowing his brow in contemplation, and at other times revealing a look of astonishment. Just as he was entirely absorbed in his thoughts, he suddenly sensed a formidable aura surging forth from the location of the Earth Mother. Raising his gaze, he beheld an increasingly terrifying energy emanating from her, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, poised to unleash cataclysmic power at any moment. This aura was like an invisible tempest, stirring the surrounding sea of blood into towering waves, the dark crimson mist swirling with an intensified density. Pan Xian was acutely aware that the Earth Mother was currently at a pivotal moment. He immediately focused his mind, directing all his attention to the vigilance surrounding him. In his hand, he secretly gripped the magical artifact, poised to respond to any potential threats. Time flowed like a gentle stream, gradually slipping away. Pan Xian stood silently beside, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Ho Tuesday. He observed the aura surrounding Ho Tu growing increasingly formidable, a powerful force akin to a surging tide, infinitely approaching the realm of the sage, yet seemingly separated by a mere veil, a hair's breadth away. At last, Ho Tu slowly opened her eyes, her clear gaze directed towards the vast expanse of the Blood Sea. Pan Xuan understood that Ho Tu was about to embark on the magnificent endeavor of reincarnation. However, just as Ho Tu was about to take action, a flash of blood light erupted from the depths of the Blood Sea like a bolt of lightning. As the brilliance faded, a man clad in blood-red garments appeared. His expression was austere, and he emanated a dense aura of blood. He lifted his head and loudly questioned Ho Tu. "Who are you? Why do you covet my domain of the Blood Sea?" Ho Tu gazed calmly at the man before her, instantly discerning his identity. She spoke softly. "You must be the ancestral spirit of the underworld river, born from this Blood Sea. I am Ho Tu of the Witch Clan. Today, as I observe the countless souls adrift within this Blood Sea, I am moved by their plight. In the Primordial Era, Pangu, the Father Deity, expended all his divine power to create the heavens and the earth, leaving him incapable of establishing the cycle of reincarnation. This monumental task must be undertaken by his descendants, those who inherit Pangu's bloodline. I, Ho Tu, possess both the formidable physique of the ancestral shaman and profound understanding of the laws of earth, making me the unparalleled choice to complete the cycle of reincarnation. To initiate this cycle, a suitable venue to facilitate its operation is required. The Blood Sea, with its unique qualities, stands out as the optimal selection. After a brief pause, Ho Tu continued, "Old ancestor of the Nether River, should you be willing to relinquish this Blood Sea, upon the completion of reincarnation, the Azura path within the 6 realms shall be entrusted to your stewardship. If you manage it with diligence, the accumulated merits may well lead you to the path of sanctification." Upon hearing Ho Tu's proposition, the old ancestor of the Nether River fell into deep contemplation. His desire for enlightenment burned fiercely, never extinguished. In the past, Nuwa attained her saintly status through the creation of humanity, and he, inspired by her success, had painstakingly forged the Azura clan within this Blood Sea, all in hopes of walking the path of sanctification. Now, the conditions presented by Ho Tu stirred his heart. After much deliberation, the old ancestor of the Nether River finally nodded slowly, consenting to Ho Tu's proposal. Observing that no further opposition remained, Ho Tu gracefully ascended to the center of the Blood Sea. Her demeanor solemn, she faced the vast expanse of heaven and earth, proclaiming loudly, "Today, as Ho Tu, the ancestral shaman, inheriting the will of Father Pangu, I am willing to transform myself into the 6 paths of reincarnation, creating a sanctuary for all beings after death." With her declaration, Ho Tu radiated a brilliant light, instantly transforming into the colossal wheel of reincarnation, merging seamlessly with it. In that moment, the world shifted, and tumultuous winds and clouds surged. The blood sea roiled with waves. As boundless energy converged, under the influence of this overwhelming force, the wheel of reincarnation gradually took shape. The heavenly path seemed to respond to Hutu's selfless dedication, showering her with immeasurable merit. This radiance, akin to brilliant stars, flowed into the wheel of reincarnation she had become, aiding her in the consolidation of her primordial spirit. As Hutu was guided by Pangu, a portion of the divine merit, like a vibrant stream of light, shot directly into Pangu's essence. Once Hutu attained her saintly status, her first thought was to return to the shaman clan, bringing her people to this realm of reincarnation to safeguard them. However, just as she nurtured her hopes, the image of the Tao ancestor materialized before her. With profound gaze and immense authority, the Tao ancestor spoke slowly. Hutu, your primordial spirit is forged from boundless merit, tasked with guarding the 6 paths of reincarnation. Though you have ascended to the ranks of saints, you shall never again step beyond this cycle. Upon hearing these words, Hutu's heart sank. Although she had achieved the path of sanctification, she was now trapped in the cycle, unable to assist her clan in their struggles against the demon race. The shaman clan's most powerful formation, the 12 Capitals Divine Array, would be severely weakened in her absence. The future of the shaman clan appeared daunting. Hutu then turned her gaze to Pangu, saying, "You must assist me with a matter. Once you succeed, I shall bestow upon you another grand opportunity." With that, Hutu produced a drop of her heart's blood and entrusted it to Pangu, adding, "You must immediately journey to the Panga Hall of the shaman clan, the most sacred ground of our people. Seek out my elder brother, Emperor Jiang, the leader of the shaman clan, renowned for his exceptional wisdom. Deliver this heart's blood to him and truthfully inform him that I am trapped in the cycle and cannot return. He must use this heart's blood to select an individual of outstanding talent and unwavering spirit among the great shamans, to recreate an ancestral shaman to fill my place. Thus, the 12 Capitals Divine Array may be restored, and the shaman clan will gain an advantage against the demon race. Additionally, let my brother choose a group of young shamans to assist me in perfecting the underworld." Hearing Hutu's calm yet solemn words, Panga felt a sudden jolt within. When Pan Xian lifted his gaze, his eyes met the visage of Hutu, etched with concern. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though a bolt of lightning had surged through his heart, illuminating his understanding. Pan Xian could not help but ponder deeply. The gravity of the moment suggested that he might already be aware of the devastating outcome of the impending Lich War. Foreseeing the potential annihilation that the Witch clan could soon face, Hutu gazed at Pan Xian with eyes brimming with hope and trust, softly articulating, "Pan Xian, select a few valiant sons of the Witch clan and bring them to the realm I protect. Only in this manner can we preserve the last flicker of hope for the legacy of the Witch clan." Upon listening, Pan Xian contemplated that Hutu had indeed foreseen the eventual fate of the Witch clan. Thus, he took his heartfelt essence and soared towards the Panga Palace on Mount Buzhou. Chapter 19. The Great Emperor of Dongwei. As Pan Xian harnessed the surging spiritual energy enveloping him, he soared through the air like a meteor, the wind howling in his ears. Upon entering the territory of the Witch clan, he pressed on unrelentingly, making his way directly to the sacred Panga Hall. This magnificent hall loomed grandly, resembling a towering ancient peak, exuding an air of antiquity and mystery, as if narrating the illustrious history of the Witch clan. As Pan Xian stepped into the Panga Hall, he beheld the extraordinary figure of Emperor Jiang immersed in meditation. Emperor Jiang's appearance was nothing short of bizarre. His form resembled a colossal yellow pouch, radiating with a crimson glow akin to a blazing alchemical fire. 6 robust claws appeared intermittently in the void, while 4 expansive wings gently stirred, creating ripples in the fabric of space. His visage was shrouded in a veil of ambiguity, devoid of discernible features, yet emanating an overwhelming aura of ancient power, truly befitting a progenitor who commands the very essence of space. Emperor Jiang, acutely aware of an intruder in the Panga Hall, suddenly opened his eyes wide with fury and bellowed in a voice that resonated like thunder, "Who dares to trespass into the sacred Panga Hall of my Witch clan? Have you grown weary of life?" His voice reverberated through the hall like rolling thunder, causing a dull ringing in Pan Xian's ears. Pan Xian felt a tightening in his heart, acutely aware of the precariousness of the situation. Without the slightest hesitation, he hastily and cautiously extracted the essence of the earth to present to Di Jiang, his heart's blood. In the palm of his hand, this essence resembled a resplendent ruby, radiating a gentle yet potent glow of formidable power. Pan Xian steadied his mind and relayed in detail the astonishing news of Hutu's ascension to sainthood, along with her current plight of being trapped in the underworld and unable to return to the Wu clan, to Di Jiang. Di Jiang's gaze was fixed intently on the drop of hard blood, his expression shifting to one of complexity, reflecting shock, concern, and a deep care for his sister. He understood well that this hard-S blood was the most precious possession of Ho2, brought forth only in times of dire urgency. With a long sigh, Di Jiang recognized the truth in Pan Xian's words. Contemplating the arduous journey his sister had undertaken to become a saint, only to be mercilessly confined by the Tao ancestor in the underworld, an uncontrollable rage surged within him, prompting him to silently curse the callousness and cruelty of the Tao ancestor. Gazing at the drop of hard-S blood, he felt as if his heart were being torn apart, with their bloodline intertwined and a profound bond between them. He found himself powerless as his sister faced such dire straits. After a moment of deep reflection, Di Jiang resolved to summon the other 10 ancestral witches and the great witch Xing Tian from the Ho2 tribe, channeling his potent spiritual energy. He sent forth mysterious transmissions, commanding them to lead the most elite members of their tribes to the Panga Hall forthwith. Soon, the other ancestral witches arrived in quick succession. Jiao moved with a serpentine grace, radiating intense flames. Zhu Meng wielded a verdant staff, surrounded by vibrant life. Rushou appeared stern, with metallic wings shimmering behind him. Each exuded a formidable aura, causing the very Panga Hall to tremble. Great Witch Xing Tian also hurriedly brought forth the elite warriors of the Ho2 tribe. Wielding a massive axe, exuding an imposing presence, his followers' eyes filled with unwavering determination and fervor. Once gathered, Di Jiang's demeanor turned grave as he detailed the situation of Ho2 and the severe challenges facing the Wu clan. Upon hearing this, all present fell into solemn silence, the atmosphere growing heavy with despair. The proposition of Ho2 leading a contingent of elite Wu clan warriors into the underworld prompted deep contemplation among the ancestral witches. They were acutely aware that without Ho2's 12 capital heavenly gods formation, they could not unleash their full potential. Even if they were to recreate an ancestral witch using Ho2's hard-S blood, it would be nearly impossible to restore their previous pinnacle state. Thus, if they were to confront the celestial array of the demon clan head-on, the Wu clan would likely find themselves at a disadvantage. Consequently, upon hearing Ho2's proposal, they understood it was a contingency plan for the worst-case scenario. Should they falter in the battle against the demon clan, those elite Wu clan members venturing into the underworld might become the hope for the clan's continuation, preventing their extinction. After a brief and weighty discussion, all the ancestral witches gradually nodded in agreement with Ho2's plan. In their eyes, there was a blend of concern for Ho2 and apprehension for the future of the Wu clan. With the ancestral witches' consent, they instructed Xing Tian to lead the 12 tribes elite to accompany Pan Xian into the underworld, as Pan Xian wielded his supernatural abilities, guiding the Wu clan members into the foreboding yet majestically mysterious realm of the underworld. They soon encountered Ho2, who awaited them, emanating a soft yet inviolable light. She was earnestly bestowing the authority over the Azura path from the 6 realms to the Minghe. A flicker of ecstasy passed through Minghe's blood-red eyes as he eagerly accepted the authority, the runes upon it shimmering, whispering the endless secrets and powers of the Azura path. With a grand gesture, he summoned the Azura clan behind him, like a surging tide of darkness, and they surged towards the Azura path, vanishing into the shadowy passage, leaving only an eerie wail in their wake. Upon witnessing Pan Xian fulfill his promise by bringing the Wu clan members, Ho2's gaze swiftly scanned the crowd, immediately recognizing the familiar figures of the great witches from her tribe, and the tension that had long gripped her heart began to ease. She nodded slightly, a look of relief gracing her features, and spoke softly yet clearly to Pan Xian. I once promised you a grand opportunity, and now it is time to fulfill that promise. As her words fell, a surge of ancient and formidable power erupted from within Ho2, resonating throughout every corner of the underworld. Following this, a voice of solemn decree resounded. I hereby confer upon Pan Xian the title of the Eastern Emperor of the Underworld. Simultaneously, Xing Tian was bestowed the title of the Northern Emperor of Fengdu, to oversee all matters of the underworld. This proclamation reverberated like a great bell, causing the void of the underworld to ripple, compelling all spirits of the underworld to bow in reverence, not daring to defy. Then, Ho2 slowly lifted her head, her gaze penetrating the endless heavens, and declared in a voice akin to thunder, from this moment forth, I shall be known as Ping Xian. In the name of the Wu clan as Ho2 shall cease to exist. All that once was shall be sealed away with the passage of time. Upon concluding her proclamation, the essence of the goddess Ping Xian shimmered as she waved her hand gently, leading the elite warriors of the Wu clan deeper into the underworld. The elite warriors marched in unison, their eyes resolute, following the goddess Ping Xian, gradually fading into the depths of the shadowy underworld corridor, leaving behind the fading echoes of their footsteps. Pan Xian gazed at the retreating figures of the serene goddess and the members of the witch clan, lost in thought for a considerable time before regaining his senses. He pondered in silence, realizing that the great opportunity spoken of by the serene goddess was none other than the esteemed position of the Eastern Emperor in the Netherworld. This title, second only to the serene goddess herself, held the highest honor within the realms of the Netherworld. A slight frown creased his brow as he quickly contemplated that this position surpassed even that of the Northern Emperor of the Underworld, Xingtian, by a significant margin. Yet, Pan Xian was acutely aware that despite attaining such a lofty status, the intricacies of the Netherworld's affairs would likely render him incapable of genuinely intervening in its practical matters. Much of his role might merely involve basking in the grand fortune that accompanied the title of Eastern Emperor. The serene goddess's decision to bestow this crucial position upon him stemmed largely from his esteemed father, the Primordial Supreme Being, Yuanshi, as a newly ascended sage. The serene goddess was well aware of the immense significance of fortune for one of her status, bound by the regulations of the Netherworld and unable to easily venture beyond its confines. She understood that failing to safeguard its fortune amidst a perilous landscape would soon lead to its division by other covetous sages. By granting him the title of Eastern Emperor, she had orchestrated a masterstroke, effectively aligning with Yuanshi to secure formidable support for the Netherworld, thus fortifying their position in the ever-changing primordial realm. Chapter 20. Return to Yushu Palace. Having unraveled the intricacies of the situation, Pan Xian felt a surge of clarity within. Resolutely, he decided to depart from the confines of the Netherworld. He lifted his gaze towards the horizon, determination radiating from his eyes. And each step he took was steady and resolute as he embarked on a journey to continue exploring the vast primordial realm. With his destination set upon the majestic Kunlun Mountain, as he traversed the lengthy path back to Kunlun Mountain, Pan Xian ambled leisurely, mentally calculating the bountiful gains from this excursion. His thoughts flowed like nimble threads, weaving together the tapestry of his past experiences. This journey had yielded rewards beyond his wildest dreams. Foremost among them was the coveted 9 Revolutions profound art, a technique imbued with boundless mysteries, where each cycle of cultivation felt like a challenge to the limits of existence, delving into the pinnacle of physical refinement. Securing this art was akin to grasping the key to the gates of ultimate physical mastery, filling Pan Xian's heart with anticipation and longing for the path ahead. Furthermore, he had acquired a fraction of the merits from the serene goddess's ascension to sagehood. At the moment of her sanctification, the heavens were ablaze with radiant light and auspicious colors, her divine presence resonating throughout the primordial expanse. The mere fact that Pan Xian could establish a connection with such an extraordinary event and partake in a portion of the merits was a rare opportunity indeed. In the primordial world, such merits were invaluable, capable of alleviating karmic burdens and providing protection during critical junctures, thus facilitating breakthroughs in cultivation. Most significantly, this opportunity granted him the identity of the Eastern Emperor of the Netherworld, allowing him to partake in its profound fortune. The Netherworld, as a unique entity in the primordial realm, harbored deep and mystical fortunes. Attaining the title of Eastern Emperor signified a qualitative elevation in Pan Xian's standing within this vast world, bolstering his foundational strength. Over the ensuing centuries while journeying back to Kunlun Mountain, Pan Xian made the most of every fleeting moment. Immersed in the cultivation of the 9 Revolutions profound art, his inner strength surged like a tidal wave, relentlessly breaking through new boundaries. With each application of the technique, he felt his muscles, bones, and meridians being tempered and strengthened, as if undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Simultaneously, he seized every opportunity to search for innate spiritual roots and treasures. Pan Xian was acutely aware that the primordial world was on the brink of an immense upheaval, the second war of the witches and the undead. Following that cataclysmic conflict, the deity Gonggong would collide with Mount Buzhou, causing the heavens and the earth to change their hues. The concentration of spiritual energy in the primordial realm would dwindle, and both innate spiritual roots and spiritual treasures would gradually vanish amidst this calamity. Although, at present, his sect, the Chan sect, enjoyed an abundance of resources such as spiritual treasures, thanks to the esteemed reputation of the Primordial Supreme Being and the prowess of numerous golden immortal disciples. In the fiercely competitive primordial world, who would ever turn their nose up at an excess of fine treasures? Despite possessing the Qiankuan cauldron, which could transmute acquired materials back into their innate forms, the art of crafting also demanded resources. Hence, diligently collecting these irreplaceable and precious resources would not only enhance his own strength but also provide an extra layer of security amidst the forthcoming tribulations. Thus, Pan Xian meandered along his path, occasionally elated by the discovery of an innate spiritual root concealed deep within the mountains. and at times fervently searching for the long-forgotten relics of spiritual treasures. Time flowed like a fleeting horse, gently passing by. By the time Pan Xian finally arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, a span of 2,800 years had elapsed since his departure from this place. Kunlun Mountain, a sacred site within the primordial realm, soared into the clouds, enveloped in ethereal mist, resembling a slumbering giant that exuded boundless majesty and mystery. Upon arriving at Kunlun Mountain, Pan Xian was enveloped by an indescribable sense of warmth and belonging. In a fleeting moment, he transformed into a streak of radiant light, swiftly making his way toward the Jade Void Palace. Within the palace, the Primordial Supreme Being sat serenely upon a mat, surrounded by a gentle aura of Taoist essence. He calculated with his fingers, and, with a knowing heart, realized that Pan Xian had returned. Witnessing Pan Xian's safe return, a hint of joy broke through the previously serene expression of the Primordial Supreme Being. As Pan Xian approached, the Primordial Supreme Being inquired, "My dear Xian, upon your return from your travels, have you gathered any insights?" Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Pan Xian promptly bowed in reverence and replied, "Father, your son has encountered 3 significant fortuities during his recent travels." The Primordial Heavenly Master, intrigued by this revelation, felt a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Surely, that which Pan Xian deemed a great fortuity was no ordinary matter. He inclined his head slightly, gesturing for Pan Xian to elaborate further. Pan Xian took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "These 3 fortuitous events are all related to the Earth Mother of the Witch Clan." "Oh no. It is more appropriate to refer to her as Lady Pingxi now. Firstly, I have acquired the Witch Clan's supreme body refinement technique, the 9 transformations of mysterious arts. This technique is the ultimate scripture of the Witch Clan for body refinement, and I am fortunate to have obtained it. In the days to come, I shall surely advance further along the path of body refinement." Upon hearing this, the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign felt a stir within his heart. He was well aware of the illustrious reputation of the 9 transformations of mysterious arts, which is renowned throughout the world of the Hong Wang. Indeed, to acquire such a technique is an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Pan Xian continued, saying, "Secondly, because the ascension of Lady Pingxin is connected to me, I have thus acquired a fraction of her meritorious virtue. I am acutely aware of the preciousness of such virtue, and this opportunity one have encountered is indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune." Upon hearing this, the Primordial Supreme Being's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment. Although he was aware of Lady Pingxin's ascension, he had not anticipated that it would bear such a connection to his own son. In the vast realm of Hong Wang, meritorious virtue has always been a coveted treasure, and to attain even a fraction of it undoubtedly provides immense support for Pan Xian's cultivation and future endeavors. Lastly, I have ascended to become the great emperor of the eastern mount of the underworld. As Pan Xian's voice fell, a brief silence enveloped the Jade Void Palace. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable felt a surge of astonishment within. He had been aware of the matter concerning Pingxin becoming a saint since his time at Kunlun Mountain. And since then, he had begun to scheme for a position within the underworld, hoping to carve out a share of its fortune. The underworld, an integral part of the primordial world, harbors an immeasurable depth of fortune. Securing even a modest portion of it would be invaluable for the growth and expansion of the Chan teaching. However, he never anticipated that before he could make a move, his own disciple, Pan Xian, had already ascended to become the individual enjoying the most fortune from the underworld, second only to the goddess Pingxin. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable contemplated silently. He understood the profound significance behind Pingxin's actions. To establish the underworld and stabilize the yin-yang order, she required the support and balance of various forces. Elevating Pan Xian to the position of the Eastern Emperor not only bestowed upon him immense opportunity, but also endeavored to win over the Chan teaching to a certain extent. Although the Primordial Heavenly Venerable was cognizant of the intricacies involved, he was nonetheless willing to acquiesce. After all, Pan Xian was his son. And now that he had become the Eastern Emperor of the underworld, the fortune of the Chan teaching would also rise. Should other saintly factions attempt to usurp the fortune of the underworld in the future, it would equate to dividing his son's fortune, thus affecting the fortunes of the Chan teaching itself. With this thought, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable nodded slightly, having reached a resolution in his heart. If any other forces posed a threat to the underworld in the future, the Chan teaching would undoubtedly stand by its side. His gaze deepened, and having come to a comprehensive understanding of the matters at hand, he slowly turned his attention to Pan Xian. A hint of satisfaction gracing his features as he gently spoke. "My dear Xian, your recent travels have truly yielded remarkable rewards. Observing your current state, both your vigor and spirit have undergone a profound transformation. Upon your return, You should enter seclusion and diligently cultivate. With your current foundation and opportunities, it seems you are not far from stepping into the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon hearing the words of the Primordial Supreme Being, Pan Xian's gaze turned resolute, and he nodded emphatically in acknowledgement. Having spoken, he turned on his heel and, with measured steps, made his way towards his palace. His mind already abuzz with plans for the forthcoming seclusion and cultivation. He eagerly anticipated that through this retreat, he might attain a breakthrough to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Chapter 21. The breakthrough in seclusion. As Pan Xian traversed the path back to his palace, his steps were steady and unwavering, echoing with purpose. Suddenly, without any forewarning, a mechanical yet subtly enigmatic voice resonated in his mind, that of System 9527. Ding. A task has been issued. The host is required to simultaneously elevate both their cultivation and physical form to the great Luo Golden Immortal. The reward for this task is a singular opportunity for enlightenment. The sound reverberated in Pan Xian's consciousness like the tolling of a great bell, instantly igniting a fervent passion deep within his soul. Upon hearing of the task, the originally profound gaze of Pan Xian flickered with a glimmer of surprise. And he couldn't help but privately marvel. This system truly delivers benefits at critical moments. For him, the opportunity for enlightenment was akin to a beacon of light in the darkness, illuminating his path through the arduous journey of cultivation, enabling him to surmount numerous obstacles. However, upon returning to his grand palace, Pan Xian did not, as was his custom, hastily embark on his cultivation. He was acutely aware of the adage that haste makes waste. At this pivotal juncture in his training, a sense of calm and composure was of utmost necessity. Pan Xian gradually summoned the two ancient texts, the 9 Transformations Mystical Art and the 9 Transformations Primordial Technique, within his mind. These manuscripts emanated a subtle radiance, as if whispering tales of their former glory and enigma. Pan Xian gazed intently at the 2 martial arts techniques, his eyes brimming with concentration and contemplation. These techniques, honed through years of diligent practice, had long since become second nature to him. He was intimately familiar with every subtle channel of energy and the flow of each breath. At this moment, a bold and audacious idea began to take root in his mind. He aspired to merge these 2 techniques into one, aspiring to create a practice akin to the 9 transformations of the profound primordial arts that the great Pangu once mastered. In the ensuing decades, Pan Xian completely immersed himself in the study of this fusion of techniques. Within the confines of his palace, the spiritual energy surged like the tides, sometimes tumultuous and overwhelming, at other times descending into an eerie tranquility. Pan Xian toiled day and night, relentlessly experimenting with various methods. He meticulously explored everything from the origins of the cultivation techniques to the integration of breath and the convergence of power. Yet, reality loomed like a cold, unyielding boulder, mercilessly crushing his fervent dreams. Decades slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Pan Xian remained utterly perplexed in his pursuit of synthesizing the techniques, as if ensnared in an endless labyrinth with no exit in sight. Could it be that my aspirations are indeed too fanciful? A trace of bitterness and confusion inevitably surfaced within Pan Xian's heart. However, he swiftly adjusted his mindset, acutely aware that clinging stubbornly to the impossible only squandered precious time. He resolved to temporarily set aside the thought of merging his techniques and instead focus on breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. After all, achieving this breakthrough would grant him an opportunity for enlightenment. At that moment, he could attempt to integrate his methods once more, potentially yielding unforeseen rewards. In the past, it was through a moment of enlightenment that he successfully synthesized the 9 Transformations Primordial Art, instilling in him a profound confidence in the power of insight. Pan Xian calmed his mind and began to prepare for the breakthrough to the grand Luo Golden Immortal. As Pan Xian reminisced about his over 2,800 years of travels, the tumultuous experiences and struggles at the brink of life and death had profoundly tempered his state of mind. Today, his disposition had transformed, becoming more composed and resilient, akin to the tranquil depths of the ocean, undisturbed by the tempests of life. Moreover, he had mastered a fragment of the law of power, one of the most formidable principles among the 3,000 laws. Although it was but a mere fragment, it harbored boundless strength. Once adequately prepared, Pan Xian commenced his cultivation. Seated in a lotus position with his 5 hearts directed towards the heavens, the spiritual energy around him surged wildly, converging towards his body like a rushing river. As the energy continued to pour in, Pan Xian's form began to radiate a brilliant light, reminiscent of a resplendent star rising within a palace. His aura steadily ascended, gradually progressing from the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm towards the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The Great Luo, a realm imbued with infinite mysteries, symbolizes eternal freedom across all spaces, representing an unparalleled pinnacle of existence. The Great Luo Golden Immortal transcends the constraints of time and space, unbound by the karmic entanglements of the earthly realm, capable of traversing the vast cosmos and dimensions with eternal existence. This realm is an elusive dream for cultivators. However, at this moment, Pan Xian was gradually advancing toward this aspiration, thanks to his matured state of mind and the support of the law of power. His breakthrough into the Great Luo Golden Immortal was remarkably seamless. The barriers that once appeared insurmountable crumbled effortlessly under the impact of his formidable strength. In an instant, Pan Xian felt as though he had stepped into an entirely new world, where time and space no longer held their mysteries, and karmic forces could exert no influence upon him. His consciousness seemed to extend to every corner of the universe, perceiving endless secrets and powers. Having transcended into the Great Luo Golden Immortal, Pan Xian remained undeterred, for he understood that this was merely the beginning. The next step was to condense the Great Luo Dao fruit. In the primordial world, everything is classified by the number 9, and the Great Luo Dao fruit is no exception, with the first grade being the lowest and the 9th grade the highest. Only by refining the 9th grade Dao fruit could one aspire to break through to the saint realm. Reflecting on the few saints of the Primordial Era, they had all achieved the 9th grade Dao fruit in their own pursuits. Pan Xian was acutely aware of his advantages. He bore the bloodline of the Primordial Supreme Being, a lineage imbued with formidable power and mysterious heritage. Moreover, he had grasped a fragment of the laws of force, a feat unattainable by other cultivators. Under such exceptional circumstances, Pan Xian brimmed with confidence regarding the refinement of the 9th-grade Dao fruit. Within the secluded chamber of the palace, he once again assumed a meditative posture, embarking on the arduous journey of crystallizing the Dao fruit of Great Luo. He summoned all his strength, concentrating his essence, spirit, and energy into a singular point. Throughout this process, he continually delved into the mysteries of the laws of force, integrating the essence of these laws into the refinement of the Dao fruit. As time passed, a golden halo gradually emerged above his head, within which a vague silhouette of the Dao fruit began to take shape. At that moment, the Primordial Supreme Being, seated in the Jade Void Palace, felt a sudden stir in his heart. He gently opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through boundless space to rest upon the palace where Pan Xian resided. Observing Pan Xian's endeavor to cultivate the Dao fruit of Great Luo, and sensing the subtle inclination towards the 9th-grade Dao fruit, he felt a sense of satisfaction, albeit with little surprise. In the eyes of the Primordial Supreme Being, Pan Xian, as his bloodline descendant, was expected to exhibit such remarkable potential. Once the Dao fruit was successfully refined, Pan Xian chose not to emerge from his seclusion. He understood the significance of consolidating his realm, and upon breaking through to the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal, he was delighted to discover a further advancement in his mastery of the laws of force. This revelation fortified his resolve to continue his retreat, as he sought to deeply familiarize himself with and comprehend this newfound power, thereby elevating his abilities further. In the secluded chamber of the palace, Pan Xian was immersed in the exploration and understanding of the laws of force, his aura fluctuating between overwhelming strength and an ephemeral stillness, as if he had melded with the very essence of the world. In the profound and tranquil hall, Pan Xian had devoted himself to the study of the laws of force for a century. Throughout this century, he seemed to be isolated from the outside world, lost in the ocean of the principles of the laws, his mind undistracted. Recently, as the power within him reached a new equilibrium, his aura began to stabilize, and he realized that the purpose of this retreat had been fulfilled. Thus, he decided to emerge. As Pan Xian slowly pushed open the hall's door, the external atmosphere rushed upon him. He keenly sensed that the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the world had changed drastically since a century prior. The air was thick with a sense of impending doom. After a moment of reflection, he understood that the second battle of witch and demon had erupted long ago. Kunlun Mountain, that majestic and towering primordial sacred mountain, was also the sanctuary of the sages. It stood as a transcendent figure, quietly observing the vicissitudes of the ancient earth. Amidst the storm of the witch and demon war, Kunlun Mountain, fortified by the powerful restrictions set by the sages, remained an oasis of tranquility, untouched by the turmoil outside. Its peaks were still shrouded in mist, the spiritual energy swirling around it, and the rare flowers and exotic beasts roamed freely, undisturbed as ever. However, when Pan Xian cast his gaze upon other regions of the ancient earth, a harrowing scene unfolded before his eyes. The entire expanse appeared to be enveloped in a shroud of blood mist, the air thick with the scent of carnage, almost suffocating. Calamity loomed like a dark specter, spreading unchecked across the land, leaving desolation in its wake. Scattered remnants of the witch and demon clans littered the vast terrain, some dismembered, others in tatters. These silent remnants narrating the harsh and relentless nature of war. At this juncture, the Primordial Supreme Being, as the leader of the Chan teaching, had already discerned the grave situation of the witch and demon war. He understood the peril of the conflict. A moment's lapse could ensnare his disciples, jeopardizing their lives. Therefore, he decisively wielded his powers, summoning all disciples of the Chan teaching engaged in external cultivation back to Kunlun Mountain. In response to his call, the disciples scattered across the ancient lands hastened from their abodes to return to the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain. The Primordial Supreme Being issued a strict decree. During this extraordinary period of the witch and demon war, no disciple was permitted to step outside the confines of Kunlun Mountain. The doors of the Jade Void Palace remained tightly shut, and the once joyous sounds of laughter among the disciples were replaced by an atmosphere of solemnity. After Pan Yuan emerged from his seclusion, he journeyed towards the direction of the Jade Void Palace. From a distance, he sensed that the aura of the Jade Void Palace was markedly different from what he had known in the past. Previously, while the palace exuded a solemn and sacred atmosphere, it often felt somewhat desolate due to most disciples being away on their adventures or secluded in their own chambers. However, now the Jade Void Palace displayed a vibrant scene unlike any before. Upon entering, Pan Yuan beheld numerous disciples scattered throughout the palace, some engaged in hushed discussions in small groups, while others sat cross-legged in solitary meditation. This gathering of disciples was indeed the most significant since the last preaching conference. Upon encountering the Primordial Lord, Pan Yuan respectfully bowed and said, "Father, your son Pan Yuan has successfully emerged from his seclusion." The Primordial Lord nodded slightly, his gaze warm and filled with pride as he observed Pan Yuan, and remarked, "I have sensed your breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm and the refinement of your 9-grade Dao fruit. This is a tremendous fortune and a testament to your years of diligent cultivation. It is truly a cause for celebration." After departing from the Primordial Lord, Pan Yuan made his way to the area of Kunlun Mountain rich in spiritual energy. Pan Xian stood in a vast and desolate valley, taking a deep breath as he activated the 9 Revolutions mystical technique. Within him, his vital energy surged like tumultuous waves, and his bones crackled audibly. With each cycle of the technique, it felt as though he was reshaping his very flesh. Pan Xian's muscles were taut, as if currents of electricity coursed beneath his skin. Sweat continuously oozed from his body, only to be instantly evaporated by the overwhelming aura surrounding him. Not only did he diligently cultivate his internal techniques to refine his physique, but he also showed no sign of relent in his external endeavors. He scaled the steep cliffs of Kunlun Mountain, his hands gripping the rocks with fierce determination. Each movement was a battle against the immense force of gravity, a testament to his strength and endurance. Standing against the torrent of a rushing stream, Pan Xian remained as steadfast as Mount Tai, the water striking his body like sharpened blades, honing his defensive capabilities and sense of balance. During the lengthy journey of physical cultivation, he inadvertently grew familiar with a disciple of the Chan sect, who was none other than the Jie Dingjinren, one of the 12 golden immortals under the tutelage of the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. Among the numerous esteemed disciples of the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, Jie Dingjinren stood out distinctly, as he was the sole disciple devoted exclusively to the cultivation of the physical form. His practice of the 8-9 profound art, though not achieving the lofty heights of Pan Xian's 9 transformations profound art, unleashed a power that seemed capable of annihilating heaven and earth with each execution. Pan Xian was acutely aware that the disciple of Yu Dingjinren, the illustrious Erlang Shenyang Jian, would also cultivate the profound 8-9 mystical arts, and would master it to an extraordinary degree. This knowledge stirred within him a unique sense of familiarity upon first hearing of Yu Dingjunren's practice of the 8-9 mystical arts. Initially, the two merely encountered each other by chance in the realm of physical cultivation, each engrossed in their own practices. However, the journey of cultivation is long, monotonous, and arduous. As time passed, their shared dedication to the cultivation of the physical body fostered a budding exchange between them. They began to share insights, delving into the intricacies of their techniques, and together they navigated the challenging path of physical cultivation. Thus, day after day, year after year, the fleeting decades slipped by, and amidst this protracted passage of time, their friendship gradually deepened, ultimately blossoming into a profound camaraderie. Pan Xian held a profoundly favorable impression of the Jie Dingjunren from his past life. In his understanding, the Jie Dingjunren placed immense value on the bonds of brotherhood during the cataclysmic events of the Fengshan era, and his actions were nothing short of admirable. He vividly recalled the moment when Zhao Gongming wielded the Dinghai Pearl, causing a tempestuous upheaval, with the artifact's formidable power astonishing all. Amidst the chaos of battle, Zhao Gongming succeeded in injuring Qi Jingzi, Guang Qingzi, and Dao Xing Tianzuan, all of whom were formidable pillars of the Chan teaching. Their injuries plunged the entire Chan faction into a state of peril. At that critical juncture, the Jie Dingjunren exhibited no fear. Fully aware of the potency of Zhao Gongming's treasure, he nonetheless charged into the fray without regard for his own safety, using his courage and intellect to rescue his wounded brethren, thus securing precious moments for their healing. Even after sustaining injuries and retreating, the Jie Dingjunren did not allow himself a moment's respite. Upon learning of his fellow disciple Huang Longjunren's dire predicament and suffering, a flicker of determination ignited in his eyes. He understood that sending his disciple Yang Jian to the rescue would entail tremendous danger. Yet he could not bear to witness his comrade's plight without intervening. Thus, without hesitation, he dispatched his most esteemed disciple, Yang Jian, hoping that Yang Jian's innate abilities would enable him to extricate Huang Longjunren from peril. It was this unwavering commitment to alter the seemingly doomed fate of the Chan teaching that forged a profound friendship between Pan Xian and the deeply loyal Jie Dingjunren. Throughout the passage of time, Pan Xian remained steadfastly immersed in the arduous cultivation of the physical body alongside the Jie Dingjunren. Each day, they commenced their practice at the break of dawn in places rich with spiritual energy, where every move and technique was imbued with an unwavering dedication to the ultimate refinement of the physical form. During his cultivation, Pan Xian continuously adjusted his breathing rhythm, attuning himself to the subtle transformations of every muscle and bone, nourished by the ethereal energy. As time gracefully flowed by, Pan Xian's physical prowess surged like the rising tide in spring, inching ever closer to a pivotal breakthrough. At last, on a day that appeared ordinary yet was destined for greatness, Pan Xian, as usual, devoted himself entirely to the practice of the 9 turns mysterious art. As the ethereal energy surged around Pan Xian, the continuous operation of his cultivation method allowed the power within him to gather and compress. With each breath, he unleashed formidable waves of spiritual energy. Suddenly, he sensed a force within him shatter some form of restraint, and his physical cultivation ascended like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, finally stepping into the initial realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. At that moment, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Task completed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining an opportunity for enlightenment. May you advance further on your path of cultivation. Chapter 23. Fusion Failure in the Distance. The esteemed Jie Dingjunren keenly noticed Pan Xian's successful breakthrough in physical cultivation, having entered the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. A look of delight brightened his face as he hastened over with light steps to offer his congratulations. His expression radiated joy, and his tone was filled with sincerity and admiration. Junior brother Pan Xian, congratulations. Your speed of breakthrough is truly enviable. Your physical cultivation has now surpassed mine. I am merely at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal, while you have taken the lead into the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Your future achievements are boundless. Pan Xian raised his gaze, and, upon seeing his close friend, the esteemed Yu Dingjunren, approaching to offer congratulations, a gentle smile graced his face. He humbly replied, Elder brother, you jest. You have already reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal with profound foundation. The initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal is merely a step away. Given your aptitude and fortune, a breakthrough is but a matter of days. The two engaged in lively conversation, exchanging words on various subjects ranging from their insights on cultivation to matters within their sect, their camaraderie flourishing until the moment of parting inevitably arrived. After an enriching dialogue, Pan Xian recalled a moment of enlightenment he had previously attained, his heart brimming with urgency as he contemplated hastening to attempt the integration of the Nine Transformations' mysterious art and the Nine Transformations' primordial art, aspiring to restore the cultivation techniques of the great Pangu. Thus, he bid farewell to Yu Dingjin Ren with a respectful gesture, his eyes reflecting steadfastness and hope. With the swiftness of lightning, Pan Xian raced along the slopes of Kunlun Mountain, hastening towards his palace. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the entrance. With a flicker of his figure, he stepped into the palace, and with a grand gesture of his hand, the doors of the palace slammed shut with a resounding thud, effectively sealing off the clamor of the outside world. Pan Xian took a deep breath, calming his slightly agitated heart, and slowly closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve into the depths of his mind. In an instant, the scriptures of the Nine Transformations' mystical art and the Nine Transformations' origin art vividly emerged in his mind like brilliant stars. Silently, he awakened the system within, and without hesitation, chose to utilize that precious moment of enlightenment. As the opportunity for comprehension unfolded, a mysterious and potent force enveloped Pan Xian instantaneously. His body quivered slightly as he once again sank into that enigmatic and wondrous state. In this extraordinary condition, Pan Xian's thoughts became incredibly vibrant, and a myriad of imaginative ideas surged forth in his mind regarding the fusion of the two martial arts, akin to fireworks bursting into bloom. He was like a wanderer searching for a path within a labyrinth, weaving through these thoughts in a quest for solutions. With each fleeting notion, he exerted his utmost effort, attempting to merge the two arts. However, this process proved far more arduous than anticipated. Countless attempts resulted in repeated failures, each setback striking his heart like a heavy hammer, draining his energy significantly. Yet, the indomitable spirit inherent in Pan Xian was fully ignited. He gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute, showing no sign of retreat. Uncertain of how much time had passed, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. After numerous collisions and explorations, Pan Xian finally discerned a glimmer of dawn amidst the chaos. He successfully discovered a method that continuously fused the two arts together. In that moment, a contented smile graced his weary face. However, the joy was short-lived as he quickly realized that this was merely the beginning. After over a century, he had only progressed to a mere 20% toward the perfect amalgamation of the Nine Transformations' mystical origin art. Just as Pan Xian intended to press on and delve deeper into the fusion techniques, the time for enlightenment slipped away like fine sand in an hourglass. In the instant the epiphany concluded, the fusion ideas that had previously been so vivid in his mind were swept away by a tempest, vanishing without a trace, plunging him once again into a state of confusion. In that dim, secluded palace, Pan Xian lost count of the days and nights he endured, ultimately facing failure. Dragging his heavy and fatigued body, Pan Xian slowly exited his palace. The gentle morning sunlight cascaded softly upon the peak of Kunlun Mountain, draping the world in a golden radiance. Pan Xian pondered deeply within his heart, reflecting on the immense dedication and effort he had invested in the fusion of these two martial arts techniques. Countless days and nights spent in research and meditation had culminated in a disheartening failure. Alas, he lamented, it was ultimately his own naivety and hubris that had led him to this predicament. With a deep sigh, Pan Xian murmured to himself, "This is the supreme technique cultivated by the great deity Pangu. How could it be so effortlessly integrated through a mere moment of enlightenment?" At this thought, a hint of desolation flickered in Pan Xuan's gaze. Yet, he found solace in the fact that, although he did not achieve successful integration this time, he had, during the process, vaguely discovered the pivotal first step towards merging the two methods. Though this attempt ended in failure, I have at least gained direction and hope. A resolute light rekindled in Pan Xian's eyes as he clenched his fist, silently vowing that should he encounter another opportunity for enlightenment in the future, he would undoubtedly succeed in merging the 9 transformations of the profound origin technique. In the depths of Pan Xian's mind, a fleeting thought crossed his consciousness. Contemplating the possibility of requesting assistance from the primordial heavenly venerable, to aid in the synthesis of the nine turns profound Yuan technique. However, as this idea emerged, he soon found himself engulfed in profound contemplation. During the initial ascent to sanctity by the three pure ones, had they truly possessed the capability to merge the nine turns profound Yuan technique of the great Pangu? Given the reverence the three saints held for Pangu's legacy, they would have undoubtedly acted upon it long ago, rather than allowing such matters to linger until now. With this reflection, Pan Xian dispelled the notion. At that time, the battle between the witch and the demon was raging fiercely outside, with the situation in disarray. Confined within Kunlun Mountain, each day Pan Xian gazed at the ever-changing clouds on the horizon and listened to the distant, faint sounds of war drums, his heart brimming with helplessness. In moments of utter boredom, he recalled his dear friend, Jie Dingjunren, and thought to seek him out for a nostalgic chat, which could alleviate the tedium of these trying times. Upon locating Jie Dingjunren, Pan Xian found him seated amidst several disciples of the Chan teaching with whom he shared a close bond. Before them lay a table adorned with bamboo slips and a selection of simple refreshments. The group was absorbed in their discussions, some lost in deep contemplation while others articulated their thoughts, fully immersed in the atmosphere of philosophical discourse and the exchange of cultivation experiences. Pan Xian took a few steps closer, carefully discerning the figures before him, and soon recognized the disciples of the Chan school who were alongside Master Yuding, Tai Zhenrun, Qi Jingzi, Guang Chengzi, Dao Xing Tianzun, and Huang Longzhenren. Pan Xian's gaze swept around the room, and upon noticing the absence of any flickering lamps or the four rebellious disciples of the Chan teachings, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. A faint smile graced his lips as he stepped forward and called out to Master Yuding, Brother Yuding. It has been a long time since we last met. Master Yuding, deeply engrossed in a discussion with others, was startled by the familiar voice. Turning to see Pan Xian, a radiant smile illuminated his face as he promptly rose to his feet, eagerly exclaiming, Brother, your arrival is most fortuitous. We were just engaged in a spirited discourse, exchanging our cultivation experiences. Please, join us. Tai Zhenren, Qi Jingzi, Guang Qingzi, Dao Xing Tianzun, and Huang Longzhenren. Having previously heard from Master Yuding about his numerous experiences in cultivating the physical form alongside Pan Xian, were not surprised by the camaraderie shared between them. As Pan Xian entered, they all stood up, their faces adorned with friendly smiles, and in unison invited, Indeed, brother, do join us. The collective exchange will surely yield greater insights. Seeing their enthusiasm, Pan Xian felt no disturbance from his sudden arrival. Instead, a warm sensation surged within his heart. Pan Xian nodded slightly and willingly joined the group engaged in discourse. Immediately thereafter, with a flicker of thought, Pan Xian retrieved several ginseng fruits from his sleeve. These ginseng fruits were plump and round, emanating a subtle fragrance, and under the illumination of the sun, they shimmered with an alluring luster. Pan Xian divided the ginseng fruits among the group, smiling as he said, Come, let us savor these delights while engaging in discourse. What a splendid occasion it is. The others gratefully accepted the ginseng fruits, expressing their thanks. Subsequently, they gathered once more, relishing the sweet taste of the fruits while continuing their earlier conversation. In no time, a lively discussion ensued, with each person contributing their thoughts and insights on various challenges, realizations, and experiences encountered in their cultivation journey. In moments of contemplation, Pan Xian would occasionally present his unique insights, while at other times, he would attentively listen to others' profound discussions, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As the dialogue deepened, the participants found themselves increasingly in harmony, laughter and joy resonating throughout the atmosphere. Chapter 24. The twilight of the Lich King. As Pan Xian and the real man Yuding engaged in philosophical discussions in a serene setting, the atmosphere became ever more congenial. Meanwhile, on the vast expanse of the primordial earth, the cataclysmic battle between the Wu and the Yao clans was drawing to a close. The Wu clan, diminished by the reincarnation of the revered Mother Earth, had lost a pivotal ancestral shaman. Although they managed to replace the gap in the 12 heavenly godly array with a drop of precious heart's blood, the array's power was significantly diminished. Now, they could barely contend with the Yao clan's grand celestial array, maintaining a precarious balance. However, fate dealt a heavy blow. The formidable ancestral shamans, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong, for reasons unknown, engaged in a cataclysmic battle atop Mount Buzhou. In that moment, the mountain was engulfed in tempestuous chaos, as if only their roars and the clash of divine powers remained in the universe. The ferocity of their struggle was unparalleled. culminating in the demise of both Gong Gong and Zhu Rong. In his final moments, consumed by rage, Gong Gong hurled himself against Mount Buzhou with a force that seemed to rend heaven and earth asunder. The impact was cataclysmic, causing the celestial pillars to shatter. In an instant, the sky collapsed, the earth sank, and meteoric flames rained down, while the waters of the heavenly river surged uncontrollably into the mortal realm. The primordial land was instantly transformed into a hellish inferno, where suffering was rampant and wails echoed across the desolation. The Wu clan not only faced the upheaval of the heavens but also mourned the loss of two ancestral shamans, their strength severely compromised. In desperation, they appointed two powerful shamans to temporarily replace Gong Gong and Zhu Rong, striving to maintain the operation of the 12 heavenly godly array. The Yao clan, keenly aware of this rare opportunity, rallied under the command of Emperor Dijun and Dong Huangtai. They unleashed their forces, setting up the grand celestial array with an overwhelming presence that illuminated the night sky of the primordial world. They sought to harness the supreme power of the grand celestial array to engage the Wu clan in a life-and-death confrontation, aiming to obliterate the threat posed by the Wu clan once and for all. The ensuing battle was one of darkness and despair, lasting for decades, with the Wu clan ultimately finding themselves at a disadvantage under the relentless assault of the Yao clan. The 12 heavenly godly array was battered and on the verge of collapse, just as Dijun and Dong Huangtai prepared to unleash the grand celestial array for a decisive strike against the ancestral shamans of the Wu clan. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Yao sorcerer Kunping, in a moment of despicable treachery, seized the two treasures crucial to the grand celestial array, the Heluo map, and fled into the night, his form disappearing like a flash of lightning. With the loss of the array's focal point, the grand celestial array disintegrated, and the Yao clan's offensive abruptly ceased. Witnessing this, the Wu clan recognized their opportunity for counterattack. The two sides abandoned their intricate formations and engaged in a primal and direct contest of strength. At this juncture, the outcome depended solely on their individual might and resilience, a raw and unembellished battle for survival. Ultimately, the brutal conflict came to an end. In the final throes of battle, only the valiant and undaunted Qi remained standing amidst the Wu clan's ranks, his body battered and bloodied, his garments soaked in crimson, yet his gaze fierce and unwavering. With his battle axe raised, each strike was imbued with unyielding resolve and the indomitable spirit to defend the last vestiges of the Wu clan's dignity. Yet, the Wu clan was gravely weakened, their former glory now but a fleeting illusion, irretrievably lost. Conversely, the Yao clan, despite the extraordinary prowess of Dijun and Dong Huangtai, ultimately succumbed to fate's design. Both fell in battle amidst the Wu clan's ferocious counterassault. As Dong Huangtai perished, the eastern bell that once circled him let out a mournful cry, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the void, never to be seen again. The Yao clan's numerous divine beings, once unrestrained in the primordial world, suffered catastrophic losses in this conflict. Those fortunate enough to survive were but a handful, their eyes filled with dread and despair as they hastily retreated into the depths of the mountains, shunning the world and vowing never to emerge again. Meanwhile, the goddess Ping Xin, residing in the underworld, watched in anguish as the light symbolizing the fate of the Wu clan flickered out like withering candles in the wind. Her eyes brimmed with sorrow and helplessness, tears welling but held back. Bound by the weighty responsibility of guarding the underworld and constrained by its laws, she could not intervene on the battlefield to rescue her kin, who were struggling on the brink of death. In her despair, a flicker of resolve crossed her gaze as she dispatched Xing Tian to the battlefield. Upon receiving the command, Xing Tian resolutely stepped onto the battlefield, his singular objective being to ensure the safe return of Qi Yu to the underworld. Meanwhile, Niwa, the revered sage of the demon clan, witnessed her kin facing utter devastation in this fierce conflict, her heart filled with urgent concern. Her eyes sparkled with a blend of compassion and fury, and she yearned to wield her formidable powers to intervene in the war and rescue her people from impending doom. However, the other 5 sages, in a display of synchronized intent, swiftly moved to restrain her. Despite Niwa's unparalleled capabilities, she found herself ensnared by countless obstacles, unable to extend her aid. Forced to watch helplessly as her clan descended into ruin, her gaze heavy with anguish and resentment. Thus, the once mighty Wu and Yao clans, who had commanded respect across the primordial realm, met their tragic demise, akin to the fall of 2 brilliant stars, their aspirations to claim dominion over the heavens extinguished. As the tumult of the Wu-Yao conflict waned, the gazes of the 6 sages converged upon the collapsed Mount Buzhou and the deluge of the celestial river cascading downwards like a breached dam. Mount Buzhou, the pillar of the universe, had crumbled, disrupting the flow of spiritual essence between heaven and earth, plunging countless beings into peril. With a heart full of compassion, Yuan stepped forward. She first invoked her magnificent powers to summon the Pangu's cauldron. Positioning it before her, she began to gather the 5-colored divine stones from the cosmos, preparing to forge the stones that would mend the heavens. With graceful movements, she entwined strands of spiritual energy around the divine stones, gently guiding them into the cauldron. Under Yuan's divine influence, flames roared within the cauldron, ceaselessly refining the stones. Simultaneously, Yuan wielded her magic to sever the foot of the divine turtle, an immense creature whose colossal form resembled a moving island, its 4 sturdy limbs seemingly capable of supporting an entire realm. With her decisive strike, the turtle's foot transformed into 4 beams of light, soaring towards the 4 corners of the universe, propping up the sagging sky. Throughout the process of crafting the heavenly mending stones, Yuan remained entirely focused, while the other 5 sages also lent their assistance, each utilizing their own divine powers to stabilize the space around the cauldron. Through their collective efforts, after a prolonged and arduous endeavor, they finally succeeded in forging the heavenly mending stones. Yuan meticulously set the stones into the fissures of the sky, and with each stone placed, the rifts gradually diminished. At last, when the final stone was embedded, the heavens were restored, and the celestial river's tumultuous waters receded. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a tiny fragment of the mending stone had fallen upon the flower fruit mountain in the ally kingdom of the Eastern Victory divine continent. The heavenly Tao, moved by Yuan's grand act of restoration, descended a torrent of immeasurable merit as a reward. This radiant merit flowed like golden currents from the heavens, with 60% bestowed upon Yuan, while the remaining 5 sages shared the remaining 30%. An additional 10% vanished into the Pangu's cauldron, which suddenly erupted with brilliance, seemingly on the verge of transforming into a treasure of merit. However, this merit proved insufficient, and the process of transformation appeared sluggish. Subsequently, Yuan returned the Pangu's cauldron to Pangu, who received it and examined it with great care. Pan Xian gazed at the Qian Kuanding, recognizing that its insufficient merits hindered the smooth transformation into a treasure of virtue. After a moment of contemplation, he then produced a portion of the sacred merits bestowed by the goddess Pingxin. Pan Xian gently poured the power of merit into the Qian Kuanding. After absorbing this potent force, the Qian Kuanding radiated with brilliant light, ultimately transforming into a treasured artifact of merit. Pan Xian carefully stored away the Qian Kuanding. As he gazed upon the ravaged expanse of the primordial land, he could not help but lament, though the heavens have been repaired, this desolate earth, aside from a few renowned mountains that still retain innate spiritual energy, will likely be left with only acquired spiritual energy elsewhere. The innate spiritual treasures and roots have been utterly destroyed in this cataclysm. Without innate spiritual energy, they can no longer be born anew. With this realization, Pan Xian understood that the conflict between the witch and the demon had concluded, and the true protagonists of the heavenly realm, the human race, were poised to emerge, heralding the dawn of the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Chapter 25, The Teacher of the Celestial Sovereign. With the end of the witch-demon war, all sages, endowed with extraordinary insight, keenly recognized that the next destined protagonist of the heavenly realm would be the human race, created by the revered Yuan. Through divination, the sages calculated that the human race would inevitably give rise to the fated 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The opportunity to become the teacher of these sovereigns, to guide them, promised immeasurable benefits. Not only would one acquire immense fortune from the human race, which could be channeled back into their own sect, but when the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors achieved their virtuous culmination under their tutelage, they would also receive rich merit from the heavenly Tao. Such a monumental opportunity was impossible for the sages to overlook. Thus, the 6 sages convened discreetly to deliberate on the selection of the teacher for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Yuan, as the Holy Mother of Humanity, spoke first, her voice gentle yet unwavering. I have not yet established a sect, and thus will not contend with you for the position of teacher to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. However, I hope that my brother Fuxi, reincarnated as the celestial sovereign, will be mentored by Pan Xian of the Way of Explanation. For Yuan, the ascendance of humanity as the celestial protagonist meant that, even without directly participating in the competition for the teacher's title, her own fortune would rise alongside that of the human race. Her choice of Pan Xian as the mentor for her brother's reincarnation was founded on profound rationale. She understood that her brother, upon reincarnation, was destined to seek a master within the 3 Pure Ones sect. Hence, it was only fitting to select the most formidable figure to aid her brother in his journey toward becoming the celestial sovereign. Upon hearing Yua's words, The Primordial Supreme Being felt an overwhelming joy. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of concealed pride passing through them. After all, this implied that the way of explanation would likely secure a significant position among the human race, reaping tremendous rewards. However, the other sages would not easily acquiesce to this decision. In an instant, a fervent debate erupted among them, their voices resonating with a power that seemed to shake the very heavens. The Supreme Elder stroked his beard and spoke slowly. This matter is of great consequence and requires careful deliberation. Although our sect may have few disciples, we cannot be disregarded. The Lord of Heaven suddenly flung his sleeves and proclaimed loudly, "Indeed, the selection of the teacher for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors must undergo thorough consideration." The Taoist of purity and the Taoist of guidance listened quietly, occasionally exchanging glances that betrayed their complex emotions. Though they did not directly engage in the heated debate, they were calculating their own interests in silence. As the discussion unfolded, time slipped away unnoticed. Ultimately, after much arduous negotiation and compromise, the sages reached a consensus regarding the selection of the teachers for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Pan Xian of the Way of Explanation would be the mentor for the celestial sovereign Fuxi. The Earth sovereign Shinon would be guided by Xian Du of the Way of Humanity, and the human sovereign Xian Yuan would be taught by the Taoist of the Cut Teachings. Duobao. Regarding the slots for the 5 emperors' teachers, the Way of Humanity, having only Xian Du as its disciple, deemed one Earth sovereign teacher sufficient and generously opted not to contest with the Way of Explanation or the Cut Teachings. After careful contemplation, the Lord of Heaven and the Primordial Supreme Being decided that each would claim 2 slots for the 5 emperors' teachers, while the final slot would be contested based on merit. As for the absence of representation from the Western teachings, the Lord of Heaven remarked, "This is a matter of the East. It concerns you not in the West." Upon hearing this, although the 2 Western saints were displeased, they could do nothing but accept their fate, harboring their own clandestine schemes. With the allocation of the teachers for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors settled, the sages returned to their respective sanctuaries. Upon returning to the Way of Explanation, the Primordial Supreme Being immediately issued a summons for Pan Xian, Guangqingzi, and the Jade Dingjinren. As the 3 entered the hall and noticed the grave expression on the Primordial Supreme Being's face, they quickly approached and paid their respects. The Primordial Supreme Being swept his gaze over them and slowly began to speak, his voice resonating through the hall. "My disciples, the human race is on the brink of entering the epoch of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. To become the teachers of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors is an extraordinary opportunity." After discussions with the other sages, the selection of the teachers for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors has been finalized. Upon hearing this, Pan Xian could not help but feel a ripple of emotions within. Yet his demeanor remained composed. The Primordial Heavenly Master continued, "Xianer, you have been appointed by Nuwa as the teacher of the Heavenly Sovereign Fuxi, Guangqingzi and Yudingzhenren. You both shall serve as the mentors to the Yellow Emperor and Yuanshi respectively." Pan Xian was momentarily taken aback. The prospect of becoming the master of the Heavenly Emperor was indeed unexpected. However, upon raising his gaze to meet the unwavering authority of his father, the Primordial Lord, any lingering doubts dissipated, replaced by a serene acceptance as he nodded slightly. Guangqingzi maintained a tranquil demeanor, revealing no overt signs of astonishment. As the foremost among the 12 golden immortals, he had long been the most favored disciple of the Primordial Lord even before Pan Xian entered the Jade Void Palace. This opportunity, while surprising, was not beyond the realm of reason. A subtle smile graced his lips, reflecting a sense of confidence. The most astonished of all was Yudingzhenren, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Among the 12 golden immortals, he was not neglected by the Primordial Lord as was Huang Longzhenren, who lacked treasures, disciples, and achievements. Yet, with only 2 positions available for the master of the 5 emperors, he thought it implausible that he would be chosen. Just as doubt clouded his mind, he inadvertently caught sight of the composed Pan Xian beside him and suddenly realized the truth. He understood that his close relationship with Pan Xian was the reason for this honor bestowed upon him. Yudingzhenren's eyes glistened with emotion as he cast a sincere and grateful glance towards Pan Xian. At this moment, the Primordial Lord spoke again. "Xianer, you have taken form for several millennia, achieving the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Now, you are about to become the teacher of the Heavenly Emperor Fuxi. Yet, you have yet to receive a Dao title. Today, as your father, I shall bestow upon you a title. Since your name contains the character Xian and you are a member of my Xian sect, I shall grant you the Dao title of Dao Xian Tianzun." Upon hearing this, Pan Xian's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of delight as he spoke in a resonant voice to the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign. "Thank you, Father, for bestowing this title upon me. I shall not disappoint your expectations. After the primordial heavenly sovereign meticulously elaborated on all matters, he gently raised his hand, his expression composed, signaling Pan Xian and the others that they could return and commence their preparations. The primordial heavenly sovereign gazed into the distance and spoke thoughtfully. Before long, you shall depart from Kunlun Mountain to the mortal realm to instruct the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. This is a significant mission that will influence the future trajectory of the primordial world. Therefore, you must not become complacent. Pan Xian, Yu Ding, and Huang Long immediately bowed respectfully before gradually exiting the Grand Palace. As they stepped over the imposing threshold of the Yuanshi Tinzuan's palace, Pan Xian sensed a gentle thought emanating within his sea of consciousness. Upon closer examination, he realized it was a message from the revered Nuwa. After a century has passed, when the primordial land has regained its vitality, you may come to the Nuwa Palace to seek me. At that time, I shall entrust you with the remnants of my brother Fushi's soul, which you must deliver to the underworld to assist in his reincarnation. Pan Yuan felt a sudden chill in his heart and promptly responded within his consciousness, his expression solemn and his tone respectful. Goddess Nuwa, I am aware of your expectations and shall not fail the trust you have placed in me. After Pan Xian concluded his response, he swiftly made his way towards his palace. Just as he settled onto the meditation cushion, the long silent system 9527 suddenly emitted a notification sound. Ding. A task has been issued. Guide the Emperor Fushi until he achieves perfect merit, and as a reward, you will receive an opportunity for enlightenment. Upon hearing this voice, Pan Xian was initially taken aback for a moment, but soon a subtle smile graced his lips. Pan Xian understood in his heart that the system was once again bestowing benefits upon him. Chapter 26. The Reincarnation of Fushi. In the palace, Pan Xian sat gracefully upon a mat, seemingly engaged in the meticulous preparations for the imperial army. However, his thoughts had long since drifted back to the novels he had perused in his previous life. Pan Xian was wholly absorbed in recalling the contributions made by the Emperor Fushi for humanity, so that he could precisely guide his teachings in that direction in the future. After a meticulous recollection, Pan Xian finally recalled the invaluable contributions of Fushi to humanity. Fushi established the 8 trigrams, which indisputably marked the inception of a profound cultural heritage for humankind, laying down a crucial cornerstone for future generations as they ventured to unravel the mysteries of the cosmos and comprehend the cyclical nature of the seasons. Furthermore, he imparted the art of net-making, significantly enhancing the efficiency of fishing and hunting, thus propelling the production capabilities of humanity to unprecedented heights. Additionally, Fushi audaciously reformed marital customs, instilling a sense of order within human society and allowing civilization to ascend to new heights. Not only that, but he also invented various musical instruments, such as the pottery sun and the guqin, enriching the spiritual realm of humanity with vibrant hues. It is due to these myriad contributions that Fushi is revered by humanity as the Celestial Emperor. Among all his accomplishments, Pan Xian deeply understood that the creation of the 8 trigrams was of paramount importance. However, he was also acutely aware that Fushi had initially relied on the river Luo and he too as spiritual treasures to assist in the creation of the trigrams. Regrettably, these treasures now resided in the possession of Kuanping. The mere thought of Kuanping caused Pan Xian's brow to furrow slightly, for Kuanping was a quasi-saintly being, while he himself was merely a great Luo golden immortal, and the disparity in their powers was stark. Pan Xian understood that it was impossible to accomplish this task solely with his own strength. Thus, he resolved to seek the assistance of the goddess Nuwa at the Nuwa Palace while retrieving the remnants of Fushi's soul. Having contemplated everything, Pan Xian settled himself in meditation within his palace, and in the blink of an eye, a century passed. When the 100 years had elapsed, Pan Xian resolutely rose and soared towards the direction of the Nuwa Palace. Upon arriving at the entrance of the palace, he was greeted by 2 maidens who came forth to welcome him. Pan Xian nodded politely and followed their footsteps towards the abode of the goddess Enhua. Before long, Pan Xian stood before her. Enhua's demeanor was solemn, and upon seeing Pan Xian's arrival, she wasted no time in solemnly entrusting the remnants of Fushi's soul to him. With heartfelt sincerity, she spoke. Pan Xian, Fushi is now entrusted to your care. I hope you will personally see to it that he safely traverses the path of reincarnation. For although Pingxin claims to no longer be of the witch clan, who can truly discern the depths of such matters? Thus, I have specifically chosen you to be Fushi's guide. I am also aware of your esteemed position as the Eastern Emperor of the Underworld, and I implore you to exert every effort to ensure Fushi's safe rebirth. Upon hearing the words of the goddess Nuwa, Pan Xian earnestly vowed, rest assured, my lady, I shall ensure that Fushi is safely reincarnated. Furthermore, I will diligently guide him, aiding him in achieving his ultimate merit. However, as soon as Pan Xian uttered these words, two essential treasures for Fushi's complete merit, the He Luo book, surfaced in his mind. After a brief moment of hesitation, he addressed Nuo once more, "My lady. Should Fushi wish to attain complete merit in the future, you will require the assistance of the He Luo book. Yet those two treasures currently reside in the hands of Kuenping. This matter necessitates your divine intervention to retrieve them." Nuo, upon hearing this, nodded slightly. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, a vast spatial rift suddenly appeared in the void. Subsequently, she reached her hand directly into the fissure, exerting a slight force. And Kuenping was effortlessly pulled from afar, akin to a chick being lifted. As Kuenping emerged, a look of astonishment and trepidation graced his countenance. However, upon meeting the goddess Nuo's authoritative and unyielding gaze, a wave of despair surged within him. Under the overwhelming pressure of Nuo, Kuenping recognized his utter inability to resist and reluctantly surrendered the He Luo book. Nuo accepted the tome and promptly handed it to Pan Xian, stating, "There is no time to waste. You must send Fushi forth for his reincarnation at once." Pan Xian carefully took the river Luo diagram into his hands, tenderly securing it before bowing once more to the goddess Nuo. With the remnants of Fushi's soul cradled within him, he turned and soared towards the direction of the underworld. As Pan Xian stepped into the underworld, a chilling aura enveloped him, with a thick haze of ghostly energy swirling around, casting a somber hue that permeated the surroundings. As Pan Xian pondered his next move, a robust figure approached him with great strides. This individual was none other than the formidable great shaman Qiyu, exuding an imposing aura. Upon reaching Pan Xian, Qiyu addressed him, saying, "The Emperor of the East, the Lady of Tranquility requests your presence." Upon hearing this, Pan Xian nodded slightly, aware that what was destined to come had indeed arrived. Nevertheless, he chose not to elaborate and promptly resolved to accompany Qiyu. During their journey to the abode of the Lady of Tranquility, Pan Xian gazed at Qiyu, unable to suppress his curiosity, and inquired, "Brother Qiyu, may I ask what position you currently hold in the underworld?" Pan Xian understood that in the future, Qiyu would lead the hybrid beings of the Witch Clan and the Human Clan to contend for the title of the Human Emperor, aspiring to reclaim supremacy over the vast primal lands through the lineage of humanity. Upon hearing this, Qiyu hesitated momentarily, a flicker of complexity passing through his gaze. Before he spoke solemnly, "I seldom linger in the underworld these days. Most of my time is spent beyond its confines, safeguarding the witch tribes. Those witches are crucial to the survival of my clan in this primordial realm, and their fate must not be jeopardized." Qiyu's response resonated within Pan Xian like a pebble cast into still waters, creating ripples that affirmed the thoughts he had harbored for so long. Before long, Pan Xian arrived at the residence of Lady Pingxin. Surrounding this abode was a gentle halo of light, standing in stark contrast to the eerie gloom that pervaded other areas of the underworld. As Pan Xian stepped in, he immediately bowed respectfully to the Lady Pingxin. The Lady Pingxin, with eyes like burning torches, gazed intently at Pan Xian and inquired, "Great Emperor of Dongwei, what brings you to the underworld on this occasion?" Pan Xian, understanding the inevitability of the situation's exposure, took a deep breath and recounted the entire sequence of events to the goddess Pingxin without reservation. Upon hearing this, the goddess's tranquil demeanor was momentarily eclipsed by a surge of anger, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Yet, after a brief moment, as if a realization dawned upon her, that anger receded like a receding tide, replaced by an expression of serene composure. She then spoke softly, "In that case, you should proceed with whatever you must do." As Pan Xian observed that the Lady Pingxin did not impose any difficulties upon him, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly urged Qiyu to lead him to the reincarnation site of humanity. Upon arriving at the sacred place of reincarnation, Pan Xian cautiously retrieved the remnants of Fushi's soul, cradling it gently in his hands before slowly placing it into the reincarnation passage. Watching as Fushi's essence gradually vanished into the depths of the passage, he confirmed that the reincarnation had been successful, allowing him to finally relax. He turned and strode purposefully out of the underworld, making his way towards the tribe of humanity where Fushi would be reborn. Chapter 27. The Birth of Fushi in a Distant Land. A remarkable event quietly unfolded within the Feng clan. A woman named Huasu wandered alone amidst the Thunder Marsh. Suddenly, without any forewarning, darkness enveloped her vision, causing her to collapse into the marsh. When Huasu eventually regained consciousness, she found herself ensconced within an enormous footprint, deeply embedded in the earth, with the surrounding soil slightly elevated due to this colossal imprint. As she surveyed her surroundings, a mix of confusion and terror filled her heart, and she was further astonished to discover that she was pregnant. Hua Su was beset by a whirlwind of emotions as she harbored this secret, hastily returning to the Feng clan. Upon her arrival, the clan members initially failed to notice anything amiss. However, as her slightly protruding abdomen became increasingly apparent, their expression shifted to one of astonishment. Yet, in the matriarchal society of the time, attitudes towards childbirth were relatively liberal. The clan assumed that Hua Su simply yearned for a child without the desire for a husband. Time passed swiftly like a fleeting shadow, and in a matter of months, Hua Su's belly grew increasingly swollen, far surpassing the normal duration of pregnancy. Rumors began to spread like wildfire throughout the tribe, with whispers circulating that Hua Su was carrying a monstrosity. Some even openly urged her to terminate the pregnancy to avert future calamities. Hearing such remarks ignited a fire of anger and determination within Hua Su. Without hesitation, she resolutely refused, tenderly caressing her pronounced belly and reflecting, "You are my child, and even if no one understands, I shall bring you into this world safely, even if it means leaving the tribe." Thus, Hua Su steadfastly began to pack her belongings, preparing to depart from the familiar clan. At the very moment she grasped her belongings and prepared to step beyond the tribe's gates, Pan Xian, from a distance, finally pinpointed the reincarnated form of Fu Shi through his magical prowess. In an instant, he radiated a brilliant light, cutting through the heavens like a shooting star, and gently descended into the sight of Hua Su and the members of the Feng clan, who were on the verge of her departure. As the brilliance flashed before them, the onlookers, upon recognizing the celestial being emanating an aura of mystery, were struck by panic and knelt in unison, reverently bowing to Pan Xian, exclaiming in unison, "The immortal descends! The immortal descends!" Their voices echoed, resounding through the skies above the tribe. Pan Xian slightly raised his hand and gently spoke, "Please rise, everyone." Though the voice of Pan Xian was gentle, it seemed to carry an inexplicable power that resonated throughout the entire tribe. At that moment, the chieftain of the tribe cautiously rose to his feet, respectfully stepped forward, clasped his fists, and inquired, "May I ask how the esteemed immortal is addressed? And what brings you to our humble Feng clan?" Pan Yuan's gaze swept over the crowd with a serene calmness as he began to speak. "I am the Taoist master of Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain," he continued. "I have come here because my future disciple is about to be born within your tribe. This child is extraordinary and shall lead your human race to unprecedented heights." Upon hearing these words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, and then their gazes turned toward Hua Xiu, followed by a glance at Pan Yuan. In an instant, realization dawned upon them. The disciple Pan Yuan spoke of was indeed the child yet to be born of Hua Xiu. The demeanor of the tribe transformed dramatically, with those who had previously urged Hua Xiu to terminate her pregnancy now expressing remorse, hastily encouraging her to return home and assuring her that the tribe would take exceptional care of her. The tribal leader stepped forward once more, beaming with a broad smile, and addressed Pan Yuan, "Esteemed master, as your disciple has yet to be born, why not take residence in our tribe after your arduous journey?" Pan Xian contemplated silently, realizing that remaining nearby to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances during Fu Shi's birth was indeed the most prudent course of action. Moreover, based on his calculations, Fu Shi would successfully be born within a maximum of 2 years. Thus, Pan Xian nodded slightly in agreement and said, "In that case, I shall not oppose." Subsequently, under the guidance of the clan leader, he arrived at the dwelling that had been meticulously prepared in advance. As Pan Xian stepped into the dwelling, he gracefully settled himself on a meditation mat, closed his eyes, and began to meditate in anticipation. With Pan Xian's arrival in the Feng clan, his unparalleled aura emanated from the center of the tribe, spreading wildly throughout the vast surrounding mountains and forests. The beasts lurking nearby, whether the cunning fox demons hiding in deep caves, the ferocious tiger spirits concealed within the dense thickets, or the bizarre serpents navigating the swift currents, were all struck with trepidation by this formidable presence. No matter how bloodthirsty they were, upon approaching the direction of the Feng clan, they were instantly filled with fear and apprehension. In the past, these beasts would often invade the Feng clan in droves, wreaking havoc and causing a bloodbath that left the tribe in anguish. However, under the oppressive aura of Pan Xian, no creature dared to trespass upon the Feng clan's territory, let alone indulge in slaughter as they once did. The chieftain of the Feng clan had keenly observed this transformation. He understood that the tribe's newfound peace from beastly incursions was entirely reliant on Pan Xian's protection. Thus, whenever the tribe's warriors returned from perilous hunts, The chieftain would personally select the most precious parts of their catches to present with utmost reverence to Pan Xian. Although he knew Pan Xian would not partake in the offerings, the gesture was imperative. Days slipped silently by, and the remarkable phenomenon of the Feng clan's immunity to beastly attacks spread like wildfire among neighboring tribes. Initially, it was merely whispered among nearby clans, but gradually, the news traveled far and wide, reaching an increasing number of tribes. Upon learning that the tranquility of the Feng clan was due to the existence of a highly skilled immortal, Pan Xian, who awaited the birth of his disciple within the tribe, a fervor erupted among the clans. Those who had suffered from the ravages of beasts were particularly stirred, knowing that joining the Feng clan would secure them a peaceful existence under Pan Xian's protection. Consequently, chieftains from various tribes led their people toward the Feng clan, filled with hope and eagerness to become part of this sanctuary. As a result, the Feng clan welcomed wave after wave of new members, expanding its ranks day by day. The once spacious encampment transformed into a bustling hub, teeming with tents and the lively chatter of its inhabitants. Finally, on a day 3 years after Huashu had conceived, a strong commotion arose within her, signaling the onset of labor. This news sent ripples of excitement throughout the tribe. The women sprang into action, expertly preparing all necessary items for childbirth, their expressions a mix of anxiety and concern. Several experienced midwives hurried to Huashu's dwelling, working diligently with precision. Others in the tribe gathered around, both excited and apprehensive, aware that the birth of Pan Xian's disciple would not only bring forth new skills to protect the tribe, but also feared the potential loss of the immortal's guidance should the child not survive. At the moment Pan Xian sensed the imminent arrival of Fuxi, a wave of anxiety gripped his heart. He understood that the birth of new life in this primordial world was often fraught with peril and unforeseen occurrences. To safeguard against any misfortune and ensure Huashu could bring Fuxi into the world safely, he immediately invoked his celestial powers. With a graceful gesture, a gentle yet potent stream of spiritual energy flowed from his palm into Huashu's body. This infusion alleviated her labor pains, and she soon discovered that her strength surged, facilitating a smooth delivery. Finally, with the sound of an infant's cry echoing through the air, Pan Xian knew his disciple had arrived. As it was the Feng clan, Huashu named her child Fengxi. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Pan Xian chose to remain silent, for he understood that when the time came for the heavenly emperor's virtues to reach fruition, the choice of what to call himself would rest solely upon his own decision. Chapter 28. Teaching Fengxi. As time quietly flowed onward, Fengxi blossomed under the eager gaze of the members of the Feng clan, growing stronger day by day. It was during this journey of growth that the people of the clan pondered the reasons behind Pan Xian's resolute decision to take Fengxi as his disciple. From the moment of his birth, Fengxi exhibited an extraordinary and rare talent. Nearly 3 months into his life, he began to utter his first words, his melodious juvenile voice leaving the tribe in awe. By the age of 6 months, while other infants were still swaddled and cooing, Fengxi was already able to wobble and walk, embarking on his exploration of the world. By the time he reached his first birthday, Fengxi's intellect and physique were comparable to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child from a typical family, his gaze revealing a wisdom and determination far beyond his tender years. As the passage of time became apparent, Pan Xian officially conducted the apprenticeship ceremony when Fengxi was but 1 year old. On the day of the ceremony, the entire tribe gathered to witness Fengxi's initiation as a disciple. From that moment onward, Fengxi diligently followed Pan Xian, embarking on the path of cultivation. Time, like a fleeting shadow, swiftly carried Fengxi to the age of 17. Throughout the long years, Fengxi never exhibited a hint of laxity, unwaveringly accompanying Pan Xian in profound practice. Seasons changed, and through countless nights of arduous training, Fengxi's abilities grew immensely powerful. By the age of 8, he had already begun to display his remarkable talents. On one occasion, a ferocious beast inexplicably invaded the Feng clan's territory, causing chaos and panic among the tribe's people. Just as Pan Xian prepared to confront the beast, Fengxi boldly stepped forward, utilizing the skills he had acquired under Pan Xian's guidance to engage in fierce combat with the creature. With agility and swiftness, he successfully repelled the beast, safeguarding the tribe. From that day forth, the members of the tribe held Fengxi in even greater esteem. At this time, the former chief of the Feng clan had grown old and frail, signaling that it was time to elect a new leader. After much deliberation, the tribe unanimously recognized Fengxi as the indisputable choice. Not only did he have the immortal Pan Xian as his mentor, but his own strength was also formidable, making him the ideal protector of the tribe. Amidst the heartfelt anticipation and blessings of the people, Feng Shi's inauguration ceremony as chief was conducted with great grandeur. Dressed in resplendent chief's attire, Feng Shi solemnly fulfilled the various ceremonial rites. Once the inauguration concluded, Pan Xian summoned Feng Shi to his side. With a grave expression, Pan Xian slowly retrieved the He Luo map from his bosom. These two spiritual treasures radiated a mysterious and dazzling light in the sunlight, as if they contained boundless power. Pan Xian reverently presented the He Luo book to Feng Shi, holding it with both hands. With a weighty tone, he addressed his disciple, "My dear pupil, these two spiritual treasures are the cherished relics of the ancient demon clan, and they are destined to be yours. Today, I solemnly entrust them to you. I hope you will wield them wisely. With their power, you shall surely achieve greatness in this world and safeguard the Feng clan, fulfilling the hopes I have placed in you." Feng Shi extended his hands, cautiously accepting the He Luo book. In that instant, a powerful and mysterious energy coursed through his fingertips, as if an invisible enchantment had ensnared him. His gaze became irresistibly fixed upon the two spiritual treasures, unable to tear away from their captivating allure. Pan Xian gazed at Feng Shi with a gentle demeanor, his expression brimming with anticipation. He nodded slightly and remarked, "In that case, my disciple, cultivate a tranquil mind and delve deeply into your reflections. I have faith that you shall gain profound insights." With those words, Pan Xian turned and departed, leaving Feng Shi enveloped in a serene space for contemplation. Time drifted by, as fleeting as a galloping steed, and 3 days swiftly passed. At last, Feng Shi's tightly shut eyes gradually opened, shimmering with the light of wisdom. Rising from his secluded meditation, he set forth to seek out Pan Xian. As Pan Xian Yuan caught sight of Feng Shi approaching from a distance, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. He inquired, "Disciple, have you gained any insights from this endeavor?" Feng Shi, with utmost respect, clasped his fists in salute and replied, "Master, I have begun to glimpse the path. Possessing a faint understanding, yet it still requires refinement and perfection." Pan Xian listened intently, fully aware that he had successfully guided Feng Shi onto the right path. Now, it was time to observe how Feng Shi would leverage his innate wisdom to innovate and transcend. His role was merely to offer guidance and validation at crucial moments. In the ensuing decades, Feng Shi shone like a brilliant new star, propelling the Feng clan to remarkable prominence. During that era, humanity relied on spears for fishing, an inefficient endeavor that weighed heavily on Feng Shi's mind. He spent countless hours in profound contemplation, experimenting with various materials and techniques. Ultimately, after enduring numerous failures, he invented the fishing net. This groundbreaking innovation was akin to a timely downpour, significantly enhancing the fishing efficiency of humankind and greatly improving their quality of life. Furthermore, Feng Shi astutely recognized the antiquated methods of record-keeping among humans. After careful consideration, he introduced the method of knotting strings for documentation. Simultaneously, he gradually transformed the long-standing matriarchal society of humanity into a patriarchal one, advancing the social structure to a new phase. The remarkable achievements of Feng Shi were keenly observed and deeply appreciated by all. In a consensus among the largest human tribes, Feng Shi was unanimously elected as the sovereign of humanity, revered as Emperor Shi. Ascending to this esteemed position, Emperor Feng Shi exhibited no sign of complacency. In the years that followed, he devoted himself entirely to the advancement of humankind while also delving into the enigmatic river Luo diagrams. One day, as Pan Xian sat in quiet contemplation in his chamber, a person rushed in, bearing an anxious expression, and reported, "Immortal, grave news. Emperor Shi has not stepped outside his chamber for an entire month. We are unaware of what has transpired." Upon hearing the words, Pan Xian felt a sudden tightening in his heart. He promptly rose and hastened towards the location of Feng Shi. Upon his arrival, he beheld an atmosphere steeped in mystery within the room, where the Bagua formation before Feng Shi had begun to take shape. With runes shimmering as if resonating with the cosmos, Pan Xian was acutely aware that Feng Shi was at a pivotal moment, one that demanded absolute tranquility. He promptly dismissed those surrounding them and positioned himself beside Feng Shi, serving as his guardian. Another month passed, and Feng Shi's aura suddenly transformed, gradually emerging from his profound enlightenment. As he opened his eyes and beheld Pan Xian standing vigilantly beside him, a wave of gratitude surged within him. He quickly rose to his feet and bowed respectfully, expressing, "Thank you, Master, for your vigilant protection." Pan Xian waved his hand lightly, signaling that it was of no consequence. Fengxi made a brief adjustment before hastily exiting to summon the members of the human race. As Pan Xian had anticipated, once all the humans gathered, Fengxi solemnly presented the 8 trigrams he had created. This intricate system encapsulated the profound principles of heaven and earth, allowing one to deduce the fluctuations of the cosmos and perceive the rise and fall of human affairs. Fengxi elaborated on the mysteries and applications of the 8 trigrams in detail. Just as he concluded, the sky suddenly transformed, dark clouds swirling ominously, heralding unusual phenomena. Pan Xian comprehended that Fengxi had achieved a perfect culmination of merit, prompting a response from the heavenly Tao. As anticipated, in the next moment, a radiant golden light of merit descended from the heavens, with Fengxi receiving 70% and Pan Xian 30%. As the merit infused into his being, Fengxi felt a sudden flash of enlightenment in his mind, and memories from his past life surged forth like a tidal wave. His previous cultivation was entirely restored. And coupled with this overwhelming power of merit, he effortlessly broke through to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Although he had not yet reached the realm of a saint, he could certainly be regarded as a sub-saint. With a joyful expression, Pan Xian stepped forward to offer his congratulations, saying, "Congratulations, Elder Fuxi, on the completion of your noble deeds." Upon hearing this, Fengxi quickly waved his hand in dismissal, replying, "My esteemed master jests, at present. There exists only the devoted Fengxi for the human race, and no longer the demon clan's Fuxi." Subsequently, Fengxi meticulously organized affairs concerning the human tribe and, following the guidance of an unseen force, made his way to the Fire Cloud Cave to safeguard the fate of humanity. After receiving 3 parts of his accomplishments, Pan Xian, fully aware that his mission had come to an end, bid farewell to the Feng clan and embarked on his journey back to Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 29. Breaking through realms. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, Pan Xian hurriedly made his way to the Yushu Palace to pay his respects to his father, the Primordial Supreme Being. As he stepped into the majestic and grand Yushu Palace, the air was filled with the gentle wafts of incense. And the Primordial Supreme Being sat regally upon the jade platform, his countenance exuding an aura of solemnity and dignity. Pan Xian stepped forward swiftly, bowing respectfully, "Father, your son has returned." Upon seeing Pan Xian's return, the usually serene countenance of the Primordial Lord of Heaven was graced with a faint smile, his eyes brimming with affection as he gently nodded. "Xianer, you have returned. Was your journey smooth?" Pan Xian returned, reporting that everything had proceeded smoothly. The Primordial Supreme Being was exceedingly pleased to witness Pan Xian's successful completion of his teaching mission, with Fengxi achieving her ultimate merits and ascending to the status of the human race's empress. Pan Xian, as her mentor, found himself bestowed with the immense fortune of the human lineage. This overwhelming aura surged into the Chan teaching, akin to the gentle caress of spring breezes upon the earth, instantly invigorating and amplifying its vitality. The auspicious light that had long enveloped the Chan teaching now shone even more brilliantly, radiating an unparalleled splendor. After exchanging a few words with his father, the Primordial Supreme Being, Pan Xian bid farewell and turned back to his Dao Xian Palace. Ever since Pan Xian received his Dao title, Dao Xian, this palace, where he had long resided and cultivated, was officially named Dao Xian Palace. Upon entering the hall, a serene silence enveloped him, with only the flickering of the spiritual candles within illuminating the stillness. Xuan sat cross-legged, his 5 hearts directed towards the heavens. He promptly immersed himself entirely in the refinement of the virtuous energies within his body. As he circulated the 9 revolutions primordial technique, the power of virtue coursed through his meridians like a series of crystalline springs, gradually flowing and transforming the once obscure pathways into channels of remarkable clarity. The magical energy surrounding him expanded exponentially, akin to a snowball gathering momentum. Through Xuan's relentless refinement, his cultivation effortlessly ascended from the initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal to the mid-stage. At the moment of breakthrough, a resplendent light radiated throughout the Daoxian Palace. Vibrant colors entwined in a tapestry of auspiciousness, as a formidable aura instantly enveloped the surroundings. Pan Xian could distinctly sense that, due to his merits, he was but a step away from the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. It seemed that with just a gentle push, he could transcend this threshold. Pan Xian first solidified the cultivation he had just achieved, allowing the nascent power to take root within him. Subsequently, a thought struck him. To swiftly advance to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, it would be invaluable to receive the teachings of his father, the primordial heavenly sovereign. Coupled with the insights he had gained from perfecting the Fengxi merit, he was confident that a breakthrough was within reach. With this resolution, Pan Xian rose and resolutely exited the Daoxin Palace. Just as he stepped beyond the palace doors, he encountered 4 figures approaching in unison: Tai Zhenren, Qi Jingzi, Daoxing Tianzuan, and Hualong Zhenren. Tai Zhenren, clad in a flowing Taoist robe and lightly waving a whisk in hand, was the first to speak with a smile. Dao Xian. My junior brother, we have heard of your return from your external training and could not contain our eagerness to engage in discourse and explore the profundities of the Tao together. Huanglong Zhenren, brimming with enthusiasm, took a step forward with a hearty laugh. Dao Xian, we have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Pan Xian observed the absence of Guang Qingzi and Yuding Zhenren among them. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that both were esteemed mentors of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. They were likely engaged in meticulous preparations within their cave dwellings for the purpose of imparting their teachings. Pan Xian gazed at the 4 individuals, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded in agreement to engage in discourse. However, he swiftly shifted his tone, stating, Esteemed brothers, let us first pay our respects to our father, the primordial heavenly venerable. The 4, momentarily taken aback, exchanged glances of perplexity. Yet they harbored no objections to Pan Xian's proposal. They promptly accompanied him to the dwelling of the primordial heavenly venerable. Upon their arrival, Pan Xian once more performed a respectful bow, articulating, Father, your son stands on the brink of the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. I humbly beseech you to impart your teachings for a century, aiding me in transcending this realm. The primordial heavenly venerable regarded Pan Xian with a gentle gaze, slowly nodding in acquiescence. Subsequently, his eyes swept over the 4 individuals behind Pan Xian, only Tai Zhenren and the others, without a trace of dissatisfaction in his heart. To him, each person possessed their own preferences and aversions, much like his own sentiments toward the Western saints, fellow disciples yet subjects of his discontent, whom he wished to see fade away. In the heart of the primordial heavenly venerable, though numerous disciples surrounded him, only Pan Xian remained his true son. Should any other disciples harbor grievances, he remained indifferent. As the illustrious and revered teaching of the Chan school attracted countless cultivators yearning to join its ranks, Tai Zhenren, Qi Jingzi, Dao Xing Tianzun, and Huang Long Zhenren were astounded and elated to learn that Pan Xian had brought them here for the primordial heavenly venerable's teachings. Casting grateful glances toward him, Pan Xian gently waved his hand, signaling the crowd to refrain from excessive courtesy. Shortly thereafter, the primordial heavenly sovereign took his seat upon the mat and began to expound the teachings. His voice resonated like a resounding bell, akin to the celestial sounds of nature, echoing throughout the space, with each word imbued with boundless profound truths of the great Tao. As Pan Xian silently called upon the System 9527 within his mind while the Primordial Supreme Being expounded his teachings, he informed the system of his intent to utilize the opportunity for enlightenment. In that fleeting moment, a spark of brilliance illuminated his consciousness, and he found himself enveloped in an extraordinarily profound state of realization. With the dual enhancement of this enlightenment in the Primordial Supreme Being's discourse, the magical energy within Pan Xian surged like tumultuous ocean waves, continuously roiling, converging, and compressing. Ultimately, amidst a powerful fluctuation of aura, Pan Xian successfully ascended to the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. After successfully transcending that crucial barrier, Pan Xian exhibited no signs of complacency. Thus, under the dual enhancement of preaching and enlightenment, he continuously solidified his cultivation. This discourse marked the quiet passage of a century. At last, the teachings came to a close. Pan Xian's expression was composed, his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of wisdom, evidently having reached a new zenith in his mastery during this century of discourse. Observing the likes of Tai Zhenren and others, they too wore smiles of profound satisfaction, their auras increasingly rich, suggesting they had gleaned many subtle insights from the teachings. Elated, the group proceeded to bid farewell to Yuanshi Tianzuan, who nodded slightly, his gaze filled with encouragement, gently urging them to persist on their path of cultivation. After parting ways with Yuanshi Tianzuan, Pan Xian and his fellow disciples journeyed to a tranquil woodland where they had often gathered to exchange thoughts in the past. Finding a flat expanse, they settled onto the ground, their faces reflecting devotion and concentration. Subsequently, each shared their insights from the recent discourse by Yuanshi Tianzuan. Once their collective discussion concluded, Tai Zhenren rose first, clasping his hands in salute, addressing Pan Xian and the others. This session of discussion has been immensely fruitful, and having received much inspiration from my esteemed brothers, it is time for me to return to my cave abode to contemplate the wisdom gained. I shall seek another opportunity for our gathering in the future. The other disciples also stood to bid farewell to Pan Xian, who responded with a smile to each. Watching their figures fade into the depths of the forest. Once they had departed, Pan Xian turned and made his way towards a secluded part of the mountain. Resuming his physical cultivation on Kunlun Mountain. Year after year of rigorous physical training rendered Pan Xian's days rather monotonous. The practice of refining the body starkly contrasted with that of the mind. When the mind entered a state of tranquility, time flowed by like water. And in that ethereal realm, a moment could feel like a millennium. However, the path of physical cultivation was fraught with hardship and trials. Each day, Pan Xian would engage in the 9 transformations of mysterious arts, channeling spiritual energy into every inch of his muscles. Furthermore, he undertook high-intensity physical exercises daily to enhance the capacity of each muscle for spiritual energy. Whether enduring the powerful impact of a waterfall or running for extended periods under heavy burdens, he strived to break through the limits of his physical prowess. Thus, Pan Xian embarked on his protracted journey of physical cultivation deep within Kunlun Mountain. Pan Xian resided upon the majestic Kunlun Mountain. His mind unwavering as he dedicated day and night to the cultivation of the 9 turns profound art, striving to enhance his physical prowess. Seasons changed, and the years flowed by. Only the steady and profound sound of his breath during each training session bore witness to the quiet passage of time. At the culmination of a millennium, he successfully transcended his physical limitations, achieving the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. In this moment, every gesture of his embodied immense power. During this period, the illustrious era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of humanity, a resplendent chapter in the annals of history, gradually turned its pages. Through the trials of time and the efforts of their forebears, humanity officially assumed the mantle of the celestial protagonists, ushering in a new epoch of their own. Reflecting on this millennium, 2 significant events stand out prominently. Firstly, the final coveted position among the 5 emperors' disciples was ultimately claimed by the intricate connections behind this event entwined with Pan Xian. A millennium prior, Pan Xian had led the esteemed Tai Zhenren and 3 others to seek the guidance of the primordial heavenly venerable, who imparted his teachings to them. Following the discourse, all present experienced profound insights. Upon completion, Tai Zhenren and his companions retreated to their respective abodes to delve into their newfound understanding. In contrast, Pan Xian chose to remain on Kunlun Mountain, focusing solely on his physical cultivation. This series of actions resulted in the falling short in the competition for the discipleship slots of the 5 emperors due to a lack of manpower, ultimately succumbing to the. Secondly, during the meticulous instruction of Emperor Yuan by the formidable which Qiyu observed that both the heavenly sovereign Fengxi and the earthly sovereign Shenong had attained the status of sub-saints through their great merits. This ignited a surge of ambition within him. Qiyu resolutely led the Jioli tribe, bearing half of the witch lineage, in a fierce contest for the last position of the human emperor against Yuan. Although the Jioli tribe's bloodline was diluted, they inherited the fierce and valiant traits of their ancestors, making them a force to be reckoned with. Upon learning of this, they recognized the gravity of the situation. It not only concerned the rightful claim to the human emperor title, but also the reputation and future trajectory of. Consequently, he promptly issued a summons within, rallying numerous disciples to come forth in assistance. In a swift response, many skilled disciples hastened to the battlefield. Ultimately, a cataclysmic clash erupted on the primordial land, marking the most intense conflict since the War of Witches and Demons. The battlefield echoed with the cacophony of battle cries. Both factions fought with unwavering resolve, the ferocity of the combat exceeding all expectations. In the aftermath of this confrontation, countless lives were lost, and more gravely, the balance of vitality between heaven and earth was disrupted. The calamities of the celestial way surged ominously, heralding the approach of even graver challenges. As a time traveler, Pan Xian is acutely aware of the impending shadow of the Fengshen calamity. This calamity, significant throughout the annals of the Hongwang era, is deeply intertwined with the current ruler of the heavenly court, Haotian. Originally, Haotian was but a mere attendant under the Dao ancestor Hongjun. Following the cataclysmic battle between the witch and demon clans, the heavenly court was plunged into a chaotic state devoid of leadership. The ascension to the throne of the heavenly court signified the attainment of nominal supremacy over the realm, promising immense fortuitous blessings. Such an alluring opportunity stirred the hearts of the 6 saints of that time, each eager to elevate their favored disciples to this esteemed position. Ultimately, however, it was the Dao ancestor Hongjun himself who designated Haotian to preside over the heavenly court. This decision left the 6 saints feeling greatly discontented in their eyes. The notion that a mere youth could ascend to the throne was utterly unacceptable. Thus, although Haotian was ostensibly revered as the ruler of the heavenly court, in reality, He was held in contempt by many disciples of both the Xuan and Jie sections. When disciples from these sects encountered Haotian, their disdain was palpable, and they scarcely regarded him with any respect. Within the heavenly court, only a handful of individuals acknowledged his presence, leaving him isolated. The situation grew increasingly dire, as Haotian occasionally unwittingly provoked the disciples of the Chan or Jie sects, resulting in severe admonishments from the Primordial Lord and the Master of the Celestial Teachings, rendering his circumstances exceedingly precarious. Ultimately, unable to endure this humiliating predicament, Haotian, filled with grievances, rushed to the Zixia Palace to lament and seek redress from Tao ancestor Hongjun. Compounding the turmoil, the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was rife with bloodshed, accumulating a vast reservoir of calamity. Under the convergence of these myriad factors, the Fengshen calamity was set into motion. At this moment, the timeline rests in the phase prior to Haotian's appeal for justice. As he harbors aspirations to cultivate the heavenly court into a powerful entity, striving to extricate himself from the current predicament, Panga was aware that the future would be marred by the catastrophic collision of Gonggong with Mount Buzhou, resulting in a devastating blow to the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Both innate and acquired spiritual energies would become increasingly scarce. At that juncture, the desire of practitioners to swiftly elevate their cultivation and ascend to the heavenly realm to attain divine positions, thereby embarking on the path of divine cultivation, would emerge as a remarkably alluring prospect. However, Pangu also comprehended that to enter the heavenly realm at that time, one must ascend the Fengshen list, even if not through the sanctification of the soul, but rather through the physical embodiment of divinity. One would still be subjected to the constraints of the divine punishment whip, resulting in the forfeiture of numerous freedoms. Contemplating this, Panga secretly devised a plan, recognizing that the absence of the Fengshen list in the present moment presented a prime opportunity. Pan Xian resolved to take the initiative and journey to the heavenly court, intending to provide timely assistance to Haotian, in hopes of securing a divine position among the 4 sovereigns. These 4 deities hold esteemed status in the heavenly court: Haotian, the Supreme Jade Emperor of the Golden Palace, the Supreme Emperor of the Northern Polar of the Purple Tenuity, the Supreme Emperor of the Southern Polar of the Mysterious Palace, and the Earthly Sovereign, who emulates the Grand Earth Deity. Among them, the first is Haotian himself, while the last, the Earthly Sovereign, is Lady Pingxin. After careful consideration, Pan Xian set his sights on the divine position of the Supreme Emperor of the Northern Polar of the Purple Tenuity. With his resolve firmly established, he wasted no time and immediately sought out his father, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, to lay bare his thoughts and elaborate on the circumstances. Upon hearing his son's intentions, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable did not express outright opposition. However, Pan Xian keenly sensed the confusion and incomprehension reflected in his father's eyes, indicating a struggle to grasp the rationale behind his decision. Nonetheless, as Pan Xian was his own flesh and blood, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, despite his bewilderment, could only choose to support him, for what could a father do but acquiesce to his child's wishes? In the eyes of the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, as a sage with vast powers, should Haotian harbor any ill intentions or schemes against Pan Xian, he would intervene, demonstrating to Haotian the consequences of his actions and the inviolable dignity of a sage. Seated upon his mat, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable gazed deeply at the eager Pan Xian before him, observing the earnestness and longing in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded slightly and replied softly, "In that case, my son, go forth." Upon hearing that his father, Yuanshi Tianzun, had granted his permission, Pan Xian transformed into a streak of flowing light, swiftly breaking through the clouds and soaring towards the heavenly realm. During his flight, Pan Xian passed by the sacred grounds of his dear friend, Yuding Zhenren. Pan Xian gently descended before the Taoist temple, where the Jade Dingzhenren was in quiet meditation. Suddenly sensing a familiar aura approaching, he hastily rose to greet his visitor. "Junior brother, what brings you here today?" The Jade Dingzhenren inquired with a beaming smile, clasping his hands in greeting. Pan Xian respectfully returned the gesture and expressed his thoughts to Master Yuding. Master Yuding furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. However, upon hearing that the Primordial Supreme Being was aware of the matter, his concerns were largely alleviated. Knowing that if the Primordial Supreme Being was informed, accompanying Pan Xian would surely not lead to any misfortune, Master Yuding beamed and said, "If that is the case, I shall accompany my junior brother on this journey." With that, the two transformed into twin streaks of light and soared once more towards the heavenly realm. Chapter 31. The Invitation from Haotian. Before long, Pan Xian and Master Yuding arrived at the southern gate of heaven. As they were about to step into the heavenly domain, they caught sight of Hao Tian returning from the outside. In Pan Xian's mind, it was clear that Hao Tian had only recently been appointed as the ancestor of the heavenly court by the Dao ancestor. The heavenly court was in its infancy, with myriad tasks awaiting attention. Hao Tian appeared hurried, his demeanor reflecting urgency and anticipation, as if he had just returned from traversing the vast wilderness. His intention was evidently to recruit powerful beings and wandering cultivators to the heavenly court. By doing so, not only could he enrich the foundations of the heavenly court, alleviating its current desolate and solitary ambience, but he could also extricate himself from the awkward position of being a solitary commander. Both Pan Xian and Yu Dingjinren astutely sensed Hao Tian's return, and Hao Tian, in turn, noticed them as well. He was taken aback, genuinely surprised to encounter them at this juncture. Intending to inquire about their purpose for visiting the heavenly court, he found himself, in the course of recent endeavors to gather talent, inadvertently slipping into a habitual invitation. Would you two be willing to join my heavenly court? The moment the words left his lips, Hao Tian instantly regretted his indiscretion, internally lamenting his blunder. His recent travels and efforts to recruit had made such a phrase second nature. Now, having misspoken in front of individuals of such stature, a progeny of a sage and a favored disciple of a sage's sect, was exceedingly embarrassing. As Hao Tian frantically pondered how to mitigate this awkward situation, he was suddenly met with a response that almost defied belief. Pan Xian, who had been contemplating a divine position within the heavenly court, upon hearing Hao Tian's invitation, felt a surge of delight and without hesitation replied, "Master Hao Tian, we are willing to join the heavenly court." Hao Tian's expression morphed into one of incredulity. His eyes widened as he scrutinized Pan Xian and Yu Dingjinren, searching for any hint of jest upon their faces. However, both appeared earnest, devoid of any mockery. Still feeling that this development was too sudden to be credible, Hao Tian queried once more, "Surely, you are not jesting with me?" Pan Xian and Jie Dingjinren, still harboring doubts about Hao Tian, expressed their sentiments with utmost seriousness. "Master Hao Tian, you have not misheard us, nor are we jesting. We genuinely wish to join the heavenly court." Upon confirming that he had indeed heard correctly and witnessing the resolute demeanor of the two before him, Hao Tian's heart swelled with joy. He promptly extended a warm invitation for them to enter the Lingsha treasure hall. Stepping into the hall, they were met with an atmosphere of solemn grandeur, where intricately carved beams and painted rafters exuded the majesty of the heavenly court. Upon witnessing this, Pan Xian did not linger any longer and directly articulated his demands to Hao Tian. "Master Hao Tian, while we are indeed willing to join the heavenly court, we seek the divine positions of the Northern Emperor of the Purple Microcosm and the Southern Emperor of the Goqing Palace." Hao Tian, upon hearing this, felt as though a myriad of flavors had suddenly spilled forth in his mind, and he began to ponder deeply. These two individuals, upon their first utterance, sought two of the four sovereign positions. As the sovereign of the heavenly court himself, he naturally occupied one of these esteemed spots. Now, with the advent of the Chan sect, they audaciously attempted to claim two such crucial positions. Furthermore, one of the four sovereigns was already held by the Queen of the Underworld, and it was well known throughout the wilderness that Pan Xian was none other than the Eastern Emperor of the Underworld. Should he truly grant these two four sovereign positions to them, who would ultimately hold authority over the heavenly court? Would it be his own heavenly court, or that of the Chan sect? However, if he were to deny them even one position, it was likely that these two would immediately take their leave and refrain from joining the heavenly court altogether. In such a scenario, the heavenly court would remain but a solitary bastion under his command. After much contemplation, Hao Tian devised a plan. He could only grant one of the four sovereign positions. With his mind made up, Hao Tian raised his head and, with a calm demeanor, addressed Pan Xian and the real man Yuding, stating, "The heavenly court can offer at most one of the four sovereign positions, while the other may be any chief deity from among the 8 departments." Upon hearing Hao Tian's words, Pan Xian couldn't help but smirk inwardly, instantly discerning the thoughts and intentions that lingered in Hao Tian's mind. He found Hao Tian's actions to be utterly ludicrous. For Pan Xian knew that in the future, Hao Tian would, due to the insufficiency of personnel in the heavenly court, go to the Dao ancestor to lament, thereby triggering the events surrounding the list of deities. At that time, the Primordial Supreme Being would directly appoint the South Pole Immortal, who had accompanied him the longest in the Chan sect, to enter the heavenly court, becoming the Emperor of the South Pole in the Palace of Goqing. Reflecting on this, Pan Xian felt all the more amused by Hao Tian's current entanglements. As long as he could attain the position of the Emperor of the North Pole in the Celestial Court, 2 among the 4 sovereigns would belong to the Chan sect. Thus, Pan Xian addressed Hao Tian, saying, "Master Hao Tian, that is acceptable, but we must obtain the position of the Lord of the Dou Department." The Dou Department. Being integral to the 8 departments of the Heavenly Court, was closely linked to the Emperor of the North Pole, holding significant status and wielding immense power over numerous heavenly soldiers and generals. Upon hearing Pan Xian's demand for the position of the Lord of the Dou Department, Hao Tian engaged in a moment of deliberation. Although the Dou Department was important, it paled slightly in comparison to the significance of the position among the 4 sovereigns in Hao Tian's mind. Moreover, the prospect of recruiting the formidable Pan Xian and the illustrious Jie Dingjinren into the Heavenly Court was already a substantial gain. After much contemplation, Hao Tian ultimately nodded in agreement. He then conferred divine positions upon Pan Xian and Jie Dingjinren. In this manner, Pan Xian successfully attained the title of the Emperor of the North Pole in the Celestial Court, securing a profoundly significant position within. While Jie Dingjinren also smoothly became the Lord of the Dou Department, Pan Xian and Master Yu Ding, filled with anticipation, followed the graceful steps of the celestial maidservant towards their destined palace. At last, a magnificent palace loomed before their eyes. Pan Xian raised his gaze, an undeniable excitement shimmering in his eyes, his lips involuntarily curling into a gratifying smile. At this moment, he felt no trace of worry, for he was acutely aware that he had prepared for the worst. Even if he were to falter in his quest for enlightenment, he would still ascend to the esteemed position of the Supreme Emperor of the Northern Polar Star. Furthermore, this role was not one bound by the constraints of the divine decree on the list of deities. Rather, it was a position where he could cultivate independently, free from the mere reliance on incense offerings to enhance his powers. He could utilize his divine status for personal advancement, potentially reaching the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. In an era devoid of saints, he would be able to safeguard the teachings of the Chan school. Lost in these contemplations, Pan Xian stood at the entrance of the palace, gazing out upon the vast primordial land. The gentle breeze tousled his hair, yet he remained tranquil. The burdens that had long weighed upon his heart were lifted in an instant, akin to a bird, long confined, finally soaring into freedom, enveloped in a sense of lightness. At this moment, the primordial world appeared clearer than ever before. Mountains, rivers, and seas revealed their truest forms. Pan Xian's heart expanded, free of any shadows, experiencing the boundless expanse of heaven and earth, allowing him to roam freely within it, his mind becoming a realm of clarity and serenity. Chapter 32. Inner Refinement of the Stars. Subsequently, Pan Xian entered the ZY Palace and, in that tranquil space, sat cross-legged. This seated position would last for 100 years, where, within the extensive passage of time, the palace seemed to exist in a state of suspension, with only the ethereal aura surrounding Pan Xian weaving through the air. Pan Xian was deeply immersed in his cultivation, wholeheartedly refining the immense fortune brought forth by the divine position of the Celestial Emperor of the North Star. Simultaneously, he diligently explored the myriad responsibilities that accompanied this celestial title. A century passed in the blink of an eye, and Pan Xian slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, a brilliant light flashed from within, transforming him as if he had been reborn, a profound sense of ease enveloping his entire being. Having successfully refined the fortune associated with the Celestial Emperor, Pan Xian had now gathered an immense reservoir of fortune from the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. Each strand of fortune significant in its own right. In the celestial realm, Pan Xian, as the Celestial Emperor of the North Star, occupied a position of utmost importance within the celestial hierarchy, where each of his actions influenced the delicate balance of cosmic order. In the earthly realm, he was the Eastern Emperor, personally appointed by the Goddess of Tranquility. While he rarely intervened in earthly matters, the fortune inherent in this title remained deeply rooted in the earthly domain. In the realm of humanity, Pan Xian held the esteemed role of the mentor to the celestial sovereign among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, illuminating the lengthy path of human development and earning the profound admiration of all. The fortune he garnered from humanity was equally substantial. Thus, Pan Xian had amassed the fortunes of heaven, earth, and humanity, bearing boundless opportunities and power. This mysterious force of fortune was akin to a divine intervention for practitioners. It not only exponentially enhanced their comprehension but also allowed for a deeper understanding of various doctrines and techniques, facilitating a seamless connection between concepts. When confronted with formidable challenges during their cultivation journey, fortune bestowed upon practitioners a continuous flow of inspiration, as though guided by celestial beings, enabling them to effortlessly devise solutions. In certain fortuitous circumstances, practitioners could, with the aid of fortune, create unparalleled, formidable techniques or divine powers. With his extraordinary talent and exceptional comprehension, Pan Xian, now further empowered by these 3 strands of fortune, soared to new heights of understanding. Meanwhile, after a century of dedicated research, he had also become intimately familiar with the responsibilities associated with his divine position of the Celestial Emperor of the North Star. Primarily, this entailed assisting the Jade Emperor in governing the celestial and terrestrial laws, as well as the movement of the sun, moon, and stars. This responsibility required Pan Xian to oversee the myriad celestial bodies, precisely controlling their trajectories. Every shift in the position of the stars and each cycle of the sun and moon lay within the purview of his command. Pan Jun must constantly monitor the celestial bodies' operational states to ensure their normal functioning, thereby maintaining the harmonious stability of the entire universe. Even the slightest deviation could potentially trigger immense upheavals between heaven and earth. Thus, this responsibility allows for no negligence whatsoever. Furthermore, while Pan Jun governs the stars, he also presides over matters of warfare among mortals. In the realm of human military affairs, he wields unparalleled authority. The essence of Pan Xian lies in its ability to determine who shall possess extraordinary military prowess, who can maneuver adeptly on the battlefield, and who shall emerge victorious. The fate of any army in warfare, whether it stands out and achieves ultimate triumph, is equally contingent upon its will. The decisions made carry profound implications for the military landscape and political climate of the world, as a single thread pulled can affect the entire tapestry. The outcome of a war can be irrevocably altered by a single decision from Pan Xian, leading to the rise and fall of countless lives. Furthermore, Pan Xian bears the significant responsibility of maintaining equilibrium among the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, earning its title as the custodian of the triadic order. Pan Xian must vigilantly monitor every action within the three realms, possessing the authority to impose stringent punishments on any behavior that contravenes the established rules and order. Should a deity in the celestial realm dare to violate heavenly laws and brazenly undermine the sacred dignity of the heavenly court, if a spirit in the nether realm seeks to disrupt the balance of yin and yang, rendering the underworld restless, or if a person in the mortal realm perpetrates heinous acts, causing untold suffering and despair among the populace, Pan Xian will unhesitatingly rise to the occasion, wielding his power to deliver just retribution to these transgressors. In a profound exploration of the celestial responsibilities of the Supreme Emperor of the North Star, Pan Xian fortuitously uncovered a remarkable opportunity, a mysterious method of body refinement, exclusively available to the Supreme Emperor of the North Star, known as the Stellar Inner Refinement Technique. This technique is truly extraordinary, harnessing the Supreme Emperor's dominion over the stars to ingeniously absorb the boundless power of the cosmos. Upon activating this technique, the resplendent energy of the stars flows towards Pan Xian like a lively stream, continuously converging upon him. This stellar energy can intertwine with Pan Xian's own essence, allowing him to guide the shimmering starlight along the most enigmatic meridians of the human body. In this transformative process, the starlight gradually metamorphoses into primordial Qi, which infuses every fiber of Pan Xian's being, strengthening his energy and physical constitution with each passing moment. In Pan Xian's eyes sparkled a gleam of excitement, as he keenly realized that with the method of internal refining of the stars, his path of cultivation was poised for a significant transformation. In the past, should Pan Xian wish to enhance his physical prowess, it would have been an arduous endeavor. On one hand, he needed to consume various innate spiritual roots, drawing upon the potent energy they contained. On the other hand, Pan Xian had to diligently engage in rigorous training every single day. Pan Xian must continuously stretch and contract his muscles, striving to store more spiritual energy, seeking breakthroughs through quantitative changes. Now, with the method of inner refinement using celestial forces, Pan Xian realizes that harnessing the power of the stars to operate the nine turns mysterious art will enable him to elevate his physical cultivation swiftly. As the celestial energy surges within him, Pan Xian activates the nine turns mysterious art, which receives an unending supply of energy from the celestial forces. While the nine turns mysterious art deeply refines and merges this energy, each complementing the other harmoniously. With unwavering determination, Pan Xian embarked on a significant journey towards enhancing his corporeal cultivation. Once he mastered the celestial refining technique, he descended beneath the stars, skillfully channeling the celestial energies into his being, while swiftly circulating the nine transformations of mystical arts. Thus, in the sacred grounds of the Zy Palace, Pan Xian devoted himself to profound meditation for 5 centuries. Throughout this expansive passage of time, he remained singularly focused, enveloped in the intricate mysteries of his cultivation. Ultimately, through his relentless efforts, Pan Xian harmonized his physical prowess with his spiritual mastery, successfully attaining the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Pan Xian felt the immense power within him and recognized that the moment had arrived to emerge from seclusion. At this juncture, he resolved to summon the real man of Jade Cauldron to return to the Yusu Palace on Kunlun Mountain together. The reason for this was that during the several centuries since Pan Xian ascended to the position of the Supreme Emperor of the North Pole, the Lord of Heaven, Hao Tian had been tirelessly traversing the realms, seeking to attract talented individuals. With grand ambitions to expand the heavenly court, he diligently reached out to various practitioners, extending olive branches in hopes of recruitment. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow as he encountered continual setbacks, particularly the disciples of the saintly sects. Upon seeing Hao Tian's approach, would resolutely refuse him without hesitation. To add insult to injury, some would even mock him with scornful jests. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly, leaving Hao Tian humiliated, filled with helplessness and indignation. Consequently, to this day, the condition of the heavenly court remained unchanged since before Pan Xian's arrival, desolate and sparsely populated. Hao Tian's fervent hopes dissolved into mere illusions, revealing his utter powerlessness. Not only could he not recruit anyone, but he also had to endure the grievances inflicted by the disciples of the holy sections. In this dire situation, Hao Tian could no longer bear it and ultimately rushed to the Zixio Palace, where he lamented his plight before the venerable Hongjun, beseeching the Tao ancestor for assistance. Presently, the Tao ancestor was convening the 6 saints at Zixio Palace for deliberations, and Pan Xian knew that once the 6 saints emerged from the palace, the calamity of the consecration would commence. Thus, he invited the real man of Jade Cauldron to return to the Yusu Palace on Kunlun Mountain to await the arrangements of the Primordial Supreme. Chapter 33, Preparations for Discipleship. After a lengthy and arduous journey, Pan Xian and the real man of Jade Cauldron finally arrived at Kunlun Mountain. Upon entering the mountain, they were enveloped in an extraordinary tranquility, with only the sounds of the pine trees whispering, as if recounting the passage of time. The two took a brief respite within the mountain, yet they observed that the Primordial Supreme had yet to return. Pan Xian warmly invited the esteemed Jade Emperor to accompany him to his Dao Xian Palace for a brief respite. Upon entering the Dao Xian Palace, a serene tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Both men, devoted practitioners in their daily lives, found themselves at leisure in this moment, and thus, with unspoken understanding, each selected a meditation cushion, settled into the lotus position, and closed their eyes in focused contemplation, awaiting the return of the primordial celestial venerable. Time flowed gently by, and within this seemingly isolated Dao Xian Palace, each moment was steeped in a profound atmosphere of cultivation. After a few days, a gentle knock resonated through the stillness of the Dao Xian Palace. Pan Xian gradually awoke from his meditative state and inquired, "Who stands outside the door? And what is your purpose?" A clear voice, that of the White Crane Boy, resonated from beyond. "Master Pan Xian, I report that the Celestial Venerable has returned and is presently intent on gathering all disciples of the Chan School, for there is an exceedingly important matter to announce." Upon hearing this, Pan Xian exchanged a solemn glance with Yuding Zhenren, both perceiving a hint of gravity in each other's eyes. They hastily rose, adjusting their ropes, and followed the White Crane Boy to the abode of the Primordial Supreme Being. Upon their arrival, they beheld the Primordial Supreme Being seated in a position of authority, exuding an air of solemnity. Several disciples of the Chan sect, who were usually on good terms with them, had already gathered nearby, each exchanging greetings filled with curiosity and anticipation regarding the matters soon to be disclosed. As his gaze swept across the assembly, Pan Xian noted that the lamp-lighting Taoist and the infamous 4 great rebels had yet to appear. He pondered inwardly that the impending calamity of the sealing of gods would soon unfold, and these individuals, who would later harbor rebellious intentions, were destined to confront their fates amid this tribulation. The moment they entertained thoughts of rebellion would mark their irrevocable downfall. Upon their demise and entry into the underworld, he, as the Emperor of the Eastern Mount in the Nether Realm, would ensure that they would have no opportunity for reincarnation. While he was lost in contemplation, the lamp-lighting Taoist, accompanied by the 4 great rebels, hurriedly arrived. With everyone now present, the Primordial Supreme Being slightly raised his gaze, surveying the assembly, and spoke slowly. "Since all are gathered, let us begin with tea." As Pan Xian heard the final matter, a wave of contemplation surged within him. He pondered whether he should also take on a disciple to experience the joys of mentorship. At this moment, in the Grand Hall, the Primordial Heavenly Master had already dismissed the multitude of disciples. The clamor gradually subsided, leaving only Pan Xian and the Primordial Heavenly Master within the vast chamber. With keen perception, the Primordial Heavenly Master immediately discerned that Pan Xian seemed preoccupied with thoughts, his brow slightly furrowed in deep contemplation. The Primordial Heavenly Master spoke gently, his voice resonating throughout the spacious hall. "My dear Xian, is there something troubling you?" Feel free to share it with your father." Upon hearing this, Pan Xin came to his senses and promptly replied, "Father, I have been pondering whether I should take on a disciple." The primordial heavenly venerable, upon hearing these words, could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. He was acutely aware that Pan Xin had never committed any acts of violence, and had previously intended for him to remain safely in the Jade Void Palace when the impending calamity of the function approached, far removed from the tumultuous chaos. Yet now, Pan Xin had proactively broached the subject of taking on a disciple. The primordial heavenly venerable narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating this matter, and found it to be quite agreeable. After all, with the onset of the calamity, the heavens would be in turmoil, with countless uncertainties, and no one could predict what would transpire. If Pan Xin were to have a disciple by his side, in times of peril, there might be someone to rely upon, providing an additional layer of security. Thus, the primordial heavenly venerable nodded slightly, his expression grave yet tinged with expectation, and said to Pan Xin, "My dear Xin, since you harbor such thoughts, go ahead and take on a disciple. In my humble opinion, the reincarnation of the spiritual pearl beside Hua would be an exceptional choice, endowed with extraordinary talent." Upon hearing this matter, Pan Xin could not help but feel a ripple of emotions within, finding it to be an exceedingly appropriate course of action, and thus expressed his agreement. Although Neza had been a disciple of the Supreme One in his previous life, reflecting upon past events revealed that the Supreme One ultimately failed to protect Neza comprehensively. During the cataclysmic upheaval, Neza endured numerous tribulations, and the Supreme One was unable to extend a timely hand to safeguard his well-being. In light of this, Pan Xin mused that it would be better for Neza to become his disciple, for he believed he could offer him greater protection and guidance. Pan Xian's feelings towards Neza were a blend of affection and sympathy. In the memories of his past life, Neza's indomitable courage shone like a beacon, deeply imprinted in Pan Xian's heart. Faced with formidable, almost terrifying adversaries, and confronted by challenges as thorny as a bramble thicket, Neza's diminutive form consistently erupted with astonishing strength. His gaze imbued with resoluteness, never betraying a hint of retreat. Whenever he witnessed injustices in the world, or saw innocent citizens struggling in the mire of suffering, Neza would invariably step forward without hesitation. To the common folk, his small figure appeared as a celestial savior, raising a canopy of hope for the downtrodden. As for those who criticized Neza for the calamities he caused, Pan Xin merely smiled. In his view, those lacking capability or connections would perceive minor troubles as disasters. Whereas for the capable and well-connected, what was deemed troublesome was merely youthful folly. Furthermore, Pan Xian's sympathy for Neza stemmed from the tragic experiences he had endured. The Dragon King of the East Sea wielded the safety of countless citizens of Chang'an Pass as a threat, akin to a cold blade suspended above them. In this moment of life and death decision, Neza's father, Li Jing, thought first of his own safety, disregarding the bond of father and son, ruthlessly coercing Neza into a pact of life for life. At that moment, Neza found himself utterly isolated, as if the entire world had closed its doors upon him. Yet, driven by filial piety towards his parents and a sense of responsibility for the people of Chang'an Pass, he resolutely chose to repay his mother with flesh and his father with bone. With determination and sorrow in his eyes, Neza performed the harrowing act of self-sacrifice, slicing open his abdomen, extracting his intestines, and offering his flesh piece by piece back to his parents. Each action felt as if it were tearing at his very soul, yet it radiated a poignant sense of tragic grandeur. After Neza's self-mutilation, his spirit wandered until he found his mother, Lady Een, beseeching her in a dream, imploring her to construct a palace for him on Suaping Mountain, that he might receive some incense offerings to gather his essence. Though filled with grief, Lady Een could not bring herself to deny her son's final request and complied. Gradually, the incense offerings at Neza's palace flourished, as if a flicker of hope for rebirth began to emerge. However, fate seemed to delight in tormenting this unfortunate child. Upon learning of these events, Li Jing's thoughts were not of his son's resurrection, but rather of the fear that such news might reach the court and jeopardize his official standing. Thus, wielding the six-chin whip, he coldly intruded upon Neza's palace, resembling a frenzied beast, mercilessly striking Neza's golden body until it shattered, before setting the entire palace ablaze. In an instant, flames soared to the heavens, marking the shattering of Neza's hopes and delivering yet another heavy blow to his spirit. Had it not been for the Supreme One, who, recalling their bond as master and disciple, acted with compassion, employing the lotus root as flesh and the lotus leaf as clothing, supplemented with the golden elixir and true fire of Samadhi, delicately infusing Neza's soul into the lotus root embodiment, he might have truly vanished into the void. Yet, Even with rebirth, Neza could not escape the whims of fate. When he, filled with wrath, sought vengeance against Li Jing, the Lantern Master suddenly appeared. Bestowing upon Li Jing the golden Linglong Pagoda, this artifact immediately emanated immense power, subduing Neza with unyielding strength. Henceforth, Neza remained ensnared by this golden Linglong Pagoda, possessing great abilities yet finding himself unable to break free from its binding. Pang Xian, reflecting on these thoughts, silently vowed that once Neza became his disciple, he would ensure that individuals like Li Jing, selfish, ungrateful, and lacking in compassion, would be dealt with appropriately, restoring justice for Neza. At present, Pang Xian awaited the arrival of his disciple. Chapter 34. Forging for the disciple upon returning to the Daoxian Palace. Pang Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a contemplative expression gracing his countenance. Pang Xian had long made up his mind and decided to take Neza as his disciple. Since that was the case, he resolved to meticulously prepare for this pupil. Crafting an array of extraordinary spiritual treasures, Pang Xian slightly narrowed his eyes, and involuntarily, the artifacts of Neza from his previous life floated in his mind. He shook his head gently and sighed inwardly. Although Neza possessed numerous treasures, upon careful reflection, few truly captured my attention. In the eyes of Pang Xian, a celestial being of exceptionally high standards, Neza's artifacts from his former existence, aside from the primordial spiritual treasures, the Qian Kuan Circle and the Hung Tian Silk, could barely be deemed acceptable. The rest, such as the wind and fire wheels, the fire-tip spear, the nine-dragon divine fire shield, the golden brick, the yin-yang sword, and the leopard skin bag, were merely treasures forged through postnatal refinement. Now that he was to become my disciple, how could he venture forth wielding such inferior artifacts? Pang Xian murmured to himself, his tone imbued with an unwavering conviction. Initially, he resolved to personally forge a remarkable set of postnatal spiritual treasures for Neza. With the formidable power of the Qian Kuan Dings, he intended to transform these treasures into innate spiritual artifacts. Yet, just as Pang Xian was poised to take action, a thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning, causing him to abruptly halt his movements. What if the treasures I create for Neza differ entirely from those of my previous life? What if these alterations unexpectedly impact Neza's path of cultivation, his combat style, or even his state of mind? How shall I then proceed? Pang Xian furrowed his brow, an expression of deep concern etched upon his face. In this primordial world, even the slightest alteration could potentially trigger an unpredictable chain reaction. However, merely presenting to Neza the innate treasures from his previous life, which he deemed unworthy, felt utterly beneath him. After all, with his esteemed position, how could he treat his beloved disciple so dismissively? After much contemplation, Pang Xian finally devised a plan. Pang Xian prepared to journey to the Taoist sanctuary of the Supreme One, located in the resplendent golden light cave of Qianyuan Mountain, in hopes of exchanging the universe circle, the mysterious heaven silk, the fire point spear, and the wind and fire wheels. Thus, Pang Xian set forth towards the sanctuary of the Supreme One. After an indeterminate passage of time, the majestic and towering Qianyuan Mountain, enveloped in ethereal mists, finally came into view. Pang Xian slightly narrowed his eyes and hastened towards the cave of golden light. Upon his steady arrival at the entrance, the door gradually swung open, revealing the smiling figure of Tai Yizhenren, who had been awaiting his arrival for quite some time, clad in a flowing Taoist robe that danced with the wind. Tai Yizhenren stepped forward and warmly exclaimed, "Ah, dear junior brother Pang Xian, what a delightful surprise to have you grace my golden light cave on this fine day." Pang Xian promptly cupped his hands in greeting and respectfully replied, "Senior brother Tai, I have come here today to discuss a matter of great importance." With unwavering determination, he gazed intently at the venerable Tai Yizhenren, laying bare the thoughts that resided in his heart. "Senior brother, I am aware that you possess the treasures known as the Qian Kuan Circle, the Hun Tian Ling, the Fire Tip Spear, and the Wind Fire Wheel. The Qian Kuan Circle and the Hun Tian Ling are both mid-grade innate spiritual treasures. I am willing to exchange one high-grade innate spiritual treasure for them. As for the Fire-Tip Spear and the Wind-Fire Wheel, being high-grade acquired treasures, I propose to trade them for a singular opportunity to refine an acquired treasure into an innate one. In the future, should you come across formidable acquired treasures, simply inform me, and I shall exert my utmost effort to assist you in transforming them into innate treasures. What do you think, senior brother?" Upon hearing these words, Tai Yizhenren initially appeared taken aback, but a glimmer of delight swiftly flashed in his eyes. He pondered to himself, recognizing that exchanging two mid-grade innate treasures for one high-grade innate treasure was undeniably advantageous for him, especially considering the rare opportunity to refine an acquired treasure into an innate one. As this realization dawned upon him, a a radiant smile spread across Taiyi Jinren's face. And he promptly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Haha, junior brother, your proposal is indeed splendid. I wholeheartedly accept." Upon receiving the consent of the esteemed Taiyi Jinren, Pan Xian felt a profound sense of relief. He reached into his bosom and retrieved a piece of exquisite armor. This armor emanated a gentle, radiant light. Adorned with shimmering runes, it was the high-quality innate defensive armor gifted to him by the Demon Clan during the Grand Assembly when he first entered the Chan sect. While this armor was undeniably precious for Pan Xian, who possessed numerous defensive techniques and was a descendant of a sage, its utility was rather limited. Thus, it would serve better as a medium for exchange. Taiyi Jinren accepted the armor, his hands trembling slightly as he examined it closely, his eyes alight with joy. He caressed the armor and exclaimed, "What a magnificent treasure! Truly a remarkable artifact." Without hesitation, he turned and retrieved the Qian Kuan circle, the misting silk, the fire-tipped spear, and the wind and fire wheel from within the cave, solemnly presenting them to Pan Xian. Pan Xian meticulously stored away the various magical artifacts and was just about to bid farewell to Master Tai and return to Daoxian Palace. At that moment, Master Tai seemed to have suddenly recalled something and hastily retrieved the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield from his bosom. With a hint of anticipation, he said, "Junior brother, you see this Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield. Since you have graciously agreed to assist me in refining the acquired spiritual treasure into an innate one, might I also request your help in refining this Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield?" Pan Xian gazed at the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield held by his senior brother, Taiyi Jinren, and nodded slightly, saying, "Rest assured, brother, this matter is entrusted to me." Having spoken, Pan Xian carefully stowed the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield away, then offered a respectful farewell to Taiyi Jinren with a clasped hand. Subsequently, his celestial energy surged, transforming into a stream of radiant light as he swiftly soared towards the direction of Daoxian Palace. Pan Xian was acutely aware that this time upon his return, he would utilize the Qian Kuan Ding to reforge these magical treasures, crafting a formidable set of innate spiritual artifacts for Neza. After enduring a long and arduous journey, Pan Xian finally arrived at the front courtyard of the Daoxian Palace. Upon stepping through the familiar palace gates, he eagerly entered his secluded cultivation chamber. The chamber was enveloped in tranquility, with only the gentle currents of spiritual energy flowing through the air. Pan Xian took a deep breath to calm his slightly agitated emotions. And then, with a gentle flip of his hands, the Qian Kuan circle and the Hun Tian silk materialized instantly in his palms. These two treasures emanated a warm and gentle radiance. As innate spiritual artifacts, they had long been tempered through the passage of time, possessing extraordinary power. Pan Xian gazed upon them, shaking his head gently with a sigh. These two are already innate spiritual treasures. I am unable to elevate them to the status of superior innate spiritual treasures. Having spoken thus, he placed the Qian Kuan circle and the Hunyuan silk upon a table in the secluded chamber. Shortly thereafter, Pan Xian raised his hand once more, revealing the fire-tipped spear and the wind-fire wheel that materialized in his palm. Pan Xian gazed at the two exquisite postnatal spiritual treasures, his eyes reflecting an unwavering determination to claim them. Subsequently, he swiftly formed hand seals, muttering incantations under his breath. With a deep, resonant rumble, a colossal bronze ancient cauldron gradually rose from the ground, unveiling the formidable Qian Kuan Ding, a treasure of unparalleled might. It had now transformed into a revered artifact of merit, further imbued with an aura of majesty and sanctity. Pan Xian was acutely aware that utilizing the Qian Kuan Ding to transform postnatal spiritual treasures into innate ones was no simple feat. This endeavor required not only an immense consumption of the world's spiritual energy and innate essence, but also the procurement of rare materials to supply the formidable energy necessary for the transformation. Moreover, the user must possess unparalleled magical power to wield the Qian Kuan Ding effectively, harnessing its full potential. A feeble magical capability would not only render the transformation impossible, but could also provoke a backlash from the Qian Kuan Ding, leading to dire consequences. Fortunately, Pan Xian had traveled through the vast wilderness in recent years, amassing an invaluable collection of spiritual materials. Although he recognized that his magical power was insufficient to sustain the transformation of postnatal treasures or supreme postnatal spiritual artifacts, he was more than capable of handling these two superior postnatal spiritual treasures. With all preparations in place, Pan Xian took a deep breath, steadied his hands, and gradually placed the fire spear and wind fire wheel into the Qian Kuan Ding. Subsequently, he deftly maneuvered his hands, continuously adding the pre-prepared spiritual materials into the cauldron. At the same time, he channeled his entire magical energy, pouring it ceaselessly into the Qian Kuan Ding. In an instant, the Qin Kuan Ding began to tremble violently, its runes glowing brilliantly as waves of mysterious power radiated outward. The spiritual energy within the secret chamber surged like boiling seawater, flooding into the Qin Kuan Ding and providing ample energy for the transformation of the treasures. Throughout this prolonged transformation process, despite encountering minor setbacks, there were no significant dangers. Thus, Pan Xian immersed himself day and night in the transformation of the artifacts within the secret chamber of the Daoxian Palace. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and decades passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, a dazzling light erupted from within the Qin Kuan Ding, illuminating the entire secret chamber. With a face etched in fatigue yet brimming with excitement, Pan Xian lifted the lid of the cauldron. Within, the fire spear and wind fire wheel floated serenely, having undergone a remarkable transformation, emanating the formidable aura unique to high-grade innate spiritual treasures. Pan Xian gently grasped the two magical artifacts, savoring the immense power contained within them, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Chapter 35. Awaiting birth after successfully refining the fire-tipped spear and the wind-fire wheel into superior innate spiritual treasures, Pan Xian showed no signs of complacency. His gaze swept across the corners of the secret chamber, ultimately resting upon the quietly placed nine-dragon divine fire. This treasure had been entrusted to him by the Supreme One, with the hope of elevating it from postnatal to innate status. With a gentle wave of his hands, the nine-dragon divine fire slowly ascended, hovering above the Qin Kuan cauldron. Following this, Pan Xian let out a resounding shout, channeling his energy into his palm, steadily sending the nine-dragon divine fire into the Qin Kuan cauldron. The Qin Kuan cauldron was activated once more, its body shaking violently, emitting a deep and thunderous roar. Pan Xian was wholly absorbed, continuously infusing his own magical energy into the cauldron, while simultaneously pouring in the precious spiritual materials he had meticulously prepared. This refining process proved to be more arduous than before. The 9 fire dragons within the 9-dragon divine fire cover seemed to sense the imminent transformation, and began to thrash violently, striving to break free from the constraints of the Qin Kuan cauldron. In an instant, the cauldron erupted in a blaze of flames, waves of heat surging forth as powerful energy fluctuations relentlessly battered against the walls of the secret chamber. Pan Xian gritted his teeth, amplifying the output of his magical energy while simultaneously employing his profound understanding of artifact refinement to continuously adjust the flow of energy within the Qin Kuan cauldron. Throughout the long span of over a decade, he never once stepped out of the secret chamber, dedicating himself entirely to the forging of the 9 dragons' divine fire cover. At last, in the stillness of a silent night, a brilliant and resplendent light erupted from within the Qin Kuan cauldron, illuminating the entire chamber as if it were broad daylight. Pan Xian took a deep breath, a look of contentment gracing his face. He slowly opened the Qin Kuan Ding, revealing the 9-dragon divine fire, which quietly floated within. At this moment, it had transcended from the acquired to the innate. The 9 fire dragons appeared even more vivid, emanating a powerful and mysterious aura, as if they could roar forth at any moment and incinerate all things in the world. Pan Xian carefully stowed away the 9-dragon divine fire shield, contemplating to himself, "When I next encounter my elder brother Tai, I shall return to him this 9-dragon divine fire shield, which has now ascended to the realm of the innate." Subsequently, Pan Xian's gaze shifted towards the items resting on the table, the Qin Kuan circle, the misting silk, the fire-pointed spear, and the wind-fire wheel. These treasures have now transcended into innate spiritual artifacts, radiating a gentle yet formidable brilliance. Pan Xian gazed upon these magical artifacts, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his heart brimming with anticipation. In addition to these treasures, he had prepared several others to substitute for the spiritual relics possessed by Neza in his original timeline. His gaze settled upon a resplendent lamp, crystalline and translucent, known as the Yuanshi lamp. Within the primordial realm, there existed 4 lamps representing heaven, earth, humanity, and divinity: the divine lamp, the Bao Lian lamp, belonging to the goddess Enwa; the earth lamp, the Baiyuing palace lamp of the Supreme Old Lord; and the human lamp, the funeral lamp of the Enlightened One. The heavenly lamp, however, is the Yuanshi lamp, originally a spiritual treasure of the Primordial Supreme Being. This lamp radiated a gentle golden light, housing within it an eternal flame that never extinguished, known as the Wnlgyn. This flame possessed the remarkable ability to perceive all spirits and wielded immense power, capable of manifesting astonishing effects at critical moments. Yet, among the numerous treasures of the Primordial Supreme Being, this lamp was oftentimes utilized merely as a source of illumination during discussions of profound teachings. After making the decision to take Neza as his disciple, Pan Xian deliberately journeyed to the Taoist temple of the Primordial Supreme Being. Pan Xian respectfully bowed to the Primordial Supreme Being and subsequently articulated his request. Father, I wish to take Neza as my disciple. I hope you can bestow upon me the Yushu Liuli lamp, as I intend to forge a formidable set of magical artifacts for Neza, aiding him in his arduous journey of cultivation. The Primordial Supreme Being nodded slightly, and with a graceful gesture, the Yushu Liuli lamp gently flew into Pan Xian's hands. Drawing upon his years of exploration and accumulation of knowledge, Pan Xian also sought out other spiritual treasures from the original time and space, discovering innate treasures of superior quality to serve as substitutes. As Pan Xian stepped forth from the imposing gates of the mystical palace, he raised his gaze to the horizon. Where clarity dawned upon him, he was destined for Ch'eng Pass. Just moments before crossing the threshold, his keen eyes had caught sight of a white streak of light rapidly approaching from the distant sky. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was the White Crane Boy leading two companions, making their way towards Kunlun Mountain. In the blink of an eye, the White Crane Boy had arrived at his side. Upon seeing Pan Xian, he swiftly descended from the clouds, hastening forward to bow respectfully before him. Pan Xian slightly nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze falling upon the two unfamiliar faces before him, a flicker of curiosity stirring within his heart. He inquired, "By he, who might these two be? I have never encountered them here in Kunlun Mountain." Upon hearing this, Bai hurriedly stepped aside, gesturing for the two to come forward, and replied with utmost respect, "Young master, these two are newly accepted disciples of the Celestial Venerable. This one is named Jiangxia, and that one is called Shen Gongbao." Jiangxia and Shen Gongbao, upon hearing their names, quickly approached and performed a grand salute. Their eyes were filled with reverence, for the person before them was none other than Pan Xian, the progeny of the Primordial Celestial Venerable, a figure of unparalleled stature within the teachings of the Chan. Pan Xian scrutinized Jiangxia and Shen Gongbao, deep in contemplation. As his gaze settled upon Jiangxia, a realization dawned upon him. The fact that Jiangxia had just ascended Kunlun Mountain signified that the cataclysm of the Fengshen was but a mere 40 years away. With this thought, Pan Xian's resolve to journey to Ch'eng Pass grew ever stronger. He was acutely aware that at Ch'eng Pass, the birth of Neza awaited, a destiny fraught with tribulations. After Neza's arrival, aside from his mother, Lady Yin, who adored him sincerely, the rest of his family harbored nothing but disdain for him, often subjecting him to ridicule and humiliation. Pan Xian could hardly bear to witness his future disciple enduring such suffering. He promptly resolved to embark on his journey to Ch'eng Pass, vowing to ensure that his disciple would not suffer even the slightest grievance. Just as Pan Xian was about to turn and depart, a sudden thought seemed to strike him, causing him to pause, his gaze fixated on Shen Gongbao. Sensing Pan Xian's stare, Shen Gongbao felt a tremor in his heart and instinctively straightened his posture. Pan Xian let out a faint sigh and spoke slowly. "You are a transformed leopard, and my father, the Primordial Supreme Being, has always held a deep regard for one's origins. It is likely that he will find it difficult to fully accept your lineage as a member of the demon clan. Consequently, you may face considerable hardships on Kunlun Mountain. However, unlike my father, I have never been constrained by one's ancestry. Should you encounter any injustices or grievances here, feel free to seek me out at my Daoxian Palace." Upon hearing these words, Shen Gongbao was profoundly moved. For the entirety of Hongwang knew of the Primordial Supreme Being's disdain for demon clans and was left pondering what the future held. Yet, upon hearing Pan Xian's words, the previously dim light in his eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Shen Gongbao then performed a deep bow to Pan Xian, intending to express his heartfelt gratitude. Pan Xian waved his hand dismissively, turning into a brilliant beam of celestial light, racing towards the direction of Ch'eng Pass. In truth, Pan Xian harbored his own calculations. He perceived Shen Gongbao as an individual of remarkable talent, filled with lofty ambitions and a clear objective. Alas, due to his affiliation with the demon clan, he had long suffered exclusion, languishing in the teachings of the Chan religion without recognition. Initially, he sought to compete with Jiangxia to prove his worth, only to ultimately realize that the Primordial Supreme Deity held a disdain for demonkind and would never bestow upon them significant responsibilities, leading him down the path of rebellion. This was in stark contrast to the likes of Ran Ding and the 5 others who secretly colluded with the West, harboring treacherous intentions. Pan Xian was acutely aware that following this cataclysmic event, all the saints would retreat to the Zixiao Palace, refraining from intervening in the affairs of the Hongwang realm. At that juncture, he would assume the monumental task of furthering the teachings of the Chanjiao. a complex endeavor necessitating the assistance of capable individuals to manage affairs that he could not personally oversee. Without a doubt, Shen Gongbao was a candidate of considerable promise. Thus, he took the initiative today to offer guidance, hoping to alter Shen Gongbao's destiny and illuminate a pathway within the Chanjiao that he could pursue, thereby ensuring the emergence of a reliable ally for the future development of the Chanjiao. The figure of Pan Xian gradually faded into the distance, leaving Jiangxia, Shen Gongbao, and the white crane boy at the original spot, gazing in silence at the direction of his departure. Before long, Pan Xian arrived above the Qintang Pass, awaiting the birth of Neza. Chapter 36. The birth of Neza. In the serene expanse above Qintang Pass, Pan Xian had quietly awaited for a protracted 20 years. Each day, he engaged in meditation amidst the void, his aura melding seamlessly with the cosmos, as if he had become an integral part of this realm. Until that fateful night, when all was hushed and the stars in the firmament flickered with a chill luminescence. Suddenly, a resplendent beam of light streaked across the night sky like a bolt of lightning. It came with such swiftness and vanished in an instant, yet left an indelible impression in Pan Xian's perception. At that moment, as he sat with his eyes closed in meditation, they flew open, revealing a glimmer of indescribable astonishment and understanding. Pan Xian was aware that the spirit pearl had been bestowed upon the Li residence. The following dawn, he floated high in the sky, his gaze piercing through the layers of mist, directing his attention towards the location of the Li Manor. The moment Pan Xian beheld Madame Yin, he distinctly sensed that within her womb lay the nascent essence of a new life, though the breath of that life was faint. It pulsed with vibrant vitality and a unique spiritual resonance. In his heart, Pan Xian silently calculated that there were still 3 years and 6 months until the official birth of his disciple. Time flowed like a relentless river, swiftly slipping away. During these 3 years and 6 months, the streets and alleys of Qintang Pass were rife with rumors about Lady Yin. People whispered among themselves, their expressions varied, all speculating that Lady Yin was bearing a monster. These rumors fluttered like drifting willow catkins, scattering everywhere, even infiltrating the high walls of the Li residence. Li Jing, as the chief military officer of Qintang Pass and also Lady Yin's husband, was beset by anxiety and turmoil in the face of this overwhelming tide of gossip. One day, he sat in his study, brow furrowed, and after much hesitation, he broached the subject with Lady Yin. "My dear, the city is rife with whispers claiming that our unborn child is a monster. I wish to seek counsel from my master, the Lantern Master, to see if there is a way to remove this aberration to prevent future troubles." Li Jing's voice was low and laden with resignation, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Upon hearing this, Lady Yin's eyes widened in disbelief and fury. She protectively cradled her abdomen, her voice resolute and unwavering. "My lord, this is our own flesh and blood. Regardless of what it may be, I adamantly refuse to part with it. I can feel its movements within me. It must be a normal child. Those rumors are nothing but baseless fabrications." The light of maternal instinct and resilience shone in Lady Yin's eyes, leaving Li Jing momentarily speechless. Ultimately, he could only sigh in resignation, refraining from mentioning the matter again. Thus, under Lady Yin's steadfast protection, time quietly flowed by, and at last, the evening of Neza's birth arrived. Only a few hours remained until Neza would make his entrance into the world. The night sky, dark as ink, pressed heavily upon Qintang Pass. Within the Li residence, lights blazed brightly, servants hurried about, and the clamor of voices echoed from various courtyards, shattering the tranquility of the night. At this moment, Pan Xian hovered gracefully in midair, his flowing garments resembling those of an ethereal being descended from the heavens. His eyes, profound and fathomless, gazed intently at the Li residence, where his keen senses detected an unusual commotion within. It was the appointed time. Madame Yin was about to give birth. Pan Xian murmured softly to himself, his tone laced with a hint of anticipation and concern. Pan Xian was aware that on this night, his disciple Neza was destined to be born. With a swift motion, Pan Xian darted through the night sky like a shooting star, quietly descending into the courtyard of the Li residence. Pan Xian slightly tilted his head, gazing at the tightly shut door, his mind quietly calculating. At the moment of Neza's birth, he would transform into a fleshy orb, which Li Jing regarded as an ominous omen, intent on eradicating it swiftly. I must protect him here. I cannot allow such a person to inflict even the slightest harm upon Neza. Time flowed slowly in the stillness, each moment seeming to stretch indefinitely. Suddenly, a piercing, anguished scream erupted from within the room, the sound piercing through the heavy door, shattering the tranquility of the night. Immediately thereafter, a shadow, enveloped in an extraordinary aura, darted out from the room. It was the very orb symbolizing Neza's birth. Pan Xian's gaze sharpened as he swiftly extended his hands, securely cradling the meatball. In that instant, a wave of warmth radiated from his palms, as if he were grasping a vibrant, living essence. Pan Xian held the flesh ball tightly in his embrace, a gentle smile gracing his face. "My disciple, do not fear. I have come to rescue you." Just as Pan Xian tenderly cared for the flesh ball, the door was suddenly flung open with a resounding crash. Li Jing emerged, sword in hand, his face contorted with fury. His eyes burned red, resembling a wild beast in a frenzy, as the blade in his grasp gleamed with a chilling light under the moon. Spotting the flesh ball in Pan Xian's arms, his murderous intent intensified. He brandished his sword and charged towards Pan Xian, shouting, "Demon, today, I shall eradicate you to ensure the peace of my Li household." Pan Xian let out a cold snort, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes. With a gentle wave of his hand, Pan Xian conjured an invisible barrier of mystical energy, instantly isolating Li Jing from his pursuit. Li Jing collided forcefully with this ethereal shield, as if he had struck a formidable wall, causing him to be rebuffed and stagger back several steps before regaining his balance. His eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief as he regarded Pan Xian, clearly taken aback by the formidable power he wielded. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice resonating with fury. "Why do you obstruct my quest to vanquish this vile creature?" The expression on Pan Xian's face was one of sternness as he slightly raised his head, his voice resonating like a mighty bell that echoed throughout the surroundings. "I am the Taoist master of the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain," he continued. "The child you hold in your arms shares a fateful bond with me as teacher and disciple. I have come today to ensure his safety." His voice was deep and powerful, imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing these words, Li Jing was taken aback for a moment. Yet he quickly regained his resolute demeanor. "Regardless of who you may be, this child is an ill omen. Allowing him to remain in this world will undoubtedly bring calamity. I implore you to return him to me, so that I may bring this matter to a conclusion." Within Pan Xian's heart surged a wave of fury. He fixed his gaze upon Li Jing, his eyes brimming with disappointment and wrath. "You, mere mortal, with your limited perception, fail to recognize that this child is the reincarnation of a divine pearl. Now that I have arrived, I shall not permit you to harm him in the slightest." As he spoke, Pan Xian concentrated his thoughts, and a formidable surge of magical power instantly immobilized Li Jing in place. Li Jing struggled desperately, yet found his body ensnared as if bound by invisible chains, utterly unable to move. The servants of the Li residence, witnessing this spectacle, cowered in fear, scarcely daring to breathe. They had never encountered such a powerful celestial being and would not dare to intervene. Pan Xian turned his gaze towards the tightly shut door. Gently raising his hand, a soft stream of spiritual energy wafted from his fingertips, traversing through the door and merging into Lady Yin's body within. Nourished by this ethereal essence, Lady Yin's complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, and the anguish etched upon her features eased considerably. Amidst the cold confines of the Li residence, she stood as the sole individual who truly cherished Neza, and thus, Pan Xian could not afford to overlook her well-being. After tending to the myriad of surrounding matters, he exhaled a long breath, his expression imbued with solemnity, and redirected his entire focus onto the cherubic bundle cradled in his arms. Pan Xian slowly closed his eyes, allowing the abundant spiritual energy to surge from his palms towards the small orb, nurturing it with utmost care. Under this rich infusion of spiritual essence, the orb quivered slightly before gradually emanating a soft, ethereal glow. As the spiritual energy continued to flow into it, the orb seemed overwhelmed by the influx of power and slowly began to open. Before the onlookers appeared a child who appeared to be merely a year old. His exquisitely sculpted features and bright, expressive eyes radiated an innate liveliness. At that moment, Mrs. Yin, having recovered, heard the commotion and hurriedly stepped out. The child's keen gaze quickly spotted Mrs. Yin, and as if drawn by an invisible force, he joyfully rushed into her embrace, his soft voice resonating within the room. "Mother." Mrs. Yin gazed at the child in her arms, her eyes wide with shock and delight. Gently stroking his head, she understood that her child was extraordinary. given that he could walk freely and articulate clearly right after birth. Almost instinctively, she glanced at the child's hands and noticed a distinct character engraved on his left palm and on his right. With tenderness, Mrs. Yin declared, "I shall name you Neza, wishing you a life of smooth sailing, peace, and joy." Chapter 37. The formal acceptance of a disciple. After naming Neza, Mrs. Yin lovingly cradled the little one. Then, she lifted her head and respectfully bowed to Pan Xian, her voice imbued with gratitude and curiosity as she slowly spoke. "Thank you, esteemed immortal, for your assistance. However, I am yet to learn your honorable name, and I wonder what brings you to the Li residence this time." As Pan Xian observed Lady Yin's inquiry, he responded with measured calmness. "I am the Taoist Xian Tianzuan of the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain. My visit to the Li residence is solely due to the bond of master and disciple that this child in your arms shares with me. I have come specifically to accept him as my disciple." With that, he extended his slender finger and gently pointed towards Neza, who was curiously surveying his surroundings. Upon hearing that the figure before her was the revered Taoist Xian Tianzuan of the Jade Void Palace, Lady Yin was instantly filled with a blend of astonishment and joy. She was well aware that her husband, Li Jing, was a registered disciple of the renowned lantern master of the same palace. With the knowledge acquired at the Jade Void Palace, Li Jing had become a formidable figure among the human race. The celestial being before her, also hailing from the illustrious Jade Void Palace and personally arriving to accept a disciple, meant that her son Neza would not merely be a registered disciple like Li Jing. His future would undoubtedly be boundless. Lost in such thoughts, Lady Yin could not help but smile with delight. Just as she intended to turn and call for Li Jing to prepare the offerings for the apprenticeship, she caught sight of him, rigidly frozen in place. His face flushed, and his mouth opening and closing without a sound. Alarmed, she swiftly turned her gaze back to Pan Xian and, with a tone imbued with urgency and pleading, implored, "I beseech you, esteemed immortal, to release my husband so that we may prepare the proper offerings to express our respect for you." Upon hearing Lady Yin's words, Pan Xian gently waved his hand, his expression remaining serene as he spoke. "There is no need for the formalities of a master-disciple ceremony. I have never been fond of such tedious customs. As for Li Jing, let him remain here to reflect on his reckless actions just now, attempting to draw his sword against my disciple." Upon hearing this, Lady Yin slightly lowered her head, choosing not to say more. Yet, when she cast another glance at Li Jing, a subtle hint of resentment flickered in her eyes. Subsequently, Pan Xian leaned slightly forward, beckoning to Neza, who was nestled in Lady Yin's embrace, with a warm smile gracing his face. He softly called out, "Come here, little one." Neza blinked his bright, large eyes, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of this unfamiliar immortal, and joyfully scampered towards Pan Xian. Pan Xian gently cradled Neza in his arms. As Neza nestled comfortably, gazing at him with curious eyes, Pan Xian gazed at Neza's innocent visage, a smile gracing his lips as he softly inquired, "Little one, would you be willing to become my disciple?" Neza replied with a bright and cheerful tone, "Yes." In Xuan Yuan's heart, joy overflowed as he gently waved his hand, and a plump, lustrous ginseng fruit appeared in the palm of his hand. With a beaming smile, Pan Xian presented the ginseng fruit before Neza, gently encouraging, "Neza, take this and give it a taste." In an instant, Neza's bright, twinkling eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly extended his small hand to accept the ginseng fruit. Exclaiming joyfully, "Thank you, master," Pan Xian finally turned around and gazed at Lady Yin, slowly speaking, "Now that Neza has become my disciple, he shall accompany me back to Kunlun Mountain for his training in the days to come. However, this child is still quite young. Out of consideration for the deep bond between you and your son, I have decided to remain here in Chintang Pass for 3 years. Once Neza reaches the age of 3, I shall take him back to Kunlun Mountain." Upon hearing this, Lady Yin's heart, which had been in turmoil, felt a sudden release, and she exhaled deeply. She had always known that Neza would eventually follow Pan Xian to Kunlun Mountain, yet she had been anxious, fearing that the moment of parting would arrive swiftly. She had not anticipated the gift of 3 additional years. As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes glistened with gratitude, and she said, "Thank you, esteemed immortal, for your understanding. This way, I can spend more time with Neza." With that, Lady Yin quickly turned and raised her voice, instructing the servants beside her, "Hurry, find a quiet garden, clean it thoroughly, and prepare a place for the immortal to stay." The servants complied and hurried off to make the necessary arrangements. From that moment on, Pan Pan Xian resided in Ch'eng Pass. Most of his time was spent meditating in the garden. However, his days were not devoid of interest. Neza's situation within the Li household mirrored that of the original timeline. Within the Li residence, apart from Lady Yin's attentive care, everyone else kept their distance from him. Although Li Jing was aware that Neza was the reincarnation of a spirit pearl and not a demon, the memory of Neza's initial appearance as a fleshy orb left an indelible shadow on his heart. Every time he recalled it, he felt discomfort wash over him. Furthermore, as the commander of Ch'eng Pass, Li Jing had long been steeped in feudal doctrine and traditional ideals. In his mind, order and propriety reigned supreme, and every individual's actions should adhere strictly to societal norms and moral codes. Neza, on the other hand, was inherently lively and active, guided solely by his whims, exhibiting a lack of restraint that often astonished those around him. His behavior diverged entirely from the path Li Jing envisioned for his son's growth, leading Li Jing to feel that his authority as a father was greatly challenged. Each time he witnessed Neza frolicking about the house, leaving chaos in his wake, Li Jing's brow furrowed deeply, his countenance marred by displeasure. Yet, Neza remained oblivious to his father's discontent, continuing to be himself, leaving traces of joy in every corner of the Li household. Day after day, Li Jing could not muster even a fraction of affection for his third son, Neza. Within the Li residence in Ch'eng Pass, Neza often felt a pang of sorrow due to the indifference of his father and others. Fortunately, he had Pan Xian as his master. Whenever he felt wronged at home, he would joyfully rush to Pan Xian, like a weary bird returning to its nest, staying there for several days. As time flowed like a gentle stream, Neza's third birthday quietly approached. That day, the Li residence was adorned with festive decorations, and Neza celebrated his third birthday in a warm atmosphere alongside Lady Yin. However, Neza's thoughts had long drifted elsewhere, for he was already aware that upon turning 3, he would follow his master, Pan Xian, to the Yuanshi Palace on Kunlun Mountain for training. Inherently curious about the world, Neza felt little attachment to this home, save for the unconditional love and care bestowed upon him by Lady Yin, which he found difficult to relinquish. Yet, as he contemplated the journey to Kunlun Mountain, his heart brimmed with uncontainable excitement, as if Kunlun Mountain were a paradise of his dreams. Nevertheless, the thought of parting from his beloved Lady Yin stirred a thread of reluctance within him. At last, the day arrived for Neza to set off with Pan Xian. Li Jing and Lady Yin came together to bid Neza farewell. Lady Yin's eyes brimmed with reluctance as she tightly grasped Neza's small hand, tears welling in her eyes and soon cascading down her cheeks, each droplet a testament to her endless concern for him. Choking back her emotions, she managed to utter, "My child, take care of yourself while you are away." Pan Xian observed silently from the side, noticing the fleeting glimmer of relief in Li Jing's eyes, as if Neza's departure had finally lifted a heavy burden from his heart. Li Jing simply said, "Go, and listen to your master while you are away," devoid of the usual worries and reluctance a father might feel when sending off his child. Neza gazed at his mother's tear-streaked face, a wave of sorrow washing over him. He embraced Lady Yin tightly before resolutely turning to follow Pan Xian, embarking on the journey to Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 38. The Disciples of Kunlun. After a lengthy and tumultuous flight, Pan Xian enveloped Neza in his celestial energy, finally landing steadily within the ethereal realms of Kunlun Mountain. To Neza, Kunlun Mountain appeared shrouded in ethereal mist, with peaks emerging and disappearing, surrounded by a rich aura of spiritual energy that seemed almost tangible. Every breath of air seemed to narrate the extraordinary nature of this place, far superior to Ch'eng Pass. The expression on Pan Xian's face was filled with the warmth of returning home. He lowered his gaze towards Neza and spoke gently, "My dear disciple, I shall now take you to meet our venerable ancestor." Neza nodded earnestly, his eyes brimming with curiosity and reverence. The master and disciple moved with a light step, their figures darting like lightning as they hastened towards the abode of the primordial heavenly master. Before long, they arrived at a tranquil and serene temple, its grand entrance exuding an ancient and solemn aura. Upon entering, they found the primordial heavenly master seated upon a meditation cushion, enveloped in a radiant light, his countenance both compassionate and dignified. Pan Xian stepped forward, bowing respectfully, his voice imbued with reverence. "Father, I have returned. This is my disciple, Neza." With that, he gestured to Neza. Neza, quick-witted, stepped forward, knelt on both knees, performed a formal grand salute, and exclaimed enthusiastically, "Grandmaster." The Primordial Supreme Being regarded Neza with a gentle gaze, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction upon realizing that his son had taken on a disciple. He raised his hand and waved it, and in an instant, an abundance of radiant elixirs and enticing spiritual fruits materialized before Neza. These potions and fruits exuded an aura of vitality, some even quivering slightly, as if imbued with sentience. Neza's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with delight. And he earnestly bowed his head again, his voice trembling with excitement as he expressed, "Thank you, Grandmaster, for your generous gifts." Subsequently, Pan Xian led Neza back to his Daoxian palace. Once they were seated comfortably on the meditation cushions, Pan Xian's expression grew serious as he looked at Neza and spoke earnestly. "My dear Neza, you are the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, inherently possessing the cultivation of a mid-level Xianxian. Over the past 3 years, I have refrained from imparting you with any techniques, allowing you to adapt to your innate powers. Now that we have arrived at Kunlun Mountain, it is time for me to teach you the methods of cultivation, enabling you to embark officially on your path of practice." With these words, Pan Xian's fingertips trembled lightly, and a brilliant light coalesced into form. Within this radiance, mysterious runes flickered, and as Pan Xian focused his intent, the light, like a sinuous serpent, slowly entered Neza's mind. Neza felt a wondrous force surge into his consciousness, devoid of any pain, instead bringing with it a sensation akin to enlightenment. Pan Xian continued, "This is the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong that I have cultivated. This technique is enigmatic and unfathomable, with the potential to reach the realm of a sage. I hope you will devote yourself to practice diligently and not squander such a rare opportunity." Upon hearing this, Neza was filled with awe and gratitude. He promptly rose, bowed once more, and earnestly declared, "Thank you, Master, for imparting this supreme technique to me. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to rigorous training and, in the future, I will certainly repay your immense kindness." With a gentle smile, Pan Xian waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for gratitude. It is my duty as your master to impart the techniques to you. Now, I shall elucidate the essential points and practices of the 9 transformations of primordial energy. You must listen attentively and not overlook any detail." Upon finishing his words, Pan Xian began to speak at length, while Neza listened with rapt attention, his eyes unwavering, fearful of missing even a single word. In the Daoshen Palace, they embarked on a unique journey of cultivation together. For 3 full years, the palace was often filled with the sound of Pan Xian's patient teachings, as Neza absorbed every word, diligently practicing as instructed. During these 3 years, under Pan Xian's meticulous guidance, Neza had access to a plethora of spiritual elixirs, as plentiful as the stars in the night sky, with innate spiritual fruits piled high, available in unlimited supply. Moreover, the technique he was mastering, the 9 transformations of primordial energy, was inherently powerful. Under such abundant conditions, Neza's cultivation soared like the verdant bamboo in spring, reaching new heights. Initially, he was only at the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm, but in the blink of an eye, he broke through to the late stage of true immortal, now merely a step away from the pinnacle of true immortality. However, Pan Xian halted Neza's cultivation, for he was ready to present a set of innate spiritual treasures that he had prepared for Neza, enabling him to become acquainted with combat using these treasures. Slowly, Pan Xian retrieved a meticulously prepared set of innate spiritual treasures from his storage artifact. In his hands, these treasures emanated a soft and mysterious glow, as if whispering tales of their extraordinary origins. Pan Xian solemnly gazed at Neza and earnestly remarked, "Now, my child, you have already attained the late stage of true immortal cultivation, and your strength is formidable. However, the path of cultivation is not solely reliant on one's own prowess. The adept utilization of magical artifacts is equally paramount. Henceforth, I shall bestow upon you these spiritual treasures. From this day forward, you must begin to familiarize yourself with their applications, allowing them to become your invaluable allies in battle." With that, Pan Xian presented the fire-tip spear, the wind and fire wheels, the Qian Kuan circle, the mysterious heavenly silk, the jade void Liuli lamp, along with several other magical treasures, one by one, into Neza's hands. Neza, gazing at the enchanting treasures radiating captivating light, widened his eyes in excitement and curiosity, his face aglow with uncontainable joy. Pan Xian observed Neza's exuberant demeanor and smiled gently, continuing, "Familiarize yourself with these spiritual treasures for a while. Shortly, I shall escort you to the martial arena of the Jade Void Palace. There, You may freely unleash your abilities and delve into their power and characteristics. Neza nodded eagerly, impatiently grasping the spiritual treasures. He swung the fire point spear, creating a whistling sound, and then tossed the cosmic circle into the air, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and a thirst for exploration. Subsequently, Neza calmed himself and began the preliminary refinement of the prohibitions within. This process of refinement took half a year. During this time, Neza was inseparable from the spiritual treasures, ultimately achieving a preliminary refinement and establishing a subtle connection with them. After 6 months, Pan Xian brought Neza to the martial arena of the Jade Void Palace. The arena was extraordinarily vast, its ground paved with enormous azure stones, and the surroundings were inscribed with enigmatic runes, seemingly recounting countless fierce battles of the past. Upon entering the arena, Pan Xian noticed 3 figures. Upon closer inspection, he found it was the Grandmaster of the South Pole, instructing Jiang Zia and Shen Gongbao in their training, clad in a flowing white robe. The Grandmaster's hair and beard were entirely white, and he wore a gentle smile, while Jiang Zia and Shen Gongbao stood beside him with utmost respect. As the 3 noticed Pan Xian's approach, they promptly stepped forward to greet him, their voices laced with reverence. "Senior brother, junior brother." With a smile, Pan Xian engaged in casual conversation with them, his words imbued with the camaraderie of fellow disciples. Subsequently, he guided Neza to the far side of the training ground, officially commencing his instruction on the use of spiritual treasures. Armed with the fire-tip spear, Neza began practicing the most fundamental spear techniques under Pan Xian's watchful eye. Initially, his movements were somewhat awkward, and his technique appeared rather juvenile. However, through relentless practice, he gradually grasped the intricacies of the art, his motions becoming increasingly fluid, the spear's shadow flickering with an exhilarating vigor. As Neza perfected the foundational techniques of the fire-tip spear, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Pan Xian's eyes. He then imparted to Neza an exquisite spear technique from the Jade Void Palace, urging him to dedicate himself to diligent training. Although Neza was remarkably intelligent, he inevitably encountered some challenges during the initial stages of mastering this technique. Pan Xian patiently provided corrections from the sidelines, meticulously explaining every subtle movement and the intricacies of each technique. However, to his astonishment, after only 2 practice sessions, Neza was able to execute the spear technique flawlessly, with movements as smooth and fluid as flowing water, devoid of any hindrance. Pan Xian gazed upon Neza's remarkable performance, feeling an immense sense of contentment within. He silently mused, "No wonder my father, the Primordial Supreme Being, only accepts disciples endowed with exceptional talents and great fortune. Such a wise pupil certainly makes teaching a far more effortless endeavor." Time flew by, and before long, 6 months had passed. At this juncture, Neza was nearing his 7th birthday, his cultivation having steadily progressed through relentless training and practical combat, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of true immortal status. However, the observant Pan Xian discerned that during this period, Neza often seemed distracted while practicing. The focused gaze he once possessed frequently appeared somewhat clouded. One day, unable to contain his concern any longer, Pan Xian inquired, "My dear disciple, do you harbor any burdens upon your heart? I have noticed your inattentiveness during training. Such a state is not conducive to your cultivation." Upon hearing his master's inquiry, Neza lowered his head slightly, hesitating for a moment before replying softly, "Master, I have been at Kunlun Mountain for nearly 4 years now. During this time, although I have learned numerous skills under your guidance, I often find myself yearning for my mother. I wonder how she is faring now. I miss her dearly." Upon hearing Neza's words, Pan Xian suddenly comprehended the situation. He was about to suggest that he would escort Neza back to Qintangguan for a reunion with his mother. However, before he could utter a word, the System 9527 in Pan Xian's mind emitted a clear prompt. "Ding. The Queen Mother of the West at Xikanlun is in trouble. Please resolve the issue for her, and you shall receive a chance for enlightenment as a reward." This unexpected task momentarily startled Pan Xian, and his gaze instinctively drifted towards the horizon, leading him to a decisive choice. Chapter 39. Understanding the problem. Pan Xian furrowed her brow, her mind oscillating in contemplation. After much deliberation, she finally gritted her teeth and resolved to make a definitive decision. Pan Xian's gaze pierced through the layers of billowing clouds, steadfastly directed towards the west, where the enigmatic silhouette of the western Kunlun gradually crystallized in his mind. He was acutely aware that if he could successfully obtain the Western Plain Cloud Banner from the hands of the Queen Mother of the West during this expedition to Western Kunlun, it would herald a momentous turning point. With this task added to his repertoire, he would attain 4 invaluable opportunities for profound enlightenment. For someone who has been tirelessly delving into the intricacies of the 9 transformations of the mysterious origin technique, yearning for a successful fusion, this is undoubtedly an immense temptation. It signifies that he is one significant step closer to mastering the 9 transformations of the mysterious origin technique. Pan Xin slightly tilted his head, his gaze falling upon Neza beside him. He recalled that Neza had not returned to Chen'ang Pass for a long time and had not seen his mother. A profound sense of compassion filled his heart. The gentle expression on Pan Xian's face turned towards Neza as he softly spoke. My dear Neza, if you wish to return to Chen'ang Pass to see your mother, you may do so. However, your master is currently engaged in important matters and cannot accompany you. Upon hearing his master's words, Neza's previously vibrant eyes sparkled with excitement, his small face flushed with enthusiasm. He quickly replied, Master, it is of no concern. I possess the wind fire wheels and can return on my own. Please, do not let my journey hinder your important tasks. No sooner had he finished speaking than Neza could no longer contain his eagerness. A flash of light erupted beneath his feet, and the wind fire wheels appeared instantly. He was impatient to embark on his journey. Upon witnessing this, Pan Xin swiftly extended his hand, gently intercepting and halting Neza. With a graceful sweep of his long sleeves, Pan Xin summoned forth the 2 mystical phoenixes bestowed upon him by the goddess Enwa on that fateful day. As he made this gesture, the once tranquil phoenixes suddenly let out a resounding cry that echoed through the heavens, and with a powerful flap of their wings, they soared gracefully towards Neza. Pan Xin gazed at Neza, his tone imbued with earnestness. Although I cannot accompany you back to Chen'ang Pass, these 2 Xianfeng can accompany you. They possess the cultivation of mid-stage Tai Jingxian. With their aid, you shall not only return swiftly to Chen'ang Pass but also be protected along the way. Once my affairs are concluded, I shall promptly come to Chen'ang Pass to escort you back to Kunlun Mountain. Neza looked at the imposing Xianfeng before him. Then at his concerned master, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he nodded vigorously. Subsequently, he climbed onto the back of one Xianfeng, which gently flapped its wings, seemingly to comfort him. At Pan Xian's command, the 2 Xianfeng let out a resonant cry and soared into the skies, carrying Neza towards Chen'ang Pass, gradually vanishing into the horizon. As Pan Xian watched Neza depart until he was no longer visible, he turned and rose upon a cloud, resolutely heading towards the western Kunlun. Soon, he arrived at the majestic peaks of western Kunlun, a realm that resembled a celestial paradise yet exuded an air of mysterious solemnity. Before long, Pan Xian reached the entrance of the Western Queen Mother's sanctuary. The place was enveloped in a radiant aura, surrounded by blooming celestial flowers and exotic herbs, exuding a fragrance that was both delightful and refreshing. Occasionally, a few celestial birds circled low in the air, emitting their melodious calls. Upon arriving at the sanctuary's threshold, Pan Xian heard a clear yet authoritative female voice resonating from within. Who dares to approach my sanctuary? Pan Xian's expression was one of reverence as he promptly replied in a clear voice that resonated throughout the temple, esteemed ancestor of the West. I am Dao Xian from the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain, and I have come to pay my respects today. As soon as Pan Xian's voice faded, it appeared as though an invisible hand had torn apart the grand formation enveloping the Taoist temple, gradually revealing a passage. Upon witnessing the scene, Pan Xian lightly tapped his toes, and his figure darted inside like an arrow. As he landed, he raised his gaze and beheld a woman of exquisite grace. This lady possessed a countenance of dignified beauty, her bright eyes shimmering like stars twinkling in the night sky, radiating a captivating brilliance. Her elegant, high-bridged nose was perfectly sculpted, and her lips, tinted a luscious cherry red, required no embellishment. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, while a portion was elegantly styled into a high bun adorned with an array of opulent ornaments, each embedded with resplendent gemstones that sparkled with ethereal light. Her earrings swayed gently, her necklace dazzled, and her jade bangles exuded warmth, all harmoniously complementing her flowing robe. The robe was intricately embroidered with motifs of dragons and phoenixes symbolizing prosperity, ethereal clouds, and majestic landscapes, each vibrant hue captivating the eye. Every stitch seemed to encapsulate the profound principles of the universe, exuding an air of noble grandeur and authority. Pan Xian stepped forward, slightly bowing with sincerity as he spoke. Greetings, esteemed elder. My name is Pan Xian, with the title Dao Xian. Upon hearing only his title initially, the Western Queen Mother assumed he was merely an ordinary disciple from the Yuanshi Palace on Kunlun Mountain. However, when Pan Xian revealed his name, she momentarily appeared taken aback, only to be swiftly overtaken by delight. Although she had long secluded herself in her sanctuary, rarely venturing out, She had indeed heard whispers of the Primordial Supreme One announcing his progeny in the distant Kunlun. Before her stood the son of the Primordial Supreme One. How could this not fill her with joy? Subsequently, the Western Queen Mother, her face aglow with a warm smile, gestured for him to enter the hall. The interior was adorned in resplendent gold and jade. Once they were seated, she spoke first, her tone imbued with a touch of warmth. Might I inquire what brings my esteemed nephew to seek my presence? Pan Xian, noticing that the Queen Mother of the West had inquired directly. No longer beat around the bush. Standing tall, he stated plainly, I am aware that the Eastern Plain Cloud Banner resides in your possession. Having already obtained 4 of the 5 primordial directional banners, I have come here today with the audacity to request a condition from you. What must I do to acquire the Eastern Plain Cloud Banner? Pan Xian was acutely aware that directly demanding someone else's spiritual treasure was rather abrupt. However, under normal circumstances, he would never have acted so recklessly. Yet, at this moment, the voice of System 9527 resounded clearly in his mind, informing him that the Queen Mother of the West was ensnared in troublesome predicaments, which provided him with the audacity to make such a request. Upon hearing Pan Xian's desire for the Western Plain Cloud Banner, the Queen Mother initially raised her delicate brows, revealing a look of surprise. Nevertheless, in an instant, she recalled the pressing issues she was currently facing. Slightly lowering her head, she fell into contemplation, and after a brief moment, as if she had resolved to make a decision, she lifted her gaze towards Pan Xian and spoke slowly. The Western Plain Cloud Banner can be bestowed upon you, but you must assist me in resolving a troublesome matter. Upon hearing these words, Pan Xian felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained an expression of calm, merely nodding slightly to indicate his agreement, and subsequently gestured with his eyes for the Queen Mother of the West to continue. She took a deep breath and began to recount. Years ago, when the Xixia Palace opened its teachings, 3,000 worldly guests gathered to listen to the Tao. I was originally transformed from the primordial first Yin energy, while the Eastern King was shaped from the primordial first Yang energy. At that time, we were both honored by the Tao ancestor as the foremost female and male immortals of the wilderness. However, I regarded this distinction as inconsequential and returned to my sanctuary for cultivation. The Eastern King, on the other hand, sought to establish the Zizhou Prefecture, aspiring to lead the male immortals of the wilderness, but ultimately fell victim to the demon court. Who could have anticipated that, at that time, a fragment of his soul was saved by the Supreme Lord? Now, he has successfully reincarnated and reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. He has sought me out, wishing to engage in dual cultivation. He claims that the union of Yin and Yang energies will expedite his breakthrough to quasi-sainthood, swiftly restoring his previous cultivation and attempting to re-establish the Zizhou Prefecture. Yet, I have no desire for this. I do not wish to become his Tao partner, nor do I wish to be entangled in these matters of right and wrong. Although I currently possess a mid-stage quasi-saint cultivation, he is certainly no match for me. However, he is backed by the Supreme Sage of Taiji, which gives me pause. If you, dear nephew, could assist me in resolving this issue, I would gladly present you with the Western Pure Cloud Banner. Chapter 40. Resolving Troubles after listening to the Queen Mother of the West's account and her conditions. Pan Xian did not hesitate for a moment and readily agreed. At this juncture, the Eastern King was merely at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Although he himself was only at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he walked the dual cultivation path of spirit and body, possessing profound depth. Moreover, he was equipped with numerous top-tier spiritual treasures. Should a confrontation arise, the outcome was uncertain, even if the situation turned unfavorable. He had the formidable support of the Queen Mother of the West beside him. Contemplating the Supreme Lord of Taiji, who stood behind the Eastern King, Pan Xian mused internally. Though the Eastern King had been saved by the Supreme Lord, it remained uncertain whether he had taken him as a disciple. Even if he were fortunate enough to be accepted, it was likely that he would only be a nominal disciple, as the Supreme Lord had previously stated that only Xuan would be his true disciple. Surely, his uncle, the Supreme Lord, would not make things difficult for him over such matters. Seeing Pan Xian's prompt acceptance, the Queen Mother of the West finally felt her anxieties dissipate. Exhaling a sigh of relief, she sought Pan Xian's assistance precisely because of his extraordinary background, although this aid would cost her the Western Pure Cloud Banner. Alleviating the troublesome presence of the Eastern King was not a loss in the grand scheme of things. Furthermore, she had never been fond of engaging in conflicts, preferring to immerse herself in the practice of her sanctuary. Even if she possessed the Western Pure Cloud Banner, she seldom utilized it in battle. After reaching an agreement, Pan Xian humbly inquired of the Queen Mother of the West, esteemed elder, Might I ask when the Eastern King will arrive? The Queen Mother, calm and composed, replied. A year ago, he came to inform me, giving me a year to consider. In my view, he should arrive at my sanctuary within the next few days. Pan Xian slightly nodded in acknowledgement and responded, in that case, I shall await the arrival of the esteemed senior at your sacred domain. And I hope for your magnanimity in any disturbances. The Queen Mother of the West promptly waved her hand, smiling as she said, What are you saying? It is I who should be troubling you. In the following days, within the sacred grounds, Pan Xian and the Queen Mother of the West sat facing each other, embarking on a journey of discourse. Though ostensibly a philosophical exchange, it was primarily the Queen Mother diligently addressing Pan Xian's inquiries and confusions. Although they dealt with subtle nuances, each matter touched upon the critical elements of Pan Xian's cultivation, enriching his understanding and elevating his practice. Thus, the days passed in a tranquil manner, with Pan Xian engaging in light conversation with the Queen Mother of the West as usual. Just as their dialogue reached a delightful crescendo, a sudden, jarring male voice echoed from outside the sacred grounds, shattering the serene atmosphere. Queen Mother, have you given it any thought? Engaging in dual cultivation with me would be undeniably beneficial for you. Once accomplished, not only will I swiftly restore my quasi-saintly realm, but your own cultivation speed will increase exponentially. Once I fully regain my powers, I shall promptly gather the remnants of the Purple Prefecture from years past. Taking advantage of this cosmic calamity, we can rebuild the Purple Prefecture. With our strengths combined, along with the backing of the Supreme Clear Saint, we would not be without the opportunity to dominate the primordial world. In such a scenario, as my Tao partner, you would share in the vast fortunes of this realm. What hesitation do you have? The voice was laden with temptation, reverberating through the air. Beside Pan Xian, the West Queen Mother furrowed her delicate brows, her expression rife with displeasure as she spoke coldly to the outside. My mind is resolute. I will not acquiesce. Depart at once. Upon hearing such a definitive response from the West Queen Mother, the East King, standing outside, was immediately engulfed by a surge of inexplicable fury, his countenance darkening in an instant. With his eyes wide in anger, he let out a cold snort, and without uttering another word, raised his hand to launch a fierce assault on the grand formation of the altar. In an instant, his spiritual power surged around him, and blinding rays of light shot forth like arrows, striking the formation. The array rippled under the onslaught, resonating with a low hum, as if it were on the brink of shattering. As Pan Xian observed the unfolding scene, he turned his gaze towards the Queen Mother of the West, maintaining a serene demeanor, and softly remarked, Elder, perhaps you might consider allowing him to enter. The Queen Mother of the West was momentarily taken aback, her eyes penetratingly studying Pan Xian. Noting his unwavering conviction, she pondered briefly before raising her hand and waving it, thus dispelling the formidable protective array surrounding the sanctuary. Just as Dong Wanggong was preparing to break through the formation with all his might, he was astonished to see the array open of its own accord. A surge of joy welled up within him, and a triumphant smile crept onto his lips, believing that the Queen Mother had reconsidered and acquiesced to his request. Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light, filled with elation, and soared towards the inner sanctum of the sanctuary. However, as Dong Wanggong landed firmly before Pan Xian and the Queen Mother of the West, the smile abruptly froze on his face, swiftly replaced by a torrent of rage and jealousy. His eyes widened like bronze bells, fixated on Pan Xian, as he concluded that Pan Xian was indeed the companion sought by the Queen Mother. Clenching his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned pale, he directed a furious inquiry towards the Queen Mother, exclaiming, I demand to know why you have repeatedly rebuffed my advances. It appears you have secretly sought out this mere fledgling, a late-stage De Luo golden immortal. He then shifted his disdainful gaze towards Pan Xian, nostrils flaring in arrogance as he declared, Listen well, young man, I am Dong Wanggong, the foremost among the primordial male immortals, appointed by the Tao ancestor himself. If you possess any sense of propriety, you will depart at once, for it would be folly to presume that the Queen Mother would shield you. Though her cultivation surpasses mine, my status is exalted. I am not only graced by the Tao ancestor's endorsement, but am also a named disciple of the Tai Ching sage. You are not one to provoke lightly. Pan Xian listened quietly to the arrogant remarks of Dong Wanggong, a faint, contemptuous smile curling at the corners of his lips. He had no desire to engage in any pretense of cunning, so he spoke directly, his voice not loud yet each word resonating with clarity and conviction. The Taoist ancestor you speak of is my master. Your teacher, the Supreme Lord Laozi, is my own uncle. My father, the primordial heavenly sovereign, is currently residing in the Jade Void Palace atop Kunlun Mountain. If you truly possess the audacity, feel free to strike at me and let us see who meets their demise first. Upon hearing Pan Xian's declaration, Dong Wanggong's expression shifted dramatically, oscillating between shades of blue and white. Internally, he lamented, for who in the vast wilderness did not know that the primordial heavenly sovereign was exceedingly protective of his own? Should he dare entertain even the slightest notion of harming Pan Xian, he would likely find himself without a grave before he could even react. Furthermore, given Laozi's temperament, he certainly would not come to his aid. At this thought, Dong Wanggong couldn't help but inwardly curse Shi Wangmu. "Ah, you cunning Shi Wangmu. It is no wonder you would not acquiesce to me. It appears you have aligned yourself with such lofty connections." Pan Xian observed the Eastern Wanggong standing there, his expression fluctuating yet remaining silent. In his heart, he felt a deep disdain. He fixed his gaze on the Eastern Wanggong and coldly remarked, "Dare you to make a move? If you intend to fight, do so swiftly. If not, then depart without delay." Upon hearing Pan Xian's merciless words, the Eastern Wanggong was seething with rage, his teeth grinding in frustration. He thought to himself, is it merely because of a favorable father that he feels so formidable? However, he could only concede verbally, forcing a smile that was more pitiable than tears, and replied, "Oh dear, how could I dare to engage with you? It is my folly to not recognize your greatness. I shall take my leave. I shall take my leave." Upon witnessing the disheveled appearance of the Eastern King, Pan Xian remained unfazed and continued, "Should I hear that the esteemed Western Queen Mother dares to pursue you further, your demise shall be imminent. Depart at once." As the words of Pan Xian faded into silence, the Eastern King could no longer concern himself with dignity. He transformed into a hasty streak of light, swiftly fleeing outward, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Once the Eastern King had departed in a state of anxiety, Pan Xian turned around, his expression reverent as he gazed upon the Western Queen Mother. With both hands clasped in a gesture of respect, he bowed and spoke, "Esteemed predecessor, I sincerely apologize for the earlier disturbance. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my obligation and resolved the matter at hand. Now, I humbly request that you honor your promise and bestow upon me the Western Plain Cloud Banner." Although Pan Xian spoke courteously, his eyes subtly betrayed a sense of urgency and anticipation, for the Western Plain Cloud Banner held profound significance for him. Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West nodded slightly. She was renowned for her fidelity, and having made a promise, she would not break it. With a gentle wave of her jade hand, a soft white light flickered, and the legendary Western Plain Cloud Banner materialized in her palm. The Queen Mother extended the banner towards Pan Xian and spoke in a serene tone, "Since I have promised you, I shall not go back on my word. Take it." Pan Xian trembled as he accepted the plain Western Cloud Banner, his heart brimming with uncontainable excitement. At this moment, to him, this banner represented not merely a magical artifact, but the pivotal element in fulfilling his system's quest and achieving his own transformation. Pan Xian was acutely aware that he had now gathered all the banners of the primal 5 directions, simultaneously accomplishing 2 tasks set by the system. This signified that he would be granted 4 opportunities for profound enlightenment. The mere thought of this sent a surge of excitement coursing through him. In Pan Xian's heart, he believed that with these 4 chances for enlightenment, he would most likely be able to merge the 9 transformations of the mysterious origin technique, thereby ushering in a significant leap in strength. After carefully storing the Western Plain Cloud Banner in his treasure space, Pan Xian once again faced the Queen Mother of the West, bowed respectfully, and expressed, "I shall forever remember your profound kindness, esteemed elder. Now that matters are concluded, it is time for me to take my leave." The Queen Mother, seeing Pan Xian's intention to depart, responded, "Should you find the time in the future, do not hesitate to visit my abode. We may yet become friends." However, within her heart, the Queen Mother pondered, "I have come to recognize that in this primordial realm, regardless of how elevated one's cultivation may be, without reaching the saintly realm, one's connections hold greater weight." A hint of melancholy and resignation flickered in her eyes, for she had once believed that by refraining from trouble and diligently enhancing her cultivation, she would remain unscathed. Yet, reality had imparted a stark lesson. Should one avoid seeking trouble, it will inevitably seek you out. Upon hearing the words of the Queen Mother of the West, Pan Xian felt a shiver run through him, subtly sensing the profound implications behind her statement. He once again bowed respectfully and declared, "I shall certainly remember your teachings, esteemed elder, and should the opportunity arise, I will be sure to pay you a visit." With that, Pan Xian turned his form into a streak of light, soaring towards the horizon, swiftly vanishing from sight. The Queen Mother gazed in the direction of Pan Xian's departure, standing still for a long time, seemingly lost in contemplation. Chapter 41. An unjust grievance after leaving the Queen Mother of the West Sanctuary in Xikanlan, Pan Xian embarked on his journey home, with the speed of lightning. His figure resembled a fleeting ray of light as he made his way directly to the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Upon returning to the Jade Void Palace, Pan Xian settled back into his Daoshen Palace, sitting cross-legged in meditation. Pan Xian slowly raised his hand, and in the palm of his hand, the flag of the Western Plain Cloud Realm subtly materialized. This flag emanated a faint glow, with tendrils of enigmatic essence wafting into the air. Pan Xian closed his eyes and focused his mind, channeling his spiritual energy to establish a connection with the spiritual treasure. Beginning the preliminary refinement of the Western Plain Cloud Banner, waves of spiritual power surged towards the banner like a relentless tide, immersing him completely in this harmonious communion with the artifact. Meanwhile, far away at the Li residence in Shentanguan, Madame Yin sat alone in her room. Her gaze filled with longing and solitude, her mind occupied with thoughts of Neza. Suddenly, a clear and melodious phoenix cry echoed from the sky, startling Madame Yin, whose eyes flickered with confusion. Unable to remain seated, she rose hurriedly and rushed towards the door. At that moment, the servants of the Li household were also drawn to the strange sound, gathering outside in curiosity. Before long, Li Jing, alerted by the commotion, strode into the courtyard. Everyone looked up, their gazes fixed on the vast sky, where two enormous black phoenixes were soaring towards them, their expansive wings unfurled majestically, their feathers glistening with radiant hues in the sunlight. As the phoenixes approached, the crowd discerned a figure standing atop one of them, igniting a wave of curiosity among them. Who could this person be? Just then, Madame Yin's voice trembled with excitement. It must be my child, Neza. He has grown so much. Upon hearing this, the crowd squinted for a closer look, increasingly convinced that the figure bore a resemblance to Neza. Moments later, the two phoenixes landed gracefully outside the Li residence. Neza, light-footed, leaped down and steadied himself. Upon raising his gaze, he instantly spotted his mother, Madame Yin, and tears welled up in his eyes as he shouted, "Mother, I am back." He dashed towards her, enveloping himself in her warm embrace. Madame Yin held Neza tightly, her body trembling with joy, her eyes brimming with affection as she gazed at her son, unable to take in enough of him. However, recalling something, she asked, "My dear, why have you returned? Did not Dao Tianzuan say he would take you to Kunlun for 15 years of training?" Before Neza could respond, Li Jing, frowning and filled with disappointment, interjected with a cold snort. Need it be said? It is surely because he refused to heed the teachings at Kunlun, causing Dao Tianzuan and the immortals there to grow weary of him, leading to his premature expulsion. Hearing this, Madame Yin's heart tightened with concern as she turned anxiously to Neza, her eyes filled with worry. Is that true, my child? Neza, initially elated to return, felt a surge of anger rise within him at Li Jing's words. He shot a glare at his father before turning to Madame Yin, softly explaining, "Mother, it is not as you think. My master saw how much I missed you and allowed me to come home for a while. He will come to take me back to Kunlun later." Upon hearing this, Madame Yin's anxious heart finally found solace, and a smile of relief graced her face. "That is wonderful. Come, my dear, let us return home. I shall prepare your favorite dishes." Neza, filled with joy, cheerfully agreed, taking Madame Yin's hand as they walked back to the residence, not even glancing at Li Jing. Li Jing watched their retreating figures, shaking his head helplessly as he muttered under his breath, truly unteachable. After being away for so long, he still understands nothing of propriety. With that, he followed them into the Li residence. Once home, Neza finally enjoyed a warm and tender moment with Madame Yin. Over the next few days, his smile became increasingly apparent. However, tranquility did not last long. One day, Madame Yin received urgent news that required her immediate attention, leaving her no choice but to leave. With a worried expression, she looked at Neza, repeatedly urging him to stay home and wait for her return. The house quickly turned cold and empty, and Neza, feeling lonely, decided to venture outside for some amusement. Strolling through the bustling market, Neza curiously observed everything around him. The streets were lined with an array of dazzling goods, and the calls of vendors filled the air. Yet, as he walked, his carefree demeanor suddenly shifted upon spotting a shop ahead engulfed in thick smoke, flames leaping from the windows and cracks of the door, accompanied by the terrified cries of two children trapped inside. In a moment of urgency, Neza summoned his wind fire wheels. The wheels spun rapidly beneath him, radiating brilliant light. In an instant, he darted into the blazing shop like a flash of red lightning. Inside, the flames raged fiercely and smoke filled the air, making visibility nearly impossible. Trusting his instincts, Neza navigated through the smoke and finally located the two children cornered in fear. He scooped one child under each arm, shielding them closely. And with a powerful push of the windfire wheels, he burst through the inferno and emerged outside. Those present were initially stunned by Neza's heroic figure soaring through the flames on his windfire wheels. However, as they realized his appearance, a voice in the crowd screamed in terror, "A monster! It's a monster!" Human nature often acts like an echo chamber. Once one person shouted, many others followed suit, chanting monster amid the chaos. At that moment, Li Jing, who was patrolling within Shentanguan, heard the clamor from a distance. Alarmed, he hurriedly led his soldiers towards the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, he saw the shop ablaze, the crowd in disarray, and Neza standing nearby on his windfire wheels, surrounded by shouts of monster. Li Jing's first thought was, Neza must have started this fire. Fuming with rage, he stormed towards Neza, pointing an accusatory finger at him as he thundered, "You ungrateful wretch! I had hoped that you would return from Kunlun a changed person. Yet here you are, unchanged in your reckless ways. You have committed a heinous act today. From this moment on, I shall consider you no son of mine." Neza, taken aback, was filled with disbelief. He opened his mouth to explain, but no words came forth, as if his throat had tightened around an unseen obstruction. Overwhelmed with grievance for his actions in rescuing the children, he could not fathom why his father would not even inquire before condemning him. Clenching his lips, his eyes reddened. Neza ultimately chose to ignore Li Jing, and with a turn of his windfire wheels, he soared towards the sea. Li Jing stood frozen, watching Neza's resolute departure. His anger intensifying, he believed Neza had fled in shame, unwilling to confront the truth of Li Jing's words, continuing to curse, "You wretched creature. Let us see where you can run." At that moment, an elderly man who had witnessed the entire event could no longer bear to remain silent. He stepped forward, bowing slightly to Li Jing, and said gently, "General Li, you have wronged the young master. The fire was not of his doing." He rushed into the flames to rescue those two trapped children. Surrounding individuals nodded in agreement, confirming the elder's words were indeed true. Ironically, those who had once denounced Neza as a monster now stood forth to defend him. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's face flickered between pale and flushed. He realized that he had wronged Neza. However, in Li Jing's heart, he could not relinquish his role as a father, imbued with paternal authority. Even knowing he had unjustly accused his son, he found it impossible to humble himself and apologize to Neza. To him, it was natural for a father to reprimand his son. There was no logic in a father bowing to his child. Thus, Li Jing remained silent for a moment before departing with his soldiers, while Neza's solitary figure by the sea grew longer in the evening sun. Chapter 42. Neza's turmoil at sea. Walking along the shores of the East Sea, Neza was engulfed in resentment and confusion. Since his birth, his father, Li Jing, had always regarded him with a gaze of detachment and disdain. This time, without understanding the truth, he had laid all blame upon Neza. As this thought crossed his mind, it felt as if an invisible hand had tightly gripped his heart, leaving him utterly disillusioned with his father. Neza vowed silently to devote himself to cultivation on Kunlun Mountain, returning only when his master permitted, to visit his beloved mother, Lady Yin. As for Li Jing, since he had declared that Neza was as if he did not exist, Neza resolved never to disturb him again. With such bleak sentiments, Neza wandered aimlessly until he noticed a throng of people gathered by the seaside. Driven by curiosity, he approached swiftly. Upon closer inspection, he saw a sacrificial altar where a pair of newborn children lay, their expressions dazed and tinged with fear. Beside the children, a young couple was being held back by several burly men, tears streaming down their faces, their eyes filled with despair and sorrow. Just as Neza was about to inquire about the situation and the reason for the children's sacrifice, someone in the crowd caught sight of him and shouted in panic, "You there, boy? Quickly leave, lest you be taken too." Filled with confusion, Neza pressed, "What is happening? Why would anyone be taken away?" Yet, silence met his questions, and the crowd continued their solemn ritual, their expressions grave and anxious. Seeing that no one would engage with him, Neza approached the grieving couple, speaking gently. "Those children on the altar are yours, are they not? Please tell me what has transpired. I can help save them." The couple, previously lost in despair, clutched Neza's hands as if he were their last hope, and fell to their knees, weeping uncontrollably. "Please, save our children. We beg you." Neza quickly assisted them to their feet, soothingly saying, "Calm yourselves and explain everything clearly." The husband, suppressing his grief, recounted the dire situation. It had not rained along the East Coast for a long time, resulting in parched fields and failed crops, leaving both humans and livestock on the brink of extinction due to drought. In their desperation, a Yuanshi from the Dragon Palace had emerged, proclaiming that if a pair of boys and girls were sacrificed to the Dragon King, rain would return and prosperity would be restored to the East Coast. The children on the altar were their own flesh and blood. As the couple knelt again, repeatedly bowing their heads, they pleaded with Neza to save their children. Neza, already burdened by his father's actions, was consumed by rage upon hearing of such cruel coercion inflicted upon the villagers. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, scooping up the children and handing them back to their parents. He then swiftly turned and kicked the altar into disarray. As the crowd gasped and began to question Neza's actions, a deep, thunderous voice erupted from the sea. Who dares meddle in the affairs of my East Sea Dragon Palace? The villagers were struck with fear, their faces pale as they scattered. Yet Neza stood unfazed, his gaze fixed upon the tumultuous waters, where an ugly Yuanshi emerged. Neza boldly challenged, "Is it you who demands these children be sacrificed?" The Yuanshi glanced at Neza, dismissing him as nothing more than an insignificant child, and arrogantly replied, "Indeed. It is the command of my Dragon King. Since you have freed them, you shall take their place as the offering." With that, the Yuanshi brandished his spear and lunged at Neza with malice. Neza, unyielding, summoned the fire-tipped spear into his grasp, moving like a flash of crimson lightning to confront the Yuanshi. As the spear struck forth, Neza skillfully deflected the Yuanshi's attack and thrust the spear toward his throat. The Yuanshi, realizing too late, was met with a piercing cry as Neza's spear pierced through him, leaving his lifeless body on the surface of the sea, staining the waters red with blood. As Neza prepared to return home, he suddenly sensed unusual movements in the water. In an instant, the sea roared, and a magnificent white dragon burst forth, its powerful form glistening in the sunlight. Upon seeing the Yuanshi's lifeless body, the dragon's once lively eyes filled with fury, its whiskers bristling in anger, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently. With a thunderous voice that echoed across the waves, the dragon admonished Neza, "You dare to slaughter my kin from the East Sea Dragon Palace? Today, you shall pay with your life." With a powerful sweep of its tail, the dragon launched its weapon at Neza with immense force. However, this dragon, merely at the early stages of true immortality, was no match for Neza, who stood at the pinnacle of such power. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Neza's mouth as he effortlessly dodged the dragon's fierce assault, countering with the Qian circle. A flash of golden light struck the dragon's arm, causing it to wince in pain and nearly drop its weapon. In just 2 exchanges, the dragon found itself at a disadvantage, sustaining numerous injuries and shedding scales, the waters around it stained with blood. Realizing it was no match for Neza, the dragon, filled with dread, resolved to flee. With a forceful whip of its tail against the sea, it propelled itself away like an arrow, shouting back, "I am Ao Bing, the third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace. You have slain my kin. You shall not escape. I will return to report to my father and ensure your demise." Avenging my kin, Neza could not allow his adversary to escape. A glint of fierce determination flashed in his eyes as the windfire will ignited beneath his feet, propelling him swiftly to the skies above the East Sea. With a sudden flourish, Neza brandished the heaven-controlling silk and stirred it violently towards the East Sea. In an instant, the ocean appeared to be churned by an invisible giant hand, forming a colossal whirlpool from which a thick column of water surged forth. Moments later, the fleeing Ao Bing was drawn up by the water column, struggling desperately within its grasp. At that moment, Neza's heart was filled with murderous intent, and he resolved to show no mercy. He swung the heaven-controlling silk with great force, its length extending to ensnare Ao Bing like a serpent, binding him tightly. Despite Ao Bing's frantic writhing, his efforts were in vain. Neza then brandished his fire-tipped spear, its tip glimmering ominously, and without hesitation, thrust it towards Ao Bing. Wide-eyed with fear and unwillingness, Ao Bing found himself powerless to resist. The spear pierced through his body, blood gushing forth, and his breath faded away. Yet Neza was not satiated. He proceeded to flay Ao Bing's skin and extract his tendons. Finally, feeling a sense of relief, Neza returned to Chuntang Pass with the dragon scales and tendons in hand. Chapter 43. The Dragon King of the East Sea having relieved the pent-up frustration in his heart, Neza joyfully returned home, nestling beside his mother, Lady Een, his face radiating an innocent smile reminiscent of a child, as if the brutal battle with Ao Bing had never transpired. Unbeknownst to him, within the East Sea Dragon Palace, a storm was brewing. Upon hearing of his beloved son Ao Bing's death and the cruel manner in which he was flayed, The Dragon King of the East Sea erupted with rage, akin to a powder keg ignited. His fury was palpable as his dragon whiskers writhed and his eyes widened like copper bells, flames of wrath threatening to incinerate the entire palace. He swiftly summoned all the denizens of the Dragon Palace, his voice booming like thunder. My son Ao Bing has met a tragic end. We must swiftly ascertain who is responsible for this heinous act against my dragon lineage. I will demand retribution in blood. The inhabitants of the Dragon Palace, seeing their lord in such a furious state, dared not delay. They scattered like shooting stars, launching a full-scale investigation. Before long, the hunchbacked minister Turtle swam over in a flurry, his face a mask of urgency as he reported, Your Majesty, the one who killed Ao Bing is presently at Qintang Pass, Neza, the third son of General Li Jing. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King's eyes glimmered with cold light, his scales bristling like sharp blades, and, filled with boundless fury, he transformed into a streak of black lightnings, racing towards Qintang Pass. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon King hovered above the pass, his massive form casting a shadow over the land. Dark clouds swirling ominously around him, as if the apocalypse had arrived. He bellowed down at Qintang Pass, his voice rolling like thunder, shaking the very earth. Li Jing, today your son has slain my son. If you do not surrender the murderer, do not blame me for my wrath. I shall raze Qintang Pass to the ground. The citizens of Qintang Pass looked up in terror, witnessing the imposing and wrathful dragon, trembling in fear as chaos erupted in the streets. Li Jing, intending to step forward and inquire about the situation, had yet to take a step when a flash of red light appeared. Neza, riding the windfire wheel like a blazing meteor, swiftly approached the Dragon King, with his hands on his hips and fearlessly meeting the Dragon King's gaze. Neza declared, Old eel, it was I who killed that white dragon. Had it not been for the East Sea Dragon Palace's countless misdeeds and atrocities, I would not have had to take such action. With a taunting smile curling at the corner of his mouth, Neza brandished Ao Bing's tendons before the Dragon King, the tendons whipping through the air with a sound reminiscent of Ao Bing's tragic fate. The Dragon King, faced with the audacity of his son's killer flaunting his son's remains, felt his anger peak, as if he could incinerate the very heavens. He roared towards the sky, the sound shattering clouds. How dare you, mere child, speak of the affairs of the East Sea Dragon Palace? You have slain my son, and today you shall pay with your life. As soon as he finished speaking, the Dragon King's aura surged, his formidable power radiating like tumultuous ocean waves, crashing outward in relentless waves. His cultivation at the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal was evident as he transformed into a shadow, charging towards Neza with overwhelming force. Neza, however, was not reckless. He understood that he could hardly contend with the Dragon King in a direct confrontation. Yet, undaunted, he summoned the two Xian phoenixes gifted by Pan Xian, which materialized in a brilliant display of colorful light beside him. They soared into the sky, their calls melodious yet imbued with regal authority. Together, Neza and the two Xian phoenixes launched an assault against the Dragon King. The sky erupted with flashes of light and the thunderous sounds of magic clashing. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows for hundreds of rounds. Although the Dragon King was stronger, Neza and the Xian phoenixes fought in perfect harmony, making it difficult for the Dragon King to gain the upper hand, and gradually, he began to falter. Realizing the precariousness of his position, the Dragon King internally lamented. He knew that if things continued this way, not only would he fail to avenge his son, but he might also perish in this confrontation. Thus, he devised a plan to temporarily retreat to the Heavenly Court and enlist its power against Neza. While formulating this strategy, he exerted his full strength to momentarily hold Neza and the Xian phoenixes at bay, then seized an opportunity to turn and flee towards the Heavenly Court. As he ascended, he taunted Neza, saying, Humph, with your two Xian phoenixes assisting you, I am powerless alone. I shall report to the Heavenly Emperor and summon others to capture you and offer you as a tribute for my son. Neza realized that the Dragon King intended to escape and seek help from the Heavenly Court. He understood that allowing the Dragon King to reach the Heavenly Court would spell great trouble for himself and his family. Gritting his teeth, he shouted to the two Xian phoenixes, Pursue! We cannot let this old eel escape. With that, Neza mounted the windfire wheel, accompanied by the two Xian phoenixes, like a blazing flame in pursuit of the Dragon King. The Dragon King, taken aback by Neza's audacity to strike while he declared his intentions to seek the Heavenly Emperor, faltered in his haste. In his moment of carelessness, he was struck by the spells unleashed by Neza and the Xian phoenixes, causing him to spew blood and sustain grave injuries, forcing him to retreat in a desperate flight back to the East Sea. Upon witnessing the Dragon King return to the East Sea, Neza guided the two Xian phoenixes back to Lady Yin, with a face full of worry and concern. She hurried towards Neza, grasping his arms tightly, scanning him up and down, and anxiously asking, "My son, are you injured?" Neza smiled reassuringly, a gentle expression gracing his features as he replied in a light-hearted tone, "Mother, I am unscathed." Upon hearing the news, Lady Yin's furrowed brow instantly relaxed. A long sigh escaping her lips as the worry etched on her face began to dissipate, her anxious heart finally settling back into place. Subsequently, Neza recounted the events leading up to the situation in meticulous detail to Lady Yin and Li Jing. Upon finishing, Lady Yin's face flushed with anger. Hands on her hips as she exclaimed vehemently, "How could the East Sea Dragon Palace commit such an unscrupulous act? This is truly intolerable." Meanwhile, Li Jing's countenance darkened, resembling the sky before a tempest. His brow knitted tightly, dissatisfaction glimmering in his eyes, having already harbored reservations about Neza's usual demeanor. He now firmly believed that all of this was Neza's fault. After all, when one harbors prejudice, every action of the other appears flawed. Li Jing adopted a stern expression and began to chastise Neza. Standing tall, he pointed an accusatory finger at Neza and spoke with an austere tone. "You, child, have an insatiable penchant for meddling. Not only do you meddle, but you have also skinned and flayed the son of the East Sea Dragon King. Do you realize the calamity that will befall Qintang Pass and our Li family if the East Sea Dragon King seeks retribution in the Heavenly Court?" Neza's once bright eyes dimmed in an instant, tears welling in his eyes, biting his lip fiercely. His chest heaved with agitation as Li Jing's accusations washed over him like a torrent of injustice. He glared fiercely at Li Jing, his gaze brimming with anger and resentment, before turning on his heel and striding towards his quarters, each step heavy with the weight of his discontent. Witnessing Neza's defiance only fueled Li Jing's fury further. He pointed at Neza's retreating figure and said to Lady Yin, "Look at Neza, so unmanageable and disrespectful, always stirring up trouble. This time, he has caused a significant calamity. What shall we do?" Lady Yin regarded Li Jing with a gaze full of disappointment and indifference. With her head slightly raised, she replied coldly, "I believe Neza acted rightly." With that, she dismissively flicked her sleeve and turned to leave, leaving Li Jing standing alone, a visage of helplessness and rage. Chapter 44. Li Jing sells his son the East Sea Dragon King, battered and injured, returned to the East Sea Dragon Palace in disarray. Upon stepping through the familiar palace gates, he slammed his hand onto a table, his eyes wide with fury as he bellowed, "How dare you, Neza? I shall not rest until I avenge this wrong." Yet, as the fervor of his anger subsided, it morphed into a profound sense of helplessness. He understood well the difficulties of seeking justice in the Heavenly Court. The two guardian phoenixes residing in the clouds were formidable, both possessing mid-tier Tai golden immortal strength. The moment he attempted to ascend beyond the clouds, they would undoubtedly detect him, and he might face further devastation. After much contemplation, the East Sea Dragon King devised a plan and promptly summoned his capable subordinates, gravely instructing them, "You must immediately go to Qintang Pass and investigate Neza's other identities and why he is accompanied by two mid-tier Tai golden phoenixes. This matter is of utmost importance. Ensure you uncover the truth." His subordinates complied and swiftly departed the Dragon Palace. However, before they could gather any useful information regarding Neza's identity, news of internal discord within the Li household spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching the ears of the East Sea Dragon King. Overwhelmed with frustration at his inability to punish Neza, the Dragon King's furrowed brow suddenly relaxed as a glint of cunning sparked in his eyes. He had conceived a plan. With a wave of his hand and a mutter of incantations, the skies darkened and ominous clouds rolled in. Under the cover of the thickening storm, he stealthily made his way to Qintang Pass, obscured from the watchful eyes of the guardian phoenixes. Before long, the East Sea Dragon King arrived at the Li residence. He strode directly into the hall, where he spotted Li Jing attending to matters. Without any courtesy, the East Sea Dragon King confronted Li Jing, his voice laced with fury. "Li Jing, your rebellious son Neza has not only cruelly slain my son Ao Bing, but has also left me in this wretched state. Once I recover, I shall report to the Heavenly Court and expose his vile deeds. Moreover, I intend to join forces with my 3 fellow Dragon Kings to flood Qintang Pass, making that little wretch pay dearly for his actions." Li Jing, startled by the thunderous roar, felt a jolt of terror as his pen clattered to the ground. Panic-stricken, he rose and bowed repeatedly to the East Sea Dragon King, pleading desperately, "Your Majesty, please temper your anger. The common folk of Qintang Pass are entirely innocent and bear no relation to this affair. All the blame lies solely with my unfilial son Neza. I implore you to show mercy and spare the people of Qintang Pass." The East Sea Dragon King snorted derisively, his eyes filled with disdain. Observing Li Jing's flustered demeanor, he continued, if you wish to avoid my report to the Heavenly Court and prevent Chintang Pass from being submerged, you must agree to two conditions. First, find a way to eliminate those two guardian phoenixes beside Neza. Second, surrender that little wretch Neza to me for my judgment. If you fail, prepare for Chintang Pass to be engulfed by the deluge. Li Jing quickly calculated the implications of the East Sea Dragon King's demands. He realized that if Chintang Pass were to be flooded during his tenure, he would undoubtedly lose his military position and might even face inquiries from the court. Furthermore, his dissatisfaction with Neza's behavior had long been festering, and surrendering him would not only placate the East Sea Dragon King's wrath but might also forge a beneficial alliance. Weighing these factors, Li Jing gritted his teeth and raised his head, addressing the East Sea Dragon King. Your Majesty, I shall acquiesce to your demands. The East Sea Dragon King's satisfaction was palpable as he nodded in approval. He then fixed Li Jing with a cold gaze and stated, Very well. I shall return with my 3 Dragon King brothers in 3 days to Chintang Pass. Should you fulfill your promise and surrender Neza, this matter will be resolved. If you dare to play tricks, the 4 Dragon Kings will unleash the waters of the 4 seas and completely submerge Chintang Pass. After a brief exchange, the Dragon King of the East Sea abruptly flicked his sleeve and strode away, leaving Li Jing standing alone, his face etched with worry. At that moment, Li Jing's heart was heavy, not due to the matter of Neza, but rather how to deal with the 2 formidable Xiefeng. Each of these Xiefeng possessed the strength of a mid-level Tai golden immortal, exuding an aura that was chilling to the bone. Li Jing gazed towards the horizon. His brow furrowed in deep thought. Time was of the essence, with only 3 days remaining to confront these troublesome adversaries. And he found himself at a loss for a strategy. After much futile contemplation, he resolved to summon the strategist from his residence. The strategist arrived hastily and listened intently as Li Jing poured out his concerns. His eyes narrowed slightly as he fell into deep reflection. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, his expression resolute, and said to Li Jing, My lord, the Xiefeng have been revered as divine birds since ancient times, their cultivation levels unfathomable, making them elusive to ordinary beings. However, all things in the world are interconnected. And I once read in an ancient tome that during the primordial conflict between dragons and phoenixes, the dragon clan often fed Xingxing grass to captive phoenixes. Remarkably, once ingested, the phoenixes would find their magical powers rendered ineffective, unable to wield their abilities. Given that the Xiefeng possess the bloodline of the phoenix, I believe if we can have them consume the Xingxing grass, they will pose no threat. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in Li Jing's eyes, and he nodded vigorously, eagerly inquiring, Where does this Xingxing grass grow? The strategist, slightly shaking his head, replied with a troubled expression, To be honest, my lord, I am unaware of its location. However, I suspect that the Dragon Clan must possess it, as they have used it against the phoenixes in the past. My lord, I am willing to journey to the East Sea and request the Xingxing grass from the Dragon King, and I shall not fail in my mission. Li Jing pondered for a moment and deemed this the best course of action, decisively nodding in agreement and urging, There is no time to lose. You must depart immediately and ensure the Xingxing grass is returned swiftly. The strategist accepted the order and hurriedly set off on his journey to the East Sea. Half a day passed quietly, and Li Jing stood in the courtyard of his residence, his gaze fixed on the Xingxing grass that the strategist would bring back from the Dragon Palace. At the sight, the long-burdened worries in his heart diminished considerably. In that moment, the Xingxing grass appeared to him as the key to turning the tide. He understood that everything was in place, they only needed a favorable wind. If a suitable plan could be devised to have Neza feed the Xingxing grass to the 2 Xiefeng, all challenges would be effortlessly resolved. At that time, the people of Chintang Pass would be spared from suffering, able to continue their peaceful lives on this land. And he himself would no longer need to fret over losing his position and status, remaining secure in his post, safeguarding the tranquility of the region. Chapter 45. Neza falls into a trap with the Xingxing grass contained within a brocade box. Li Jing hurriedly made his way to Neza's residence. His demeanor appeared somewhat urgent. Yet as he stepped through the courtyard door, he swiftly adjusted to a facade of calmness. Upon arrival, he raised his gaze to see Neza seated opposite Lady Yin, an atmosphere of subtle tranquility enveloping the room. Hearing the footsteps, both Neza and Lady Yin turned their attention towards the entrance, and upon seeing Li Jing, a flicker of confusion crossed their faces. Neza frowned slightly, seemingly contemplating the reason for his father's visit. Lady Yin gently set down her teacup, her eyes filled with curiosity. Seeing this, Li Jing was the first to break the silence, wearing a seemingly gentle smile as he spoke slowly. Yesterday, I witnessed the two Xiefeng battling the Dragon King of the East Sea from the clouds. Their spiritual energy was greatly depleted, which was quite distressing. I have here 2 immortal herbs, gifted to me by my master, the lamplighter. Neza. Take these to feed the Xiefeng as a token of gratitude for their valiant assistance yesterday. As he spoke, he carefully retrieved the 2 luminescent Qingxing grass from the brocade box and extended them forward. Noticing that Neza merely stood still, showing no intention of accepting the herbs, Li Jing felt a surge of urgency and subtly signaled to Lady Yin. Being astute, Lady Yin immediately grasped her husband's intent, believing he wished to use the herbs to ease the tension between him and Neza. Filled with joy at this rare opportunity, she quickly encouraged, Neza, you should accept them. The Xianfeng helped you yesterday. Allowing them to consume these herbs would be a gesture of appreciation. Upon hearing his mother's words, Neza hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reached out to accept the 2 Qingxing grass. He then turned and walked slowly outside, gazing up at the sky, and emitted a clear whistle. Before long, the 2 Xianfeng swooped down from the heavens, landing gracefully before him. Neza gently stroked the feathers of the Xianfeng and offered the herbs to their beaks. The 2 Xianfeng tilted their heads, examining Neza and then the herbs. They thought to themselves that Neza was the favored disciple of their master, who had always treated them well, and there was no reason for him to harm them. Having contemplated this, they consumed the Qingxing grass without hesitation. However, shortly thereafter, the once vibrant eyes of the Xianfeng dimmed, their lithe bodies beginning to tremble slightly as an unfamiliar sensation washed over them. They realized that their magical powers had been inexplicably restrained, unable to be summoned. Neza keenly sensed the Xuanfeng's distress, and his expression turned grave. He swiftly turned his gaze, eyes ablaze with inquiry, fixed upon Li Jing. Seeing this, Li Jing's heart sank. Yet he feigned calmness and quickly waved his hand to explain, when my master, the lamplighter, bestowed this grass upon me, he specifically warned that such symptoms would occur after consumption. This is entirely normal. In a couple of days, their powers will return to normal. Having uttered these words, he dared not linger, hastily making his exit. As he turned to leave, a slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth, for he knew that his objective had been achieved. Standing nearby, Lady Yin observed everything with growing confusion. However, her long-standing trust in Li Jing was deeply rooted. In her heart, despite his occasional coldness towards Neza, how could a father ever wish harm upon his own son? Comforting herself with this thought, she approached Neza and softly said, Neza, do not worry. Your father would never deceive you. Upon witnessing the situation, Neza had no choice but to place his trust in it. He allowed the 2 Xianfeng birds to rest in the courtyard before turning to enter the house alongside Madame Yin. She gently urged Neza to sit on the couch and, in a soft voice, inquired about his recent enjoyment during play. She then presented him with homemade pastries, and the mother and son shared laughter and conversation, relishing this rare moment of maternal affection and filial piety. The warm atmosphere enveloped the room like the gentle sun of spring, spreading its comfort into every corner. Meanwhile, Li Jing returned to his office with steady strides. Once seated, the stern expression on his face relaxed, and a satisfied smile crept onto his lips, revealing his contentment with the day's plans that were finally bearing fruit. With everything in place, he only needed to wait a couple of days to seize Neza's windfire wheels, a treasure of remarkable speed. When the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas came to demand justice, Neza would be left without the aid of the Xianfeng birds and the means to escape. This would ensure a stable resolution, securing the safety of Qin'ang Pass and preserving his own position. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was Neza's 7th birthday. As dawn broke, Madame Yin busied herself in the kitchen, where the aroma of cooking filled the air. She carefully selected the freshest ingredients to prepare Neza's favorite cakes and dishes, each movement imbued with a mother's deep affection for her child. Neza's 2 elder brothers were equally engaged, rummaging through their rooms to find the perfect gifts for their younger sibling, eagerly anticipating the surprise they would present to him. Li Jing's actions today were particularly surprising. He procured a pair of brand new shoes, exquisitely crafted with meticulous stitching. When he handed the shoes to Neza, the boy's eyes widened in disbelief. It was worth noting that Neza had lived in the Li household until the age of 3, during which time Li Jing was often preoccupied with official duties, leaving little room for father-son bonding, let alone receiving gifts from his father. Witnessing this scene, Madame Yin felt a swell of joy, believing that the vision of familial harmony was within reach. She hurriedly urged Neza, quickly, my child, accept your father's heartfelt gift. Neza took the shoes, his hands trembling slightly as he hesitated to look at Li Jing. The latter, with a faint smile, gently encouraged, this is the first gift I have ever given you. So try them on and see if they fit. Neza obediently donned the shoes and took a few steps, finding them to be a perfect fit. Observing this, Li Jing shifted the conversation. Your wind fire wheels are extraordinarily fast and are indeed a fire-type treasure. Should you forget to wear these new shoes while playing, it would be a pity to ruin them by accident. Why not leave them with me for now and retrieve them when you return to Kunlun Mountain? Upon hearing this, Neza felt a pang of reluctance. The wind fire wheels were akin to a close companion he could not bear to part with. Just as he hesitated, he caught a glimpse of Madame Yin's expectant gaze, filled with a longing for family harmony. With a determined bite of his lip, he ultimately decided to relinquish the wind fire wheels into Li Jing's hands. Madame Yin, witnessing the tender exchange between father and son, felt her eyes moisten with emotion. Believing that Li Jing had genuinely begun to care for Neza and that their relationship was finally thawing, a vision of a harmonious family life seemed to be approaching. Chapter 46. The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. Neza joyfully celebrated his 7th birthday in the warm atmosphere meticulously woven by Li Jing. At that moment, the Li household was adorned with festive decorations, laughter reverberating in every corner. Neza was filled with happiness and contentment, blissfully unaware of the lurking crisis in the shadows. The following morning, Neza awoke from his slumber and gazed out the window, only to find the sky cloaked in a dreary gray, the heavy clouds resembling a leaden weight that stifled the breath. It seemed a torrential downpour could descend at any moment. Although sensing something unusual about the weather, Neza dismissed it, bounding with anticipation for the new day as he sought out Madame Yin. Upon arriving at her quarters, Neza found Madame Yin seated at a table, diligently mending his clothes with needle and thread. He dashed into her embrace, and she smiled warmly, gently stroking his head. The two engaged in affectionate conversation, filling the room with warmth. However, this blissful moment was fleeting. Just as Neza and Madame Yin reveled in their tender exchange, a sudden storm erupted at Chintang Pass. Fierce winds howling and torrential rain pounding down with a deafening roar. In an instant, the streets transformed into a vast sea, as the deluge threatened to engulf everything. Neza and Madame Yin gazed in astonishment out the window, marveling at the intensity of the rain, when they glimpsed 4 massive dragons partially concealed within the inky clouds. The dragon scales glimmered ominously, their whiskers thrashing in the storm, exuding an aura of both majesty and terror. Among them, the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang. With his colossal form, boomed, Li Jing, the 3-day deadline has arrived. Should you fail to fulfill your promise, my brothers and I shall inundate Chintang Pass, transforming it into a vast marshland. Inside the house, upon hearing the East Sea Dragon King's voice, Li Jing's hands trembled slightly, his gaze filled with conflict and helplessness. Yet, after a moment of steeling himself, he gritted his teeth and strode out of the door. Li Jing looked up at the imposing East Sea Dragon King, clasping his hands in respect, and said, "Dragon King, I have always upheld my word. I have done everything possible to feed the clear heart grass to the 2 Xianfeng birds, and I have also taken Neza's wind fire wheels. Now, Neza is without assistance and has lost his means of escape. I implore you to honor our agreement and spare the innocent citizens of Chintang Pass." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of triumph flashed in Ao Guang's eyes, filled with the anticipation of vengeance. He bared his sharp teeth and called out to the Li household, "Neza, come forth and face your death. This time, let us see what means you possess to escape. You shall pay for the life of my son, Ao Bing." Within the confines of the room, Madame Yin's once gentle visage contorted in an instant, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her body swayed precariously, and had it not been for Neza's swift intervention, she would have collapsed to the ground. Madame Yin could scarcely fathom that her husband, who had laughed and celebrated Neza's birthday with the family just yesterday, would today conspire with outsiders against their own flesh and blood. The seemingly harmonious scene from the previous day now pierced her heart like a multitude of sharp blades. Standing aside, Neza was momentarily taken aback upon overhearing the conversation. But then realization dawned upon him. He understood that the amiable atmosphere his father had meticulously constructed over the last few days was merely a fade to placate him, facilitating the Dragon King of the East Sea's quest for vengeance. A flicker of anger and resolve ignited in Neza's eyes. He bit down on his lower lip, forcefully removed his shoes, and hurled them away. Subsequently, he reached into his bosom and swiftly retrieved his magical artifacts, the Universe Ring, the Chaos Silk, and the Fire-Tip Spear. Gripping the Universe Ring tightly, the Chaos Silk rustled fiercely behind him, and the spear glinted ominously. With unwavering determination, he strode forth, prepared to confront the Dragon King in a battle to the death. Neza kicked open the door with fervor, stepping into the courtyard with resolute strides. Raising his eyes, he spotted the figure of Li Jing. In an instant, Neza's gaze turned crimson, his eyes akin to daggers aimed mercilessly at Li Jing, filled with a desire to rend him asunder, to assuage the wrath in his heart. At that moment, dark clouds churned ominously in the sky, and the Dragon King of the East Sea stood imperiously amidst them, exuding an icy aura. Neza threw his head back and bellowed at the heavens, "Old mud eel. Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall not let you go. I will carve a piece of your flesh." His furious roar reverberated through the heavens, embodying a spirit unafraid of death as he prepared to charge at the Dragon King. Observing Neza's audacious demeanor, the Dragon King's already dark expression deepened further. As the leader of the Dragon clan, he had always held dominion over the seas and had never encountered such humiliation. Witnessing Neza's defiance in the face of despair ignited a malevolent thought within him. Li Jing, the Dragon King's voice boomed like thunder, imbued with undeniable authority. "Now, you shall command Neza to take his own life before my very eyes. Otherwise, should I be compelled to execute him myself, Qintang Pass shall still face the deluge." His words struck Li Jing's heart like a hammer. Li Jing's expression froze, his features contorting in agony as if he had swallowed a fly. He gazed up at the lofty Dragon King, his voice rising with desperation. "How can you be so untrustworthy? That was not our agreement." His tone brimmed with anger and helplessness, his hands instinctively clenching as the veins on his hands bulged, filled with indignation at the Dragon King's betrayal. Li Jing knew well that Neza harbored deep resentment towards him. How could he possibly heed such a command? Yet, with the Dragon King's threat looming, the lives of countless citizens of Qintang Pass hung in the balance, leaving him utterly powerless. Upon hearing Li Jing's accusation, the Dragon King merely chuckled, his laughter echoing through the clouds, laced with mockery. Trustworthiness? In this ruthless world, it is worthless. Only strength holds true value. You have little time left. Should Neza not take his own life, Qintang Pass will be swallowed by the sea. Li Jing was in a frenzy, turning sharply towards Neza, his eyes wide with fury as he shouted, "You ungrateful wretch, do you not hear? Do you truly wish to see Qintang Pass submerged, allowing countless innocents to perish alongside you?" His voice trembled with rage, veins throbbing on his forehead. Yet, Neza merely regarded Li Jing with cold disdain, his expression one of scorn, as though he were gazing at a madman throwing a tantrum. Seeing Neza so unmoved, Li Jing's fury peaked, and he lashed out, "Wretched child. How can I, Li Jing, have a son like you? Your life was given by me, and now I command you to end it." Each word burst forth with seething anger, reverberating in the air. Neza listened to his father's words, a tumult of emotion swirling within him. The term father had never held warmth for him. Throughout his life, he had never felt the embrace of paternal love. Now, faced with such dire circumstances, his father not only stood against him but demanded his death to preserve Qintang Pass. Slowly, he turned to gaze towards Qintang Pass, where countless citizens stood, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness. A pang of sorrow gripped Neza, though he feared nothing. He could not bear to see these innocent lives suffer due to his plight. With a face etched in fury and sorrow, Neza fixed his gaze upon Li Jing, enunciating each word with deliberate intensity. "Li Jing, you leveraged the life you bestowed upon me to force me into death. Today, I shall return this life to you. Henceforth, our bond is severed, and we are no longer indebted to one another." With that declaration, a look of resolute defiance crossed Neza's face. A rebellion against the injustice of fate and a despair over the shattering of familial ties. Upon hearing these words, Li Jing was momentarily taken aback. But soon elation flooded his heart. A glint of barely concealed greed and selfishness flickered in his eyes as he thought, "I never imagined this rebellious child would choose to end his own life. This way, the crisis at Qintang Pass will be averted, and my position will be secure." Without hesitation, he replied, "Very well. As long as you take your own life, I, Li Jing, will have no further ties with you." His voice was devoid of warmth, as if the person before him were merely a stranger, not his own flesh and blood. Neza's heart sank, his eyes reddening as he gripped the cold, gleaming sword, slowly raising it to his neck. Just as he closed his eyes, ready to strike and end his life, he felt as though his arm were burdened by an insurmountable weight. No matter how hard he tried, he could not lift the sword. Confusion and resentment flooded his mind, his brows furrowing as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. At that moment, a powerful voice resonated from the distance, akin to a thunderous bell that pounded against the eardrums. How dare these old mud eels force my disciple to take his own life? As the voice faded, a brilliant light cleaved the heavens, and Pan Xian alighted gracefully beside Neza, stepping upon a rainbow-hued cloud. Dressed in flowing robes, his demeanor was stern, and his gaze radiated authority and resolve. With a gentle motion, Pan Xian extended his hand to gently remove the sword from Neza's grasp. His voice, imbued with warmth yet resonating with strength, echoed, "Disciple, your master has arrived. Do not fear. These matters are trivial." Neza lifted his gaze, and the once dim light in his eyes ignited with renewed hope, observing that the situation had reached a critical juncture. The Dragon King of the East Sea felt an inferno of rage surging within him, and he bellowed, "Who are you to dare impede my way? Do you not fear that the East Sea Dragon Palace will send you and this wretched creature to the netherworld today?" As he spoke, the Dragon King brandished his dragon whiskers, emanating an icy aura that caused the surrounding waters to churn violently, raising towering waves. Upon witnessing this, Pan Xian's lips curled into a subtle, disdainful smile. Immediately, a radiant light emanated from his entire being, unreservedly revealing his cultivation at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. He appeared to be enveloped in a golden glow, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a gaze like a torch, Pan Xian fixed his eyes on the Dragon King of the East Sea and coldly declared, "I am the Taoist master of the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain, the revered teacher of Neza. You speak the truth. Indeed, someone shall perish today. Yet who shall claim the life remains uncertain." As he spoke, he gestured with his hand, summoning a mysterious and ethereal Hongmeng measuring ruler, which instantly appeared in his grasp. The ruler radiated a resplendent glow, as if it harbored boundless power within. The Dragon King of the East Sea felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Pan Xian, causing his heart to tremble involuntarily. He had initially perceived Neza as merely an ordinary mortal, never anticipating such a formidable backing. Regret washed over him as he lamented his hasty vengeance, realizing he had failed to thoroughly investigate Neza's true identity. Although he had dispatched individuals to inquire about Neza's background, he had only learned of the discord between Li Jing and his son and had not pursued further. Now, he found himself entangled with a being of the great Luo Golden Immortal caliber, leaving him momentarily bewildered and unsure of how to proceed. However, the Dragon King, unwilling to concede defeat, suddenly recalled the heavenly Emperor Hao Tian, igniting a flicker of hope within him. With renewed resolve, he straightened his posture and, in a tone that belied his trepidation, addressed Pan Xian, "I am the Dragon King of the East Sea, personally appointed by the heavenly Emperor Hao Tian. Should you dare to strike, the Emperor will surely not spare you." As he spoke, the Dragon King discreetly observed Pan Xian's reaction, silently praying that his ploy would serve as a deterrent. Upon hearing the words of the Dragon King of the East Sea, Pan Xian found them utterly laughable. In the present day, even the high heaven must exercise caution in his presence, yet this mere Dragon King, oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth, dared to threaten him with mere words. In Pan Xian's eyes, a flicker of barely concealed impatience flashed momentarily. He was no longer inclined to indulge in such tedious discourse with the Dragon King. Grasping the enigmatic Hongmeng Liangtian firmly in his right hand, the quivered slightly, as if eagerly yearning for the thrill of battle. With a light step, Pan Xian's figure resembled a bolt of black lightning, swiftly charging towards the Four Seas Dragon King. Upon witnessing Pan Xian's proactive assault, the Four Seas Dragon King was struck with alarm. Though they were esteemed rulers of their respective ocean realms, they were acutely aware that Pan Xian's strength far surpassed their own. However, with no avenue for retreat, they had no choice but to brace themselves and exert their full magical prowess in a desperate attempt to thwart Pan Xian's onslaught. Radiant light flickered around them as they unleashed a myriad of water-based spells, water curtains, water pillars, and water dragons, endeavoring to erect a defensive barrier amidst the tumultuous waves. Yet, as a formidable late-stage Luo Jingxian, wielding the treasured weapon, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, Pan Xian's might was beyond their capacity to easily withstand. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to the cataclysmic collapse of heaven and earth, as the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler sliced through the air in a dark arc, bearing the destructive force to obliterate the protective shield conjured by the Four Seas Dragon King. In a single strike, the Four Seas Dragon King suffered grievous injuries. They spewed blood and were sent reeling backward like kites severed from their strings. The North Sea Dragon King, positioned at the forefront, was particularly vulnerable. Upon being struck by this overwhelming force, his vitality waned, teetering on the brink of death, his body swaying precariously above the sea's surface, threatening to plunge into the depths below. Witnessing this dire predicament, the East Sea Dragon King was engulfed by dread. He understood that if he did not urgently plead for mercy, both he and his brethren were likely to lose their lives. Thus, he steeled himself against the pain coursing through his body and, with a resounding splash, knelt upon the ocean's surface, calling out to Pan Xian, "Heavenly Lord, please show mercy. We are the Four Seas Dragon Kings, appointed by the Celestial Court as Haoyan. Perhaps you do not fear His Majesty Haoyan, but should you slay us, it would ultimately incur his wrath. Moreover, our positions within the Celestial Court mean that our demise would invoke karmic ramifications, which would be of no benefit to you." As he spoke, the Dragon King prostrated himself, his forehead striking the water's surface, sending up splashes in desperate supplication. As Pan Xian listened to the pleading words of the East Sea Dragon King, his assault showed no sign of faltering. With an icy demeanor, he spoke, "There is no need for you to concern yourself with matters of causality. Since I have declared that someone must perish today, rest assured that someone shall indeed meet their end. As for Haoyan, I remain the Emperor of the North Pole, the Supreme Emperor of the Celestial Court. Do you truly believe he would turn against me for the sake of you four ancient mudloaches?" In his heart, Pan Xian understood that from the moment he acquired the primordial measurement of heaven, matters of cause and effect no longer pertained to him. This primordial measurement is a treasure of innate origin, imbued with a power sufficient to transcend the constraints of causality, rendering it utterly ineffective against him. Upon hearing Pan Xian's words, the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, engulfed by despair. They were acutely aware that every word spoken by Pan Xian was the unvarnished truth. The Heavenly Emperor would never allow his relations with a formidable being like Pan Xian to deteriorate for the sake of a few. Moreover, the Dragon Clan was still stationed at the Eye of the Sea, and when the time came, the Heavenly Emperor could simply reappoint the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. Pan Xian ceased to utter further words, once again brandishing the primordial measuring ruler. This time, the ruler radiated an overwhelming brilliance, warping the surrounding space. With another strike, infused with immeasurable majesty and power, it instantaneously engulfed the body of the Sea King within a blinding light, accompanied by a few piercing cries of despair. The Sea King's life came to an abrupt end, leaving behind only a shroud of blood mist upon the surface of the sea, which gradually dissipated in the ocean breeze. Far away in the heavenly court, Haoyan was attending to affairs within the Lingxiao Palace when he suddenly sensed a change, realizing that the Sea King's essence had vanished. With a slight furrow of his brow, he retrieved the Haoyan mirror. Within its depths, images flowed, vividly depicting the moment Pan Xian struck down the Sea King. Haoyan gazed intently for a considerable time, ultimately releasing a soft sigh, yet making no further movement. Meanwhile, the Star of Taibai, standing nearby, stepped forward after a while to receive a decree, soaring towards the direction of the Sea Eye. Chapter 48. Neza's suicide. After successfully vanquishing the Dragon King of the Four Seas, Pan Xian intended to return to the surface, accompanied by Neza, to embark on their journey to Kunlun Mountain. As he descended gracefully from the sky, his gaze fell upon Qintang Pass. There stood Neza on the ground, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. At this moment, he understood that the people of Qintang Pass had been liberated from the peril wrought by the Dragon King. Free from the threat of death, Neza's gaze gradually shifted, ultimately fixing with fierce intensity upon Li Jing. Li Jing felt that piercing stare, akin to a blade, sending a shiver of dread through his heart. Yet, under the pretense of paternal authority, he forced himself to maintain composure and shouted at Neza, "Unfilial son, do you dare to look at me in such a manner, as if you wish to slay me? I am your own father. How can you harbor thoughts of patricide?" Upon hearing these words, the fury within Neza surged like a tempestuous tide. Recalling past grievances, he remembered how his father had relentlessly pressured him to die under the coercion of the Dragon King, only to now suffocate him once more under the guise of fatherhood. Such torment ignited the pent-up resentment in Neza, leading him to grit his teeth and respond coldly, "When have you ever truly cared for me? When have you regarded me as your son? You have merely wielded your identity as a father to coerce me time and again. Thus, today, I shall return this life to you." Neza's gaze then turned to Madame Yin, and his anger swiftly transformed into boundless tenderness and remorse. "Mother, I know you genuinely love me. Yet, this Li Jing has never considered me his son, repeatedly using his status to oppress me. Today, I return my life to him. But I am deeply sorry to you, for I can no longer be by your side to fulfill my filial duty." Finally, Neza looked up at Pan Xian, who was gently descending, his eyes filled with regret and reluctance. "Master, I have been unfilial, and I am ashamed of your diligent teachings." As the words left his lips, Neza's spiritual energy surged around him, swiftly coalescing in his palm. In the blink of an eye, his hand transformed into a sword of chilling brilliance, exuding a terrifying aura. Before anyone could react, Neza, in a moment of resolute determination, drew the blade across his own neck. Blood gushed forth, blooming like a tragic flower. Neza's body slowly collapsed, landing heavily in the dust, concluding his brief yet tumultuous life. In the air, Pan Xian witnessed the unfolding scene. With his extraordinary powers, he possessed the ability to instantaneously prevent Neza from taking his own life. However, in that fleeting moment, a thought flickered through Pan Xian's mind. If he were to intervene and save Neza, despite Neza's deep-seated resentment towards Li Jing, he would inevitably be confronted with the haunting reminder, "Your life was bestowed upon you by me." Conversely, if he refrained from intervening, once Neza's soul departed from his body, he could, through his own means, ensure the immortality of his spirit. In due course, it would not be a formidable task to bring Neza back to Kunlun Mountain and resurrect him. Thus, Neza would owe nothing to Li Jing, allowing him a life of greater freedom. Lady Yin, upon witnessing Neza's self-inflicted demise, was struck as if by lightning, her spirit shattering instantaneously. Her eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the reality before her. A mournful cry pierced the heavens. Jar. Her voice resonated with profound despair and anguish, akin to the lament of a cuckoo mourning blood. Subsequently, her gaze towards Li Jing transformed entirely, shedding its previous warmth and understanding, now rife with unending resentment and fury. "I once believed you merely thought Jar was mischievous and thus held disdain for him. Little did I expect you could be so callous as to drive him to his death. You are his biological father. How could your heart be so cruel?" Lady Yin's voice trembled, laden with deep sorrow. No sooner had she spoken than her grief overwhelmed her. Her vision darkened, and she fainted. Li Jing regarded the lifeless Neza on the ground, his expression a tapestry of complexity. After a moment, he coldly uttered, "What a wicked child, now that he is dead. No one shall tarnish the reputation of the Li family henceforth." With that, he suppressed the tumult within his heart, stepped forward, and gently lifted the unconscious Lady Yin. Making his way back to the estate step by step, Pan Xian gazed upon the scene, and with a swift gesture, he summoned a soul-calling seal. A mysterious rune emanated from his fingertips, instantly coalescing into a luminous soul-calling imprint. This seal resembled an invisible net, deftly ensnaring the drifting soul of Neza and gently drawing it back into his grasp. Subsequently, a surge of magical energy enveloped Pan Xian, casting a soft and radiant glow upon Neza's spirit. Under the nurturing essence of this power, Neza's once ethereal soul began to solidify, its contours growing increasingly distinct. As Neza's form regained substance, he slowly opened his eyes, a trace of bewilderment lingering within them. Upon realizing he was cradled in the hands of his master, Pan Xian, his confusion deepened, prompting him to voice his thoughts. "Master, did I not perish? What is happening now?" Neza's voice was slightly hoarse, infused with a sense of perplexity. Pan Xian gazed gently at Neza and spoke softly. "You have passed away. You now exist in a state of spirit. I refrained from intervening earlier, as I could see the immense suffering you endured under the weight of your father Li Jing's expectations. My heart could not bear to let you endure further indignities. Now, I shall take you back to Kunlun Mountain, and I vow to restore your life. Once you are revived, you shall owe Li Jing nothing." Upon hearing these words, Neza's previously dim eyes sparkled with newfound brightness, and his face radiated joy. Indeed, who would willingly embrace death at such a tender age unless driven by desperation? The prospect of revival was a desire he could hardly contain. Just as Pan Xian prepared to use his magic to return to Kunlun Mountain, Neza suddenly seemed to recall something and urgently exclaimed, "Master, wait." Pan Xian halted his movements, gazing at Neja with a look of bewilderment. Neja's eyes blazed with intensity as he fixated on Li Jing, who trudged heavily towards the Li residence. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned all his strength and shouted, "Li Jing, you old scoundrel, I have now returned my life to you. When we meet again, we shall be archenemies, and you are doomed." His voice echoed through the silent night, imbued with fury and determination. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Li Jing's body stiffened, and he slowly turned around. The sight of Neja in his spiritual form, coupled with the stern countenance of Pan Xian beside him, instantly enlightened him to the unfolding situation. His lips trembled slightly, and he opened his mouth to speak, yet Pan Xian offered him not even a glance. With a wave of his sleeve, he whisked Neja away, transforming them into a streak of light that vanished in the blink of an eye. Li Jing stood frozen in place, staring at the direction in which they had departed, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. In that moment, visions of the Neja's terrifying resurrection flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. He understood well that Neja was the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, nurtured under Pan Xian's meticulous guidance, holding immeasurable potential. Neza had made a grave declaration. Upon their next encounter, he would bring Li Jing great peril, fear engulfed Li Jing like a tidal wave. And suddenly the thought of his master, the Lantern Master, struck him as a lifeline. He realized that only the Lantern Master might devise a way to resolve this impending crisis. With this thought, Li Jing dared not linger for even a moment. He swiftly turned on his heel, hastening towards the abode of the Lantern Master, seeking a glimmer of hope for his salvation. Chapter 49, The Resurrection of Neza. Meanwhile, Pan Xian, having escorted the spiritual form of Neza, traversed a considerable distance before finally returning to the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain, preparing to initiate Neza's revival. Although Pan Xian is aware of the method of resurrection, he understands that it is exceedingly time-consuming and fraught with uncertainties. Pan Xian could not help but reminisce about the tragedy of the original timeline. Neza had painstakingly gathered his soul and constructed a temple, filled with anticipation for his rebirth, only to have his hopes ruthlessly shattered by Li Jing, who destroyed the temple, rendering all his efforts meaningless in an instant. If not for the intervention of the great Master Tai, who resurrected Neza using lotus flowers and golden elixirs, Neza would have truly perished. For Pan Xian, the fear of unforeseen circumstances loomed large. Such unexpected events were indeed difficult to guard against. If he were to resurrect Neza, the slightest misstep during the protracted process could lead to a recurrence of the tragedy. Consequently, Pan Xian resolved to seek out his father, the primordial heavenly sovereign. The sage possessed boundless power, and reviving Neza would undoubtedly be a swift and effortless endeavor. With the sage's capabilities, Neza's resurrection would likely result in a being far more perfect in both physical form and spiritual essence than if Pan Xian, a great Luo golden immortal, were to attempt it himself. Pan Xian could not help but feel a sense of perplexity. In the original timeline, why did the Grand Master Tai not seek the assistance of the Primordial Supreme Being to resurrect Neza? As Pan Xian pondered deeply, it became evident that the Primordial Supreme Being had dispatched the 12 golden immortals to descend to the mortal realm merely as instruments to confront the impending calamity. Neza, recruited by Tai Jinren to serve as a shield against this disaster, had initially been viewed solely as a tool. Although Tai Jinren later regarded Neza as more than just a mere instrument, in the eyes of the Primordial Supreme Being, Neza remained a pawn to deflect the calamity aimed at Tai Jinren. How could one expect him to take the initiative to resurrect such a tool? Yet, the circumstances had shifted. Now, Neza was his own cherished disciple, leaving the Primordial Supreme Being with no justification to decline assistance in his revival. Swiftly, Pan Xian, with a countenance marked by urgency, hastened with Neza's spirit to the abode of the Primordial Supreme Being. The Primordial Supreme Being sat majestically upon a lotus throne, radiating a soft yet solemn luminescence, embodying the sovereign essence of all creation, possessing profound insight into the myriad affairs of the universe. His eyes, seemingly capable of penetrating the very fabric of existence, beheld his son Pan Xian's arrival. With a slight raise of his hand, he initiated the conversation, his voice resonating like a mighty bell. "My dear son, what brings you to seek me this time?" The words carried the gravity befitting a celestial sovereign, yet subtly conveyed a deep concern for his offspring. Upon hearing his father, the Primordial Supreme Being, pose a question, Pan Xian promptly stepped forward and slightly bowed, responding, "Father, my disciple, who is also your grand disciple, Neza, now finds himself reduced to but a mere soul. I have come to implore you to employ your celestial powers to grant him rebirth." The Primordial Supreme Being, upon hearing Pan Xian's words, displayed a hint of perplexity on his otherwise tranquil countenance, slightly furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What, pray tell, has transpired? How is it that my grand disciple has been reduced to such a state, existing solely as a soul?" The tone of the Supreme Being was imbued with a sense of inquiry, as if he sought to unravel the intricacies of the situation with immediate clarity. Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Pan Xian proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events, beginning with Neza's tumultuous escapade in the sea, through the ensuing conflict with the Dragon Clan, and culminating in the tragic demise yet enduring existence of his soul. He articulated every detail with precision and clarity to the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. Throughout this narration, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable listened intently, his gaze flickering with an elusive glimmer. Once Pan Xian concluded his account, an intense fury flashed momentarily in the eyes of the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, a brilliance that seemed capable of incinerating all malevolence in the world. He coldly remarked, "Humph, the Dragon Clan remains as obstinate as ever, oblivious to the celestial order. Stubbornly ignorant and unteachable. Xianer, you have acted appropriately. Those wretched serpents truly deserve their fate." His voice dripped with disdain and loathing for the Dragon Clan. as if their actions were utterly unforgivable in his sight. As for the matters concerning Neza and Li Jing, the primordial heavenly venerable fell into a brief silence, ultimately choosing not to elaborate further. After all, both individuals had become adherents of the way of the establishment. Subsequently, the primordial heavenly venerable raised his hand slightly and addressed Pan Xian, Xianer, present Neza's soul to me. Upon hearing his father's command, Pan Xian promptly responded and summoned the soul of Neza. A faint luminescence gradually ascended from his palm, and Neza's somewhat ethereal spirit was subsequently invoked. At the very moment Neza's soul manifested, the primordial heavenly master gently extended a finger and delicately touched Neza's spirit. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from the tip of the primordial heavenly master's finger, resembling a golden torrent that enveloped Neza's soul completely. This golden radiance was imbued with formidable vitality and enigmatic power, as if it could reshape all things in the universe. Under the embrace of this golden light, Neza's soul began to undergo a wondrous transformation. The spirit gradually solidified, and the surrounding luminescence continually converged and merged. Moments later, Neza's soul was slowly absorbed into a brand new corporeal form. Each inch of skin and every bone of this new body swiftly grew and took shape, nourished by the golden light. Finally, as the last vestige of golden radiance melded into the flesh, Neza was completely resurrected. Revived, Neza gazed at his newfound body, savoring the long-lost sensation of physicality, his eyes brimming with joy and excitement. He first moved his limbs, feeling the surging power within, and then, without hesitation, knelt before the primordial heavenly master, his voice filled with gratitude. Thank you for your immense grace, ancestor. Were it not for your timely intervention, Neza would not know when he could return to life. The primordial heavenly master regarded the newly resurrected Neza with a gentle gaze, raised his hand to beckon him to rise, and, with a tone imbued with expectation and solemnity, slowly proclaimed, this time, granting you a second chance at life. You shall henceforth have no ties to the Li family of Ch'eng Pass. In the days to come, you must devote yourself to cultivation, lest you disappoint your master, and, above all, do not let down my hopes for you. Neza knelt, gazing upward at the primordial heavenly master, his eyes filled with resolve, and responded loudly, rest assured, ancestor. Neza will surely remember your teachings. From now on, I shall wholeheartedly pursue the path, diligently cultivate, and strive to make significant contributions to the Chan teaching. With that, Pan Xian stepped forward, slightly bowing in respect to the primordial heavenly master, before turning to lead Neza away. The two figures flickered and swiftly made their way towards the Daoshan Palace. Before long, the master and disciple had arrived at the Daoshan Palace. Seated firmly in his main seat, Pan Xian gazed solemnly at Neza and spoke in a grave tone. Disciple, I have calculated through my fingers, and it is evident that merely a decade remains until the next great calamity of heaven and earth. This impending catastrophe possesses boundless might and is fraught with peril. You must immediately retreat to the primordial realm for seclusion and devote yourself to enhancing your strength. You must not allow yourself to perish in the forthcoming tribulation. Otherwise, should you wish to be reborn, you will be compelled to inhabit the Fengshen Bang, becoming a name upon its list, bound by the rules of divination. As for how Pan Xian knows that the great calamity is a mere 10 years away, it is because he is aware that Jiangxia departed from Kunlun Mountain at the age of 72 to assist the king of Shou, marking the official onset of the Fengshen calamity. Presently, Jiangxia is merely 62, which indeed implies that 10 years remain. Chapter 50. Speaking of Shengamba, upon hearing Pan Xian's words, Neza felt not a hint of negligence and promptly proceeded to the other half of the Daoshan Palace. This place was exceptionally tranquil, and Neza slowly settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and gradually withdrew his aura, entering a profound state of meditation and cultivation. Pan Xian observed that Neza had entered a state of deep meditation, his expression resolute. Feeling reassured, he retrieved the primal 5 directions flag from his cosmic sleeve. The flags emanated the hues of azure, crimson, yellow, white, and black. As the light shimmered and danced, enigmatic runes flickered in and out of visibility, with each flag embodying a formidable and ancient power. Pan Xian gazed intently at the 5 directions flag, his heart brimming with a fervent desire to explore the enigmatic 5 directions great array. Although this array could not rival the supreme formations of the Primordial Era, namely the Extermination Sword Array, the Celestial Star Array, and the 12 Capital Heavenly God Array, it stood as a unique marvel among the myriad formations of the primordial realm. Aside from these 3 paramount existences, this array, also known as the 5 Elements Great Array, once successfully arranged, harnessed the cyclical interplay of the 5 elements forces, generating astonishing power. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a decade had elapsed. Throughout these 10 years, Pan Xian immersed himself day and night in the study of the Five Directions Great Array. He endeavored to activate the Five Directions flag through various sequences and different methods of spiritual energy infusion, continuously exploring and experimenting. However, the complexity of this great array proved overwhelming, and Pan Xian had only scratched the surface of its profound intricacies. Pan Xian raised his eyes to gaze at Neza. Noticing that he remained engrossed in a meditative state, his aura grew increasingly steady and profound, indicating that he was undoubtedly in a pivotal phase of his cultivation. In the depths of his mind, Pan Xian contemplated the remarkable focus with which Neza pursued his cultivation, deeming it unwise to intrude upon such dedication. Thus, he cautiously exited the Daoxian Palace. As he stepped beyond the palace doors, Pan Xian beheld Shen Gaobao, who had long been awaiting his arrival outside. The dawn was breaking, and sunlight bathed the stone steps of the Daoxian Palace, casting a long shadow of Shen Gaobao, who appeared visibly anxious. Pacing restlessly and occasionally glancing towards the palace doors, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Upon spotting Pan Xian's emergence, Shen Gaobao hastened forward, respectfully performing a deep bow. His voice tinged with urgency. "Senior brother, you speak truly. Our esteemed master harbors a distinct aversion towards the demon race. I have spent 4 decades cultivating alongside Jiangxia on Kunlun Mountain. Throughout these years, I have devoted myself to rigorous training, leaving no room for complacency. And I have now attained the early stages of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Yet, Jiangxia, after the same span of 40 years, has yet to transcend the mortal realm, remaining merely a human immortal. However, due to the fact that he belongs to the human race while I am of the demon lineage, the monumental task of bestowing titles in the investiture of the gods has been entrusted to one who has yet to achieve immortality." As he spoke, his eyes reflected a tumult of resentment and indignation, his fist clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly. "Senior brother, I implore you to assist me. My desire for advancement is overwhelming." Pan Xian gazed intently at Shen Gaobao, deeply empathizing with his plight. From the moment Shen Gaobao set foot on Kunlun Mountain, he seemed to be shrouded in the shadow of fate. Upon this majestic celestial peak, he had never received even a glance of acknowledgement from his father, the Primordial Supreme Being, enduring prolonged and unjust treatment. Now, merely due to his identity as a member of the demon clan, he found himself deemed inferior to Jiangxia, who had yet to attain immortality in the eyes of his master. Shen Gongbao's days on Kunlun Mountain were marked by relentless obstacles, his aspirations and talents ruthlessly stifled. Had it not been for Pan Xian's promise upon his arrival at Kunlun, that should he find dissatisfaction in the teachings, he could always seek refuge with him, he might have already descended the mountain in anger, confronting Jiangxia as he once did in a previous timeline. Pan Xian gazed at the troubled face of Shen Gaobao and spoke slowly. "Shen Gaobao, do not be merely swayed by superficial appearances. You must understand that between you and Jiangxia, it is undoubtedly you who will remain in the Chan teaching in the end. Though Jiangxia bears the unique aspect of the flying bear, this very trait has become an insurmountable chasm on his path to immortality. Throughout his life, he shall never attain the Tao of immortality. I urge you to contemplate this, once he fulfills his preordained mission of bestowing divinity. And once he no longer holds any value, do you truly believe my father will continue to pay him heed?" This is no idle speculation from Pan Xian. In the original timeline, Jiangxia was acutely aware of his hopelessness in achieving immortality, which is why he placed his hopes upon the investiture of the gods, attempting to ascend through it. However, after laboriously completing the task of conferring titles upon all, filled with joy at the prospect of bestowing one upon himself, the investiture and the heavenly whip were ruthlessly reclaimed by the primordial heavenly venerable in an instant. Jiangxia's dream of transcending through the divine path was thus shattered like a bubble, dissipating into nothingness. Ultimately, he was left to age gradually in the mortal realm until he departed from this world, his lifelong pursuits reduced to mere illusions. Upon hearing these words, the heavy stone within Shen Gongbao's heart felt somewhat lighter, yet the myriad of past grievances remained like a thorn, embedded deep within, continuing to ache and rendering him unable to fully let go. Pan Xian keenly observed the subtle expressions of Shen Gaobao, and with a gentle sigh, he spoke, "Since you find yourself in Kunlun Mountain, engulfed by discontent, which is detrimental to your cultivation, I shall seek a suitable place for you." As he finished speaking, Pan Xian waved his long sleeves, and a brilliant light flashed. The 9 dragons' divine fire shield hovered in midair, its flames blazing fiercely, as if narrating its extraordinary origin. Following this, Pan Xian retrieved a sword from his sleeve. Its blade was a deep azure, radiating a gentle luminescence. This was the Qingyu sword, a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure that Pan Xian had acquired during his travels through the primordial wilderness. Pan Xian presented two treasures before Shen Gongbao and spoke slowly. You must immediately journey to the Golden Light Cave on Qianyuan Mountain to seek out Master Tai. Master Tai is a free-spirited individual, unconcerned with trifles, and will surely not harbor any disdain due to your identity as a creature of a demon clan. Deliver this 9-dragon divine fire shield to him, and inform him that the matter he entrusted to me has been duly accomplished. This jade sword I bestow upon you, with the hope that you will diligently cultivate your skills under Master Tai's guidance. Should I require your assistance in the future, I trust you will possess the requisite strength to respond. With trembling hands, Shen Gongbao accepted the innate spiritual treasure, raising his gaze to Pan Xian, his eyes slightly reddened. Overwhelmed by a tide of emotion, he fell to his knees with a thud, respectfully performing a grand salute, his voice tinged with a quiver. Master, the profound kindness you have shown to Shen Gongbao shall never be forgotten. Henceforth, I shall devote myself to rigorous training, striving to become an extraordinarily sharp sword in your hands, living up to your expectations. Upon witnessing Shen Gongbao's ascent to the path, Pan Xian's countenance brightened with a smile of satisfaction. He then retrieved a glistening ginseng fruit from his sleeve and presented it to Shen Gongbao, speaking earnestly, "Take this, and devote yourself to your cultivation. Do not let my expectations of you go unfulfilled." With that, he turned and strode with measured grace towards the Daoxian Palace. Shen Gongbao clutched the ginseng fruit tightly, gazing in the direction Pan Xian had departed, standing still for a prolonged moment. In his heart, he resolved to earnestly pursue his cultivation, determined not to disappoint his elder brother's profound hopes. As for the conversation regarding Jiangzia's life and his destiny as a sage, the Primordial Supreme Being was, of course, already aware. Although he was taken aback by how Pan Xian had foreseen his future thoughts, he felt no concern, for after all, he was his own son. Furthermore, Pan Xian's words did not imply any intention to alter his plans for Jiangzia. Chapter 51. Journey to the Bestow Palace. Upon returning to the Daoxian Palace, Pan Xian sat alone in quiet contemplation upon the meditation cushion, his expression grave as he pondered the impending calamity of the function and the strategies he ought to devise amidst this chaotic era. Pan Xian was acutely aware that Jiangzia emerged from Kunlun Mountain at the age of 72 and presided over the monumental task of canonization at 87. By his calculations, merely 15 years remained until the earth-shattering battle of saints that would precede the canonization. In the primordial world, time was often regarded with indifference. However, for Pan Xian, these 15 years were immensely precious, providing ample opportunity to strategize and execute several pivotal undertakings. Pan Xian was acutely aware that during the ultimate battle of saints, his father, the Primordial Supreme Being, made a decision that sent shockwaves through the entire realm of the Xianmen. In a bid to vanquish the extraordinary Tongtian cult master, who wielded the 4 swords of extermination, he extended an invitation to the 2 Western saints for assistance in confronting this formidable adversary. This action, in the eyes of the Taoist ancestor Hongjun, was of grave significance. As the founder of the Xianmen, Hongjun perceived Yuanshi Tianzun's move as an incursion of Western forces into the internal strife of the Xianmen, leading him to feel that his carefully nurtured disciples were beginning to slip from his grasp. In order to maintain effective control over the 3 leaders and ensure that the Sanqin would heed his commands and develop their respective sects in the desired direction, Hongjun resolutely administered the fallen saint pill to them. While this elixir somewhat curtailed the infighting among the 3 sects of the Xianmen, it also yielded unforeseen consequences. During the course of the Battle of Saints, the Western sect seized the opportunity to convert 3,000 disciples from the Jie, coupled with the 5 discontented disciples from the Changjiao, resulting in a meteoric rise in the Western sect's power. Once a mere peripheral presence in the Eastern world, the Western sect's influence now burgeoned, seemingly poised to stand on equal footing with the Xianmen. The very thought of this filled Pan Xian's heart with indignation and resentment. Pan Xian pondered in silence, questioning why, amidst the celestial tribulations and the fierce struggle among the 3 teachings of the Tao, the Western Church should ultimately reap the rewards of victory. Thus, in his heart, Pan Xian resolutely resolved to find a way to alter this predetermined situation. Pan Xian understood that the matter of the function was predestined by the heavens and could not be altered. However, when it came to the battle of the saints, he was determined to exert every ounce of his strength to prevent it. Pan Xian was well aware that given his current strength, the likelihood of thwarting a cataclysmic battle involving several saints was exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, he was determined to make the attempt. After all, in his perspective, if he could indeed succeed in averting the conflict among the saints, Then once the divine sealing concluded, the 3 pure ones would remain, and the western 2 saints, confined to the eastern lands, would not be able to stir any significant turbulence. The Xianmin would continue to uphold its dominion in the east. However, should he ultimately fail to prevent the saintly war, Pan Xian had already devised an alternative plan. Pan Xian was determined to employ every conceivable means to rescue the 3,000 disciples of the who had been forcibly converted to the Western teachings by the Western Church. Concurrently, he sought to seize this opportunity to purge those within both the and who harbored treacherous intentions, thereby preserving the true strength of the. Following this, he would assess whether he could leverage the edicts to attain enlightenment and sanctity. Should he succeed, he would then devise a strategy to liberate his father, and his 2 uncles, who were under the control of Hongjun through the elixir of fallen saints. Pan Xian prepared to journey to the Azure Palace in the East Sea to seek his 3rd uncle, the heavenly teacher. However, before embarking on this quest, he needed to arrange a suitable place for Neza. After much contemplation, Pan Xian resolved to entrust Neza to his dear friend, the realized Wan Yuding. On this day, Pan Xian approached Neza. Pan Xian's gaze was gentle as he slowly addressed Neza, "Disciple, I am currently beset by pressing matters and must embark on a distant journey. Regrettably, I cannot take you along." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Neza's eyes, yet he swiftly regained his resolve, nodding earnestly in understanding and agreement. Upon witnessing this, Pan Xian slightly nodded and then earnestly spoke, "Disciple, I have found for you a most auspicious place. I intend to send you to the esteemed Yuding Zhenren. My dear friend, Brother Yuding is a man of integrity and kindness, with whom I have shared a profound friendship over many years. He will certainly treat you well. Furthermore, Brother Yuding has recently taken on a disciple as well, and I believe you are of similar age and temperament, which will undoubtedly lead to a heartfelt friendship between you. In that environment, you will have a like-minded companion with whom to engage in mutual cultivation and practice." Neza listened attentively to his master's words and, clasping his fists in salute, replied, "Master, please rest assured. I shall earnestly heed the teachings at Brother Yuding's place and diligently pursue my cultivation, striving to cause no trouble for either Brother Yuding or you, Master." Pan Xian gazed at his thoughtful disciple with a gentle smile, raising his hand to tenderly caress Neza's head. Subsequently, he meticulously informed Neza of the location of the Jade Dingzhenren sanctuary, offering detailed instructions with great care. In the end, Pan Xian watched as Neza mounted the 2 mystical phoenixes, bidding farewell to his gradually receding figure. As Pan Xian beheld the silhouette of Neza gradually fading from his sight, he resolutely turned away and stepped forth from the majestic gates of Kunlun Mountain. Channeling all his magical prowess, he transformed into a brilliant, resplendent streak of light, racing towards the eastern expanse of the primordial earth. Throughout this protracted journey, the sun, moon, and stars whirled rapidly before his eyes, while mountains, rivers, and seas flashed by like phantoms. Enduring countless days and nights of arduous travel, and having expended a full 6 months, he finally caught sight of the renowned Golden Ao Island from a distance. Golden Ao Island, perched upon the vast East Sea, emanated a mysterious and distinctive aura. As Pan Xian was about to step onto Golden Ao Island, making his way towards the depths of the island to reach the Emerald Palace and meet the celestial master Tong Tian, he was immediately detected by a vigilant disciple of the Jie sect patrolling the area, clad in a dark robe and wielding a long sword. The disciple appeared before Pan Xian in a flash, pointing the blade at him with a wary expression and demanding, "Who dares to intrude upon Golden Ao Island?" Pan Xian hastily withdrew his magical power and, with a demeanor both respectful and assertive, proclaimed, "I am the nephew of the Tongtian Patriarch. I have come seeking an audience with the Patriarch on matters of great importance." The inspecting disciple furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He was acutely aware of the profound enmity that currently existed between the Jie sect and the Chan sect, a relationship fraught with tension and hostility, where the disciples of both factions were already akin to sworn enemies. Yet, he dared not act recklessly, for Pan Xian was indeed the Patriarch's own nephew. After a moment's hesitation, he sheathed his sword. Although his expression remained cold, his demeanor was relatively respectful as he led Pan Xian towards the Bestow Palace. As they proceeded, Pan Xian observed the glances of the Jie sect disciples around him, which were laced with veiled hostility and wariness. Upon entering the Bestow Palace, Pan Xian surveyed the interior and beheld not only the Tongtian Patriarch seated before him, but also the 4 esteemed direct disciples of the Jie sect, Daobao Daoren, Jinling Xingmu, Wudong Xingmu, and guiling Xingmu. Additionally, there were numerous celestial attendants of the Tongtian Patriarch. The moment these Jie sect disciples laid eyes on Pan Xian, their expressions flickered with intense animosity. In their hearts, the conflict between the Chan sect and the Jie sect was deeply ingrained. And despite Pan Xian bearing the title of the Patriarch's nephew, it was unlikely to quell their inner hostility. Nonetheless, upon seeing Pan Xian's arrival, the Tongtian Patriarch's face blossomed with genuine delight. He was known for his carefree disposition, unconstrained by trivialities, and did not unjustly transfer the sectarian discord he had with the Yuanshi Tianzuan onto Pan Xian. On the contrary, the visit of his only blood relative from the Sanqing line filled him with joy. Chapter 52. The Tongtian Patriarch. The corners of the Tongtian Patriarch's mouth curled upward slightly, a glimmer of playful teasing in his eyes as he jested with Pan Xian. Dear nephew Pan Xian, what brings you such a great distance to my humble abode? Could it be that your time in the Chan sect was less than satisfactory, and you have now taken a fancy to my Jie sect? Pan Xian, upon hearing this, couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. A hint of a wry smile gracing his lips as he respectfully replied, Third uncle, please do not jest at my expense. I have come to the sect of the intercepting teaching with a matter of utmost importance that necessitates a face-to-face discussion with you. Upon hearing this, the Master of Heaven raised an eyebrow slightly, curiosity flickering in his eyes, and gestured for Pan Xian to continue. Pan Xian surveyed his surroundings. Noticing that within the Bayou Palace, the 4 esteemed disciples of the Jie Jiao and a multitude of accompanying immortals were present, he furrowed his brow slightly, revealing a hint of hesitation, yet ultimately fixed his determined gaze upon the Tongtian Master. The Tongtian Master, ever astute, immediately grasped Pan Xian's intent. With a gentle cough, he proclaimed in a resonant voice, Duo Bao, take your fellow disciples and step outside. I wish to converse privately with my nephew Pan Xian. Upon hearing this, the Taoist Duo Bao clasped his hands in reverence and replied, I shall dutifully adhere to your command, Master. He then turned and led his fellow disciples away from the Bayou Palace. Before long, the palace was left with only the Tongtian Master and Pan Xian. With a grand gesture, the Tongtian Master summoned an invisible force, causing the palace doors to gradually close. He then fixed his penetrating gaze on Pan Xian and spoke, Now that we are alone, do not keep me in suspense. Tell me, what pressing matter compels you to seek this private audience? Pan Xian observed that the surroundings were devoid of any presence, and his heart felt a semblance of tranquility. He took a deep breath and addressed the Tongtian Patriarch, saying, Uncle, I have come this time regarding the matter of the canonization. I have learned that during this canonization, the Jie sect has allied itself with the Shang dynasty. As a sage, you are the one most intimately connected with the heavenly Tao. It is truly difficult for me to comprehend how you could remain oblivious to the fact that the Shang's fortune has run its course, and that the rise of the Zhou is decreed by the heavenly Tao. Yet, why do you still permit the disciples of the Jie sect to risk their lives in support of the Shang? Upon hearing these words, the smile on the Tongtian Patriarch's face vanished instantly, replaced by a grave expression. What Pan Xian articulated was undeniably true. As a saint of the heavenly Tao, how could he remain oblivious to the predetermined fate of the Shang dynasty? After a moment of silence, the Master of Heaven spoke slowly, his voice imbued with a blend of resignation and resolve. Ah, Xian, what you speak of is indeed known to me, as your third uncle and a saint. However, you are unaware that the disciples of the predominantly serve within the Shang, thereby securing the fortune of the human race. Furthermore, the very principle upon which ours is founded is the seizing of even a slender thread of hope. Each disciple of ours possesses immense fortitude and courage. They harbor no fear. How could I, as their leader, choose to capitulate first? Listening to the Master of Heaven's resolute tone, Pan Xian felt a weight settle in his heart, acutely aware that the impending conflict among the saints would likely surge like a torrential flood, one he might struggle to prevent. Yet, still clinging to a final glimmer of hope, he sought to resist. Thus, Pan Xian raised his gaze towards the Master of Heaven, his expression earnest and his words laden with concern. Third uncle, have you pondered deeply on what might transpire should the Chan clash in a cataclysm of violence, inflicting grievous wounds upon each other? Should the Western teaching seize the opportunity to reap the benefits and plunder the fortunes of our Eastern lands, what then shall we do? Upon hearing these words, the Master of Heaven snorted derisively, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell, his aura suddenly surging with intensity, his eyes reflecting disdain and pride. Humph. Those from the West, such as the likes of Xuan and Jie, dare to covet our Eastern realm? Though my 3 pure ones may now operate independently, fostering divisions and strife, we are ultimately of a single lineage. This eastern land is the very foundation that we, the three pure ones, have cultivated. No matter the divisions among us, it is not for the West to meddle in our affairs. As Pan Xian observed the resolute demeanor of the Tongtian, his anxiety deepened. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke earnestly. Third uncle, if the situation escalates to the extreme, and you, along with my father and elder uncle, are confined by the venerable Hongjun and rendered unable to intervene in the affairs of the primordial realm, what then shall we do? Shall we allow the fortunes of our eastern Xian men to be wantonly plundered by the western sect? With a legacy spanning millennia, is it our fate to tremble in the face of such adversity? Initially, the Tongdian burst into hearty laughter, his mirth resonating so powerfully that the glazed tiles of the Bestow palace quivered slightly, as if mocking the absurdity of the scenario. Yet, in an instant, his expression turned grave as frost, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Pan Xian. With a tone imbued with earnestness, he replied, Dear Xian, should we truly find ourselves in the dire circumstances you describe, remember that the Xian men still has you. You bear the singular bloodline of the three purities and carry the weighty responsibility of our legacy. Should I, along with the primordial lord and your uncle, indeed be incapacitated, it shall fall upon you to shoulder the immense burden of our lineage. As Pan Xian listened to the weighty words of the Tongtian cult master, he had already come to understand that his efforts to persuade the Tongtian cult master to avert the impending Saint War during this visit to the Bestow palace would ultimately prove futile. Pan Xian clenched his fist in silence, a glimmer of resoluteness flashing in his eyes. In the depths of his heart, he contemplated, given the circumstances, he must immediately commence preparations. When the time comes, not only will he rescue the 3,000 disciples of the who have been forcibly converted to the West, but he will also eradicate those treacherous individuals within Bothi and who conspire with foreign foes. Facing the hopeful gaze of the Tongtian, Pan Xian straightened his back and resolutely declared, Third uncle, rest assured, should that day truly arrive, I shall undoubtedly step forward, shouldering the weight of the Xian men, ensuring that the three teachings remain unaltered, and I will protect our Xian men with utmost diligence. After conversing with the Tongtian, Pan Xian departed from the ethereal and enchanting Golden Ao Island. Pan Xian's original plan was to return directly to Kunlun Mountain, preparing meticulously for the aftermath of the imminent Battle of the Saints. However, shortly after he departed from Golden Ao Island, an uncanny sensation began to envelop him. Pan Xian felt as though a mysterious force gently tugged at him from the eastern direction of Golden Ao Island, as if it were softly beckoning and enticing him to venture forth. The sensation was one that Xuan found profoundly familiar. Reflecting upon the past, he recalled the numerous occasions during his wanderings across the primordial earth when he had encountered such a feeling. Each instance of this sensation invariably signified that some form of spiritual treasure or divine root awaited him, beckoning for exploration. Naturally, Xuan would not let such an opportunity slip through his fingers. Thus, he decisively halted his journey towards Mount Kunlun, turning his form without hesitation and employing his divine powers to soar eastward with great haste. After an indeterminate duration of flight, the alluring force that had drawn Xuan began to dissipate, vanishing without a trace. Drawing upon his extensive experience, he immediately discerned that he had arrived at the concealed location of the spiritual treasure or divine root. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself confronted by an expanse of boundless ocean, tumultuous waves crashing against the surface, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars. Yet, Xuan understood that beneath this seemingly ordinary sea lay profound mysteries, likely shrouded by a formidable innate formation. Thus, to the untrained eye, this was merely an ordinary stretch of ocean, devoid of anything remarkable. Pan Xian understood that as long as he could break this grand formation, he would be able to possess the treasured spiritual root that had drawn him here. Chapter 53, Primordial Island. Realizing that the reason he could not see the spiritual treasure was due to the protection of a grand array, Pan Xian immediately began a meticulous search of his surroundings, attempting to locate the concealed core of the formation. At this moment, it must be said that the greater the fortune one carries, the more it seems that the heavens bestow their favor upon him, and luck appears to be particularly abundant. In his heart, Pan Xian silently prayed, his gaze sharp and unwavering, leaving no suspicious corner unchecked. Within a mere half a stick of incense, his eyes suddenly sparkled with realization as he discerned a faintly glowing array eye nestled within a concealed corner of the sea's surface. The array eye appeared to resist detection, its light flickering erratically. With a subtle smile of confidence gracing the corners of Pan Xian's lips, he summoned his inner spiritual energy. which surged forth like a tumultuous tide toward the heart of the formation. Under the impact of this force, the formation's core trembled slightly. Before long, accompanied by a deep, resonant boom, the grand array was effortlessly dismantled. Where once the sea lay devoid of substance, ripples cascaded across its surface, and soon after, a mysterious island gradually emerged. Surrounding the island, mist swirled, imbued with an ethereal aura, as if it had descended from a realm of immortals into the world of mortals. Upon witnessing this, Pan Xian felt a surge of excitement within his heart and, without hesitation, soared towards the island, landing gracefully upon its shores. The moment his feet grazed the surface of the island, the character's Palai materialized in his consciousness like a bolt of lightning. Pan Xian's heart quaked. He realized that, after enduring numerous trials and tribulations, he had unexpectedly discovered the foremost of the three immortal islands of the East Sea, Palai Island. Upon realizing that he had discovered the fabled Palai Island, Pan Xian felt a surge of excitement coursing through him, causing his hands to tremble slightly. Pan Xian was acutely aware that the opportunity he had acquired this time was unparalleled in comparison to those of the past. This enigmatic celestial island undoubtedly concealed countless treasures awaiting his discovery. Subsequently, Pan Xian activated a sweeping mode across the island, resembling a sovereign surveying his domain, leaving no mature spiritual root unexamined within his line of sight. With his keen perception, Pan Xian swiftly traversed the heart of the island, swiftly collecting all the mature spiritual roots that thrived there, their gentle luminescence radiating within his storage space. Soon after, Pan Xian arrived at the very center of Palai Island. Upon beholding the scene before him, he was utterly astounded. A vast pool lay before him, brimming with the resplendent three-light divine water, which shimmered like flowing gemstones, rippling with luminous reflections. At the center of the pool, a rich essence of chaos intertwined with the three-light divine water, nurturing a 12-petaled white lotus in full bloom. The lotus exuded a sacred radiance, each petal crystalline and translucent, as if sculpted from the purest jade. Pan Xian immediately recognized that this was the legendary 12-petal pure world white lotus. As Pan Xian beheld the exquisite 12th grade innate spiritual treasure, the pure world white lotus, a flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes. Naturally, he did not hesitate. Without a hint of reluctance, he invoked his spells to meticulously retrieve the lotus. Upon grasping it, a refreshing surge of energy coursed through his entire being, bestowing upon him an unparalleled sense of euphoria. Subsequently, Pan Xian produced a specially crafted artifact to collect all of the three-light divine water from the pool. As for the chaotic energy, though its precise function eluded him, his intuition whispered that it was far from ordinary. Thus, he resolved to secure it for further study at a later time. Just as Pan Xian extended his hand to carefully acquire the enigmatic chaotic energy, which glimmered with an otherworldly light, an unforeseen event transpired. The chaotic energy seemed to possess a will of its own, darting into Pan Xian's body with a ghostly swiftness. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming force surge within him, akin to a torrential flood bursting through a dam, wreaking havoc throughout his meridians. Pan Xian was greatly alarmed, fully aware that if this force was not handled properly, it could potentially inflict irreparable damage upon himself. Pan Xian did not dare to delay even for a moment. He promptly crossed his legs and settled into a meditative posture. At this moment, he closed his eyes tightly, his mind completely immersed within, striving to harness the sudden surge of mysterious energy as he began to diligently refine the chaotic essence before him. As Pan Xian engaged in this act of refinement, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded. The chaotic energy appeared to possess a natural affinity with him, and the process of their integration transpired with remarkable fluidity. Pan Xian felt as though he had established a wondrous connection with the chaotic energy surrounding him. He could distinctly sense the immense power contained within this chaos being continuously absorbed and transformed by his essence. Time slipped away unnoticed, as if all external matters had become isolated from Pan Xian. In this manner, after a mere decade, he completely refined the chaotic energy. At the moment of his success, a formidable wave of aura erupted from his being. Both his spiritual and physical cultivation soared simultaneously, akin to a rocket. Reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, Pan Xian could distinctly sense that he was but a step away from achieving the realm of a quasi-saint. This was not solely due to the formidable energy bestowed by the chaotic essence, which had propelled his cultivation to unprecedented heights in a remarkably short span of time, with only a final push required for his breakthrough. More significantly, this chaotic essence possessed an extraordinary origin. It was a remnant from the era when Pangu opened the heavens. It not only encompassed the unparalleled laws of power wielded by the great deity Pangu, but also encapsulated the invaluable experiences accumulated during his monumental act of creation. To Pan Xian, this was undoubtedly a treasure of immeasurable worth, far surpassing the significance of any artifact. Reflecting on his journey to the Isle of Palai, Pan Xian's heart was filled with profound emotions. Pan Xian initially believed that acquiring the 12-petal pure world white lotus and the 3 light divine water were the paramount treasures of his journey to Palai Island. However, it has now become evident that the true prize lies not in these illustrious artifacts, but rather in this enigmatic aura of chaos. Pan Xian surveyed his surroundings and realized that he had thoroughly explored every corner of the enchanting Palai Island, leaving little to cherish. Consequently, he invoked celestial magic to reactivate the protective array. As beams of light flickered, the island gradually became enveloped in a mysterious aura, rendering it once again elusive, as if it had never graced the world. Having completed this task, he ascended upon a cloud and set his course towards Kunlun Mountain. As Pan Xian's figure departed the confines of Palai Island, his keen senses detected an anomaly. Over the East Sea, the once abundant fortune began to ebb away like the receding tide. This transformation stirred something within Pan Xian, prompting him to recall a notion from the tomes of his past life, which suggested that the 12th grade pure world white lotus had remained hidden because it vigilantly guarded the fortunes of the scattered immortals of the East Sea. Witnessing the shift in the East Sea's fortune with his own eyes, Pan Xian understood that this assertion was likely true. Yet, what concern was it of his? If one were to claim that the decline in the fortunes of the East Sea's wandering cultivators was due to his taking the 12th grade pure world white lotus, resulting in their slowed cultivation, then Pan Xian would retort, why, after all these years, have they not diligently pursued their own cultivation? Why remain at such a low level, relying on fortune rather than honing their own innate talents? Chapter 54. Neza seeks help after Pan Xian departed from the Eastern Sea. He felt the wind rise beneath his feet and hastened his journey with all his might. Mountains and rivers swiftly receded like fleeting phantoms in his eyes. After an arduous 5 months of relentless travel, he finally returned to the familiar and spiritually resonant land of Kunlun Mountain. No sooner had he set foot on this cherished terrain than he received an urgent distress signal from his disciple Neza, conveyed through a jade tablet. The tablet trembled slightly in his palm, radiating an anxious glow. Pan Xian's heart tightened as he realized the gravity of the situation. There was no time to lose. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Kunlun Mountain, racing toward Neza's location like a bolt of lightning. To understand the peril Neza faced, one must first consider Pan Xian's earlier arrangements. When Pan Xian intended to visit the Bestow Palace, he entrusted Neza to his close friend, the real man Yuding. Hoping that under Yuding's guidance, Neza would make significant progress. As anticipated, Neza forged a bond with Yang Jian during this time, and their shared personalities led them to become fast friends. Over the next decade, they diligently practiced under Yuding's meticulous tutelage, their silhouettes a constant presence in the mountains from dawn until dusk, regardless of the rising sun or the enveloping night. Their cultivation gradually advanced to the early stages of the Tai Golden Immortal. However, tranquility was shattered not long ago. The real man Yuding received a desperate plea for help from Jiangxia. The letter, filled with urgency, warned of the relentless advance of the Shang dynasty army, overwhelming the forces of the Zhou dynasty, and earnestly requested Yuding's intervention. Contemplating the situation, Yuding glanced at his disciple Yang Jian and recalled Neza, whom Pan Xian had entrusted to him. While his disciples had spent many years in seclusion, they lacked practical battle experience. This descent from the mountain could prove to be a fortuitous opportunity. Thus, he summoned Neza and Yang Jian, instructing them to descend the mountain to assist Jiangxia. Upon hearing the news of their descent, Neza and Yang Jian were filled with excitement. They quickly packed their belongings and set off overnight. Exhausted yet exhilarated, they finally arrived at the West Qi base camp, led by Jiangxia. As they stepped into the tent, Neza's gaze fixed like a sharpened sword upon Li Jing. Enemies meet, and the tension was palpable. Memories of past grievances surged within Neza, igniting a fierce blaze of anger. Without a moment's hesitation, he brandished his fire-tipped spear, unleashing a streak of crimson light aimed directly at Li Jing. Chaos erupted within the tent as soldiers rushed to intervene. Yang Jian, having accompanied Neza for many years, was acutely aware of the deep-seated enmity between Neza and Li Jing. He would not allow anyone to thwart Neza's intentions. In a flash, he moved like a bolt of black lightning, positioning himself in front of those attempting to obstruct Neza, swiftly weaving powerful spells to keep them at bay. Li Jing, witnessing Neza's onslaught, was struck with fear. With only the cultivation of a true immortal, he stood no chance against Neza. who had reached the early stages of the Tai Golden Immortal. In a panic, he recalled the life-saving teleportation talisman given to him by the Lantern Taoist, fearing Neza's vengeance upon his revival. With his life at stake, he wasted no time, hastily producing the talisman and chanting incantations. In an instant, a blinding light enveloped him, and he vanished from the scene, successfully teleporting to the side of the Lantern Taoist. Unwilling to relent, Neza pursued Li Jing without hesitation. Yang Jian, concerned for Neza's safety, closely followed behind. The chase led them into a dense, shadowy forest where thick branches obscured the sun, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Just as Neza prepared to charge at Li Jing once more, a formidable aura suddenly enveloped him. It was the Lantern Taoist, a peaked Luo Golden Immortal, who had arrived to intervene. With a cold gaze, he addressed Neza, stating, "Neza, set aside your past grievances. Today you shall recognize Li Jing as your father. And from this day forth, you must not act in defiance." Fury surged within Neza at these words, his eyes ablaze as he roared, "Impossible! Li Jing has wronged me grievously. I shall never acknowledge him." With that, he prepared to strike again. The Lantern Taoist, unfazed, let out a cold snort, and his exquisite pagoda expanded, emanating overwhelming pressure. He cast the pagoda into the air, enveloping both Neza and the pursuing Yang Jian within it. Intense flames roared inside the tower, scorching the two. The Lantern Taoist addressed Yang Jian, saying, "You must acknowledge Li Jing as your adoptive father, otherwise I shall confine you both here, never to escape." Unbeknownst to the Lantern Taoist, this was not a mere coincidence. Earlier, when Li Jing sought him out, he had already conspired with the Western sect. Aware of his impending journey to the West, he had already allied with 4 of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Learning that Neza was the reincarnation of the Ling Zhuzi, he devised a plan to subdue Neza, compelling him to once again recognize Li Jing as his father. In doing so, Neza would be under Li Jing's control, who would then heed his commands, allowing him to maintain a foothold in the east while he ventured west. Noticing Yang Jian's equal talent to Neza, he decided to imprison both in the exquisite pagoda, using the flames to force their compliance. However, at the moment Neza and Yang Jian were ensnared within the pagoda, both sent out desperate cries for help to their respective masters, Pan Xian and the real man Yuding. Thus, not only Pan Xian but also Yuding were hastening towards their location. Meanwhile, within the blazing confines of the exquisite pagoda, Neza and Yang Jian were engulfed in flames. The scorching heat reddened their skin, nearly incinerating their garments. They cried out in agony, yet their eyes reflected a fierce determination and resilience, unwilling to bow to fate, much less accept Li Jing as their father. Outside the pagoda, the Lantern Taoist stood with a stern expression, observing the flickering flames and struggling figures within. He coldly declared, "If you remain so obstinately ignorant, I shall amplify my power." Upon hearing these words, the burning lamp Taoist nodded in agreement, preparing to amplify his magical power. Chapter 55, The Death of Li Jing. Just as the burning lamp Taoist was about to increase his power, a fierce attack that seemed to tear through the very fabric of space surged towards him with alarming speed. As it passed, the air was instantly siphoned away, producing a sharp, piercing wail. The burning lamp Taoist, intent on demonstrating his might to the 2 individuals within the tower, sensed the imminent threat of this lethal assault before he could make a move. His expression changed drastically, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Abandoning the thought of tormenting Neza and Yang Jian within the tower, he swiftly reversed his magical energy, enveloping himself in an impenetrable golden shield. Boom! The attack collided forcefully with the Taoist's magical shield, unleashing a deafening roar. A blinding light erupted, akin to the sun exploding, searing the eyes of all who beheld it. As the brilliance gradually subsided and the attack was repelled, the burning lamp Taoist's countenance darkened, his gaze sharp as lightning. He directed his voice, resonant and commanding, toward the source of the assault, declaring, "Who dares to ambush me? Step forth." His voice echoed like a colossal bell throughout the forest, tinged with a palpable sense of anger and authority. No sooner had he spoken than a figure streaked across the sky like a meteor, revealing itself to be Pan Xian. A flicker of cold light flashed in Pan Xian's eyes as he waved his hand, unleashing another torrent of formidable magic akin to surging ocean waves. This overwhelming force toppled the Linglong Pagoda, which the Lantern Master had employed to suppress Neza and Yang Jian. The pagoda tumbled through the air, emitting mournful cries, before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Neza and Yang Jian extricated themselves from the debris, though they appeared somewhat disheveled. Their eyes gleamed with the relief of having survived the calamity. With a swift movement, Pan Xian landed firmly before Neza and Yang Jian, his gaze piercing like a torch as he fixated on the Taoist of the burning lamp. Coldly, he articulated, "Burning lamp. You possess an audacious spirit to imprison the disciples of my brother Yuding, and to forcibly coerce them into acknowledging that self-serving, worthless father of theirs. Do you truly believe me to be an easy target?" His words were imbued with an infinite fury, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Upon Pan Xian's arrival, the Taoist of the burning lamp felt a jolt of dread within, silently lamenting his predicament. He was acutely aware that the situation had taken a dire turn, and any attempt to compel Neza to recognize his father was now utterly futile. Yet, the thought of conceding so ignominiously stung his pride, and with a quick flicker of thought, he addressed Pan Xian, stating, "Neza is indeed the son of Li Jing. What harm is there in having him acknowledge his father once more?" His tone feigned a semblance of calmness. At that moment, Neza emerged from the side, his emotions ignited by those words, vehemently retorting, "I have long ceased to be his son. That life I have already returned to him. Now, our only bond is that of enmity, and I am determined to kill him." The flames of vengeance blazed fiercely in Neza's eyes as he fixated on the distant figure of Li Jing, brimming with the desire to rend him to pieces. Li Jing, upon hearing this, turned as pale as a sheet, his legs trembling beneath him, nearly collapsing to the ground. A wave of terror washed over him, and instinctively, he glanced at the Taoist of the burning lamp, his eyes filled with a pleading desperation, silently imploring for assistance. The burning lamp, noting this, also reflected inwardly. The paramount concern was to preserve Li Jing's life, for if Neza were to slay him, upon reaching the west, he would no longer have such an obedient informant in the east, which would severely hinder his future schemes. Consequently, he suppressed his displeasure, forcing a semblance of a smile as he addressed Pan Xian. "Since Neza is unwilling to recognize his father, I shall take my leave with Li Jing." He presented himself as though a reasonable individual in the midst of turmoil. Upon hearing the words of Ran Ding, Pan Xian could not help but marvel at the astonishing thickness of his skin. Noticing that the two were preparing to make a hasty retreat, Pan Xian refrained from further conversation and swiftly produced the primordial measuring ruler. With the celestial measuring staff in hand, Pan Xian advanced towards the lantern-light Taoist with the swiftness of lightning, reaching his opponent in the blink of an eye. The staff whistled through the air as it descended with formidable force upon the lantern light. Upon witnessing Pan Xian's fierce assault, Lantern Light's expression shifted dramatically. He dared not confront the blow head-on. Swiftly, he summoned all his skills to establish layers of defense, barely managing to withstand Pan Xian's relentless strike. As he fended off the torrent of attacks, Lantern Light spoke, "We are of the same sect, and since I have not succeeded this time, I can offer you the exquisite Linglong Pagoda as compensation." His words betrayed a hint of concession. As Pan Xian heard his words, a surge of anger ignited within him. He continued his relentless assault while proclaiming, "When you oppressed my disciple, did you not consider that he is my kin, a fellow disciple? Now that you are reminded of this, you speak of brotherhood. Moreover, have you not long been in contact with the Western teachings? How can you still dare to claim we are of the same order?" Seizing the opportunity while Ran Dang was momentarily distracted, Pan Xian intensified his magical power, causing the celestial measuring rod in his hand to shine brilliantly as he aimed for the vital points of Ran Dang. Turning to Neza, he urged, "My child, pursue your path without hesitation. I shall shield you from Ran Dang." His voice was resolute and powerful, instilling boundless confidence in Neza. Moved by these words, Neza clenched his fists and strode purposefully toward Li Jing, the flames of vengeance burning ever brighter in his heart. Meanwhile, upon hearing Pan Xian reveal his prior connections with the West, Ran Dang was taken aback, as if struck by a thunderbolt. He pondered in secret how Pan Xian had come to know of this matter. Should this information be confirmed, it would undoubtedly bring him endless trouble. Yet, despite his shock, Ran Dang was no fool. He understood that he could not acknowledge the truth at this moment. Thus, he immediately donned an expression of utmost grievance and retorted to Pan Xian, "Brother, you are unjustly accusing me. When have I ever been in contact with the West? Such baseless allegations leave me feeling profoundly disheartened." Upon hearing Ran Dang's vehement defense, a glimmer of disdain flashed in Pan Xian's eyes, for he was not inclined to believe such claims. With a cold snort, Pan Xian declared, "Are you not aware? We both understand each other as if our hearts were mirrors reflecting the truth. Enough of this idle chatter. You have bullied my disciple and turned traitor. Today, you shall find it impossible to escape." With that, Pan Xian's aura surged dramatically, his inner spiritual power roiling like a tumultuous tide, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Subsequently, he ceased to engage in further conversation with the lamplighting Taoist and wholeheartedly launched into battle. Pan Xian moved with the swiftness of lightning, wielding the primordial measuring ruler, which radiated a brilliant light. Each swing of the ruler summoned a howling gust of wind, as if intent on cleaving the very air around him. As a seasoned pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, the lamplighting Taoist was a formidable force. He summoned his spiritual energy to erect layers of defense while also seeking an opportunity to counterattack. However, despite being on equal footing with Pan Xian in terms of realm, he was significantly outmatched by Pan Xian in terms of spiritual treasures. The treasures in Pan Xian's possession are not only numerous, but also exude a formidable aura that sends shivers down one's spine, each piece being of the finest quality. More crucially, Pan Xian practices the laws of strength, his power being so immense that each strike carries the force of a raging tide. In the heat of battle, his assaults grow increasingly ferocious, each move resembling the colossal weight of Mount Tai, leaving Randing struggling to respond. After 100 exchanges, Randing's breath becomes increasingly erratic, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, clearly indicating his inability to withstand Pan Xian any longer. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, Neza finally achieves his long-awaited goal. With a flash of cold light from his spear, he pierces Li Jing through. Subsequently, Neza reaches out and captures Li Jing's soul in his grasp, a smile of vengeance illuminating his face as he begins to torment Li Jing's spirit mercilessly. Chapter 56. Randing is rescued out of the corner of his eye. Randing catches sight of Li Jing's lifeless body, and a sense of dread fills his heart. He realizes that not only has he failed in his intentions, but he has also landed himself in an exceedingly perilous situation, suffering grave losses. Understanding that his only recourse lies in retreating, Randing knows that the best strategy is to employ the 36 stratagems. Thus, he feigns an attack, suddenly launching a fierce strike towards Neza and Yang Jian. Upon witnessing this action from Randing, Pan Xian instantly comprehended his intentions. It was evident that Randing sought to exploit the opportunity of attacking Neza and Yang Jian to make his escape, while Pan Xian rushed to their aid. Pan Xian felt a surge of frustration within, yet at this moment, he found himself bereft of alternatives. After all, Neza and Yang Jian were his own disciples and nephew. He could not bear to witness them plunged into peril. Reluctantly, Pan Xian forsook his pursuit of Randing, swiftly pivoting his form towards Neza and Yang Jian, poised to intercept the impending assault. As anticipated, in the very instant Pan Xian turned, a smirk of triumph graced Randing's lips. He immediately unleashed his escape technique, transforming into a streak of luminescence, fleeing into the distance and vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Pan Xian could only watch in dismay as Randing executed that peculiar maneuver, darting away like a fleeting comet, his heart heavy with regret and resentment for the missed opportunity to eliminate his foe. Just then, a shadow descended from the heavens like a meteor, accompanied by a resounding thud as it crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Pan Xian's gaze was sharp as lightning, instantly recognizing the disheveled figure before him as the recently escaped Randing. The man stood there with disheveled hair, tattered robes, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a truly wretched sight. Panic surged within Pan Xian's heart. Before he could ponder the reasons behind the sudden descent of the burning lamp, an aura, both familiar and formidable, enveloped the surroundings in an instant. Pan Xian's heart swelled with delight as he instantly comprehended that his dear friend, the Jade Dingzhenren, had arrived. Before him stood the Jade Dingzhenren, treading upon the void, radiating celestial light, and exuding an awe-inspiring presence, clearly having hastened his journey. Upon spotting the fleeing Randing, a glint of cold brilliance flashed in his eyes. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand and unleashed a formidable celestial spell, striking Randing from the air back to the ground. Pan Xian and Master Yu Ding acted swiftly, positioning themselves on either side, effectively ensnaring Randing in the middle. As Randing gazed at the formidable figures of Pan Xian and Master Yu Ding, his complexion instantly soured, his eyes brimming with despair and trepidation. The Taoist Randing understood in his heart that, given his current state, he was truly facing an insurmountable calamity against these two powerful adversaries. In a flurry of anxiety, his gaze darted around, seeking even the faintest glimmer of an escape. Yet, the overwhelming presence of his foes had already sealed off all avenues of retreat. At that moment, the images of two Western saints flickered through his mind, and he inwardly prayed, hoping that they could sense his peril and arrive in time to save his life. Pan Xian observed Randing, who stood motionless like a statue, his face ashen and his gaze vacant, as if lost in profound contemplation. Pan Xian had no inclination to speculate on what Ran Ding might be thinking. He was acutely aware of the latter's cunning nature and knew that he must not grant him any respite. At that moment, a glimmer of light flickered in Pan Xian's hand as he gathered strength with the primordial measurement ruler firmly in his grasp. Pan Xian urged the laws of power, and an inexhaustible stream of strength flowed into the cosmic measuring ruler. The ruler radiated with an overwhelming brilliance, causing the surrounding space to tremble. With a thunderous roar, Pan Xian swung the Hongmeng Liangtian, unleashing a cataclysmic force directed towards Ran Ding. The latter scarcely had time to react before being struck by this fierce assault. A chilling scream echoed as Ran Ding's form was instantaneously reduced to mere ashes, dissipating into the void. Witnessing the utter annihilation of Ran Ding, Pan Xian pondered inwardly that this was indeed the opportune moment to seize the soul of the fallen sage. He was acutely aware that Ran Ding's essence harbored numerous secrets. Should he manage to transport it back to Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace and present it to his father, the primordial heavenly sovereign, it would undoubtedly bolster the chances of the Chan teaching amidst the impending calamity of the divine sealing. With this thought, a flicker of resolve ignited in Pan Xian's gaze as he lightly tapped the void beneath him, propelling his form like lightning towards the location of Ran Ding's soul. However, just as his fingertips were about to graze the precipice of that soul, the western horizon abruptly transformed. The once clear sky was suddenly enshrouded by a dense, ominous purple mist, swiftly followed by an overwhelming presence that surged forth like a tumultuous tide. This aura contained a transcendent essence, imbued with a compassion that was both irresistible and otherworldly, warping the very fabric of space in its wake. Pan Xian felt an invisible yet immense force thrusting him backward, causing him to stagger several steps, his face a portrait of astonishment. Enveloped by that formidable aura, the soul of the enlightened lamp Taoist flickered like a candle in the wind, being swiftly swept away toward the west. Pan Xian gazed at the soul that gradually receded into the distance, and in that moment, a profound understanding dawned upon him. Such a formidable presence could only belong to the two saints of the West. It was undoubtedly the actions of the Taoist of the precepts and the Taoist of guidance that had transported the soul of the lantern-bearer back to the West. In the depths of Pan Xian's heart, a profound sense of regret lingered. After expending such considerable effort, he had believed he could capture the soul of the radiant lamp Taoist, only to find his endeavors thwarted. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of the extraordinary prowess of the two saints from the West. With his current cultivation, he was utterly incapable of contending with them. Though his heart brimmed with unwillingness, he found himself powerless in the face of reality. Turning his gaze toward the jade Dingjinren, he spoke with a mixture of relief and indignation. "Brother, had you not arrived in time, it is likely that the traitor, Radiant Lamp, would have escaped unscathed. While it was true that his soul had been rescued by the Western sect, should they wish to restore Radiant Lamp to his former glory as a Grand Luo Golden Immortal, they would undoubtedly have to pay an exorbitant price, which would surely cause them considerable distress." Upon hearing Pan Xian's words, Jie Dingjinren nodded slightly, a humble smile gracing his features as he replied, "Not at all. It is largely thanks to you, junior brother. Without your intervention, Yang Jian and Neza would have found themselves in peril." The two exchanged compliments, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. Soon after, Pan Xian's gaze gradually shifted to the faintly glowing soul of Li Jing in Neza's hand, and then to the exquisite pagoda lying quietly on the ground. In that instant, a most sinister thought flashed through Pan Xian's mind like a bolt of lightning. Pan Xian could not help but reminisce about the tragic fate of Neza in the original timeline, where he was forced to acknowledge his father. In those times, any slight discontent with Li Jing would prompt him to mercilessly wield the Linglong Pagoda, imprisoning Neza within its confines and subjecting him to relentless torment. Yet now, due to his own presence, the course of destiny has undeniably shifted. The one who is destined to endure the suffering of the Linglong Pagoda is no longer Neza, but Li Jing himself. With a cold sneer in his heart, Pan Xian raised his hand and made a gentle beckoning gesture. Suddenly, the exquisite pagoda on the ground seemed to be drawn by an invisible and formidable force, swiftly soaring into Pan Xian's grasp. With the invocation of his mystical powers, Pan Xian swiftly eradicated the mark left by the Enlightened One on the exquisite pagoda and unhesitatingly handed it to Neza. Initially bewildered, Neza extended his hand to accept the resplendent pagoda. Following Pan Xian's gaze, he turned to the soul of Li Jing he held, and in that instant, clarity dawned upon him, illuminating his mind like a polished mirror, revealing his master's intent. A flicker of resoluteness and ferocity flashed in Nez's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Li Jing's soul, enunciating each word with conviction. Humph. Now that you are in my grasp, today you shall experience the torment of being forsaken by both heaven and earth, where even death becomes a challenge. No sooner had he spoken than Neza swiftly formed seals with his hands, gently ushering Li Jing's soul into the resplendent pagoda. Subsequently, he channeled his mystical energy, ceaselessly directing it into the pagoda, which was instantly engulfed in fierce flames, commencing the incineration of Li Jing's soul. In the scorching inferno, Li Jing writhed in agony, struggling, emitting silent cries of despair. Yet, whenever his soul appeared on the verge of dissolution, Neza would promptly cease the flow of his energy, instead nurturing Li Jing's essence with care. Once the soul showed even a hint of recovery, Neza would unhesitatingly reignite the flames, resuming his relentless torment. Chapter 57. Breaking the 10 Absolute Formation. As Pan Xian observed Neza relentlessly tormenting the soul of Li Jing, he noticed that Li Jing's spirit was already wavering and on the brink of dissolution. He spoke, Neza, for the time being, please confine the Linglong Pagoda with your father's soul. Let us first proceed together to the main camp of Shiqi. Upon hearing Pan Xian's words, Neza cast a fierce glare at Li Jing's spirit and spat. Today, I shall spare you, old man, but once this matter is resolved, I will settle accounts with you. With that, Neza deftly stowed the Linglong Pagoda into his sleeve, causing Li Jing's spirit to vanish without a trace. Subsequently, Pan Xian, along with the Jade Dingjinren, led Neza and Yang Jian on a swift journey towards the Shiqi encampment. Within the Shiqi camp, Jiangxia sat solemnly at the table, his brow furrowed as he leafed through military texts, yet his heart was far from focused. Suddenly, the tent flaps were pulled aside, and Neza and Yang Jian strode in confidently. Jiangxia raised his gaze, noting the presence of only the two, with no sign of Li Jing. As the commander of Qin'ang Pass, Li Jing commanded a formidable army and could have played a significant role in the campaign against Shangzhou. Now, his absence stirred a sense of unease within Jiangxia. Just as Jiangxia was about to inquire about Li Jing's whereabouts from Neza and Yang Jian, he caught sight of Pan Xian and the Jade Dingjinren following closely behind them. Initially taken aback, he quickly rose to his feet, his face alight with a courteous smile, and clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, he exclaimed, "Esteemed brothers, it has been a long time. Your esteemed presence today is indeed a fortuitous event for our Shiqi." Jiangxia understood well the esteemed status of Pan Xian and the Jade Dingjinren within the Chan sect, particularly as Pan Xian was the offspring of his master. He could not afford to neglect the proper decorum. Pan Xian, unreserved and direct, fixed his gaze upon Jiangxia and inquired straightforwardly, "I have heard that the campaign against the Shang has encountered obstacles. Have you encountered formidable adversaries that are proving difficult to contend with?" Upon hearing this, Jiangxia promptly stepped aside, gesturing for them to take a seat, and replied, "Esteemed brothers, please take a seat." After Pan Xian and the real man of Jade Ding settled down, Jiangxia sighed deeply and slowly articulated, "Alas, my brothers, you may be unaware that our Western Qi forces have surged forward with an unstoppable momentum. However, the Grand Master Wenzhong of the Shang, perceiving the dire situation, took refuge in the teachings of the Jie sect as a disciple and has summoned reinforcements from them. Presently, the 10 heavenly lords of the Jie sect have established the 10 Absolute Formation 70 miles beyond our Western Qi. This formation possesses extraordinary power and is replete with intricate transformations. None within our ranks can breach it. As a result, our forces find themselves ensnared, unable to move. In our desperation, we can only beseech your assistance." Upon hearing the words of Jiangxia, Pan Xian pondered inwardly. Having perused the original text, he was well acquainted with the 10 absolute arrays. The celestial array was presided over by the heavenly lord Qin Wanyangu, while the earthly fury array was under the control of heavenly lord Zhao Jiang. The windhowl array was established by heavenly lord Dong Qi Tian, and the frost array was orchestrated by heavenly lord Yuan Jiao. The golden light array was governed by the holy mother of golden light, whereas the blood transformation array was under the stewardship of heavenly lord Sun Liang. The blazing flame array was manipulated by heavenly lord Bai Li, and the soul fall array was commanded by heavenly lord Yao Bin. Lastly, the crimson water array was overseen by heavenly lord Wang Yi, and the red sand array was arranged by heavenly lord Zhang Xiao. Each of these 10 absolute arrays concealed intricate mysteries and posed grave dangers, having already claimed the lives of several disciples of the Chan sect. Contemplating this, a fierce glint flashed in Pan Xian's eyes as he gritted his teeth and declared, "These 10 absolute arrays have already taken the lives of several disciples from our sect. Today, I shall ensure that their blood debts are repaid in kind. Beside him, the real man Yuding stroked his long beard, nodding slightly as he solemnly affirmed, "What you say, junior brother, is indeed true. I am willing to accompany you to dismantle these 10 absolute arrays and avenge our fallen disciples." With that, the two rose to their feet, their figures flashing as they soared towards the site where the 10 heavenly lords had set the arrays. In the sky, 2 streaks of light darted through the air, akin to twin swords piercing towards the array's location. Upon arriving at the periphery of the 10 absolute arrays, the two exchanged resolute glances, showing no signs of hesitation. Within the array, swirling mists and ominous energies intermingled, as strange runes flickered, exuding a disquieting aura. Nevertheless, Pan Xian and the real man Yuding maintained unwavering expressions, their magical energy surging forth as they charged into the array like twin beams of light, thus commencing their endeavor to breach the formation. Pan Xian possessed the innate 5 directions flag and had previously devoted himself to the intricate study of the indomitable array of the 5 directions of heaven and earth. He held profound and unique insights into various formations. At this moment, his terrifying cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, radiated without reservation. Akin to a blazing sun suspended in the sky, its brilliance dazzling. In his hand, the primordial measuring ruler resonated with a hum, its surface adorned with swirling runes, seemingly in harmony with its master's martial intent. The Jade Ding True Man was equally impressive, his gaze piercing and every movement deliberate and powerful. Leveraging his profound cultivation and exquisite spells, he synchronized seamlessly with Pan Xian. Within the array, their overwhelming dominance over the 10 heavenly lords, combined with the formidable power of the innate 5 directions flag and the primordial measuring ruler, resulted in a radiant display of light and resounding spells. Pan Xian swung the primordial measuring ruler, a brilliant beam of light cutting through the air, causing the runes and malevolent energy within the 10 absolute array to dissipate. The Jade Ding True Man then unleashed intricate spells, transforming into a series of fierce sword energies that systematically dismantled the critical nodes of the formation. Their cooperation was impeccable, their offensive like a relentless tide. In a short while, what had seemed an impregnable 10 absolute array teetered on the brink of collapse, ultimately crashing down with a thunderous roar. After breaching the array, Pan Xian and the Jade Ding True Man utilized their immense magical power to confine the 10 heavenly lords in place. With a stern expression, Pan Xian cast a sweeping gaze over the 10 heavenly lords and spoke in a grave tone, "As disciples of my esteemed third uncle, by all rights, I should spare your lives. However, having slain my fellow disciples of the Chan sect, your sins are profound, and I cannot allow you to remain." Having spoken, Pan Xian uttered no further words. His entire being surged with magical energy as he summoned the primordial measuring ruler with all his might. The ruler radiated a resplendent light, enveloping the 10 heavenly lords in a tremendous force, and in the blink of an eye, they were transported to the divine list of deities. Once the 10 heavenly lords were dealt with, Pan Xian and the real person Yu Ding flashed back to the camp at Shiqi. Jiang Zia had long awaited their return. Upon seeing them, he learned that the 10 absolute formation had been shattered, and his eyes sparkled with joy and gratitude. He hastened forward, bowing deeply to the two, earnestly expressing his heartfelt thanks. Pan Xian's gaze was piercing as he observed Jiang Zia preparing to offer a grand salute. He hastily extended his hand to intervene, speaking gently. "Zia, there is no need for such formalities. We are both disciples of the same teaching and ought to support one another. Furthermore, aiding the Western Qi is, in essence, fortifying the prestige of our doctrine, which is a matter of duty." His words radiated camaraderie and righteousness among fellow disciples. Yet the true thoughts of Pan Xian remained a mystery to all. After the 10 absolute formation was dismantled, many assumed that Pan Xian would take his leave. However, he chose to remain. Pan Xian was acutely aware that once the 10 absolute formation was breached, Yin Shang's Grandmaster Wen Zhong would undoubtedly not relent easily. In the previous timeline, after the 10 absolute formation was dismantled, Wen Zhong sought out and summoned Zhao Gongming, who was renowned as the eldest disciple of the outer sect of. Pan Xian remained in Shiqi specifically to contend with Zhao Gongming. In Pan Xian's mind, although Zhao Gongming was indeed formidable, he felt a degree of confidence in his own cultivation and methods to confront him. However, what truly troubled Pan Xian were Zhao Gongming's 3 sisters, Jiang Xiao, Bai Xiao, and Yun Xiao. Each of these sisters possessed remarkable magical powers and shared an intrinsic bond of understanding. The 9 they devised was extraordinarily powerful. In that original timeline, when this formation was unleashed, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect suffered severe setbacks, their 3 flowers atop being entirely diminished. resulting in significant depletion of their vital energy and bringing disgrace upon the Chan sect. Pan Xian was acutely aware of the formidable nature of this formation and pondered silently within himself. Resolved to devise a strategy in advance to prevent the Chan sect from repeating its past mistakes. Thus, he intended not to slay Zhao Gongming, but rather to keep him alive as a means to threaten his 3 younger sisters. After all, they surely would not wish for any harm to befall their brother. Chapter 58. Arrival of Zhao Gongming, and so, Pan Xian, along with the real man of Jade Ding, accompanied by Neza and Yang Jian, took residence in the West Qi camp for a span of 3 months. Although the Chan sect and the Jie sect had issued a clear decree forbidding direct interference in the conflicts between the Ensuing forces and the West Qi army, Pan Xian, holding the prestigious divine position of the Celestial Emperor of the North Star, possessed extraordinary authority capable of influencing the tides of battle. Pan Xian sat quietly within the tent, his eyes gently closed, while a subtle aura of energy ebbed and flowed around him. Pan Xian was acutely aware of the formidable power vested in his divine position. In a mere thought, he could determine who possessed extraordinary talent in military strategy, who would soar like a tiger on the battlefield, galloping with unrestrained vigor, the rise of any army amidst the tumult of blood and storm, and the crowning of ultimate victory rested entirely upon his will. Every decision made by Pan Xian is akin to placing a pivotal piece on the grand chessboard of military strategy and political dynamics, where a single thread can sway the entire tapestry. Although Pan Xian cannot directly engage in the slaughter of the Ensuing army, his esteemed position as the Celestial Emperor of the Northern Polar Star bestows upon him the means to bestow fortuitous enhancements upon the forces of the West Qi. Over the course of 3 months, he clandestinely wielded his divine arts, infusing the West Qi army with an aura of military fortunes, while meticulously selecting individuals within their ranks to bolster their strategic acumen. Thus, the West Qi forces appeared to be enveloped by a mysterious and formidable power, advancing with unstoppable momentum, causing the Ensuing army to falter and retreat in disarray wherever they encountered them. The esteemed General Wenzhong of the Ensuing, upon receiving reports of the ongoing defeats from the front lines, furrowed his brow in deep concern. A seasoned veteran of numerous battles, he understood that if this continued, the Ensuing would be in dire straits. After much contemplation, he resolutely decided to journey to Mount Amei, seeking the sanctuary of Zhao Gongming's domain. With urgency coursing through him, Wenzhong pressed onward without delay. Upon meeting Zhao Gongming, he earnestly articulated the precarious situation facing the Ensuing, imploring Zhao Gongming to emerge from seclusion and offer his assistance. Upon hearing of the Ensuing's plight and witnessing Wenzhong's sincere demeanor, Zhao Gongming, moved by their shared bonds of brotherhood, could not bring himself to decline. Consequently, he accompanied Wenzhong to the grand encampment of the Ensuing. The following day, Zhao Gongming stood resolutely atop the heights of the Ensuing camp, his gaze penetrating as he surveyed the battlefield. There, he observed the West Qi troops arrayed with precision and high morale, charging forth with an almost palpable, indomitable spirit. A chill coursed through Zhao Gongming as he discerned the unusual nature of this army. With a determined arch of his brow, he made his way directly to the front of the West Qi encampment. Channeling his full magical prowess, he bellowed with the resonance of thunder. Addressing those within the camp, those who manipulate the fortunes of the West Qi army, come forth at once. Both sects have decreed against interference in direct military engagements. Yet you resort to such tactics. Witness how I shall address you today. His voice reverberated like rolling thunder, echoing across the West Qi camp and leaving the audience in a daze. At that moment, Pan Xian was within his tent, eyes closed in meditation, his aura steady and profound. Upon hearing this thunderous call, Pan Xian slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of understanding crossing his gaze, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Pan Xian was acutely aware that the one he had been anticipating had finally arrived. At that moment, he ceased his meditation, his figure flickered, and, like a streak of flowing light, he swiftly exited the tent. Ascending into the sky, he faced Zhao Gongming from a distance. As the foremost disciple of the outer sect of the Jie sect, Zhao Gongming recognized Pan Xian's identity. Upon seeing him appear, he was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He mused inwardly that the second-generation saint had deigned to personally intervene, a turn of events that truly exceeded his expectations. However, considering the current rift between the Chan sect and the Jie sect, he addressed Pan Xian in a booming voice. I am aware of who you are. You are the son of the primordial heavenly venerable. Were the 3 pure ones still united, I would undoubtedly show you the utmost respect and refrain from any rash actions. Yet now, with our doctrines diverging, do not blame me for being impolite. With that, a surge of mystical energy enveloped him, his robes billowing as a formidable aura emanated from his being. Upon hearing this, Pan Xian remained silent, his expression tranquil. Pan Xian directly chose to summon the celestial celebration cloud, which gradually settled above his head. The celestial celebration cloud, resplendent in a myriad of colors, emanated 1,000 auspicious rays, its brilliance dazzling and captivating, enveloping Pan Xian entirely. Following this, Pan Xian extended his hand with a beckoning gesture, and the primordial measuring ruler materialized within his grasp. Holding the celestial measuring ruler, Pan Xian gestured lightly for Zhao Gongming to retreat from this place and engage in battle elsewhere. Observing Pan Xian's figure flicker as he moved to another location, Zhao Gongming instantly comprehended the intent to change the battlefield. Without hesitation, he channeled his formidable magical energy, transforming into a streak of dark light that closely followed Pan Xian. As a peaked Luo Golden Immortal, Zhao Gongming possessed 24 sea calming pearls, which were extraordinarily profound. In the original timeline, he had utilized these pearls to engage in a fierce stalemate with the Lamplighter, even managing to gain a slight advantage during their clashes. Had it not been for an unforeseen encounter with Chao Bao while pursuing the Lamplighter, who seized his spiritual treasure with the falling treasure money. The identity inscribed on the divine list, whether it would be the Lamplighter or himself, remains uncertain. In contrast, Pan Xian felt a surge of confidence, unperturbed by any fear. This was due to the heavenly celebration cloud, a primordial treasure hovering above his head, which, once summoned, rendered him nearly invincible among his peers. Additionally, with the primordial measuring ruler in hand, a weapon that struck without incurring karmic retribution, Pan Xian faced the renowned Zhao Gongming without a trace of trepidation. The two stood opposite each other, exchanging not a single unnecessary word, before each unleashed their divine abilities. Chanting incantations, Zhao Gongming summoned the 24 sea calming pearls, which howled forth, arranging themselves into a peculiar formation in the air, emanating overwhelming pressure as they hurtled towards Pan Xian. Each sea calming pearl contained the force to annihilate the heavens and earth, distorting the very fabric of space in their wake. Upon witnessing the scene, Pan Xian remained unperturbed, and the celestial celebratory clouds materialized above his head in an instant. These clouds resembled a magnificent flower of auspiciousness blooming in the heavens, radiating brilliant light that enveloped Pan Xian in an impenetrable shield. When Zhao Gongming's sea calming pearl struck against the celestial celebratory clouds, it produced a dull thud, akin to a colossal stone plunging into a deep abyss, sending ripples that dispersed without inflicting any harm upon Pan Xian. In the next moment, Pan Xian vanished from sight like a specter, advancing upon Zhao Gongming, his Hongming measuring rod transforming into a gleaming ray of cold light aimed directly at Zhao Gongming's throat. Zhao Gongming reacted with remarkable swiftness, sidestepping to evade the strike, his golden whip drawn in an instant to clash against the Hongming measuring rod, resulting in a shower of sparks. The two engaged in a breathtaking duel amidst the cosmos, exchanging blows in a spectacular display of skill. In a heartbeat, the brilliance of divine treasures illuminated the surroundings, and profound magical powers intertwined, as if the very fabric of space were being rent asunder by this overwhelming force. Such an intense confrontation persisted for 3 days and nights in the blink of an eye. As time elapsed, Zhao Gongming gradually began to feel overwhelmed. Despite his profound cultivation and vast powers, each of his assaults was effortlessly neutralized by Pan Xian's celestial celebratory clouds, while Pan Xian's relentless onslaught resembled a tempest, leaving Zhao Gongming struggling to keep up. Ultimately, during yet another moment of defense against Pan Xian's attack, Zhao Gongming momentarily faltered, revealing a slight opening. Pan Jun, with remarkable acuity, instantly seized this fortuitous opportunity. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he wielded the Hongming celestial measuring ruler with a fierce momentum, aimed directly at the vital point of Zhao Gongming. Upon witnessing this dire situation, Zhao Gongming's heart sank in trepidation. He wished to evade the impending strike, but it was already too late. A wave of despair surged within him as he realized that he was likely facing a fatal encounter, with his soul destined to return to the divine list. However, to Zhao Gongming's astonishment, just as Pan Juan's full-force assault was about to connect, its power unexpectedly waned. Ultimately, the strike merely inflicted severe injuries upon Zhao Gongming. He coughed up blood, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Pan Xian advanced with great strides, seizing the opportunity presented by Zhao Gongming's weakened state to invoke a sealing technique, firmly imprisoning Zhao Gongming's cultivation. Subsequently, he collected the scattered treasures of Zhao Gongming, placing them securely in his possession. Having completed this act, Pan Xian gazed down from his elevated position at the prostrate Zhao Gongming. In Chapter 59, capturing Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming lay on the ground, filled with bitterness and despair. Raising his eyes to the lofty figure of Pan Xian, his heart awash with mixed emotions. Despite his utmost efforts in the recent fierce battle, he ultimately succumbed to Pan Xian, resulting in a dismal defeat. Noticing that Pan Xian had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, merely sealing his cultivation and confiscating his spiritual treasures, Zhao Gongming felt a surge of indignation as he lay there, subjected to Pan Xian's cold, indifferent gaze, akin to that of one observing a mere insect. Summoning the last remnants of his dignity, Zhao Gongming gritted his teeth and shouted defiantly at Pan Xian. A gentleman may be slain but cannot be humiliated. Today, I, Zhao Gongming, have fallen to your superior skill. Whether you choose to kill or maim, I shall abide by your will, but do not subject me to such humiliation. Though his voice was hoarse from his injuries, it resonated with boundless sorrow and unwavering resolve. Upon hearing this, Pan Xian curled the corners of his mouth into a cryptic and cold smile, his gaze piercing like a torch as he fixed his eyes on Zhao Gongming. Slowly, he spoke, "To kill you? That would be too merciful. I am aware that you have 3 sisters, each one a fiery woman. As long as you remain in my grasp, I am certain they will willingly walk into the snare." Pan Xian's tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable air of confidence, as if everything was within his calculations. The severely wounded Zhao Gongming, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of fury erupt in his mind. His eyes widened with rage, nearly splitting at the seams. Glaring fiercely at Pan Xian, his heart filled with helplessness and wrath. At this moment, his entire body was racked with unbearable pain, his magical power sealed. Like an eagle with broken wings, no longer able to soar the skies. His spiritual treasures had been taken, leaving him without his last resort. Yet even so, Zhao Gongming refused to succumb to such threats. He immediately erupted in curses. "You despicable villain! If you have the ability, just kill me outright. Don't use me to threaten my sister. What kind of hero are you? Utterly shameless." A torrent of vulgar words poured from his mouth like rapid gunfire, his final means to vent the burning fury in his heart. At first, Pan Xian endured and listened patiently. But as Zhao Gongming continued to berate him with incessant and caustic remarks, his patience gradually wore thin. Pan Xian furrowed his brow, a flicker of annoyance flashing in his eyes. With a sudden motion, he raised his hand, and a beam of light surged forth, swiftly enveloping Zhao Gongming and drawing him into the 8 treasure vase. "Humph, out of sight, out of mind," Pan Xian coldly snorted in a low voice, as if this alone could sever all worldly disturbances. As for why he did not directly place Zhao Gongming on the investiture of the gods, Pan Xian had his own calculations in mind. Pan Xian was acutely aware that should he rashly eliminate Zhao Gongming, he would likely find himself unable to contend with the formidable 9 set forth by the 3 heavens. In the original timeline, the power of this array was unparalleled, and it was only through the direct intervention of the Primordial Supreme Being that it was ultimately dismantled. Moreover, Pan Xian contemplated that both the 3 heavens and Zhao Gongming possessed extraordinary talents, their prowess within the realm of the Xianmen being exceptionally distinguished. To allow these 4 to ascend the investiture of the gods together would merely serve to benefit the heavenly court. Although Pan Xian himself held a divine position within the heavenly court, his ambitions transcended such confines. In his grand design, the foremost strategy was to first secure control over these 4 individuals. Once the sages were confined within the Purple Cloud Palace, these 4 would become a pivotal asset in his arsenal, increasing his odds against the Western powers. Perhaps some might express concerns regarding the possibility of these 4 refusing to comply with his commands in the future. Pan Xian remained utterly unconcerned. Ever since his last visit to his uncle, the Tongdian cult master, he had felt reassured. He firmly believed that when the crucial moment arrived, the Tongdian cult master would undoubtedly intervene to assist him with the issues regarding the disciples of the Jie sect. Subsequently, clutching the 8 treasure vase containing Zhao Gongming, Pan Xian hurriedly returned to the grand camp in Shiqi. As he stepped through the camp gate, the moment his figure appeared, the people within turned their inquisitive gazes upon him. Pan Xian cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed comrades, I have successfully captured Zhao Gongming." His voice reverberated throughout the camp, instantly igniting a wave of excitement and elation among the soldiers, their faces alight with joy and exhilaration. Amidst the astonished gasps and accolades of the crowd, Pan Xian turned with a serene expression and gradually made his way towards his tent. Upon entering, he effortlessly settled onto the cushion, crossing his legs in meditation, closing his eyes to focus his mind, and commenced his session of tranquility and restoration. Pan Xian was acutely aware that news of his capture of Zhao Gongming would swiftly reach the Sanshao sisters. As anticipated, the tidings spread like a tempest to the camp of the Shang dynasty. At that moment, when Zhong was pacing pensively within his tent, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Upon hearing this dreadful news, he was momentarily taken aback, a profound sense of guilt washing over him. He struck his forehead with his palm, muttering to himself, "It is all my fault. Had I not invited Master Zhao Gongming here, he would not have fallen into enemy hands." Yet, the urgency of war did not permit Wen Zhong to linger in self-reproach. The Shang forces were already at a disadvantage against the Shiqi, suffering successive defeats. With no other option, Wen Zhong set forth once more to seek reinforcements from the. His heart burned with urgency, urging his steed to gallop faster. Wishing he could soar to the inn in an instant. As fate would have it, shortly after Wen Zhong entered the gates of the, he encountered the Sanshao sisters in a courtyard. The sisters shared a profound bond with Zhao Gongming, akin to that of siblings. Upon seeing them, Wen Zhong felt as though he had grasped a lifeline and hastened forward, his expression sorrowful, exclaiming, "Esteemed sisters, grave news. Master Zhao Gongming has been ensnared by Pan Xian's treachery, and his fate hangs in the balance." The sisters turned pale at his words. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a mix of urgency and fury, while Qiangshu could not restrain herself from stamping her foot, exclaiming, "How dare Pan Xian act so audaciously? He has harmed my elder brother and taken him captive." Bi Xiao clenched her fists, her resolve palpable, declaring, "We must rescue our brother." The three sisters promptly decided to have Wen Zhong escort them swiftly to the Shang camp. After a strenuous journey, they arrived at the Shang encampment. Their faces weary yet their urgency undiminished. Without a moment's delay, they were eager to head straight to the Shiqi camp. Yunxiao's demeanor was resolute. Her gaze steadfast as she proclaimed, "We shall confront Pan Xian and demand he return our brother." Qiangxiao and Bi Xiao nodded vigorously in agreement. The trio advancing with an indomitable spirit toward the Shiqi camp. Like three fierce gusts of wind, the Sanshao sisters swiftly approached the Shiqi encampment. Their aura surged with spiritual energy, a mighty presence radiating outward like a tidal wave. In an instant, the entire Shiqi camp seemed shrouded in an oppressive gloom. The soldiers within feeling a sudden constriction in their breath, an inexplicable wave of foreboding sweeping over them, as if a calamity were imminent. At that moment, Pan Xian was within his tent, but as the sisters unleashed their formidable energy, his tightly shut eyes flew open. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his tent like a wisp of smoke. Almost simultaneously, his tall and enigmatic figure appeared before the Sanshao sisters. The sisters were taken aback, their bodies trembling. Their gaze locked onto Pan Xian, and then the youngest sister Bi Xiao stepped forward, her brows arched, eyes wide with fury and hatred. She pointed an accusing finger at Pan Xian and declared in a fierce tone, "You despicable scoundrel! Return our brother Zhao Gongming to us at once, or today shall mark your demise. Do not blame us for being merciless." Upon hearing Bi Xiao's vehement words, Pan Xian's expression turned steely, his gaze slicing through the air like lightning as he addressed the three sisters in a low voice that carried an undeniable authority. "Should you continue to speak in such a manner, I would not hesitate to place Zhao Gongming upon the list of deities." The words of Pan Xian resonated in the hearts of the Sanshao sisters like a thunderclap, reverberating through the realm with an overwhelming sense of pressure. As soon as Pan Xian's words escaped his lips, Bai Xiao's fiery temper was instantly ignited. Her eyes widened in fury, and the surge of her magical power was palpable, as if she were about to leap at Pan Xian without hesitation. Qiangxiao, too, furrowed her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes glinting with a frigid light, poised to confront Pan Xian with equal ferocity. However, in this moment of impending chaos, the most composed and steady of the three sisters, Yunxiao, intervened just in time. She extended her arm, gently blocking the impulsive Bai Xiao and Qiangxiao, taking a deep breath to suppress the raging storm within her. Yunxiao fixed her calm yet scrutinizing gaze upon Pan Xian and spoke slowly, "Since you did not eliminate my elder brother at the first opportunity, it is clear that you have yet to achieve a certain objective. Speak, what is it that you require? Or what must we do to ensure the release of our brother Zhao Gongming?" Her voice, melodious and soothing, cut through the tense atmosphere, exuding a reassuring stability. Hearing Yunxiao's rational words, Pan Xian raised an eyebrow, a barely perceptible smile flickering in his eyes as he replied, "You have deduced correctly. I indeed have an unfulfilled purpose." Pan Xian's tone was measured and unhurried, seemingly intended to pique curiosity. Upon hearing Pan Xian's acknowledgement, Yunxiao felt a stir within and pressed further, "Speak your mind. Whatever your aim, we shall do our utmost to fulfill it." Although Bai Xiao and Qiangxiao, standing behind Yunxiao, were filled with reluctance, the matter at hand concerned their elder brother Zhao Gongming's safety, leaving them no choice but to grit their teeth and nod emphatically. With a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Pan Xian slowly uttered, "My purpose is you." As soon as the words left his lips, he vanished like a specter, launching his assault before the Sanshao sisters could react. Pan Xian's movements were exceedingly swift. Waves of magical energy transformed into fierce attacks that surged towards the sisters like a torrential storm. Though the Sanshao sisters were formidable cultivators at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, the suddenness of the attack left them utterly unprepared. Bai Xiao reacted with remarkable speed, instantly summoning her magical artifact in an attempt to fend off Pan Xian's onslaught. However, she was still grazed by a surge of spiritual energy, resulting in a sharp pain in her shoulder, her garments torn, blood seeping through. Qiangshao swiftly sidestepped the frontal assault, yet she was caught by the residual waves of energy, stumbling slightly, nearly losing her balance. Yuanshi, her expression grave, summoned her spiritual power to form a protective barrier, barely managing to deflect part of Pan Xian's attack, though she still felt the impact, her complexion paling slightly. In that fleeting moment, the Sanshao sisters erupted into action, their spirits unyielding despite their injuries. Exchanging a knowing glance, they prepared to deploy the 9 Curves Yellow River formation to counter Pan Xian. With nimble movements, they began to reposition themselves rapidly, their magical artifacts shimmering with light as they sought to construct the rudimentary form of the formation. Pan Xian observed the 3 sisters preparing to set up a formation, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. Without hesitation, he decisively retrieved the 8 treasure vase containing Zhao Gongming. Pan Xian held the 8 treasure vase aloft with one hand, his gaze coldly sweeping over the Sanshao sisters. He proclaimed loudly, "Should you dare to set up the 9-bend Yellow River formation, I shall unhesitatingly send Zhao Gongming to the list of deities. Surely you wouldn't wish for any unfortunate incident to befall your elder brother, Zhao Gongming." Upon finishing his words, Pan Xian feigned an intention to strike Zhao Gongming, gathering his spiritual power as if to thrust it into the 8 treasure vase. The Sanshao sisters, witnessing Pan Xian's actions, felt their nearly completed 9-bend Yellow River formation come to an abrupt halt. Their eyes blazed with fury and resentment, like flames that burned fiercely, fixed intently upon Pan Xian. The most hot-tempered among them, Bai Xiao, was so enraged that her brows furrowed and her eyes widened, unable to restrain herself from hurling insults. "Pan Xian, you despicable wretch. Remember this. If ever you fall into my grasp, you shall find neither life nor death to your liking." Her voice was sharp and filled with malice, echoing throughout the realm. Pan Xian, upon hearing this, couldn't help but let a faint, enigmatic smile grace his lips. He then resumed the pretense of preparing to strike down Zhao Gongming, who was ensnared within the confines of the 8 treasures vase. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Pan Xian's eyes as he swiftly altered the incantations in his hands. The 8 treasures vase seemed to sense its master's intent, and an eerie glow emanated from its opening. This scene struck fear into Bai Xiao, who had been poised to continue her tirade. Her once flowing words were abruptly stifled, caught in her throat, and she hastily sealed her lips. Nevertheless, she remained unwilling to relent, her eyes blazing as if they could incinerate Pan Xian, fixated on him with a gaze that threatened to rend him asunder. At that moment, Pan Xian tempered his aura, donning a relatively gentle expression, and spoke slowly to the 3 sisters. "I have long proclaimed that my objective is none other than you 3. However, rest assured, I do not seek your lives. Rather, I require your temporary residence within my 8 treasures vase. When the opportune moment arises, I shall release you without fail." The voice of Pan Xian resonated with a steady tone, imbued with an undeniable strength. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi furrowed her delicate brows, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of vigilance and contemplation. She slightly raised her gaze, her expression cool and detached as she regarded Pan Xian, and slowly articulated, "You speak so lightly, yet once we enter your 8 treasures vase, our lives and deaths will rest entirely in your hands. At that moment, we will have no opportunity to resist. How can we possibly trust you?" Her words were articulated with clarity, exuding a calm and rational demeanor, which rendered her particularly composed. Pan Xian observed that the Sanshao sisters still harbored doubts. He understood that without taking actions to earn their trust, the matter would be difficult to accomplish. Pan Xian did not wish to irreparably sever ties with the Sanshao sisters, for he would undoubtedly require their assistance in the future. Thus, Pan Xian adopted a solemn demeanor, his expression grave, and raised his voice to the vastness of the heavenly Tao, vowing, "Today, should the Sanshao sisters choose not to resist and willingly enter my 8 treasures bottle, I, Pan Xian, hereby pledge before the heavenly Tao that I shall not harm the lives of their 4 siblings. When the appointed time arrives, I shall release them unharmed. Should I breach this vow, may I suffer the direst retribution from the heavenly Tao, my soul scattered to the winds." The voice of Pan Xian resonated with unwavering strength, echoing throughout the heavens and the earth, as if proclaiming his solemn vow to the entire world. Upon hearing Pan Xian's earnest declaration, the three sisters of Sanshao exchanged glances, their eyes filled with turmoil and resignation. Despite their profound reluctance, thoughts of their elder brother, Zhao Gongming, who was currently ensnared in peril and facing imminent danger, compelled them to reach a compromise. After a moment of silence, Yanxiao was the first to gently exhale, relinquishing the Hunyuan golden dipper from her grasp, her eyes brimming with desolation and reluctance. Observing this, Bishu and Changxiao clenched their teeth, reluctantly releasing their respective spiritual treasures. Upon witnessing this, Pan Xian immediately invoked a spell, sealing the cultivation of the three Xiao sisters. In an instant, the sisters felt as though their inner power had been unleashed like a flood breaking through a dam, vanishing without a trace, leaving their bodies weak and feeble. With a sweeping gesture, Pan Xian conjured a flash of brilliance that enveloped the Sanshao sisters, drawing them into the 8 treasure vase. As the radiance at the mouth of the vase gradually dimmed, Pan Xian realized that these individuals would not require the function list, and his objectives had been fulfilled. Chapter 61, The Sword Array of Celestial Execution. Pan Xian's expression was grave as he carefully secured the 8 treasures bottle containing Zhao Gongming in the 3 heavens. Pan Xian raised his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, observing the bustling activity within the Western Qi camp. However, he was acutely aware that beneath the surface of this apparent commotion, the situation had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. According to the original timeline, the Yinshang dynasty was now retreating in disarray under the relentless assault of Western Qi, utterly defenseless. The esteemed Grand Master Wenzhong, a pillar of the Yinshang, had found himself ensnared shortly after Pan Xian took in the Sanshao sisters, trapped within the confines of the celestial fire pillar, a formidable creation born of the commands of Yuanshi Tianzun, cultivated by Yun Zhongzi. During his confinement, Wenzhong struggled valiantly, attempting to break free from the encirclement. Yet the celestial fire pillar blazed fiercely, engulfing him in its fiery embrace. Ultimately, amidst the searing flames, Wenzhong was reduced to ashes, extinguishing the last flicker of hope for the Yinshang. Following this devastating battle, the fate of the Yinshang seemed irrevocably doomed, leaving only the city of Chaogu to desperately hold on, with national extinction merely a breath away. The Jie, as the state religion of the Yinshang, was inextricably linked to the dynasty's fate. As the Yinshang's decline accelerated, the fortunes of Jie plummeted dramatically, dwindling to a mere fraction of their former glory. Once bustling with disciples, Jie now faced an atmosphere of trepidation and decay. In this dire moment, the Taoist master Duobao, as the chief disciple of Jie, bore witness to the tragic demise of his fellow disciples on the Fengshen Bang, his heart heavy with grief. Simultaneously, he keenly sensed the precariousness of Jie's connection to the dwindling fortunes of the Yinshang. In this tumultuous context, an anxious tide surged within Duobao, compelling him to ponder deeply until he devised what he deemed a brilliant strategy. Hastily, he approached the Tong Tian master, urging him, "Master, our Jie disciples have suffered grievous losses, and the fortunes of the Yinshang are nearly extinguished. Only through your establishment of the extermination of a mortal sword array can we hope to reverse our fortunes. This formidable array requires 4 individuals of equivalent cultivation to dismantle. Currently, there are 8 saints across the realms, with Daozu refraining from intervention, and the Empress of Peace trapped in the netherworld. Nuwa has historically distanced herself from worldly affairs, leaving us with the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the West. In my humble opinion, although the 3 pure ones have parted ways, they share a common origin. Yuanshi Tianzun would surely not disregard our kinship and would seek assistance from the 2 saints of the West to break the array, as they are outsiders in every sense. Thus, if you set the extermination of a mortal sword array, we could confront Yuanshi Tianzun and Laozi of Taiching, securing an invulnerable position. At that juncture, we could negotiate with Yuanshi Tianzun to reallocate the fortunes of humanity, granting our Jie a sliver of hope." Upon hearing Duo Bao's words, the Tong Tian master furrowed his brow in contemplation. Observing this, Duo Bao's anxiety intensified, prompting him to implore, "Master, opportunities are fleeting, and once lost, they may never return. If we do not act now, our Jie may face irrevocable ruin." After a prolonged silence, the Tong Tian master eventually nodded slowly in agreement. Pan Xian was acutely aware of the impending events. Once the extermination sword array was activated, it would undoubtedly lead to a cataclysmic battle, and the Western Qi encampment was far from a sanctuary. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise within the confines of the camp, it would spell disaster. With this in mind, Pan Xian dared not linger. He hastily summoned the Jade Dingzhen Run, along with Neza and Yang Jian, urging them to depart the Western Qi encampment together. Though the trio was uncertain of the reasons behind this sudden departure, they followed Pan Xian without hesitation. Thus, the four of them stealthily left the encampment. Indeed, as time flowed quietly, it was not long before Dao Bao Daoren, harboring complex thoughts, hurried to confront Tong Tian Jiaozhu. Just as the original timeline had foretold. With earnest words, he fervently encouraged the master to deploy the formidable extermination sword array. Dao Bao Daoren elaborated on the situation, his discourse laden with considerations for the future of the yet Tong Tian Jiaozhu, while listening intently, privately lamented the naivety of his esteemed disciple. Aware that they were ensnared in a calamity where various factions prioritized their own interests, Tong Tian Jiaozhu recognized that the purity of the past had long vanished. Despite these contemplations, he did not outright reject Dao Bao Daoren's plea. The teachings have echoed in his mind, particularly the adage of seizing a slender thread of hope. Given that it already suffered significant losses due to recent upheavals, the responsibilities of his position as master compelled him to confront the situation rather than evade it. After a moment's deliberation, his gaze resolute, Tong Tian Jiaozhu ultimately acquiesced to Dao Bao Daoren's proposal. Shortly thereafter, an aura enveloped Tong Tian Jiaozhu as he summoned the renowned four extermination swords, soaring into the skies above the outskirts of Chaoga City, reciting incantations. The four swords dispersed in an instant, each finding its designated position and radiating blinding light. In the blink of an eye, a mysterious and terrifying extermination sword array was established, its flickering sword shadow suffused with an overwhelming aura of slaughter, as if poised to devour all existence. As the original timeline had depicted, the Western Qi forces, engaged in battle outside Chaoga City, found themselves crashing against an invisible yet impervious wall before the extermination sword array. Unable to advance any further. Within the array, the sword energy crisscrossed like lethal bolts of lightning, and many soldiers of the Western Qi, caught unawares, were swept into its midst, vanishing without a trace. Even some third-generation disciples of the Chan sect, emboldened by their perceived prowess, attempted to breach the array for a closer inspection, only to tragically meet their demise, their screams echoing through the air above the array. Upon learning of this matter, Pangwan's father, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, wore a grave expression. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the sword array of extermination, recognizing that he could not hope to dismantle it alone. Consequently, he acted decisively, personally journeying to the Taiqing realm and enlisting the aid of the Taiqing Laojun. He then reached out to the Western Two Saints, summoning them to join in the effort to breach the array. Upon hearing that the Primordial Heavenly Venerable had even invited the Western Saints to confront his own master, the Tongdian Jiao master, the Dao Bao Daoist's eyes widened in disbelief. He privately mused that the Primordial Heavenly Venerable was willing to ally with the Western powers to break the array, a strategy he had never anticipated. In contrast, the Tongtian Jiao master appeared remarkably composed in the face of this situation. His gaze swept calmly over the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, Taiqing Laojun, the Jain Daoist. And the Zhuani Daoist, his demeanor serene, lips curling into a slight smile as he softly intoned, "Since you have come, then step into my sword array of extermination." Though his voice was soft, it resonated with a profound power that echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. The four heard the Tongtian Jiao master's challenge and exchanged glances, a flicker of gravity passing between them. They were well aware of the perilous reputation of the sword array of extermination, yet with the arrow knocked, they had no choice but to let it fly. Chapter 62. Breaking the extermination array. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable acted first, radiating a myriad of auspicious lights, embodying an extraordinary and solemn presence. Holding a jade wish-fulfilling scepter, he stepped boldly into the sword array. As he entered, a fierce sword energy surged toward him like a rainbow piercing the sun. Unfazed, he waved his scepter lightly, and the sword energy was instantaneously repelled, dissipating into nothingness in midair. However, this was merely the opening assault of the sword array of extermination, as a deluge of sword energies from all directions surged forth, each imbued with the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable deftly maneuvered through the onslaught, employing exquisite agility amidst the sword energies, all the while chanting incantations to unleash the supreme powers of the Chan sect, creating a dazzling display of light as the clash within the array intensified. Unperturbed, the Taiqing Laojun mounted his azure ox and slowly entered the array. He extended his left hand, palm upward, and a golden lotus instantly bloomed, emanating a soft yet resilient light that repelled the encroaching sword energies. Subsequently, he spoke profound truths, his voice deep and resonant. as if embodying the ultimate principles of the universe. With his words, the space within the array began to warp, causing the once menacing sword energies to lose their direction under the influence of this formless power. This maneuver significantly alleviated the pressure on the primordial heavenly venerable. The Jain Taoist and the Xuan Taoist entered the array side by side. The Jain Taoist radiated harmonious Buddhist light, causing the sword energies to dissolve into ethereal wisps wherever his 12-petal lotus touched. Meanwhile, the Xuan Taoist wielded the 7 treasures mystic tree, adorned with various rare treasures. Each swing produced a melodious chime that possessed a peculiar power capable of disrupting the array's operations. With their combined efforts, the might of the sword array of extermination was further diminished. Observing the actions of the 4 saints from his central position within the array, the Tongdian Jiao master felt a twinge of surprise but maintained his composure. He once again reshaped the sword array of extermination, causing the 4 swords of extermination to shine even more brilliantly, their sword energies growing increasingly ferocious. In that moment, the array was engulfed in tumultuous storms, flashes of lightning and thunder as if the end of the world were nigh. Yet, seizing the opportunity created by the Laojian's disruption of the sword energies, the primordial heavenly venerable identified a flaw in the array and swung his jade scepter with all his might, sending forth a brilliant beam of light aiming to pierce through the array's defenses. The Taiching Laoun stood by to assist, using his formidable magical power to stabilize the impacted area of the array, preventing it from rapidly recovering. The Jain Taoist and the Xuan Taoist were not idle either, their Buddhist and treasure lights intertwining as they relentlessly struck at the array's weak points. Under the combined assault of the 4 saints, the sword array of extermination began to show fine cracks. Noticing this development, the Tongtian Jiao master felt a surge of anxiety, yet he gritted his teeth and persisted, continually adjusting the array's operations in an attempt to mend the fissures. However, the relentless onslaught from the 4 saints was like an unending tide, ultimately culminating in a deafening explosion as the sword array of extermination collapsed, powerful energy waves radiating outward, shaking the very fabric of the cosmos. The terrifying aura of destruction that had emanated from the sword array of extermination gradually dissipated, along with the chaotic force that had engulfed the heavens and the earth. The 4 divine swords, extermination, slaughter, entrapment, and obliteration, now floated quietly in midair, their blades shimmering with vibrant light, yet exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. The primordial heavenly venerable's gaze sharpened as he focused intently on these 4 unparalleled swords, contemplating the immense power they possessed. Should they return to the hands of the Tongtian Jiao master, the next battle would surely be catastrophic. Without hesitation, he called out to his esteemed disciples, Guangqingzi, Qijingzi, Yuding, Dao Xing, come forth and retrieve these swords. The 4 golden immortals obeyed the command, their forms darting like lightning towards the 4 swords of extermination. Surrounded by an ethereal glow, they each employed their unique skills, cautiously approaching the suspended divine blades. Through their concerted efforts, the 4 swords of extermination were successfully claimed. The primordial heavenly venerable had deliberately refrained from sending Pangguan to retrieve the swords, harboring grave concerns. Although the Tongtian Jiao master was currently restrained by the combined might of himself and the other 3 saints, the Tongtian Jiao master was cunning and resourceful, and one could never be certain that he did not have hidden schemes lurking within the sword array of extermination. Pan Xian is the son he cherishes most dearly. Should any misfortune befall him, how could he possibly withstand such a blow? Observing that Yuanshi Tianzun has successfully commanded his disciples to seize the 4 swords of extermination, Tongtian Jiaozhu comprehends that the tide has turned against him. With the extermination sword array shattered and the 4 swords in enemy hands, he realizes that there is no hope left. With a heavy sigh, a flicker of unwillingness and determination flashes in his eyes. He knows that continuing the struggle would only lead to further losses. Thus, without hesitation, he employs his supreme evasion technique, transforming into a radiant arc, swiftly speeding away into the distance. The 4 saints who broke the array, Yuanshi Tianzun, Taishang Laojun, Jie Daoren, and Xuan Daoren, witnessed Tongtian Jiaozhu's escape but do not rashly pursue him. At the time of the array's breach, they had already expended a significant amount of their magical energy and mental focus. Should they recklessly pursue Tongtian Jiaozhu? There is no telling what traps he may have laid in his flight. A hasty chase could lead them into an inescapable predicament. Guangqingzi, Qijingzi, Yuding Jinran, and Dao Xing Tianzun respectfully present the swords they have collected to Yuanshi Tianzun. Upon receiving the 4 swords of extermination, Yuanshi Tianzun channels his magical power, attempting to erase the marks left by Tong Tian Jiao Zhu on the blades. He observes the cosmic rhythms of Tao swirling around him, as the immense power of jade purity surges towards the 4 swords like a tumultuous tide. Under the forceful impact of his magic, the previously flickering purple-black radiance on the sword bodies gradually dims, and Tong Tian Jiao Zhu's presence is entirely dispelled. Yuanshi Tianzun, driven by curiosity, contemplates the renowned extermination sword array. Now that he possesses the 4 swords, he wishes to personally experiment with the array's formation to uncover the mysteries of this legendary sword array said to slay saints. However, as he endeavors to align the swords according to the formation from his memory, he finds that no matter how hard he tries, he cannot configure the 4 swords into a complete array. It suddenly dawns on him that the formation of the extermination sword array requires not only the 4 swords, but also the crucial extermination array diagram. Without the diagram, even with the swords in hand, they are mere powerful spiritual treasures, incapable of unleashing the true might of the array. Yuanshi Tianzun understands that while the 4 swords of extermination possess great power, without the array diagram, they are but formidable artifacts to him. Therefore, he decides to bestow these 4 swords upon Guan Chengzi and the other 3 disciples who retrieved them, for they rightfully earned them. Just as Yuanshi Tianzun is about to announce this decision, Pan Xian, who has been quietly standing to the side, suddenly steps forward and addresses Yuanshi Tianzun. "Father, may I have the 4 swords of extermination?" Upon hearing this, Yuanshi Tianzun is momentarily taken aback, his gaze falling upon Pan Xian's face, which is brimming with anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Yuanshi Tianzun's thoughts shift. Pan Xian is his own son, and if he desires them, so be it. He hands over the 4 swords of extermination to Pan Xian, pondering the possibility that these swords might yield unexpected results in his hands. Thus, without further ado, Yuanshi Tianzun waves his hand and entrusts all 4 swords to Pan Xian. Subsequently, Yuanshi Tianzun retrieves several extraordinary spiritual treasures from his own treasury and bestows them upon Guan Chengzi, Qi Jingzi, Yu Dingjinren, and Dao Xing Tianzun to compensate for their disappointment at not receiving the 4 swords of extermination. Upon receiving these treasures, Guan Chengzi, Qi Jingzi, Yu Dingjinren, and Dao Xing Tianzun are filled with joy and express their heartfelt gratitude to Yuanshi Tianzun. Chapter 63. The Preparations of the Intercepting Sect. Pan Xian cradled the 4 swords of Zhu Xian in his hands, feeling their weight pressing down upon him. The swords emanated a relentless aura of sharpness that battered against his palms, as if whispering tales of their former glory and the bloodshed they had witnessed. Pan Xian gazed intently at the 4 swords, pondering quietly. Although I have acquired the 4 swords of Zuzhen, without the Zuzhen array diagram, their true power remains untapped. However, when the time comes for my uncle, the Tongtian cult master, to summon the saints to retreat to the Zixiao Palace, I shall not hesitate to request the Zuzhen array diagram from him, and I am hopeful it will be granted. Meanwhile, the fleeing Tongtian cult master raced forward, his heart brimming with indignation and frustration. Yet, he understood that the failure of the Zuzhen sword array did not equate to defeat. A flicker of hope lingered within him, embodied in the ultimate weapon of the Jie, the 10,000 Immortals array. This formation was a culmination of the collective strength of his disciples, crafted with immense effort, possessing the power to reshape the world. Upon reaching the perilous terrain outside the Lintong Pass, characterized by undulating mountains, he paused, murmuring incantations. Complex seals began to emanate from him, calling forth the disciples of the Jie dispersed across the land. Whether secluded in deep mountains or honing their skills in the mortal realm, they abandoned their tasks, converging upon Lintong Pass. In a fleeting moment, the sky shimmered with celestial light as countless figures gathered. The disciples arrived, their expressions grave, acutely aware of the impending conflict as they beheld the somber countenance of their leader. The Tongtian cult master surveyed them, his voice low yet resonant. Our sect has suffered a grievous blow, a consequence of the insidious machinations of the Chan sect and others. Today, we shall reclaim our honor through the 10,000 Immortals array. Upon hearing this, the disciples erupted in unison, their spirits soaring. The Tongtian cult master methodically began to arrange the 10,000 Immortals array, using the 4 sacred banners as the focal points, positioning his disciples according to their roles. These four banners were the Taiji Sacred Banner, the two instruments Sacred Banner, the four symbols Sacred Banner, and the 8 trigrams Sacred Banner. The Taiji Sacred Banner bore the swirling yin-yang symbol, embodying the primordial chaos of creation, capable of reversing the cosmos and altering the fabric of time and space. The two instruments Sacred Banner displayed a balance of black and white, representing the duality of existence, where its presence disrupts harmony, leading to chaos among the laws of nature. The four symbols Sacred Banner, adorned with the images of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, unleash their might upon activation. Wielding dominion over elements such as wind, rain, thunder, and earth. The 8 trigrams Sacred Banner was inscribed with trigrams representing the myriad changes in the universe, capable of drawing upon the spiritual essence of the world to ensnare enemies in an endless illusion. These 4 sacred banners complemented one another, forming the core of the 10,000 Immortals array. Once activated, the entire formation would awaken like a primordial beast, unleashing terrifying destructive power. The air outside Lintong Pass crackled with tension as the initial shape of the 10,000 Immortals array began to materialize. The Tongtian cult master understood that the time for the climactic battle of the Fengshan War had arrived, yet he held in reserve his ultimate weapon, the Six Souls Banner. This banner was forged in the wake of the Zhuzhen Sword Array's collapse, a manifestation of his fervent desire for vengeance against his adversaries. Delving deep into a mysterious, chaotic realm, obscured by perpetual mist and filled with darkness and resentment, he secluded himself for 49 days. There, he gathered the most malevolent energies of the universe, using his own blood as a catalyst, merging countless rare materials to ultimately create the Six Souls Banner. The banner, black and approximately 10 feet long, was inscribed with eerie runes, etched with arcane spells that contained world-shattering power. At its pinnacle were 6 ribbons, each corresponding to a different saint: Yuanshi Tianzun, King Wu of Zhou, the Taoist of Guidance, the Taoist of Provision, Laozi, and Jiangxia. Each ribbon bore a fragment of the Tongtian cult master's primordial spirit, allowing the Six Souls Banner to synchronize with his will and accurately target its foes to unleash maximum potency. At this moment, the Tongtian cult master plotted carefully, recognizing the immense significance of the Six Souls Banner in determining the outcome of the battle. He entrusted this crucial artifact to his most trusted attendant, the Celestial of Long Ear, for safekeeping. His gaze turned distant as he contemplated the impending decisive moment. He resolved to have the Celestial of Long Ear unleash the Six Souls Banner alongside Yuanshi Tianzun, Laozi, the Taoist of Guidance, and the Taoist of Provision in a breathtaking, climactic battle that would shift the tides of war, securing a glimmer of hope for the Jie. Yet, little did he foresee the treachery that awaited him, as the Celestial of Long Ear would soon betray him in a way that would pierce his heart with anguish. At this juncture, he was consumed with visions of victory and the inevitable clash, blissfully unaware of the lurking peril. Meanwhile, the 4 saints, Yuanshi Tianzun, Laozi, the Taoist of Guidance, and the Taoist of Provision, having recuperated their strength and vitality, prepared for the imminent confrontation with the Tongtian cult master. Aware that this would be the final battle of the Fengshan calamity, this conflict bore immense implications for the fate of their sects and the cosmic order, rendering it of utmost importance. Consequently, the saints took to their respective tasks, meticulously briefing their disciples on the necessary precautions. Yuanshi Tianzun, with a grave demeanor, surveyed the disciples of the Chan sect, imparting earnest advice. My disciples, the upcoming battle is fraught with danger. My sole request is that you prioritize your safety. Do not act impulsively, lest you fall into peril. You are the future and hope of our sect. Only by preserving yourselves can the legacy of the Chan sect endure. The disciples bowed in acknowledgement, their faces reflecting respect and obedience. Laozi, with but a single direct disciple, the master of Xuan, offered little more than a nod. Gazing kindly at him, Xuan, the outcome of this battle is uncertain. Remain adaptable and avoid recklessness. The master of Xuan replied respectfully, I shall heed your teachings. In the West, the Taoist of Guidance and the Taoist of Provision convened their disciples in a clandestine locale. The Taoist of Guidance, with a glint in his eye, spoke in a hushed tone, My disciples, when the moment is ripe, it shall be your time to shine. Remember, devise every means to convert the Jie disciples to our cause. Their remarkable talents and innate potential can significantly bolster our strength, paving the way for unparalleled merit. The Taoist of provision nodded in agreement, adding, "This matter is of great consequence. Discretion is paramount. Everything must be conducted in secrecy." The disciples of the Western sect exchanged knowing glances, their eyes shimmering with eager anticipation, as if they could already envision the future glory of their faith. Chapter 64. The grand array of all immortals. After the solemn exchanges with their respective disciples, the revered figures of Yuanshi, Tianzuan, Laozi, Jain Taoist, and Zhuanti Taoist led their followers, who followed in disciplined formation, toward the imposing Lintong Pass. As they journeyed, a palpable aura of determination enveloped them, akin to a mighty surge of energy propelling them forward. Before long, they arrived at Lintong Pass, upon their gaze falling upon the magnificent grand array of all immortals, meticulously arranged under the direct supervision of the Tongtian sect leader and his disciples. Even those from rival factions could not help but feel a wave of astonishment. The array resembled a realm of unfathomable mystery, with banners fluttering and an interplay of colors illuminating the air, reminiscent of a celestial river cascading from the heavens, or stars tumbling to the earth. From a distance, one could sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from within the array, a formidable force akin to surging ocean waves, crashing relentlessly against the hearts and minds of the onlookers. At the heart of the grand array, the Tongtian sect leader, with piercing eyes, instantly detected the arrival of Yuanshi Tianzuan, Taching Laozi, and the two saints of the West, leading their respective factions. A slight smirk curled upon the lips of the Tongtian sect leader, revealing a hint of arrogance, as he thundered, "Ah, you have all arrived. Today, let us settle this once and for all, and see who will emerge victorious." His voice resonated like a clap of thunder, echoing through the heavens and earth, causing the very air to tremble. Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression hardened, his gaze sharp as a blade directed at the Tongtian sect leader, as he coldly retorted, "Tongtian, you have brought this upon yourself. I have warned you time and again against accepting those unworthy beings as disciples, yet you chose to ignore my counsel. When we established the divine list, I suggested that you include those ignorant of the teachings, but you refused to heed my words. Now, you have defied the heavens, and this is clearly your own demise." As Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke, his demeanor was grave, infused with a deep sense of sorrow. In stark contrast, the Tongtian sect leader, upon hearing his words, erupted into laughter, a sound brimming with disdain and mockery. Once his laughter subsided, he fixed his electrifying gaze upon Yuanshi Tianzuan and countered, "At this juncture, what purpose does your lament serve? Today, let us witness whether your so-called favored disciples can triumph over those you scorn as unworthy." With that, the Tongtian sect leader ceased his verbal sparring, raising the array's banner high. Instantly, the skies above the grand array darkened, swirling with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled ominously. With a commanding gesture, he proclaimed, "Disciples, heed my call. Activate the grand array of all immortals." At the sound of his command, the disciples of the Jie sect sprang into action, each fulfilling their designated roles. The grand array erupted with blinding brilliance as the light of various spiritual treasures intertwined, forming a dazzling yet perilous barrier. Undeterred, the disciples of the three teachings unsheathed their treasures, their spiritual energy radiating fiercely as they resolutely stepped into the grand array, engaging in a breathtaking clash with the Jie sect disciples. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries, and the ground was stained crimson with blood. Simultaneously, the four saints, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Taching Laozi, Jain Taoist, and Zhuanti Taoist, were enveloped in radiant holy light, exuding an aura capable of annihilating worlds, as they surged toward the Tongtian sect leader like a streak of flowing light. Thus commenced a climactic confrontation that would determine the destiny of the divine list and the fate of the sections. Pan Xian, accompanied by Neza, resolutely stepped into the battle of consecration to the gods. With a gaze as piercing as a beacon, Pan Xian precisely locked onto his targets amidst the tumult of the battlefield. For him, the disciples of the, endowed with talent and unwavering loyalty, posed no intention of betraying their sect for the West. They were the focal point of his mission. Like a flash of lightning, Pan Xian navigated through the throng, each strike executed with distinct deliberation. When engaging in combat with the chosen disciples of the, his methods were both ingenious and restrained. At times, He would employ potent yet measured spells to render his opponents unconscious, allowing them to succumb to oblivion without suffering at other moments. He would invoke enigmatic sealing techniques to confine their spiritual energy, effortlessly gathering the subdued disciples into his wondrous 8-treasure vase. Though the vase appeared diminutive, it was a veritable treasure trove, seemingly an infinite space that continuously welcomed the disciples Pan Xian collected. Amidst the fervor of battle, his peripheral vision caught sight of a disciple from the Western sect not far away, casting peculiar spells in an attempt to forcibly convert the disciples of the Pan Xian's gaze suddenly sharpened, and a surge of fury welled up within him. The actions of the Western sect, in his view, were truly contemptible. Without a moment's hesitation, Pan Xian secretly gathered his magical power. With a subtle movement of his fingers, an invisible force shot forth like a swift arrow, aiming directly at the vital points of the disciple from the Western sect. The disciple had scarcely registered the attack before he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. As the Western sect had not signed the divine ranking, upon the death of its disciple, his soul would inevitably proceed directly to the underworld for reincarnation. Pan Xian understood that if he were to descend into the underworld, even if a disciple from the West were unaware of his involvement in the killing, the sheer number of souls would inevitably lead to the revelation of his actions upon their reincarnation. Thus, Pan Xian promptly summoned Neza with a wave of his hand. The expression on Pan Xian's face was stern as he addressed Neza in a low voice. You shall confine the souls of those from the Western teachings within the Linglong Pagoda, enduring torment alongside Li Jing. Upon hearing his master's command, Neza nodded vigorously, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Ever since the incident with the lantern illuminating Taoist, Neza had harbored a profound loathing for those Western monks. At that moment, he was filled with eagerness to obey, contemplating how he would ensure that the souls of these disciples from the Western sect would truly suffer within the Linglong Pagoda. Thus, during the ensuing battle, a peculiar scene unfolded. Pan Jun charged forward into the fray, employing his formidable magical prowess and keen judgment to methodically gather the disciples of the into the 8 treasures bottle. Each time he accepted a disciple, it felt to him as if he were fulfilling a sacred mission, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Neza closely followed behind. Whenever Pan Jun vanquished a disciple of the Western sect, he swiftly intervened, carefully ensnaring the soul within the exquisite pagoda, a slight smirk of satisfaction gracing his lips. The fierce battle raged on for an extended period, the battlefield echoing with the cries of war and the dazzling interplay of spells. As time progressed, Panjuan's 8 treasures bottle contained no fewer than 2,000 disciples from the who remained quietly within, awaiting their fated assignments. Meanwhile, Neza's exquisite pagoda housed over 100 souls of the Western sect disciples. The reason for the relatively modest number of souls was clear to Pan Jun. The 2 saints of the Western sect were engaged in a contest of magic not far away, and he dared not brazenly slaughter their disciples. Instead, he sought opportunities discreetly, aiming to alleviate his pent-up resentment while preserving the strength of the as much as possible. After all, based on his dialogue with the master of the celestial teaching, it was evident that these disciples might ultimately become his own followers. Chapter 65. The Descent into Darkness as the disciples of the faced a series of calamities. Some returned to the function list, awaiting new missions in the ethereal realm. Others were drawn into Panjuan's 8 treasures bottle, where the world within was dark and profound, concealing their forms and essences. Still, others were forcibly converted by the Western sect through overwhelming magical power, whisked away to distant lands. Consequently, the number of disciples within the dwindled sharply, their once numerous figures now sparse like scattered stars. The myriad celestial formation, formerly a powerful array operated by many disciples, gradually lost its magnificent momentum due to a severe shortage of personnel. The lights within the array began to flicker erratically, the flow of spiritual patterns slowed, and the tightly interwoven threads of spiritual energy began to loosen and fray. Ultimately, after Pan Jun had gathered over 2,800 disciples within his 8 treasures bottle, the myriad celestial formation could no longer sustain its intricate and exquisite operational mechanisms. A deep, resonant sound akin to the mournful cry of an ancient behemoth echoed, and the entire formation collapsed with a thunderous crash. The mist within the array dissipated instantly, shattered spiritual fragments cascading like snowflakes. The once overwhelming presence now entirely vanished. High above the battlefield, the master of the celestial teaching fiercely contended against the primordial heavenly venerable, Laozi, and the two saints, Xuan and Jie. His figure appeared somewhat isolated under the assault of the four saints, yet the powerful aura surrounding him remained undiminished. The master of the celestial teaching, relying on his profound cultivation and formidable magical artifacts, engaged the four saints in an arduous stalemate. However, the collapse of the myriad celestial formation below tightened his heart, for he understood that the moment had become critically urgent. Subsequently, the battlefield reverberated with the master of the celestial teaching's furious and defiant shout, "Dingguang, why do you not bring forth the six souls banner? I shall first send this primordial heavenly venerable, Laozi, Xuan, and Jie to be reborn in the heavenly realm. And then I will slay Jiangxia and King Wu Gfa. I wish to see how this Fengshen calamity continues." His voice roared like thunder from the heavens, shaking the mountains below, and the winds and clouds altered in response. The master of the celestial teaching eagerly anticipated the swift arrival of Dingguang with the Six Souls banner, believing it to be the key to turning the tide of battle. With it in hand, the immense power contained within the banner would surely inflict severe damage upon the four saints, thereby altering the unfavorable situation before him. Yet, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, the familiar figure did not materialize. A shadow of doubt crept into his gaze, his brow furrowing tightly as unease stirred within him. His previous trust in Dingguang began to waver in this prolonged wait. Just as he prepared to call out for Dingguang once more, his gaze suddenly locked in place. Before him, the Six Souls banner, which should have been in Dingguang's possession, floated silently in the hands of the primordial heavenly venerable, its runes flickering with a chilling and eerie light, as if mocking the master of the celestial teaching in silence. The primordial heavenly venerable, observing the shock on the master of the celestial teaching's face, allowed a slight smile of a victor to grace his lips as he remarked, "Tongtian, even your attendant Xian understands the necessity of adhering to the heavenly way. Dingguang has long abandoned the darkness for the light, delivering this Six Souls banner into my hands." The words struck the master of the celestial teaching like a sharp dagger, piercing his heart. He trembled violently, disbelief flooding his eyes. He could scarcely fathom that the attendant who had always been by his side, whom he had trusted and nurtured, would betray him. In his mind, Dingguang had always been the embodiment of unwavering loyalty, yet in this most critical moment, he never anticipated that the other would turn against him, handing over such a vital spiritual treasure to the enemy. Rage surged forth like a relentless tide, overwhelming the master of the celestial teaching's reason. His eyes blazed crimson, and his aura became chaotic, powerful magical fluctuations sweeping outward like a tempest, as if threatening to tear the very heavens asunder. Pan Xian beheld the battlefield descending into chaos, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. He raised his gaze towards the Tongtian master, only to observe a tumultuous aura surrounding him, his eyes brimming with a frenzied intensity. Clearly on the brink of succumbing to madness, Pan Xian understood that remaining on the battlefield at this moment would undoubtedly place both himself and his companions in an extremely perilous situation. A moment's carelessness could lead to their demise, scattering their souls and hastening their ascent to the divine roster. Without a moment's hesitation, Pan Xian seized hold of Neza, raising his voice to summon the disciples of the Chan teaching who shared a close rapport with him. The crowd swiftly gathered around him, and Pan Xian, leading the way, unleashed his divine powers, transforming into streaks of radiant light, swiftly departing from the battlefield like the wind and lightning. Once their figures vanished from the edge of the battlefield, Tongtian, filled with resentment and determination, cast a slow, sweeping glance over the remaining disciples of the Jie sect. His heart was heavy with sorrow and unwillingness. These were his direct disciples, who had followed him for many years, now suffering grievously in this fierce conflict between the Chan and Jie teachings. Yet, he could not afford to linger in sorrow. With a sudden wave of his hand, he summoned immense magical power to envelop the remaining Jie disciples, ensuring their safe exit from the battlefield. Afterward, Tongtian slowly turned, his gaze piercing and unwavering, locking onto the four figures of Yuanshi Tianzun, Laozi, Jane Daoren, and Xuan Ti Daoren. His voice, low and filled with fury, resonated as if echoing from the depths of the underworld. "Since you press me relentlessly without any mercy, do not blame me for my ruthless actions. In this primordial world, since the emergence of the saints, my Jie sect has held its place. Without the Jie sect, How could this realm be deemed complete? You have gone too far today. Let this primordial world be reborn anew, and may all be reforged from chaos. As his words fell, Tongtian's aura surged dramatically, an inexhaustible power erupting from within him. His form seemed to transform into a colossal source of energy, with black demonic flames raging around him, enveloping him in a terrifying presence that spread like a violent tide. Wherever he passed, the space shattered, revealing jagged black fissures, resembling the gaping maw of a demon, intent on devouring all existence. Witnessing Tongtian's mad and resolute demeanor, Zun's expression grew solemn, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. He turned to the other three saints, his tone grave yet undeniably steadfast. Tongtian has irrevocably succumbed to madness. He intends to use himself as a catalyst to reshape this primordial world, aiming to alter the very fabric of existence. Laozi stroked his beard, nodding slightly, his expression equally grave. Indeed, Tongtian's actions are exceedingly reckless, yet with our current strength, it will not be easy to thwart his plans. Jane Daorin joined his hands in prayer, reciting softly, Ba, Tongtian's actions defy the heavenly way. However, his demonic might is overwhelming, making it exceedingly difficult for us to contend. Xuan Daorin's eyes flickered, his brow furrowed in concern as he sighed helplessly. We are all in the realm of saints, meant to transcend the mortal realm. Yet we find ourselves ensnared in such a predicament. It is indeed a challenging situation. Although the four had discerned Tongtian's intentions, they felt utterly powerless against the now maddened Tongtian, whose strength had surged immensely. The disparity in power among the saints was already minimal, and with Tongtian's dark transformation, his might had escalated exponentially, as the saying goes. Blackened strength increases tenfold. In the face of such overwhelming power, none among them felt assured of being able to halt Tongtian's reckless actions. The fate of the primordial world now seemed precariously poised on a knife's edge, teetering on the brink of catastrophe. Chapter 66. The Ancestor Takes Action. Pan Xian, accompanied by Neza and his disciples with whom he shared profound camaraderie, ultimately arrived at a relatively secure location. Pan Xian turned around, his gaze intensely fixed upon the battlefield where 5 saints were engaged in a fierce struggle. There, the demonic-turned-Tongtian cult leader was enveloped in surging flames of darkness, exuding a formidable aura as he clashed violently with the steadfast figures of Yuanshi Tianzuan, Laozi, the Taoist of salvation, and the Taoist of Xuan. Pan Xian lifted his gaze and observed his father, the primordial heavenly sovereign, seemingly at a disadvantage in the midst of the fierce battle, struggling under the relentless onslaught of the Tongtian. However, an excess of worry did not mar Pan Xian's countenance. After all, as a saint, he possessed an immortal essence, and he was acutely aware that his revered ancestor, the supreme Taoist Hongjun of the primordial world, had already sensed the intensity and brutality of this internecine conflict within the Xianmen sect and would soon arrive to quell the turmoil that threatened to upheave the primordial realm. At that moment, having successfully repelled the 4 saints led by the primordial heavenly sovereign, Tongtian unleashed a torrent of his boundless, oceanic magical power, reciting incantations fervently. He seemed to adopt a nearly frenzied demeanor, forcefully establishing a connection to the enigmatic and perilous chaotic realm beyond the primordial world. His intentions were transparent. He aimed to harness the chaotic world's ferocious energies to irrevocably transform the primordial realm, subsequently reforging it and reshaping the cosmic order. The 4 primordial saints were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. They beheld Tongtian's actions, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Though they, as saints, were inherently formidable and unafraid of the direct threats posed by Tongtian's maneuvers, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that the myriad beings within the primordial world could not endure the ravages of chaotic energy. Should that violent force surge forth, countless lives, be it avian or terrestrial creatures, flora or fauna, or the diligent cultivators striving for enlightenment, would be obliterated in an instant. If such a calamity were to unfold, the primordial world would find itself devoid of anything but the few saints, left to exist in isolation. This would inevitably lead to a significant diminishment of their powers, potentially causing them to plummet from their exalted saintly status. After all, they had attained their saintly positions in alignment with the primordial heavenly Tao, with the responsibility of aiding in the governance of the primordial realm. Should the world be reforged and life extinguished, their very existence would lose all meaning and value. Thus, after uniting to counter Tongtian's prior fierce assault, the primordial heavenly sovereign and his companions dared not relent. Gritting their teeth, they resolved to advance recklessly, endeavoring to thwart Tongtian's mad and dreadful actions. However, at this juncture, Tongtian, consumed by madness, cast aside all reservations, engaging in a nearly reckless style of combat. His assaults surged like a tide, each strike as vicious as the last, engulfing the four saints in a relentless barrage, rendering them somewhat flustered and unable to devise any effective countermeasures against him. The scene was shrouded in a thick, chilling fog of despair, plunging into a stifling stalemate with no room for maneuver. The earth trembled, and the fabric of space appeared to be twisted by an unseen hand, emitting a disconcerting creak. In the distance, mountains crumbled, lava poured forth like an enraged dragon, and the sky crackled with thunder. Dark storm clouds threatening to engulf all in their path. Particularly affected were the disciples of the saintly sects who watched from the sidelines, akin to solitary boats tossed amidst a tempest. Lacking the profound understanding of the saints, they found it impossible to maintain their composure amidst such chaos. Bereft of the formidable strength required to withstand the impending cataclysm, they were akin to lambs blindly groping in the dark, unaware of Pan Xin's knowledge of the imminent intervention by Taoist Hongjun. At that moment, they witnessed the harrowing spectacle before them, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Heavens dimmed, all life lamented, and the conflict among the mighty threatened to topple the very foundation of the primordial world. Fear etched their faces white as paper, devoid of color, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, teeth chattering in a desperate symphony of despair. Their eyes reflected profound hopelessness, a terror of death, and an impotence against an unknown fate. As they curled into themselves, seeking a semblance of safety, just as the stillness and despair reached their zenith, a blinding golden light suddenly descended from the heavens. This radiant beam resembled the first light of creation, imbued with unmatched majesty and power, forcefully directed at the chains Tongtian had forged to connect with the chaotic realm. Those chains, which served as the foundation of Tongtian's attempt to obliterate the primordial world, now appeared as fragile as spider silk, shattering instantly upon impact with the golden light, producing a dull yet reluctant clamor as they broke apart, scattering fragments through the void like shattered stars. The primordial heavenly sovereign and the other saints, along with the observing disciples, were momentarily blinded by the brilliance of the golden light. As their vision cleared, they beheld the severed chains, joy illuminating their faces. Especially among the disciples, the flicker of hope ignited in their previously despairing gazes, their fear gradually dissipating, replaced by a sense of relief from near disaster. They understood that with the breaking of the chains, they were no longer confronted with the certainty of death, erupting into jubilant cheers. Some wept tears of joy mixed with dust, while others collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as though they had just escaped the clutches of death. Upon witnessing the situation, Pan Xin felt a stirring in his heart. At that moment, he realized that his revered ancestor, Hongjun, had arrived. As expected, after the golden light severed the chains, the five most powerful saints present, all attuned to their surroundings, were the first to sense the arrival of Hongjun. A distortion rippled through the void, and Hongjun's figure appeared, shrouded in an ineffable aura of Tao, as if he were the sovereign of all the world's laws. Apart from Tongtian, the other saints, Yuanshi, Laozi, Jin, and Xuan, instantly sensed the gravity of the moment, turning to respectfully bow towards Hongjun. Their movements were synchronized, imbued with profound reverence and awe, as they collectively expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for intervening to halt Tongtian and save the Honghuang world." Their voices reverberated through the heavens and earth, resonating with boundless respect. The disciples of the saints, upon hearing their master's words, awakened from their stupor, finally realizing that their savior was the Tao ancestor. They hastily prostrated themselves on the ground, hands pressed down, heads bowed deeply, performing the most respectful of salutations. In an instant, a sea of bodies lay on the earth, creating a breathtaking spectacle, as the atmosphere was thick with reverence for Hongjun. Meanwhile, Tongtian, feeling his plans thwarted, was filled with urgency and desperation. A flicker of resolve crossed his eyes as he attempted to reconnect with the chaotic realm. Once again, he summoned his magical powers, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that distorted the surrounding space. Yet, just as he initiated his incantation, Hongjun, riding upon auspicious clouds as if emerging from the depths of infinite time and space, merely waved his hand with a casual grace. This seemingly effortless gesture contained boundless strength, once more interrupting Tongtian's spell, rendering his efforts futile, while simultaneously restoring Tongtian to his former self. Tongtian felt a warm and powerful force surge within him, calming the chaotic thoughts that had consumed him, and his gaze gradually regained clarity. Now restored, Tongtian looked upon Hongjun, his heart filled with a tumultuous mix of emotions. He slightly bowed, addressing Hongjun. "Master, I found myself powerless as I watched my disciples perish and the imminent destruction of my sect. Yet, it was my fellow Taoist, Yuanshi and Laozi, who led to this calamity. In a moment of rage, I succumbed to madness." Tongtian's voice carried a tone of helplessness and indignation, as if narrating an endless grievance. Chapter 67. The master of the teaching Hongjun sat upon a golden lotus in the chaotic void, his aura flowing yet unable to conceal the weariness that clung to him. Below, Tongtian, disheveled and sorrowful, fell to his knees before Hongjun, weeping and lamenting the plight of his sect, his cries echoing as though they might shatter the chaos itself. Witnessing his beloved disciple in such despair struck Hongjun's heart with profound pain, stirring a sense of bittersweet sorrow within him. Originally, Hongjun had resolutely chosen to merge with the Tao, aspiring to refine it and become its sovereign, thus transcending all shackles. However, upon truly integrating with the Tao, he realized the reality was far more complex than he had envisioned. Although he had filled the void in the Tao, he found himself ensnared in a deeper quagmire. He not only failed to refine the Tao for his own use, but became completely bound by it. His body was now overtaken by the Tao, leaving him with only fleeting moments of control over his own form during a Yuan meeting. Most of the time, he was forced to engage in harrowing battles of will deep within his consciousness against the Tao's intent. Had it not been for Tongtian's attempt to reforge the Hongwang realm, drawing the Tao's focus entirely upon him, Hongjun would have been unable to regain control of his body. Thus, Hongjun's admiration for Tongtian's courage to challenge the predetermined fate and strive to reshape the Hongwang world was evident. He bore no anger towards Tongtian's impulsive actions. Instead, he gently raised his hand, emanating a soft glow that enveloped his 5 saintly disciples. Under this nurturing light, their injuries healed at a visible pace, and their pallid complexions gradually regained color. With a soft sigh, Hongjun gazed kindly at Tongtian and spoke slowly. "My foolish child, this tribulation is orchestrated by the Tao itself. As a saint of the Tao, how can you defy its decree? Though many disciples of the Jie sect have perished, the world is vast and teeming with life. New disciples can be recruited in due time. As for those who have fallen, let them ascend the divine ranking. This, too, is their opportunity." Upon hearing these words, Tongtian trembled slightly, filled with a sense of discontent. He bit his lip, raising his head to meet Hongjun's gaze, tears shimmering in his eyes, as though he wished to say more. Yet, ultimately, he lowered his head in resignation, nodding slowly, fully aware that his struggles against the established rules of the Tao were futile. With a solemn expression, Tongtian rose, his wide sleeves sweeping the air with authority, exuding the demeanor of a true master. He surveyed his remaining disciples, his voice deep yet resolute. "My students, follow me back to the bestow palace." However, just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. With Tongtian's attempt to reform the Hongwang world having failed, the Tao, which had been tense with the sense of impending crisis, now perceived the threat as neutralized and redirected its focus back to Hongjun. In an instant, a mysterious and formidable force surged forth as the Tao sought to reclaim control over Hongjun's body. Having exhausted significant energy and divine power to assist the 5 saints, Hongjun found himself vulnerable at this critical moment. The Tao seized the opportunity, swiftly asserting dominance over Hongjun's physical form. Under the Tao's control, Hongjun's eyes darkened, becoming cold and profound, as he spoke with a voice that resonated throughout the cosmos. "Tongtian, there is no need for you to return to bestow palace. You 4, along with the absent Nuwa, must accompany me to the Zishao palace. The current situation in the Hongwang world is perilous. Your presence here poses too great a danger." Upon hearing these words, the celestial master of the way furrowed his brows, a flicker of astonishment and confusion crossing his eyes. The 4 sages, Yuanshi Tianzun, Taishang Lao Jun, the Taoist of guidance, and the Taoist of propriety, exchanged glances, their hearts laden with bewilderment. However, the command issued by the heavenly Tao through the voice of the venerable Hongjun was not one to be easily defied. They could only nod in acquiescence. Although Nu Hua was absent, the gravitas of this decree transcended the confines of space. After receiving the directive, the 6 sages turned to prepare to brief their respective disciples, before collectively making their way to the Purple Cloud Palace. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, the sages wielded immense power capable of catastrophic destruction. Allowing them to roam freely in the primordial world posed a considerable threat. Should another sage, like the celestial master of the way, harbor extreme thoughts without timely intervention, the primordial realm would undoubtedly plunge into an irretrievable abyss. In contrast, gathering all sages within the Purple Cloud Palace would ensure absolute security. Furthermore, the heavenly Tao harbored deeper, more profound plans. It intended to administer the elixir of fallen saints to the 3 pure ones, Yuanshi, Tianzun, Laozi, and the celestial master of the way. After all, the primordial world was the creation of the great Pangu, and the 3 pure ones, as descendants of Pangu, possessed his bloodline and the blessings bestowed by the great Pangu. Should they ever develop ulterior motives regarding the primordial world, their unique advantages would undoubtedly allow them to act with greater swiftness and success than Nu Hua and the 2 Western saints. Though the heavenly Tao stood as the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth, it did not dare to be complacent in the face of the special heritage of Pangu's descendants. As for why the heavenly Tao allowed Pan Xian, another descendant of Pangu, to remain unmonitored, the reasons were rather intricate. In the perception of the heavenly Tao, Pan Xian, despite his extraordinary talent and exceptional aptitude, faced the reality that the primordial world had undergone countless transformations over the ages, and the primordial purple qi had long dissipated. Under such circumstances, if Pan Xian wished to attain the position of a sage, he would have to embark on the arduous path of proving the Tao through the laws, akin to the great Pangu. Yet, this path of proving the Tao was fraught with challenges. Its difficulties surpassed imagination, and countless formidable beings had perished upon this road. Reduced to mere dust of history, the heavenly Tao was acutely aware of this hardship, thus concluding that even with his remarkable gifts, Pan Xian would find it exceedingly difficult to achieve his goals, and so it opted not to direct its attention or oversight towards him. At that moment, the Tao ancestor Hongjun began to speak. Upon hearing the words of the Tao ancestor, Pan Xian's mind was instantly transported to the narratives he had perused in his previous life. Subconsciously, he perceived that the venerable Hongjun summoned the 6 saints to the Purple Cloud Palace, much like the accounts in his readings, merely discontented with the incessant strife within the Xianmen, seeking to mediate and restore order. At this moment, Pan Xian's thoughts remained ensnared in the cognitive patterns of his former existence, failing to delve into the deeper implications that might lie behind the Tao ancestor's actions. Thus, he pondered little, his expression reflecting a calm and serene demeanor. Just then, the Primordial Supreme Being flickered into view before the multitude of disciples from the Chanjiao. His gaze, gentle and warm, swept over the disciples, and he softly uttered, "Xianer, come here." Upon hearing these words, Pan Xian respectfully and swiftly approached the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable gently placed a hand on Pan Xian's shoulder and then, with a solemn expression, turned to face the disciples of the Chan sect. His voice resonating with authority and conviction. "I shall soon depart for the Purple Cloud's palace, yet our Chan sect cannot be without a leader for even a single day. We require someone capable of overseeing our affairs. Henceforth, my son Pan Xian shall serve as the leader of our Chan sect. In the days to come, you must accord him the same respect you bestow upon me, adhere to his directives, and refrain from any disobedience." The disciples of the Chan sect, upon hearing this proclamation, displayed expressions of reverence and unanimously nodded in agreement. They then turned in unison, bowing deeply to their newly appointed leader, calling out in unison, "We pay our respects to the leader." Their voices, harmonious and resounding, echoed throughout the realm. In stark contrast to the orderly and methodical scene at the Chan sect was the atmosphere at the Jie sect. The master Tongtian stood quietly before the disciples of the Jie sect, his gaze filled with melancholy and weariness. Once, the Jie sect was renowned, boasting the arrival of countless immortals, flourishing with numerous disciples and masters, commanding great respect in the primordial world. However, after enduring numerous tribulations and conflicts, the Jie sect now finds itself diminished, with hardly 100 disciples remaining. The splendor of yesteryears has long since faded, dissipating like fleeting smoke. The Jie sect now exists in name only. Observing the few disciples before him, Master Tongtian was overwhelmed with helplessness and sorrow. He parted his lips, intending to utter something. Yet ultimately, he merely let out a soft sigh, leaving unspoken words lingering in the air. For at this moment, the Jie sect truly had little left to convey. All that once was has become history, and the future lies shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 68. The Master of the Jie sect Pan Xian, having just assumed the role of leader of the Chan sect, was attentively absorbing the teachings of his father, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable, with a grave demeanor, articulated clearly the various challenges that Pan Xian might encounter in managing the Chan sect and the strategies to address them. Pan Xian was fully immersed, occasionally nodding slightly, etching these pearls of wisdom into his memory. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable bestowed upon Pan Xian numerous spiritual roots, treasures, and resources for cultivation. Pan Xian accepted everything. At that moment, he inadvertently raised his gaze, peering through the layers of figures, and caught sight of the Tongtian cult master and the disciples of the Jie Jiao not far away. The Tongtian cult master appeared haggard, as if he had aged significantly in an instant, emanating an aura of oppression and gloom. Observing the disciples of Jie Jiao, each one seemed dejected, their spirits waning, entirely devoid of the spirited vigor they once possessed. Pan Xian's heart tightened. Relying on his keen intuition, he had already discerned a portion of the underlying reasons. Pan Xian instinctively tightened his grip on the 8 treasures vase, within which were sealed nearly 3,000 elite disciples of the, whom he had fortuitously rescued. Observing the despondent demeanor of his third uncle, the Tongtian, a pang of bitterness stirred within Pan Xian's heart. He silently resolved that, by any means necessary, he must convey this good news to his uncle, hoping to bring him a modicum of solace. With this thought in mind, Pan Xian swiftly navigated through the crowd and approached the Tongtian. Pan Xian slightly inclined his body and performed a respectful bow, inquiring gently, "Third uncle, why do you remain here in a state of melancholy, neglecting to discuss future matters with the disciples of the Jie Jiao?" Upon hearing these words, the Tongtian cult leader slowly lifted his gaze. Upon recognizing Pan Xian, a flicker of complex emotions passed through his eyes, an amalgamation of paternal concern for his junior and an inescapable sense of helplessness and sorrow. With a deep sigh, the Tongtian cult leader spoke in a hoarse voice. "Ah, my dear nephew Pan Xian, reflect upon our last encounter when Jie Jiao was graced by the presence of myriad immortals. Such grandeur was unparalleled. Yet now, our disciples scarcely number 100. This time, as I journey to the Zhixiao Palace, I fear I shall face the same fate as when we last spoke, likely to be confined by the Tao ancestor. Relying solely on this meager group of disciples, the existence of Jie Jiao hangs by a thread. I am truly concerned for the few remaining disciples. I must entrust you to look after them in the times to come." Pan Xian gazed at his uncle, whose face was etched with the marks of weariness and the passage of time, and his resolve to unveil the truth grew ever stronger within him. Pan Xian, with a calm demeanor, firmly grasped the 8 treasure vase and gazed intently into the eyes of the Tongtian. In soft tones, he inquired, "Uncle, are you truly so certain that has dwindled to fewer than 100 members?" Upon speaking, Pan Xian steadily extended the 8 treasure vase towards the Tongtian. Initially taken aback, the Tongtian's gaze fell upon the vase, and an inexplicable sense of anticipation welled up within him. With trembling hands, he accepted the 8 treasure vase, channeling his spiritual energy to cautiously investigate its contents. As the familiar aura and figures gradually came into his consciousness, he beheld nearly 3,000 elite disciples of the, all of whom had been his most cherished students. The Tongtian's eyes widened in astonishment, his eyelids reddening, overwhelmed with emotion to the point of slight tremors. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards Pan Xian, his voice quivering with excitement. "Nephew, I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. You have truly saved them from the brink of extinction, preserving our cherished legacy." With a gentle smile, Pan Xian waved his hand and sincerely remarked, "Third uncle, what are you saying? We are indeed one family. There is no need for such formality." The heavenly teacher took a moment to compose himself, and then, as if suddenly recalling something of great importance, his expression turned solemn. He extended his finger, from which 2 radiant streams of mystical light gracefully emerged and entered Pan Xian's consciousness. Thereafter, The heavenly teacher spoke with profound gravity. Xin'er, you have saved nearly 3,000 disciples of the Jie sect. This immense favor, your third uncle cannot repay. Yet, as I embark on my journey to the Purple Cloud Palace, with an uncertain return date, these disciples will need your continued guidance. I have sensed the aura of the four swords of extermination emanating from you, and thus I entrust you with the diagram of the extermination array. This formation possesses boundless power. If wielded correctly, it can safeguard the Jie sect. Additionally, I shall impart to you my understanding of the sword path that I have cultivated over the years. From this point onward, I entrust the entire Jie sect to you. While Pan Xian was still enveloped in the shock brought by the diagram of the extermination array and the insights into swordsmanship, the heavenly teacher waved his sleeve, and the mouth of the 8 treasures vase shone brilliantly, releasing the Jie sect disciples who had been contained within. Although they appeared somewhat disheveled, their faces were filled with the relief of having survived calamity. Upon landing, all the Jie sect disciples gazed at the heavenly teacher, instantly dropping to one knee in unison, stirring up a cloud of dust as they exclaimed, "We pay our respects to our master." Their voices converged, echoing like rolling thunder across the battlefield, which bore the scars of conflict. The heavenly teacher's gaze swept over the gathered disciples, his expression a blend of solemnity and warmth. He began, "You are all saved by my nephew Pan Xian. I must soon heed the call of our ancestral master and journey to the Purple Cloud Palace with an uncertain return. I have entrusted the diagram of the extermination array to Pan Xian, and my nephew also possesses the 4 swords of extermination, the sacred treasures of our Jie sect. After my departure, Pan Xian shall become the new leader of the Jie sect, and you must obey his commands without fail." The Jie sect disciples looked around at the lifeless bodies of their fallen comrades, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Although they had been shielded from the sounds of battle while in the 8 treasures vase, they had intermittently heard the conversation between Pan Xian and the heavenly teacher. Now, hearing the heavenly teacher's solemn instructions, their thoughts swirled within them. An elder disciple, eyes glistening with unshed tears, stepped forward and declared loudly, "I am deeply grateful for the years of guidance from our master. This kindness shall never be forgotten. From this day forth, I vow to follow the new leader's arrangements and to defend the honor of the Jie sect with my life, ensuring that the Jie sect shall never be shamed." The other disciples echoed in agreement, their voices rising in fervent waves. "We shall obey the master's orders. We are willing to brave any peril for the Jie sect." The shouts rose and fell in fervor. Soon after, the disciples turned in unison towards Pan Xian, collectively exclaiming, "We greet the new leader. We thank the leader for his life-saving grace, and we pledge to follow him wholeheartedly, exerting our utmost efforts." Their calls were infused with sincerity and reverence, their eyes brimming with determination, as if, in that moment, they had already regarded Pan Xian as the beacon of hope and guidance for the future of the Jie sect. The heavenly teacher gazed deeply at Pan Xian, his expression solemn as he slowly spoke, his voice filled with expectation and seriousness. "Pan Xian, you are of my 3 pure bloodline. Henceforth, I have decided to pass the mantle of the Jie sect's leadership to you. You already bear the title of the leader of the Chan sect, and from this point on, I entrust both the Chan sect and the Jie sect into your capable hands. The immense fortunes of both sects shall also be bestowed upon you. Consequently, your path of cultivation will undoubtedly be much smoother, and your progress will surpass that of ordinary individuals." After a brief pause, a flicker of concern crossed the heavenly teacher's eyes as he continued, "However, the primordial purple aura has now dissipated, leaving only the path of law to achieve sanctification. This path is exceedingly arduous. Yet, with the fortunes of both sects behind you, you will undoubtedly ascend swiftly to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. At that time, your father, the primordial heavenly sovereign, your uncle, the old Taoist, and I shall join forces to devise a plan for you, seeking the slender opportunity for your elevation to sainthood." Upon hearing the words of the Tongtian cult master, Ensuing was overwhelmed by an immense sense of emotion and responsibility. Pan Xian's expression was resolute as he nodded earnestly, his gaze fixed intently upon the heavenly teacher. With unwavering determination and sincerity, he asserted, "Rest assured, my esteemed uncle, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to fulfill your expectations. Henceforth, I shall exert every effort to cultivate diligently while also ensuring the meticulous care of the." Chapter 69. The leader of the human sect at that moment, as Pan Xian and the heavenly teacher engaged in fervent discourse. Not far from them, the venerable Taiji Laozi, with his keen celestial perception, distinctly captured the essence of their conversation. Clad in a simple yet elegant Taoist robe, his white hair and beard danced gently in the breeze. His gaze profound as a deep pool, he slightly narrowed his eyes, a contemplative expression flickering across his face. After a moment of reflection, Laozi's form subtly shifted as he approached Pan Xian's vicinity. Though his steps appeared leisurely, each stride transcended several feet, and in an instant, he stood not far behind Pan Xian. Then, a voice, steady and rich, resonated through the air. "My dear nephew, now that you have assumed the mantle of the leader of both the and the, I propose that I entrust you with the responsibilities of the human sect as well. This way, you shall become the leader of the three teachings of the Xian men. With such immense destiny bestowed upon you, your cultivation speed will undoubtedly exceed all expectations." The voice seemed to carry an invisible force, reverberating in the air and subtly penetrating Pan Xian's ears. Deeply engrossed in his conversation with the heavenly teacher, Pan Xian was suddenly startled by this unexpected voice, causing him to freeze momentarily, his previously flowing words abruptly silenced. A flicker of alarm passed through Pan Xian's eyes, reminiscent of a startled fawn, and his body instinctively trembled ever so slightly. Nevertheless, Pan Xian's resolute mind and years of cultivation had imbued him with a composed demeanor, allowing him to swiftly regain his composure in an instant. He then turned slowly to face Laozi, his expression one of deep respect, and with hands clasped in a gesture of reverence, he inquired, "Esteemed uncle, what is the reason for this? Do you not have a disciple? Why not pass the position of the leader to him?" The individual referred to by Pan Xian is naturally Xian Du. Although there are numerous other disciples within the human sect, Xian Du stands as the sole direct disciple of the supreme Taoist Laozi, and his current cultivation has attained the mid-stage of quasi-saint, earning him a revered status among the ranks of the human sect, widely acknowledged by all. Upon hearing Pan Xian's inquiry, a gentle smile graced Laozi's countenance, and with affectionate eyes upon Pan Xian, he began to speak slowly. "My dear Xian, the reason your uncle has chosen you is twofold. Firstly, you are the only inheritor of our Sanqing bloodline. Now that you have assumed leadership of both the Xuan and Jie Schools, should you also take on the role of the human sect's leader, the fortunes of the entire Xian men will converge upon you. As my beloved nephew, it is only natural for me to wish you well. How could I possibly stand idly by when there is a chance to assist you? Secondly, although I have accepted Xian Du as my direct disciple, the fundamental reason for his acceptance was the establishment of the human sect that I have founded. It would be quite unreasonable if there were not a single human disciple among my ranks." Laozi stood with hands clasped behind him, his gaze profound, exuding an aura of transcendent serenity. "This elucidates why I have Xian Du as a disciple. However, over the years of our interactions, I have gradually come to acknowledge him." Laozi's voice resonated, seemingly echoing from the depths of time, imbued with a hint of nostalgia. "Yet, ultimately, how could he ever be compared to you, my dear nephew?" As he spoke, Laozi gently raised his hand, caressing his long, snowy beard, each movement reflecting a serene grace. Looking at Pan Xian, his eyes brimmed with earnest hope, akin to the warm sun of spring, suffused with boundless care and expectation. Pan Xian stood to the side, hearing Laozi's words, and felt an abundance of thoughts stirring within him, eager to be expressed. Pan Xian slightly parted his lips, intending to speak. Yet he observed Laozi casting another glance his way, the expression imbued with an undeniable resolve. The matter was thus settled. His uncle would bestow upon him the position of the leader of the human sect. Though Laozi's tone was tranquil, it bore an air of authority that resonated with the very fabric of the universe, rendering any dissent unthinkable. Upon concluding his declaration, Laozi waved his long sleeves, and an invisible, overwhelming force instantaneously radiated outward in all directions. This power seemed almost sentient. Wherever it reached, the disciples of the human sect felt its presence. Laozi directly transported all the disciples before Pan Xian and himself. Among the throng stood Xian Du, poised and composed, yet a flicker of uncertainty glimmered in his eyes. Laozi surveyed the assembly, noting that all disciples had gathered, before slowly beginning to speak. "You are likely aware that I shall soon journey to the Zixiao Palace, and it remains uncertain when I shall return." A hint of weariness colored Laozi's words. "Thus, I have made the decision to pass the mantle of leadership of the human sect to my nephew, with the hope that you shall lend him your utmost cooperation." Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, their gazes shifting toward the dazed Xiandu. For a considerable time, Xiandu had been by Laozi's side, enjoying significant esteem within the human sect. Many presumed he would succeed to the leadership. Yet, Laozi's decision defied all expectations. Nevertheless, Xiandu dared not oppose Laozi's will, bowing his head in tacit acceptance of the outcome. Witnessing this, although the disciples were surprised, they nonetheless proceeded to pay their respects to the newly appointed leader, Pan Xian. The chorus of "Long live the leader" resonated through the mountains, echoing in jubilation. Shortly thereafter, Laozi, with a solemn demeanor, grasped the air with both hands, and a resplendent light flashed forth, revealing the Taiji diagram, an artifact that governs the fortune of the human sect, now in his possession. The diagram, with its flowing yin and yang, encapsulated boundless Taoist essence, reminiscent of the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. Concurrently, the ancient and mysterious treasure, the Kongtong seal, gradually emerged, exuding an aura of antiquity. Laozi extended these two precious objects toward Pan Xian, who promptly received them with both hands, feeling an immense weight of power, as if bearing the legacy of the human sect's rise and fall. Subsequently, Laozi extended his right index finger and gently tapped Pan Xian's forehead. In an instant, a stream of profound light shot forth from Laozi's fingertip, seamlessly merging into Pan Xian's sea of consciousness. With his eyes closed, Pan Xian's consciousness descended into the sea of awareness, where he beheld a luminous essence transforming into countless runes and inscriptions, gradually unfolding to reveal an extraordinarily detailed treatise on alchemical mastery. The methods inscribed within were nothing short of exquisite, with each step embodying Laozi's profound understanding of the cosmic principles. At this moment, Yuanshi stood quietly by, observing the proceedings with serene composure. Once he noted that Laozi had completed his tasks, Yuanshi approached Pan Xian with measured strides. An air of noble detachment surrounded him, his gaze imbued with compassion. Holding in his hands a spiritual treasure that governed the fortunes of the Chan school, he extended it toward Pan Xian and gently spoke, "My dear Xian, as I journey to the Zixiao Palace, we know not how our next encounter shall unfold. Take this panga banner. It may serve you well in battle. As for the principles of weapon forging, I have long entrusted them to you." Pan Xian grasped the panga banner with both hands, only to be met by a fierce aura that surged forth, as if capable of cleaving the heavens and parting the earth. Pan Xian stood there, gazing at the panga banner, the Taiji diagram, and the Kongtong seal in his hands, his heart brimming with astonishment. Simultaneously, he could distinctly perceive his own fortune ascending rapidly, as if an invisible force was propelling him towards a higher realm. Pan Xian deeply understood that from this moment forth, the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders had grown immensely. He had ascended to the role of the leader of the three teachings of the Xianmen, and could indeed be regarded as the sovereign of the Xianmen. Chapter 70. The progress of the canonization. While Pan Xian immersed himself in the vast and surging aura of immense fortune capable of altering the very fabric of reality, far away, Jiangxia was meticulously commanding the armies of Shiqi. On the construction site, workers bustled about, their chants rising and falling in a harmonious rhythm. Countless craftsmen and soldiers labored in unison, ultimately completing the grand altar destined to bear witness to the monumental canonization. This altar soared into the clouds, surrounded by an ethereal glow of mysterious runes, each brick and stone seemingly narrating the extraordinary events it was about to witness. Jiangxia, wielding the god-smiting whip and the canonization list, ascended the altar with a posture both vigorous and solemn. The runes upon the whip shimmered with an eerie light, seemingly intimidating all divine beings. The canonization list emanated a gentle yet authoritative aura, as if awaiting the commencement of a grand ceremony. Standing atop the altar, Jiangxia's gaze was piercing, surveying the neatly arranged troops of Shiqi and the imposing generals, alongside the disciples from the holy sect. At this moment, the pride swelling within him surged like a tumultuous tide, crashing against his heart, reaching an unprecedented zenith. Reflecting upon the long years spent in the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, diligently studying and cultivating for decades, yet failing to transcend the threshold of immortality, he alone bore the bitterness and helplessness of those trials. Yet now, the soul sealed within the canonization list belonged to disciples of the holy sect, each possessing power exponentially greater than his own past self. However, the wheel of fate turned wondrously. These formidable souls were now entirely under his command, their divine positions determined solely by his decree. Jie secretly contemplated that, although he struggled to ascend to the realm of immortality, if he could secure the divine position of the Eastern Mount Tai's heavenly virtue-righteous emperor during this canonization, the immense energy contained within that status might just propel him into the celestial realm he so ardently desired. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, a subtle smile of satisfaction graced Jiang Ziya's lips. Concluding his reflections, he inhaled deeply and slowly opened the canonization list. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from within, as countless souls burst forth like birds freed from confinement, aligning themselves orderly beneath the altar. They radiated soft luminescence or were enveloped in mysterious mist, patiently awaiting Jiang Ziya's canonization decree, the scene imbued with solemnity and reverence. As Jiang Ziya gazed upon the souls below, his sense of triumph blazed like an all-consuming fire, nearly engulfing him. However, from the corner of his eye, he inadvertently caught sight of the Yuanshi Tianzuan and other saints observing the proceedings with penetrating eyes from the heavens. A jolt of awareness surged through Jiang Ziya, prompting him to recognize the gravity of the canonization. There was no room for delay. Thus, he suppressed his excitement, cleared his throat, and began to declare the divine decrees. Each name he uttered resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing far and wide. Then, with fervent strokes, he inscribed the corresponding divine positions upon the canonization list. In that moment, a resplendent golden light shot forth from the list, enveloping each soul. Wrapped in this golden radiance, the once immaterial souls gradually coalesced into physical forms, their features distinct, limbs intact, standing aside in quiet anticipation for the canonization to conclude, ready to ascend to the heavenly realm and embark on their new divine careers. At this juncture, Neza and Yang Jian, the disciple of Jade Ding Real Person, stood beside Pan Xian, their expressions focused intently on the unfolding canonization spectacle. Pan Juan's gaze was profound, and he had already formulated his plans in his heart. He chose not to allow Neza and Yang Jian to ascend the Fengshen Bang, the investiture of the gods. In Pan Juan's view, even if one were to attain sanctity in the flesh, any association with the Fengshen Bang and the Daishun Bian, the god-slaying whip, would inevitably result in some form of restraint. After all, the Fengshen Bang and the Daishun Bian wield immense power, even if these two treasures ultimately remained in his possession. The ever-changing nature of the world could lead to unforeseen circumstances, and any misstep would be irreparable. Furthermore, Pan Juan harbored deeper considerations. As one of the four sovereigns of heaven, he wielded significant authority. The deities inscribed on the Fengshen Bang primarily originated from the Jie Jiao, Ren Jiao, and Chan Jiao sects, whereas he himself was the leader of the three schools of the Xianmen. According to the progression of the original narrative, the Fengshen Bang and the Daishun Bian would eventually be reclaimed by his father, the primordial heavenly venerable. Pan Xian firmly believed that under such circumstances, if he wished for Neza and Yang Jian to ascend to the heavenly realm as deities, how could the heavenly sovereign dare to voice any dissent? As for the thoughts occupying the heavenly sovereign's mind, Pan Xian regarded them with utter disdain. After all, this grand undertaking of canonization was instigated solely by the heavenly sovereign himself. Having desired the disciples of the three teachings of the mystical path to be inscribed upon the canonization list for his own purposes, he ought to have anticipated the current predicament. While Pan Xian was lost in contemplation, Jiang Ziya had been diligently working for quite some time, meticulously bestowing appropriate titles upon all the souls listed on the canonization roster. At that moment, he harbored a flicker of hope regarding his own destiny and was preparing to inscribe his own decree as the Emperor of the East, the supreme benevolent deity of Mount Tai, upon the canonization list. Just as the pen, laden with divine ink, was about to touch the surface of the list, a sudden and unforeseen upheaval occurred. The canonization list trembled violently without warning, as if an invisible yet formidable force were tugging at it. Jiang Ziya's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of disbelief. Instinctively, his hands attempted to firmly press down upon the list, yet all efforts proved futile. In an instant, the canonization list transformed into a dazzling beam of golden light, soaring through the air like a shooting star and directly into the hands of the primordial heavenly master. Almost simultaneously, the formidable divine whip, which had always heeded Jiangzia's commands, seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force. Howling as it broke free from Jiangzia's control and flew to the side of the primordial heavenly master. Witnessing this, Jiangzia felt an urgent panic surge within him. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he hurriedly stumbled forward, kneeling before the primordial heavenly master. His voice was tinged with desperation and confusion as he implored, "Master, why may I not bestow upon myself a divine title?" His gaze was filled with bewilderment and reluctance, for he had devoted himself tirelessly to the canonization endeavor, only to find himself excluded at the final hour. The primordial heavenly master maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes reflecting a hint of pity for Jiangzia as he spoke slowly. "You were born with a frail destiny, your path to immortality fraught with difficulty. You can only enjoy the blessings of the mortal realm. Should you attain a divine position, you would become an immortal, but now that the canonization has concluded, your fated role in this divine undertaking has been fulfilled, and you are no longer under the protection of the celestial laws. If you were to ascend, your fragile existence could not bear the weight of divinity, inviting calamities from all quarters, drawing you perilously close to death. It would be wiser to serve as a general or minister in the mortal realm, indulging in its wealth and glory, which is a form of fulfillment in itself." Having spoken, the primordial heavenly master gently raised his hand, solemnly entrusting the canonization list and the divine whip to Pan Xian, without casting another glance at Jiangzia. Laozi and the master of the heavenly gate, witnessing this scene, exchanged glances and then broke into smiles. As Pan Xian held the canonization list and the divine whip, he too smiled, for he was not only the leader of the three teachings of the mystical path, but could now also be deemed the master of the heavenly realm. Chapter 71. The arrival of the heavenly sovereign. Just as Pan Xian was wholly engrossed in familiarizing himself with the canonization list and the divine whip, a streak of radiant light surged towards him from the distance. In the blink of an eye, the newcomer had landed steadily before Pan Xian. Pan Xian raised his gaze and discerned the identity of the visitor, none other than the obsequious Tai Bai Jingxing from the heavenly court. As Tai Bai Jingxing steadied himself, a broad smile adorned his face. He respectfully performed a deep bow towards Pan Xian, then straightened his back and spoke in a harmonious tone, "Your Majesty, the heavenly emperor has been informed that the grand endeavor of bestowing divinity has reached its glorious conclusion. Might I suggest that the divine list and the god-slaying whip be handed over to the heavenly emperor? Such an act would undoubtedly facilitate the governance of the celestial deities henceforth." Upon hearing these words, Pan Xian's eyes flickered with a cold glint, fixing his gaze on the Tai Bai Jingxing like a blade. After a moment, he spoke leisurely, his voice echoing as if from the depths of the abyss. "Both of us serve as the four sovereigns of heaven, bearing the responsibility of managing the celestial realm. The Fengshen Bang and the Daishun Bian reside in my hands, no different than if they were in his possession." Tai Bai Jingxing's heart sank at this revelation, instantly realizing that he would likely not return with the sacred treasures today. He pondered that it seemed he could only await the intervention of the heavenly emperor, hoping to reclaim these two invaluable artifacts. His visit, after all, was merely to escort back the disciples listed on the Fengshen Bang. Yet these disciples revered the three teachings of the Xianmen and would hardly heed the commands of the heavenly emperor. This thought sent shivers down Tai Bai Jingxing's spine. It felt less like summoning divine beings back to the celestial court and more akin to bringing a throng of lords home. Reluctantly, he opened his mouth, preparing to negotiate further with Pan Xian. However, as he inadvertently glanced up, he beheld the formidable aura emanating from Pan Xian, resembling an immovable, towering mountain. In the backdrop, the disciples of the three teachings stood in disciplined formation, their unwavering gazes silently affirming their support for Pan Xian. A tightening sensation gripped Tai Bai Jingxing's heart as he noticed the three pure ones standing behind Pan Xian, their piercing eyes seemingly capable of discerning all, now coldly fixed upon him. This intangible pressure bore down upon him like a mountain, rendering his words stifled. Tai Bai Jingxing swallowed hard, ultimately refraining from uttering another word. Reluctantly, he led the assembly of celestial deities back to the heavenly court, contemplating that he could only wait for the heavenly emperor to personally demand the Fengshen Bang and the Daishun Bian upon their return. As he watched Tai Bai Jingxing and the celestial deities of the Xianmen soar toward the heavenly realm, fading into the horizon, Yuanshi Tianzun turned with a grave expression, unexpectedly holding a smooth jade tablet in his hand. He raised the tablet, offering it to Pan Xian. His gaze filled with expectation and trust, and spoke slowly. My son, soon your father, along with your uncle and third uncle, shall embark for the Zishao Palace. The weight of the Xuanman's responsibilities shall now rest upon your shoulders. Take this jade tablet. It has been forged by your uncle, third uncle, and myself. It contains a portion of our combined offensive power. Though each strike does not yet reach the level of a saint, it is more than sufficient to vanquish a peak quasi-saint. In critical moments, it shall surely safeguard you. With that, Yuanshi Tianzun gazed into the distance, as if he could already perceive the mysterious outline of the Zishao Palace. As Pan Xian raised his gaze, he beheld three individuals whose spiritual energy flowed around them, subtly indicating an imminent departure. Upon witnessing this, Pan Xian's heart tightened. He promptly stepped forward and called out loudly, Father, Uncle, Third Uncle, please wait. The three men, upon hearing his voice, simultaneously ceased their actions and turned their gazes towards Pan Xian. Pan Xian took a deep breath, his expression gravely serious as he spoke. Now that I have assumed the heavy responsibility of managing the three teachings, I find myself in a predicament. The Yushu Palace is situated on Kunlun Mountain. The Bestow Palace lies far away on the Golden Turtle Island in the East Sea, and my uncle's Byring Palace is located on the Shoyang Mountain. The distances between these three places are vast, and I am truly at a loss, unable to manage them all effectively. Therefore, I boldly beseech my uncle and third uncle to consider relocating the Byring Palace and Bestow Palace back to Kunlun Mountain. This way, the three teachings can converge in one place, allowing me to manage them more adeptly and coordinate all affairs seamlessly. The Supreme Pure One, having heard this, nodded slightly, stroking his beard thoughtfully before responding slowly. What you say, Xianer, indeed holds merit. The master of the heavenly connection's gaze flickered, a hint of a roguish smile gracing his lips as he declared, very well, for the future development of the three teachings. This course of action is indeed feasible. With that, both of them summoned their immense spiritual powers, and in an instant, the heavens and earth were engulfed in a tempestuous display. The East Sea churned violently, while the spiritual essence surged on Shoyang Mountain. Before long, the Byring Palace and Bestow Palace began to ascend from the ground, swiftly propelled towards Kunlun Mountain by the overwhelming force of their combined spiritual energies. In no time, the two majestic palaces settled firmly atop Kunlun Mountain, resonating harmoniously with the Yushu Palace. With the issue resolved, Pan Xian understood that his father, the Primordial Supreme Being, his uncle, the Old One, and his third uncle, the Master of the Heavenly Connection, were about to embark on their journey to the Zishao Palace. He, too, would lead the disciples of the three teachings back to Kunlun Mountain in grand procession. Just as everyone was about to set forth, a dazzling light streaked across the sky, and Xuan hurriedly descended from the heavenly court. His urgent voice prompted the departing crowd to halt, their gazes turning in unison towards him. At that moment, the surrounding air seemed to thicken with an inexplicable tension. Xuan, regaining his composure, was the first to speak, his tone imbued with urgency and unmistakable authority. I have come here solely for the Fengshen list and the dashing whip. Upon hearing his words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Pan Xian furrowed his brow, just about to voice a refusal, when the Tongtian cult master interjected, his eyes wide with fury as he admonished Xuan. Xuan, you little brat. Instead of tending to your own territory in the heavenly court, you dare to come here demanding the divine list and the scepter of God? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? Let me make it clear that the divine list and the scepter will never be granted to you. Why do you stare at me so? What? Do you intend to run off to the Tao ancestor and lodge a complaint, weeping that someone in the heavenly court has wronged you, yet no one listens? The fact that the heavenly court has its own issues does not mean they would heed your grievances. Truly, you are deluded in your aspirations. The booming voice of the Tongtian cult master reverberated through the heavens and the earth, leaving the crowd's ears ringing with its resonance. Upon hearing these words, Xuan's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato, his anger palpable. Internally, he lamented, having never anticipated that despite the successful completion of the grand undertaking, he would find himself in a position akin to drawing water with a basket, achieving nothing substantial, and instead, his status within the heavenly court had become increasingly precarious. Although the heavenly court appeared to flourish, with deities congregating, he had been rendered a mere puppet, elevated yet devoid of real power. Reflecting on the time before the grand undertaking, when the heavenly court had been understaffed, he had wielded absolute authority in his domain, commanding respect and obedience. However, now, even when he issued commands, the disciples of the three teachings regarded him with disdain, treating his orders as mere fodder for amusement, completely disregarding his authority. This humiliating state of affairs filled Xuan with indignation. At this moment, he cast a venomous gaze back at Pan Xian, his eyes brimming with malevolence. Silently conveying a message, the three pure ones are soon to depart for the Purple Cloud Palace. Once they are gone, you are merely a deluo golden immortal. Though I may not dare to take your life, making your existence difficult would prove no challenge at all. Pan Xian discerned the profound meaning concealed within Xuan's gaze. Unperturbed, he calmly retrieved the jade tablet that the primordial heavenly venerable had solemnly entrusted to him. He presented it to Xuan, his eyes unwavering as he declared, "You may certainly attempt it and witness who shall first traverse the cycle of reincarnation." As his words resonated, it was as though a colossal stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, stirring a tumult of waves. After Pan Xian spoke, he cast not another glance at Xuan. With a graceful sweep of his long sleeves, he led the disciples of the three teachings in an orderly manner towards the direction of Kunlun Mountain. Only Xuan remained, standing solitary in place, gazing at the retreating figures of the crowd. A fierce anger blazed within him, yet he felt utterly powerless, left to seethe in place, his frustrated roars echoing through the vast and empty expanse. Chapter 72. The establishment of Taoism accompanied by a grand assembly of disciples. Pan Xian finally returned to the towering and ethereal Kunlun Mountain. This site, as the birthplace of the three teachings, is steeped in countless legends and glories, and today it is poised to witness a momentous transformation. As soon as he landed, Pan Xian employed his supreme magical powers to summon the disciples of the three teachings to a vast and boundless celestial platform. On the elevated platform, Pan Xuan stood tall, his gaze piercing, and slowly proclaimed, "The red flowers, white lotus, and green lotus leaves signify that the three teachings are fundamentally one." In the past, numerous conflicts led to the three teachings parting ways, each establishing its own domain. Fortunately, by the grace of fate, we are now able to reconvene here. However, the three revered sages of Taiqing, Yuqing, and Shangqing have journeyed to the Purple Cloud Palace. During their absence, I shall oversee the affairs of the three teachings. To prevent the disciples of the three teachings from repeating past mistakes and igniting conflicts anew due to sectarian differences, Ensuing paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the throngs of disciples below, his expression grave. "Thus, I, the leader of this sect, have resolved that today we shall officially unite the three teachings of the Xianmen, Rinjiao, Chanjiao, and Jiejiao, into a single sect. Henceforth, all disciples of the three teachings shall collectively be referred to as disciples of the Xianmen Dao." As Ensuing's voice resounded, the entire celestial platform was enveloped in an eerie silence. The disciples of Dao appeared as though frozen in place, their minds racing to process this earth-shattering revelation. Some gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape, others whispered among themselves, sharing hushed murmurs, while a few furrowed their brows, deep in contemplation. However, before the disciples could fully recover from this monumental shock, the heavens and earth suddenly transformed. From the once azure sky, a radiant light burst forth, as auspicious clouds of myriad colors rolled in. It seemed that the heavenly Tao, moved by the momentous union of the three teachings into the Xianmen Dao, had descended a vast bounty of merit. This merit, akin to a tangible golden torrent, cascaded from the heavens, its brilliance so intense that it was blinding. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, this torrent split into two. One half, resembling delicate strands of rain, fell gracefully upon the disciples of Tao. Enveloping them in a warm embrace, they felt their inner powers surge uncontrollably, refining within them. The other half, in the form of a golden rainbow, surged directly into Ensuing's being. Pan Xian felt the immense power of merit surging within him, yet his expression remained unchanged. He proclaimed once more with a resonant voice, "Today, the heavenly Tao bestows merit, and all disciples of the Tao shall reap its rewards. Therefore I, the master of this sect, have decided that all Taoist disciples shall enter a period of seclusion for 1 yuan session. During this time, not only shall you strive to fully absorb this hard-earned merit, but you shall also seize this opportunity to profoundly comprehend the insights gained from the calamities of the divine sealing. Furthermore, now that the three teachings are unified within the Tao, those disciples who, in the past, were unable to explore the arts of formations, tool refinement, alchemy, and swordsmanship due to sectarian differences, may henceforth journey to the corresponding realms and immerse themselves in enlightenment. As soon as Pan Xian's words were uttered, the entire celestial platform erupted into a cacophony of excitement. The disciples of Taoism could no longer contain their fervent emotions, and their cheers reverberated through the heavens. Take, for instance, the disciples of in the past, despite the vast number of disciples and the countless spiritual treasures possessed by the master of the heavenly way, it was nearly impossible for each disciple to receive their due share. Many had to independently explore the path of artifact crafting for their own survival and advancement. However, in the primordial realm, the most authoritative craftsman was none other than the Primordial Supreme Being. When the disciples encountered difficulties in their crafting pursuits, the sectarian divide rendered them hesitant to seek guidance from the Now, with the three teachings unified under Taoism and the master himself personally assuring them of the freedom to comprehend, this signified that they could step into the artifact crafting chamber of the Jade Void Palace and delve into the profound mysteries of crafting techniques. Within this chamber, not only were numerous invaluable crafting manuals preserved, but also the residual Taoist essence left by the Primordial Supreme Being during his crafting endeavors, an invaluable treasure that countless artisans yearned for. In that moment, tears of joy welled in the eyes of the disciples as they embraced one another in celebration. Some could scarcely contain their eagerness and dashed towards their desired places of enlightenment, eager to embark on this rare journey of cultivation at the earliest opportunity. Pan Xian observed the reactions of his disciples, nodding gently, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Pan Xian refrained from further ado, gesturing for his disciples to attend to their own affairs. Subsequently, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly making his way to his Dao Xian palace. Upon returning to the palace, Pan Xian's expression was grave, yet his eyes shimmered with a blend of urgency and anticipation. The war of sealing the gods had finally reached its conclusion, and now he found himself blessed with precious time to devote wholeheartedly to the study and integration of his techniques. Pan Xian was acutely aware that the 9 transformations profound art and the 9 transformations primordial art, both imbued with unparalleled mysteries, were the pivotal keys to restoring the Pangu great deity's cultivation through the 9 transformations primordial art. In that moment, his entire being thrummed with spiritual energy, and in an instant, the scriptures of those 2 arts materialized before him, exuding an aura that was both enigmatic and ancient, as if narrating tales of past glories and the passage of time. Subsequently, Pan Xian chanted incantations, and a continuous stream of spiritual power surged forth from within him, spreading throughout the various corners of the Daoxian Palace. In the blink of an eye, a shimmering barrier, flickering with ethereal light, enveloped the entire palace. This isolation array not only shielded against all external scrutiny, but also firmly contained the internal fluctuations of spiritual energy, providing an absolutely tranquil and secure environment for Pan Xian's synthesis of the arts. After all, his venerable father, the saint, was no longer present at the Jade Void Palace. Once the arrangements were complete, Pan Xian gently closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and silently recited within his mind, 9527, commence the opportunity for enlightenment now, and immediately utilized the next one. The system 9527 responded with a mechanical, yet seemingly sentient voice echoing in his mind. Understood. As the words faded, Pan Xian felt an unprecedented clarity envelop his thoughts, as if the very laws of the universe were unfurling before him. Pan Xian immediately focused his mind, resuming his previous progress and embarking on the synthesis of the 9 transformations profound art and the 9 transformations primordial art. In this state of enlightenment, Pan Xian's comprehension and insights into the techniques reached an entirely new pinnacle. Pan Xian could distinctly perceive the intricate pathways of spiritual energy and the profound secrets of each rune within the 2 techniques, as if they were no longer obscure and inscrutable manuals, but rather a meticulously crafted tapestry where every detail was crystal clear. This synthesis built upon the foundation established previously, and now, bolstered by a moment of enlightenment, it was akin to a tiger gaining wings. As Pan Xian continued to deduce and integrate the 2 techniques, their previously independent waves of spiritual energy began to entwine, coalescing into a novel and more formidable torrent of spiritual power. As one moment of enlightenment concluded, System 9527 promptly initiated the next opportunity for awakening. In a state of profound immersion in the enchanting process of merging techniques, Pan Xian remained impervious to external distractions. During the third epiphany, the confluence of spiritual energy surged with increasing vigor, hinting at a potential breakthrough from certain constraints. As he entered the fourth epiphany, a radiant brilliance enveloped Pan Xian, and the spiritual energy within him surged uncontrollably. Under his adept manipulation, the 9 transformations of mystical arts and the 9 transformations of primordial arts seamlessly coalesced, giving rise to a nascent technique that emanated an aura of chaos. At last, seizing the opportunity presented by this fourth epiphany, Pan Xian successfully synthesized the coveted Pangu divine technique, the 9 transformations of mystical primordial arts. In an instant, the Daoxian palace was ablaze with brilliance, and an overwhelming aura, potent enough to instill trepidation, permeated the surroundings, heralding the birth of an unparalleled martial art. Chapter 73, Practicing the Mystical Primordial Arts. As Pan Xian gently closed his eyes, he immersed himself wholeheartedly in the profound intricacies of this new cultivation technique. With each deepening perception, he became increasingly awed by the formidable power of the 9 transformations of mysterious essence. In his previous endeavors, his spiritual awareness and physical form seemed like 2 rivers, challenging to converge, requiring vast amounts of energy to hone separately. However, the 9 transformations of mysterious essence appeared as a wondrous bridge, seamlessly connecting his consciousness with his corporeal being, enabling simultaneous advancement. With each cycle of the technique, Pan Xian could distinctly sense his soul becoming more refined and his body growing ever more resilient, both elements complementing each other as they ascended towards a higher realm. Yet, as he delved deeper into the exploration of the 9 transformations of mysterious essence, a furrow gradually formed upon Pan Xian's brow. Pan Xian discovered a lamentable truth. This technique was crafted by the great god Pangu, imbued with a unique imprint of the Pangu bloodline. This signifies that only those with a blood relation to the great god Pangu are able to cultivate this art. In the depths of his heart, Pan Xian sighed quietly. Initially filled with joy at the prospect of merging the 9 transformations of the mysterious origin and passing it on to his disciple Neza, as well as to those loyal to Taoism with whom he shared profound bonds, he envisioned them embarking on a higher path of cultivation through this technique. However, the current restrictions abruptly severed this aspiration, leaving him with no choice but to impart either the 9 transformations of the mysterious skill or the 9 transformations of the original skill. Yet, a new thought flickered in Pan Xian's mind. Perhaps the 9 transformations of the mysterious origin still held potential. When he next encountered the 3 pure ones, he could indeed allow them to attempt its cultivation, to see if it would benefit the Pangu bloodline of the 3 pure ones. As he pondered this, the voice of his father, the Primordial Supreme One, resonated within his consciousness, conveying a rather grave message. All the saints were currently confined within the Purple Cloud Palace. A shiver ran through Pan Xian as he engaged in a profound conversation with the Primordial Supreme Being. During the discourse, Pan Xian astutely discerned that the 3 pure ones had not yet consumed the legendary Falling Saint elixir. Pan Xian pondered silently, gradually forming his own conjectures. He surmised that the venerable Hongjun had compelled the Sanqing to consume the Fallen Saint pill, fundamentally out of concern for the Sanqing's status as disciples of the Xianmen, yet each establishing distinct sects, leading to incessant conflicts. As the progenitor of the Xianmen, Hongjun understood that the internal strife among the Sanqing would inevitably exert a profound impact on the foundation of the Xianmen. However, now that he had directly unified the 3 teachings, he had fundamentally eradicated the potential for discord among them. Thus, it seemed that there was no longer any necessity for Hongjun to insist that the Sanqing ingest the Fallen Saint pill. Upon contemplating this, Pan Xian could not help but display a joyful countenance, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. Subsequently, Pan Xian solemnly entrusted the 9 transformations of Xian Yuan to the hands of the primordial heavenly sovereign, his expression brimming with anticipation. Addressing his father, the primordial heavenly sovereign, he said, "Father, please accept this technique, and you may also pass it along to Uncle Laozi and Uncle Tongtian, so that you may discern whether the cultivation method honed by the great Pangu holds any new benefits for those of you who have already attained this saintly realm." The primordial heavenly sovereign accepted it without further inquiry into its origins, With a flicker of his form, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Once the primordial heavenly sovereign had departed, Pan Xian took a deep breath, his aura retracting instantly, and began his own cultivation of the 9 transformations of Xian Yuan. Pan Xian sat upon the mat in the Daoxian Palace, his mind sinking into the depths of his being as he gradually commenced the operation of the 9 turns mysterious origin technique. At this moment, Pan Xian was imbued with the fortune of Taoism, the rich golden aura enveloping him like a resplendent curtain of light. Furthermore, since the inception of Taoism, a portion of that fortune surged into Pan Xian like a roaring river, continuously merging with his own innate power. As the technique flowed through him, Pan Xian sensed an immense force pulsating within, akin to tumultuous ocean waves crashing relentlessly against the barriers of his realm. The transition from the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal to the early stage of the quasi-saint was propelled by this formidable energy, as effortless as piercing through a mere sheet of paper. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from his being, causing the surrounding spiritual energies of heaven and earth to tremble violently, altering the very fabric of the skies. Yet, having ascended to the early stage of the quasi-saint, Pan Xian was not content to rest there. Pan Xian understood deeply that in this world of primordial chaos, where the strong reign supreme, only through the relentless pursuit of higher realms could one secure their footing. Previously, it was merely a matter of time. Now, the circumstances had changed. Thus, Pan Xian once again concealed his aura, devoting himself entirely to the seclusion of cultivation. In the primordial world, the concept of time seemed nebulous and timeless. At Pan Xian's place of retreat, spiritual energy coalesced as if it were a tangible substance, forming swirling vortices of ethereal power. Pan Xian was immersed in the profound realm of cultivation. With each cycle of his practice, the power within him grew increasingly refined, and his understanding of the Tao deepened profoundly. During the years of seclusion, Pan Xian often took out his innate treasure. The treasure, emanating an aura of chaos, radiated a resplendent brilliance in Pan Xian's hands. Pan Xian nourished his magical artifacts with his own formidable powers, simultaneously harnessing the strength of these artifacts to enhance his own cultivation. Each interaction with the artifacts deepened his mastery over power, making it increasingly effortless. The formidable Zhanxian sword array, renowned as the most lethal formation of the primal chaos, was meticulously analyzed and refined by Pan Xian. Under his mental command, the 4 swords within the array alternated between radiant brilliance and concealed presence, their might reaching unparalleled heights through Pan Xian's relentless exploration. To an ordinary mortal, a single Yuanhui might seem like an eternity, yet for Pan Xian, it was merely a dedicated period of cultivation. Upon reopening his eyes, the aura surrounding him had undergone a profound transformation. The transition from the early to mid-stage of quasi-sainthood marked a significant leap in his prowess. In this moment, Pan Xian stood unyielding, exhibiting no fear even in the presence of the most formidable beings in the current, saintless primordial world. With a confident smile, Pan Xian contemplated inwardly. Although I may not be the strongest in the primordial chaos at present, with the treasures in my possession and my own formidable prowess, I am more than capable of carving out a realm of my own in this vast universe. Moreover, within the Zhixiao Palace, there are still 3 venerable saints who have yet to consume the fallen saint elixir. Upon concluding his seclusion, Pan Xian's aura was subdued, yet subtly emanated a disquieting pressure that struck awe. He then raised his hand and gently pushed open the grand doors of the Daoxian Palace. Following this, Pan Xian channeled his spiritual energy and summoned Shen Gongbao, who was diligently cultivating in Kunlun Mountain. Due to Pan Xian's influence, Shen Gongbao had not ascended the Fengshen list to serve as a general of the waters, but instead spent a leisurely Yuanhui on Kunlun Mountain. Throughout this prolonged period, Shen Gongbao immersed himself day and night in contemplation, and his cultivation had now reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, with only a single step remaining to attain the status of a Deluo Golden Immortal. Upon receiving the summons, Shen Gongbao spared no time, swiftly utilizing his divine abilities to appear before Pan Xian and respectfully bowed in deference. Pan Yuan's gaze was piercing as he turned to Xing Wangbao and directly inquired, Xing Wangbao, during my seclusion, what significant events have transpired in the vast wilderness? Xing Wangbao, sensing Pan Yuan's inquiry, leaned slightly forward, his expression earnest as he promptly replied, Master. Indeed, several momentous occurrences have taken place. Firstly, shortly after your retreat, the two saints of the West, Xuan and Jie, astonishingly decided to rename their sect, now calling it Buddhism, publicly declaring their intention to sever ties with the Eastern Xianmen and embark on a new path. They sent out invitations far and wide, gathering powerful figures for a grand establishment ceremony, causing a stir throughout the wilderness, with countless eyes fixed upon that Western land. Furthermore, the fortunes of Buddhism have seen a remarkable enhancement. Secondly, not long after the establishment of Buddhism, the avatar of the Supreme One, Taishang Laojun, made an appearance in the Taoist realm. He directly sought out Duobao, and after a conversation, departed with him. It later came to light that Taishang Laojun appointed Duobao as the Buddha of the Tathagata in Buddhism. This news sent shockwaves through the sect, as Duobao, a disciple of Taoism, had crossed over to Buddhism, a transformation that is indeed perplexing. Sheng Guangbao paused, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes, and continued, thirdly, during your seclusion, Haoyan has been relentlessly stirring discontent among the Taoist disciples within the heavenly court. He has promised various enticing rewards, whether high positions or magical artifacts, employing both seduction and coercion. As a result, many have succumbed to temptation, turning their allegiance to him. These traitors are exceedingly despicable, and if this continues, I fear that our influence in the heavenly court may be entirely eroded by him. Lastly, I have discovered that Sihong Daoren, Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan, Pu Xinjinren, and Jiu Lushan have been clandestinely engaging with the traitor Randang. I have secretly observed them gathering at a hidden location, their demeanor quite enigmatic, engaging in deep conversation. While I am unaware of their specific intentions, the long-standing betrayal of Randang from the Chan teaching, coupled with these individuals' associations with him, is indeed worrisome and may herald unforeseen calamities. Upon hearing the whispered words of Shun Gongbao, Pan Xian raised an elegant brow, and a flicker of icy brilliance danced within his eyes, revealing his profound understanding of the ever-shifting tides of the current situation. The Western sect, resolute in its departure from the Xianmen, had transformed itself, adopting the banner of Buddhism. In response, Pan Xian maintained an air of composure, his inner thoughts undisturbed by the turbulence surrounding him. In the eyes of many disciples of the Xianmen, the practitioners of the Western sect had always appeared as outsiders, lingering on the periphery of orthodoxy. Even without a change of name, the chasm of estrangement between them had never been bridged. The disciples of the Western sect had never truly integrated into the Xianmen, regarded as foreigners, a notion that had taken root deeply within the collective consciousness. When mentioning the Supreme Laojun, who happened to be his uncle, Pan Xian's heart was as clear as a mirror, reflecting the unsettling fact that he had, through a manifestation of himself, led Duobao into Buddhism, thereby transforming him into the Buddha Tathagata. Pan Xian understood the profound intentions behind his uncle Laozi's actions. The establishment of Buddhism resembled the emergence of a nascent star, drawing upon the immense fortunes of the universe with remarkable momentum. Laozi, apprehensive that Buddhism's unchecked expansion might disrupt the delicate balance of heaven and earth, arranged for Duobao to join the Buddhist sect, intending to implant a crucial piece within the Buddhist hierarchy. Through Duobao's influence, he aimed to regulate the pace of Buddhism's development. However, Pan Xian furrowed his brow, his thoughts involuntarily drifting back to the original timeline. In that predetermined course, Duobao had comfortably secured his position within Buddhism, and over time, he seemed to be enraptured by the radiance of the Buddhist teachings, casting aside Laozi's meticulous plans and entirely forgetting the path of return. Contemplating this, a surge of murderous intent arose within Pan Xian as he silently pondered, should Duobao, in due course, repeat the same mistakes, remaining obstinately oblivious. Then he could not fault me for my ruthless resolve. At that time, I shall send him into the cycle of reincarnation. Immediately, the visage of Haoyan from the heavenly realm emerged in Pan Xian's mind. During his period of seclusion, Haoyan had been secretly stirring, employing cunning tactics to entice numerous disciples of Taoism to betray their faith and pledge allegiance. At this thought, a chilling aura enveloped Pan Xian, akin to the biting winds of a harsh winter, instilling a sense of dread. Those disciples, easily swayed by Haoyan and thus forsaking Taoism, had, in Pan Xian's eyes, become nothing more than traitors. Within Pan Xian's heart, a cold smirk emerged. Having committed such acts of treachery and disloyalty, they no longer deserved to exist in this world. Thus, he would not hold back. As for Haotian, a frigid curve formed at the corner of Pan Xian's mouth, for he had already devised a plan. Haotian, since you find yourself so leisurely as to seduce my disciples during my seclusion, do not blame me for returning the favor in kind. When the time comes, you shall understand the excruciating price one pays for trifling with my sect, and I shall present you with a most entertaining affair, sending you to endure trials in the mortal realm. Ultimately, Pan Xian's thoughts settled upon the few rogue elements within the Taoist community. The compassionate master, the vast law of Manjushri, the realization of Samantabhadra, and the treacherous Zhu Lusun had long been thorns in Pan Xian's side. Although he had previously been aware of their treasonous intentions, various reasons had prevented him from taking action. At that time, with his father, the Primordial Lord, still present in the Chan sect, they had acted with some restraint, refraining from overtly stepping into rebellion. Despite his anger, Pan Xian had hesitated to strike. However, as times changed, he had now seized control of the Taoist authority, while these four had grown increasingly restless, clandestinely engaging with the Buddhist sect of the Lamp of Enlightenment. Their treachery had become glaringly evident. Within Pan Xian's heart, a surge of murderous intent swirled as he secretly devised a plan. Once the opportune moment arose, he would ensure that they, along with the flame lamp, would vanish into the vastness of this primordial world. After much contemplation, Pan Xian finally reached a decision. He waved his hand and addressed Shen Gongbao. You may return now. With that, he retrieved a luminous pill, radiating with spiritual energy, from his sleeve and handed it to Shen Gongbao. This is the 9-turn golden elixir bequeathed to me by my esteemed ancestor. I perceive that you are at a critical juncture in your cultivation, merely a step away from the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon your return to your cave dwelling, consume this elixir. Once you successfully break through, come to seek me, for I have matters of great importance to entrust to you. Shen Gongbao trembled as he accepted the 9-turn golden elixir, his gaze fixated on the pill that emanated an enigmatic glow. A wave of elation surged within him. As a practitioner, he was acutely aware of the extraordinary efficacy of the 9-turn golden elixir. As the saying goes, with a single golden elixir swallowed, my fate shall be my own, not dictated by heaven. Once he transcended to the great Luo Golden Immortal, even in the face of unforeseen calamities and in the direst of circumstances without assistance, he would be able to preserve his soul and gain the opportunity for reincarnation. Shen Gongbao stifled his inner excitement, bowed respectfully to Pan Xian, and expressed, "Thank you for your gracious gift, Master. Shen Gongbao shall not disappoint your expectations." With that, he turned and hurriedly departed. As Shen Gongbao's figure vanished from sight, Pan Xian's expression hardened, and he began to contemplate his next course of action. Pan Xian resolutely decided to confront the four individuals: the compassionate navigating Taoist, the venerable Manjushri, the realized Puxian, and the fearful Lushan. These four have recently maintained close ties with the traitor, Randall, and it is feared that if action is not taken soon, they may seek refuge within the Buddhist faith. Thus, Pan Xian channeled his spiritual power and employed a technique of sound transmission to summon the Jade Ding realized, the Crimson Essence Child, the Vast Achieving Child, and the Supreme One of Tai. Before long, four radiant beams of light flickered, and the four realized beings appeared before Pan Xian. Pan Xian cast a sweeping glance over the assembly and spoke in a grave tone, "Esteemed guests, I have summoned you here today to jointly seek out the four individuals, including the compassionate navigator, who have been consorting with the traitor, Randang. These four have been in contact with him of late, likely plotting their defection from our Taoist teachings. Thus, I have called upon you, for I intend to ensure that they vanish from this primordial realm, allowing them to fully comprehend the fate that befalls traitors." The four, including the Jade Ding Zhanruan, exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave as they nodded in unison, affirming, "We shall adhere to the command of our leader." Subsequently, Pan Xian and the others began strategizing on how to deal with the four, as an operation targeting the compassionate navigator and his companions was poised to commence. Meanwhile, in a tranquil courtyard, the compassionate navigator, Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan, Puxianjinren, and Zhu Lusun sat gravely surrounding Ran Dang, discussing how to swiftly and safely depart from the east and journey towards the western lands of Buddhism. Ran Dang tilted his head slightly, gazing through the dense foliage above towards the vast sky, and broke the silence. Currently, the three pure ones reside within the Purple Cloud Palace, and the Taoist teachings have fallen under the control of that young Pan Xian. During the time of the canonization, he was merely at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Even to this day, he can barely be considered at the initial stage of a quasi-saint. I, having been schemed against and met my demise at his hands, was fortunate to receive guidance from the two saints of the West. With diligent practice, I have now reached the pinnacle of the quasi-saint initial stage. Moreover, you four possess great strength, all at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm. If we depart together, even if Pan Xian learns of our intentions, what can he do? Upon finishing, Ran Deng furrowed his brow slightly, a glint of arrogance mingling with the bitterness of having been slain by Pan Xian during the canonization evident in his gaze. The compassionate navigator, upon hearing this, shook his head lightly, worry etched on his face as he replied slowly. You mentioned earlier that Pan Xian has likely attained the initial stage of a quasi-saint. Yet he wields the extermination sword array. This array is a primordial killing formation of astonishing might. Should he become aware of our intentions to depart for the West and deploy this array, how shall we contend with it? At that juncture, escaping may prove exceedingly difficult. As he spoke, the compassionate navigator instinctively clenched his hands, his voice laced with trepidation towards the extermination sword array. Recalling having witnessed the formation of the celestial master of Tao during the canonization, when Shu Guangfa, Tianzuan interjected, what the compassionate navigator states is indeed correct. The extermination sword array is formidable beyond compare. Though we possess some strength, we cannot afford to underestimate such a peerless killing formation. Should we find ourselves ensnared within it, the consequences would be dire. With that, he cast a grave glance over the assembly, his expression laden with concern. Puxian Jinren nodded slightly and spoke solemnly. If we wish to leave the East, we must deliberate carefully. The urgent matter at hand is to devise a foolproof plan that can evade Pan Xian's watchful eyes within the Taoist sect, while also preventing him from obstructing us with the extermination sword array. Upon hearing this, the group fell into deep contemplation, and the courtyard lapsed into silence, save for the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the breeze. Chapter 75. Dealing with traitors. Just as the compassionate navigator, when Shu Guangfa Tianzuan, Puxian Jinren, Zhu Lusun, and Ran Deng sat together, racking their brains for an escape strategy. A cold voice, laced with mockery, sliced through their thoughts like a sharp blade. Do not bother thinking. You cannot escape. This voice seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss, imbued with an icy chill that reverberated throughout the tranquil space, causing a buzzing sensation in their ears. Upon hearing it, Ran Deng's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of alarm crossing his features. However, he quickly regained his composure and spoke with feigned authority. Who dares to eavesdrop on our conversation? Show yourself. With those words, Ran Deng's gaze swept warily around, attempting to detect the concealed figure lurking in the shadows. No sooner had he spoken than the air shimmered, and Pan Xian, surrounded by a faint chaotic aura, stepped forth with the four from the Jade Ding, landing steadily before them. With a subtle smile gracing the corners of his mouth, Pan Xian's expression conveyed an enigmatic charm. Yet his gaze remained as cold as a frigid pool. Addressing the five individuals from the Lantern of Flames, he spoke languidly. Well, we have emerged. Are you prepared? His tone bore the weight of a hunter announcing the impending doom of his prey. The compassionate navigator momentarily froze, her face a canvas of confusion, and instinctively blurted out. Prepared for what? The moment the words escaped her lips, she sensed their inappropriateness, and as she lifted her gaze to meet Pan Xian's penetrating eyes, a wave of unease surged within her. Upon hearing the words of the compassionate navigator, Pan Xian momentarily faltered, then threw back his head in raucous laughter, his mirth laced with scorn, almost to the point of exasperation. What did you say? You four are preparing to betray the teachings of the flame lamp. And you believe I would have you prepare for anything other than your demise? As he spoke, a tempestuous energy surged around him, a subtle yet palpable aura of lethal intent. At that moment, the flame lamp navigator, struggling to maintain his composure, allowed his gaze to flicker restlessly as he proclaimed loudly. Let us not falter in our ranks. We are 5 in number, and I am still a semi-sage. Fear not, for at worst, we shall fight to the bitter end. Yet, beneath his bravado, trepidation gnawed at his heart, as he clenched his fists tightly, his palms damp with the sheen of anxiety. With a determined grit of his teeth, the flame lamp navigator charged forth, initiating the first strike against Pan Xian, his magical artifact erupting in blinding brilliance, propelled by an indomitable spirit as he advanced. As Pan Xian observed the approaching Taoist of the burning lamp, A flicker of disdain crossed his gaze, followed by a cold snort as he unleashed his mid-stage quasi-saint cultivation without reservation. In that instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, coalescing into what resembled a barrier of ethereal essence. Subsequently, Pan Xin began to chant incantations, and the four swords of extermination soared from his palm, transforming into four resplendent beams of sword light, exuding a cataclysmic aura. In the blink of an eye, they formed the extermination sword array, ensnaring the 5 members of the burning lamp within its confines. At this moment, the Taoist of the burning lamp seemed to awaken from a dream, his face etched with shock and regret as the realization dawned upon him that Pan Xin possessed mid-stage quasi-saint prowess. Furthermore, in such a fleeting moment, he had established the extermination sword array to trap them all. The legs of the Taoist trembled slightly, and he inwardly lamented, recalling the last encounter when he had fallen to Pan Xin's hand. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, his eyes reflecting a sense of unwillingness. Seeing that he and his companions were already ensnared by the extermination sword array, the compassionate navigation Taoist felt a wave of despair wash over him. The sword energy within the formation crisscrossed dangerously, emanating a lethal aura. With a tinge of grievance, he implored Pan Xin, "Why can you not allow us to leave? This Taoist sect is ill-suited for us." As he spoke, his eyes reddened, his voice trembling slightly. He then gestured towards the real master of Jade Cauldron and the others, stating, "Look at them. They have now reached the initial stage of quasi-saint cultivation. And what of us? Aside from the Taoist of the burning lamp, who has attained quasi-saint status through the Buddhist path, the rest of us are merely great Luo golden immortals. With so many disciples in the Taoist sect, why must you hold us back? The sect does not lack for our presence." His words were laden with helplessness and a plea for mercy. Upon hearing the words of the compassionate navigator, Pan Xin's expression hardened, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. He then coldly replied, "You speak the truth. The Taoism is not lacking your ilk. However, your desire to depart and commit such an act of treachery is utterly impossible. You have been guided by my father to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, and now you wish to leave as if such a thing were feasible? Such opportunities are rare in this world." His words were imbued with an undeniable resolve. "I shall not waste further words with you. Having made your choice, you must bear the consequences." With that, Pan Xin ceased any further dialogue and summoned the execution of a mortal sword array to launch an assault on the 5. The air was filled with the howling of sword chi, each blade of energy homing in on the vital points of the 5 members of the burning lamp group with relentless murderous intent. The 5, already inferior in cultivation to Pan Xin, found themselves utterly defenseless against the onslaught of the sword array. The fierce sword chi crisscrossed like venomous serpents, weaving perilously close around them. They struggled to fend off the attack, exhausted and desperate, their garments in tatters from the slicing winds of the sword chi, blood flowing profusely from their wounds, quickly staining the ground crimson. In a brief span, the 5 were left battered and bruised, not a single unscathed spot remaining upon their bodies. Pan Xin gazed upon the disheveled 5 with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Having lost all interest in toying with them any further, he took a deep breath, and an immense surge of magical energy began to coalesce around him. It was evident that Pan Xin was about to unleash his full power to annihilate these 5, intending to put an end to the conflict once and for all. However, just at this critical juncture, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. The space behind Pan Xin suddenly distorted, and a shadow materialized like a wraith, moving with astonishing speed and clearly intent on launching a surprise attack on him. Fortunately, the Jade Dingjinren possessed keen insight and reflexes, promptly sensing the unusual movement behind him. Without a moment to spare, he brandished his celestial sword, and a brilliant beam of sword light flashed, effectively intercepting the assailant. Observing this, Guangqingzi, Qijingzi, and Zhu Lusun swiftly reacted, encircling the shadow with urgency. Each of them unleashed their unique powers, and ultimately, through their combined efforts, the shadow was successfully subdued. At this moment, Pan Xin turned around, his gaze piercing and unwavering as he fixated on the assailant who had been subdued. The instant he discerned the intruder's features, he paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, which was swiftly replaced by a chilling smile. He remarked, "I had yet to seek you out, yet here you are, presenting yourself uninvited. It is indeed peculiar how you operate during the time of the function. You first betrayed the Jie Jiao, but fortunately, the later unification of the 3 teachings allowed this transgression to be overlooked. Yet now, You have chosen to betray Taoism once more. Humph, it seems you are in for a reckoning, Chang'er Dingguangxian. Indeed. The assailant who had attempted to ambush Pan Xin was none other than Chang'er Dingguangxian. Pan Xin had initially intended to seek out the long-eared dimming light immortal after dealing with the 5 lantern bearers. However, he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that the long-eared dimming light immortal had already been in covert communication with the 5 lantern bearers, and they had come to a mutual agreement to defect from their teachings. Nevertheless, this turn of events proved to be a considerable convenience for Pan Xin. Pan Xin let out a cold snort, and with a single wave of his hand, a formidable surge of magical power enveloped the long-eared Dingguang immortal, casting him directly into the terrifying sword array of extermination. Pan Xin contemplated that since matters had come to this, he might as well eliminate all 6 adversaries in one decisive strike. With a surge of power, he fully activated the Xuan sword formation. In an instant, the sword energy within the formation grew exponentially more violent, mercilessly engulfing Ran Deng's group of 5 along with the recently ensnared Chang'er Dingguangxian. Trapped within this lethal matrix, the 6 were as helpless as lambs led to slaughter, like melons cleaved by a blade. In the blink of an eye, the razor-sharp sword energy extinguished their lives as effortlessly as snuffing out a guttering candle in the wind. Yet even in death, their souls, sensing Pan Xian's momentary distraction in maintaining the formation, sought to exploit this fleeting opportunity. Deluded by the belief that the Western realms offered sanctuary, they attempted a desperate escape. But did they truly imagine their deliverance would come so easily? Pan Xian had long anticipated this moment. Thus, he summoned the esteemed figures of Yuding Zhenren, Guang Chengzi, Qi Jingzi, and Tai Zhenren to gather here, their purpose being to thwart any attempt by these souls to escape. Observe the 6 figures of Ran Deng, who, having narrowly evaded the Xuan sword array in their spectral forms, initially felt a fleeting sense of relief that they had survived the ordeal. Yet, before their smiles could fully blossom, they were plunged into a frigid abyss, their expressions freezing instantly. Unbeknownst to them, the 4 practitioners had already established a meticulously crafted formation beyond the Xuan sword array, specifically designed to suppress souls. This formation emanated a chilling luminescence, with runes flickering like a vast, invisible net, patiently awaiting its prey to ensnare itself. As the 6 souls made their appearance, they were immediately met with an overwhelming pressure, unique to the essence of souls, that sent tremors through their very beings. Before they could muster any effective response, Pan Xian wielded the 8 treasure bottle, from which a dazzling radiance erupted, generating an immense suction force. Under this irresistible pull, the souls of the 6 were drawn helplessly towards the 8 treasure bottle, devoid of any means to resist. In mere moments, they were securely ensconced within the confines of the vessel. Chapter 76. Journey to the Heavenly Realm. With a stern expression, Pan Xian stood silently, grasping the 8 treasure vase, his gaze fixed intently upon the 6 souls gradually vanishing into its neck. At the moment the last trace of their essence was absorbed, the vase quivered slightly, seemingly proclaiming the successful culmination of its task. Only then did Pan Xian slowly raise his hands, enveloping the 8 treasure vase within his grasp. As Pan Xian's lips parted slightly, a radiant light surged from his palm, and mysterious runes were infused into the vessel's body. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted from within the 8 treasures vase, as the souls of the 6 lanterns writhed and screamed in torment. Under the relentless onslaught of this formidable magic, the souls of the 6 lanterns dissipated swiftly, akin to flickering candles in the wind. Perhaps some may wonder why Pan Xian chose not to directly disperse the souls of these 6 individuals in the external world, opting instead for the convoluted approach of first confining them within the 8 treasures vase. The answer lies shrouded in profound intricacies. Pan Xian understood that although the 6 beings of the burning lamp were deceased, they were nonetheless esteemed by the 2 revered saints of Buddhism. These 2 saints possessed celestial powers, and to them, the cycles of life and death were merely a fleeting thought. Should one recklessly disperse the souls of these 6 outside, with the saints' unparalleled divine abilities, even if only remnants of their souls remained, they could, through their vast and boundless magical prowess, enact a miraculous resurrection. In such an event, the resurrected 6 would not only regain their prior cultivation but might even, through the blessings of the saints, surpass their former strength, once again becoming a formidable threat to Pan Xian. However, within the 8 treasures vase, the scenario was entirely different. The 8 Treasures vase was a meticulously crafted artifact by Pan Xian, imbued with unique powers of confinement and obliteration. When the souls of the 6 were ensnared within the vase, it was akin to being trapped in an inescapable abyss of torment. Here, Pan Xian's magical abilities could be maximally exerted, allowing him to completely annihilate the souls, leaving no opportunity for the saints to exploit. Even if the saints were immensely powerful and sought to resurrect these 6, lacking the remnants of their souls within the 8 Treasures vase, the resurrected beings would be nothing more than rootless drifters. To recultivate and restore their current level of mastery would be an arduous and exceedingly lengthy journey, one that would require an immeasurable span of time and opportunities to achieve once more. Pan Xian stowed away the 8 Treasure vase, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. Although this vase had proven to be quite convenient, it had now become somewhat troublesome due to the potential presence of the fragmented souls of the 6 lanterns within. Pan Xian pondered quietly, realizing that the 8 Treasures vase would likely remain and used for the foreseeable future, lest it inadvertently summon unnecessary troubles. With this thought, he willed it away. The vase vanished from his grasp, securely sealed for future consideration when a more opportune moment arose. Having dealt with the treachery within the Taoist ranks, Pan Xian redirected his thoughts towards the heavenly court. The mere notion that Haoyan would take advantage of his seclusion to undermine him stirred an uncontrollable fury within Pan Xian. After all, these were disciples of his own Tao, and Haoyan's actions were akin to disturbing the very earth beneath the celestial sovereigns. Yet, Pan Xian was acutely aware that it was not yet the time to confront Haoyan. Although Haoyan had been significantly marginalized in the heavenly court, his status as the sovereign appointed by the Tao ancestor remained an indomitable barrier, not to be recklessly breached. Any attempts to act against him necessitated meticulous planning. A single misstep could elicit the ancestor's ire. While Haoyan was temporarily beyond Pan Xian's reach, he had no intention of letting those disciples, who had succumbed to temptation and betrayed the Tao to join the heavenly court, escape unscathed. In Pan Xian's eyes, punishing these traitors would not only cleanse the internal discord within the Tao, but also serve as a formidable warning to Haoyan, making it clear that he was fully aware of the unfolding events. Resolved in his decision, Pan Xian summoned Neza and Yang Jian. The 3 radiated celestial light and swiftly soared towards the heavenly court. Upon their arrival, Pan Xian wasted no time and headed directly to where Haoyan resided. Upon learning of Pan Xian's approach, Haoyan's expression darkened, a hint of barely concealed disdain flickering in his gaze. After all, the divine whip and the list of deities were firmly in Pan Xian's possession, looming over Haoyan like 2 sharp blades, robbing him of peace while he remained powerless to reclaim them. Despite his profound dissatisfaction, as the ruler of the heavenly court, Haoyan had to maintain a semblance of decorum. He forced a smile, coolly remarking, "What brings the esteemed Emperor of the North, the Grand Emperor of the Purple Tenuity, to the heavenly court today?" With a piercing gaze, Pan Xian fixed his eyes on the heavenly emperor, approaching the matter with unwavering directness. "Last time, our paths diverged due to the issues surrounding the Fengshen Bang and the Dashan Bian. I have come to the heavenly court to mend this rift." Upon hearing these words, the heavenly emperor felt a sudden jolt in his heart, as images of Pan Xian willingly presenting the Fengshen Bang and the Dashan Bian flooded his mind. The allure of these 2 artifacts was so potent that he became intoxicated by the fantasies of potential gains, neglecting the deeper implications of Pan Xian's statement. Overcome with excitement, the heavenly emperor promptly issued a decree to summon all celestial beings to the Lingxiao Palace for a council. However, he was acutely aware that in previous gatherings, many disciples of Taoism had often disregarded him, frequently finding excuses to absent themselves, leaving him humiliated. This time, he could not allow such a situation to occur again. Thus, he instructed the messenger to emphasize Pan Xian's presence in the heavenly court, anticipating that the disciples would feel compelled to attend out of respect for him. Once arrangements were finalized, the heavenly emperor suppressed his inner exhilaration and, accompanied by Pan Xian, made his way toward the Lingxiao Palace. Upon entering, they were met with a striking scene. The palace was already filled with celestial beings, assembled in a harmonious order, starkly contrasting the usual sparse attendance. Witnessing this, the heavenly emperor's expression darkened, his lips quivering slightly as he seethed with quiet fury. The indifference of the Taoist disciples towards him was painfully evident, yet they gathered now, united by Pan Xian's arrival, inflicting a severe blow to his pride. Soon after, within the ethereal confines of the Lingxiao Palace, the Heavenly Emperor and Pan Xian took their respective seats. The atmosphere was thick with celestial mist, and the assembled deities stood in respectful alignment. As soon as the Heavenly Emperor settled, his eagerness became palpable, and he gazed intently at Pan Xian, stating, "The Emperor of the North, the great sovereign of the purple tenuity, all beings of the heavenly court are now present. You may proceed with the matters that weigh upon your heart." Upon hearing the news, Pan Xian's gaze flickered subtly, and a barely perceptible cold smile crossed his lips. Immediately, he shifted slightly, and from within his voluminous sleeves, a gleam of light emerged, revealing the god-sealing list and the god-slaying whip now firmly in his grasp. Upon seeing these potent artifacts, a wave of uncontrollable excitement surged within Hao Tian. He believed that Pan Xian had come to bestow these invaluable treasures upon him. With this thought, anticipation filled Hao Tian's eyes as he focused intently on the divine relics in Pan Xian's hands, envisioning them already within his reach. However, Pan Xian's subsequent action struck like a heavy blow, shattering Hao Tian's fantasies completely. With the god-slaying whip in hand, Pan Xian swung it forward with great force, carving a dark arc through the air that stirred a fierce gust of wind. Instantly, a dozen beams of light burst forth from among the celestial deities of the heavenly court, revealing the very gods struck by the whip. Their forms gradually faded amidst the radiance, their souls drawn by an unseen force toward the god-sealing list, ultimately vanishing within its confines. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the shocking turn of events, Pan Xian seized the god-sealing list once more. His gaze was frigid, devoid of hesitation, as his slender fingers swiftly traced over the list, erasing the names and corresponding ranks of the recently returned gods. In that fleeting moment, a faint ripple seemed to traverse the cosmos, as the souls of the erased deities dissipated into the vastness of the primordial world, leaving no trace behind. Hao Tian, witnessing this scene, felt as though struck by lightning. His expression morphed from eager anticipation to sheer shock, which then ignited into boundless fury. He sprang to his feet, fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. These deities, after years of meticulous persuasion and effort, had pledged their allegiance to him. Now, they had been effortlessly slain by Pan Xian, igniting a fiery wrath within Hao Tian. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Pan Xian, bellowing, "Pan Xian, what have you done? They are all deities of my heavenly court. Who will take their place? You must provide me with a reasonable explanation today." Chapter 77. The Sealing of the Gods in the Heavenly Court. Pan Xian perceived the razor-sharp gaze of Hao Tian firmly fixed upon him. However, he felt no fear within. Instead, he met that penetrating stare with unwavering defiance, his eyes radiating an icy chill akin to the twinkling stars in a frigid night. Below, within the divine formation of the celestial court, a multitude of Taoist disciples keenly sensed the tension in the air, raising their heads in unison, their eyes converging upon Hao Tian. With their spines straightened and expressions austere, they emanated an air of resoluteness, their gazes seemingly conveying to Hao Tian, "Even if you harbor dissent within, what can you do against us?" The atmosphere was charged with palpable tension, as if sparks were crackling in the air. In this moment of near stasis, Pan Xian slowly spoke, his voice not loud, yet distinctly reaching Hao Tian's ears. "Do not be hasty. My actions in slaying them are not without reason, for there lies a purpose behind it." Pan Xian paused for a moment, casting a sweeping glance around before continuing. "I have received credible and reliable intelligence that these individuals harbor treacherous intentions, audaciously committing acts of betrayal against the celestial court. My current endeavor is, in truth, to eliminate the lurking dangers within the celestial court and assist you in rectifying the internal affairs." As his words settled into the air, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Upon hearing Pan Xian's declaration, the flames of fury in Hao Tian's eyes blazed even brighter. His previously deep-set gaze now resembled two fierce infernos. He realized that Pan Xian was aware of his affiliations with these individuals, and while Pan Xian claimed to be purging the celestial court, he was, in essence, cleansing the domain of Taoism. However, Pan Xian appeared oblivious to Hao Tian's intense scrutiny, maintaining a calm demeanor as he spoke again. "These individuals have chosen the path of treachery, and today I shall eradicate them in one fell swoop, for the sake of purifying the celestial court. Despite their lengthy years of cultivation, they ought to possess a profound understanding of the principles of the Tao. Yet, for the sake of trivial gains, They have forsaken their duties, carelessly discarding their dignity, willingly becoming the vassals of others, much like sycophantic hounds. To eliminate them now is merely a preemptive measure, preventing the emergence of more formidable troubles in the future. On the surface, Pan Xian appeared to patiently elucidate the reasons behind the extermination of numerous individuals to Haoyan. However, the Taoist disciples below were not oblivious to the underlying tone of his words. Clearly, Pan Xian was employing a subtle yet potent method to caution them not to forget their origins and to remain steadfast in the principles of Taoism. Upon hearing Pan Xian's remarks, a surge of fury ignited within Haoyan, transforming his previously amiable visage into a somber countenance, his eyes glinting with an icy glare, and an oppressive aura began to permeate the air around him, unmistakably indicative of genuine wrath. His hands instinctively clenched into fists, knuckles whitening from the force, producing a series of cracking sounds. Just as he was on the verge of unleashing his anger, a sudden thought flashed through his mind, akin to a bucket of cold water being poured over him, instantly restoring his composure. Haoyan contemplated inwardly that within the vast celestial court, every individual was a devoted disciple of Taoism, united like an unyielding iron plate. Moreover, Pan Xian firmly held the jade tablet bestowed by the three pure ones, which contained the teachings imparted to him. With that jade tablet in hand, Haoyan realized he had no leverage against Pan Xian. Reflecting on his own capabilities, a wave of bitterness washed over him. He had to concede that despite being able to contend with Pan Xian, should it come to a serious confrontation, even if Pan Xian refrained from utilizing the jade tablet, the formidable spiritual treasure he possessed would ultimately render him the loser. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Haoyan took a deep breath, striving to modulate his voice to sound more tranquil, and slowly addressed Pan Xian. "Humph, now that the people have been slain, I am curious to see what you intend to offer to fill the void in the Fengshen Bang." Despite his efforts to restrain himself, a hint of schadenfreude seeped through, as if he awaited Pan Xian's response to this daunting predicament. After all, the Fengshen Bang was a divine decree from the Tao ancestor, and should a vacancy arise, one could only wonder how Pan Xian would handle it if the Tao ancestor were to inquire. Upon hearing this, Pan Xian maintained a calm demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of confidence as if everything lay within his grasp. Pan Xian, with a calm demeanor, gently waved his hand and called out loudly, "Come forth." Soon, a procession of devoted Taoist disciples, who, despite their lack of innate talent, entered in an orderly fashion. Each disciple bore a solemn expression, their eyes reflecting the unwavering faith and steadfastness they held for Taoism. Pan Yuan's gaze swept across the assembly, and with a slight nod, he invoked a mysterious incantation. In an instant, the great hall was illuminated with brilliant light, radiant colors cascading like a waterfall. The Taoist disciples gradually levitated, enveloped in a shimmering golden aura. As the brilliance flickered, their forms became increasingly ethereal, ultimately merging with the divine list in a sanctified transformation, thereby resolutely filling the vacancies within it. Observing this spectacle, Haoyan's discontent deepened, and his countenance grew darker. Internally, he lamented the scarcity of reliable allies within the heavenly court. After Pan Yuan's display of authority, any future attempts to win over Taoist disciples seemed as daunting as ascending to the heavens. These disciples had likely come to regard Pan Yuan as an unassailable authority, and their distance from him, the sovereign of the heavenly realm, was bound to widen. Just when Haoyan, feeling utterly powerless, thought this chapter was drawing to a close, Pan Yuan's voice rang out once more, clear and resonant. Echoing throughout the hall, I observed that the personnel of the heavenly court remained somewhat sparse, unable to manage the multitude of affairs. Therefore, today, I shall appoint 2 individuals to join the heavenly court to assist in the governance of the military and judicial matters. His words carried an unmistakable air of finality. Upon hearing this, Haoyan felt a jolt of apprehension, sensing trouble looming. Before he could react, Pan Yuan proclaimed in a commanding voice, "I hereby appoint Neza as the grand deity of the 3 altars and the Sea Assembly." This declaration resounded through the hall like a thunderclap. The 3 altars of the Sea Assembly deities, sealed by Pan Xian, differ significantly from those in the original timeline. With a grand sweep of his hand, Pan Xian proclaimed with magnificent authority, "The role of the 3 altars Sea Meeting deity is of unparalleled power, capable of directly overseeing all celestial armies, commanding heavenly soldiers, and managing military affairs. Upon hearing these words, the assembly was taken aback, their astonishment palpable as whispers circulated among them regarding this extraordinary appointment. Yet, they swiftly reconciled with the notion, recognizing that this was indeed the disciple of the master. Without hesitation, Pan Xian further declared, I hereby appoint Yang Jian as the judicial celestial deity, entrusted with the supreme authority over justice, ruling the earthly realm. This succession of appointments detonated like a series of heavy bombs, leaving the heavenly emperor in a state of disarray. Upon learning of Pan Xian's assignments for Neza and Yang Jian, the heavenly emperor could no longer contain the fury that surged within him. His face oscillated between shades of green and white. His hands trembled uncontrollably. He abruptly rose, eyes wide with rage, glaring at Pan Xian, and bellowed, What do you mean by this? One controls the armies and wields formidable power. The other supervises the officials and governs justice. In this manner, the people of the world will only know you, the emperor of the northern polar region, Pan Xian, while the identity of their heavenly sovereign will fade into obscurity. His voice resonated with anger and resentment. However, at that moment, the heavenly emperor found himself utterly powerless. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted the Taoist disciples below, their gazes sharp and laden with a veiled threat, seemingly warning him against any rash actions. A wave of despair washed over him, for he understood that he was now beyond redemption. Overwhelmed by a tempest of rage and helplessness, he let out a heavy huff, violently flung his sleeve, and strode away from the Lingxiao Palace. His departing silhouette was steeped in loneliness and discontent, leaving Pan Xian and the assembly of deities standing silently within the grand hall. Chapter 78. The heavenly emperor complains as Pan Xian remained in the Lingxiao Palace alongside his fellow Taoist disciples serving in the heavenly court. He slowly turned to face them after the figure of the heavenly emperor had faded into the mist beyond the hall. His expression grave, he finally spoke, You are all disciples of my Taoist sect, currently holding positions in the heavenly court. Utilize the incense and spiritual energy of this realm to refine your own cultivation. The investiture of the gods and the divine punishment whip have been in my possession since the divine war. This investiture can determine the status of celestial beings, while the whip can punish the transgressions of the gods, wielding great power. I hope there will be no further need to employ them in the future. The voice of Pan Xian resonated deeply, yet possessed an extraordinary piercing quality, echoing within the vast expanse of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. Each word struck the hearts of the disciples like a heavy hammer. Upon hearing this, the deities were visibly taken aback, and in unison, they knelt on one knee before Pan Xian, clasping their fists in a gesture of respect, their movements fluid and seamless. Following this, they collectively proclaimed, We solemnly remember the teachings of our master today, and in the days to come, we shall dedicate ourselves to the flourishing and prosperity of our Taoism, striving to live up to the master's expectations. Their voices rang out powerfully, reverberating through the hall, a testament to their unwavering determination. Pan Xian nodded slightly, thoroughly pleased with his disciples' expressions of loyalty. He understood well the art of leadership, recognizing the importance of balancing both kindness and authority, akin to the principle of offering a stick alongside a sweet date. Consequently, his demeanor softened, and a hint of warmth glimmered in his eyes as he spoke. Naturally, as your leader, I place my trust in each of you. With that, Pan Xian waved his sleeve, and in an instant, an ancient gourd appeared in his hand, enveloped in a gentle golden glow, unmistakably extraordinary. This is a gourd containing 7 transformative golden elixirs. Each of you shall receive 3. Upon returning, be sure to devote yourselves to diligent cultivation, for idleness is not an option. As Pan Xian spoke, he extended the gourd to the nearest Taoist disciple, gesturing for them to pass it along and share the elixir within. The disciples, previously affiliated with the, received the gourd with trembling hands, their eyes brimming with astonishment and gratitude, cradling it as if it were the most precious treasure in existence. The gazes of the other disciples converged upon the gourd, reflecting a glimmer of yearning. Subsequently, Pan Xian turned his attention to Neza and Yang Jian, imparting his earnest counsel. Neza, Yang Jian, within the celestial realm, you must diligently harness the divine positions you hold, leveraging the fortune of the heavens to fervently cultivate your skills. Do not squander your precious time. Neza and Yang Jian promptly stepped forward, respectfully clasping their fists in salute, signifying their understanding. Once all matters were addressed, Pan Xian flicked his long sleeves, emanating a gentle celestial radiance. In an instant, his form began to fade within the Lingxiao Palace, transforming into a streak of luminous energy that soared beyond the heavenly gates. Embarking on his journey back to Kunlun Mountain, left behind, the Taoist disciples remained immersed in the teachings and blessings of their master, their hearts filled with anticipation and resolve for the path of cultivation that lay ahead. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, Pan Xian, as the leader of the Taoists, entered his Dexian Palace. Within the chamber, the fragrant sandalwood incense spiraled upward, creating a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. In a pristine robe, Pan Xian sat gracefully in a meditative posture upon a cushion, his demeanor exuding tranquility. With his eyes gently closed, he gradually reigned in his aura, immersing himself in profound meditation, endeavoring to uncover the ultimate truths of the universe amidst this serene practice, thereby solidifying his resolve on the path. However, not long into his meditation, a resonant and familiar voice echoed suddenly within his mind. This voice seemed to emanate from the boundless void, yet resonated with remarkable clarity. It was none other than the transmission from his father, the primordial heavenly sovereign. The sovereign's voice reverberated through his consciousness. Xianer, since you have assumed the mantle of the Taoist leader, your actions have been nothing short of exemplary. Whether in dealing with traitors within the sect or addressing those disloyal to the Tao in the heavenly court, each and every deed aligns with my expectations. Upon hearing this, Pan Xian felt a surge of warmth within his heart and promptly responded with utmost reverence. Father, since you and Uncle Da and Uncle San have placed your trust in me by entrusting the significant responsibility of the Xianmen, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to this endeavor, striving for excellence and ensuring that I do not disappoint the expectations of all esteemed elders. The tone of Pan Xian was resolute, each word radiating a profound sense of responsibility and determination. The hearty laughter of the primordial heavenly sovereign soon echoed. Ha, my dear Xian, your grand ambitions bring me great solace. However, the purpose of my communication is, in truth, concerning your forthcoming journey to the heavenly court. Pan Xian's heart tightened. Sensing that the situation was far from simple, he hastily inquired, Father, what exactly has transpired in the heavenly court? I implore you to enlighten me. As Pan Xian furrowed her brow slightly, the previously tranquil state of her mind stirred with a hint of unease, realizing that she was about to face a considerable turmoil. The voice of the primordial heavenly venerable resonated once more, imbued with a touch of resignation and caution. Xianer, your actions in the heavenly court have brought disgrace upon that young lad, Haoyan. I never anticipated that his old habit of complaining would resurface. This time, he has actually ventured to the Purple Cloud's palace to lodge a complaint with the Dao ancestor. Thankfully, the Dao ancestor is still in seclusion and has not yet emerged. Upon learning of this matter, your third uncle, the heavenly teacher, has managed to intercept Haoyan. However, given Haoyan's temperament, he is bound to return to haunt us in the future. Thus, I have come to advise you to exercise utmost caution against that young man, for if he becomes desperate, he may resort to extreme measures. Upon hearing this, Pan Xian felt a surge of indignation within. Unable to suppress his inner vitriol towards Haoyan, this old Haoyan, indeed, possesses a narrow mind and lacks sincerity. Having suffered several setbacks, he remains unrepentant, once again resorting to complaints. It appears that the time has come to devise a plan to voluntarily send him to endure tribulations, allowing him to temper that overbearing disposition. Subsequently, Pan Xian steadied his mind and replied to the primordial heavenly venerable, Father, your son understands. I shall certainly handle this matter with care and seek a prudent resolution. Observing Pan Xian's determination, the primordial heavenly venerable chose not to elaborate further, and his voice gradually faded away. Within the Dao Xian Palace, an oppressive silence enveloped the air, leaving only Pan Xian's solitary figure standing in stark isolation. Pan Xian slowly opened his eyes, the glimmering light within them resembling the undercurrents that surge in the depths of a dark night, imbued with profound contemplation. In this somewhat dim chamber, where candle flames flickered gently, Pan Xian paced back and forth with an air of restless thought. Pan Xian's brows were furrowed, as if a tempest was raging within his mind, with various strategies to counter Haoyan swirling incessantly like a revolving lantern. Pan Xian understood that shaking the foundations of Haoyan was no simple task, yet he was compelled to find a solution. Otherwise, after reporting to the Dao ancestor, his own days would become increasingly arduous. Each of Pan Xian's steps seemed to carry the weight of profound contemplation. as if the very ground beneath him bore the burden of his inner turmoil. As he paced, Pan Xian suddenly halted, his body seemingly frozen by an invisible force. In that fleeting moment, his eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of dawn amid chaos, evidently having conceived a notion of paramount significance. Subsequently, his gaze grew resolute, the determination within him intensifying. Pan Xian had firmly resolved to devise a means to send someone to the heavenly court to take Hao Yan's life. The candidate for this momentous task, to assassinate Hao Yan, had already been contemplated in Pan Xian's mind. After a brief moment of reflection, he raised his hand and lightly waved it, sending forth a surge of spiritual energy. Before long, Shen Gongbao, who had just ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, hurriedly arrived. Upon entering the Daoxian Palace, Shen Gongbao's demeanor was one of respect, as he slightly bowed and offered his greetings. Pan Xian regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze, and after a moment, he spoke slowly. To nurture an army for 1,000 days is to prepare for a single moment of battle. At present, there exists a task of utmost significance that requires your intervention. May I inquire if you are willing to undertake it? Chapter 79. Assignment of a task. Upon hearing Pan Xian's words, Shen Gongbao was instantly filled with a resolute spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly clasped his hands in respect and earnestly replied, "To serve the leader is indeed a fortune I have earned over 3 lifetimes. Please, my lord, issue your commands directly. I, Shen Gongbao, shall devote myself wholeheartedly to the endeavor." His words brimmed with loyalty and fervor, as if he would not hesitate to brave any peril for Pan Xian. Upon hearing the words of Shen Gongbao, Pan Xian's face revealed a hint of satisfaction. He nodded slowly, his gaze reflecting a degree of appreciation. He then addressed Shen Gongbao, saying, "From the moment you set foot upon Kunlun Mountain, we have already crossed paths. At that time, I proclaimed with certainty that you would achieve great things in the future. It appears, as anticipated, you have indeed ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal." Pan Xian paused slightly, his gaze deepening. "The task I require of you, given your current cultivation, is undoubtedly within your capabilities. However, this matter is of great significance, and it will depend on your courage." His tone conveyed both confidence in Shen Gongbao's abilities and an implicit warning regarding the perilous nature of the task. Upon hearing Pan Xian's words, Shen Gongbao immediately understood that this assignment concealed dangers, likely leading to his own demise. In an instant, memories of his past on Kunlun Mountain, where he had been overlooked and remained unrecognized, flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. During that time, he faced endless obstacles, with no one to appreciate him, his aspirations and talents buried in obscurity. It was Pan Xian who, in his darkest hour, extended a helping hand, patiently guiding him, dispelling the fog before him, and illuminating the path forward, which ultimately led to his current level of cultivation. Now, his father and younger brother took pride in him, their heads held high because of his achievements. Reflecting on this, a surge of determination akin to a scholar is willing to die for his understanding swelled within Shen Gongbao. Without hesitation, he reaffirmed his commitment to Pan Xian. "Whatever you command, master, even if it leads me to a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, I, Shen Gongbao, shall not flinch." His resolute gaze and emphatic words underscored his unwavering resolve. Seeing Shen Gongbao's resolute demeanor, Pan Xian felt increasingly satisfied. He nodded slightly and continued, "In this endeavor, as long as you act with sufficient swiftness and exercise utmost caution, leaving no trace of wrongdoing, your life will remain secure. However, should there be even the slightest misstep and your movements be detected, even with my intentions to protect you, I would be utterly unable to safeguard your existence. Do you comprehend this?" The voice of Pan Xian was deep and solemn, each word seemingly laden with immense weight, compelling Shen Gongbao to acutely recognize the gravity of the task at hand. Subsequently, Pan Xian took a deep breath and continued, "As you are my trusted confidant within the Taoist realm, I shall speak candidly with you. You are well aware that, on the surface, Hao Yan is the sovereign of the heavenly court. However, the Fengshen Bang and the Dashing Whip are firmly within my grasp, and nearly all the righteous deities of the heavenly court are disciples of our Taoism. Consequently, Hao Yan has effectively been rendered powerless by our sect, with little authority to wield. Moreover, I have appointed Neza and Yang Jian to oversee the military and judiciary of the heavenly court, leaving Hao Tian utterly isolated and without allies." At this juncture, Pan Xian's eyes glimmered with a hint of disdain, Not long ago, that Hao Yin, unwilling to endure such a state of being overshadowed, audaciously ventured to the Zixiao Palace, intending to lodge a complaint with the Dao ancestor. Fortunately, the Dao ancestor was in seclusion at that time, and my third uncle, the heavenly teacher, exerted his utmost efforts to thwart him, thereby preventing Hao Yin's sinister scheme from coming to fruition. Pan Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, a fierce expression crossing his face. However, it was certain that Hao Yin would not rest easily and would undoubtedly seek another opportunity. Thus, I have resolved to take the initiative and ensure Hao Yin's disappearance from this world, eliminating any future threats. Pan Xian paused momentarily, his gaze firmly fixed on Shen Gaobao, and slowly articulated the forthcoming plan. Therefore, I require you to masquerade as the esteemed Tai by Jin Xing, the closest to Hao Tian in the heavenly realm. You shall descend to the mortal world and seek out the shamanic tribes that once followed Qi Yu in the struggle for dominion against the Yellow Emperor, known today as the Jiuli tribe. You will feign an intention to recruit them on behalf of Hao Tian. Whether they express a willingness to submit is of no consequence. Your sole task is to eliminate them entirely, leaving not a single one alive. The words of Pan Xian were cold and ruthless, causing a shiver to run through Shun Gongbao's heart. As for the matter concerning Lady Pingxin, there is no need for concern. I have already summoned my father, the primordial heavenly sovereign, to intervene. He has wielded his great powers to obscure the heavenly secrets. Thus, Lady Pingxin shall remain oblivious to this affair, preventing any unforeseen complications from arising. Pan Jun spoke with a calm demeanor, as if all was well within his grasp. Once you have vanquished the Jiuli tribe, you shall promptly proceed to the heavenly court, seeking refuge with your esteemed elder brother, the South Pole Immortal. Until I come to find you, you must not take a single step outside. All other matters are of no concern to you. I wonder if you possess the audacity to undertake this task? As Pan Xian concluded his words, his gaze, sharp as a torch, fixated intently upon Shen Gongbao. Upon hearing the gravity of the task at hand, Shen Gongbao found himself in deep contemplation, recognizing this as a pivotal opportunity that could significantly influence his status and future. He understood that should he successfully accomplish this mission, he would undoubtedly become Pan Xian's most trusted confidant within the realm of Taoism. Moreover, the most formidable adversary of the Jiuli tribe was merely a Tai golden immortal, accompanied only by the presence of Lady Pingxin. Now, with news of even the greatest threat, Lady Pingxin, being effectively restrained, the difficulty of executing his task had undeniably diminished. In his mind, Shun Gongbao calculated fervently. As long as he acted with utmost caution and left no trace of evidence, once the mission was successfully concluded, Pan Xian's nature would surely lead to lavish rewards and an ascent to greatness within his grasp. With a solemn expression, Shun Gongbao lifted his gaze to Pan Xian, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and spoke with unwavering resolve. Rest assured, my lord, as I venture into the Jiuli tribe, I, Shun Gongbao, shall exert every effort to ensure not a single survivor remains, and I will proceed with the utmost prudence, leaving no evidence for others to exploit. He then emphatically patted his chest, underscoring his determination. Pan Xian slightly nodded, a look of satisfaction gracing his countenance. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, a lower-grade innate spiritual treasure emanating a fierce golden radiance materialized in his grasp. This treasure was adorned with flickering runes, and wisps of the essence of the golden laws escaped from it, as if capable of cleaving through the very fabric of the void. Pan Xian extended the spiritual treasure towards Shun Gongbao, softly uttering, "Very well. This treasure encompasses the principles of gold, akin to those comprehended by the Venus of Mercury. Its formidable power is extraordinary, and I bestow it upon you. When the time comes to vanquish the Jiuli tribe, this artifact shall not only lend you a helping hand, but also aid in your concealment." Shun Gongbao hurriedly accepted it with both hands, his eyes flickering with a glimmer of astonishment and avarice. He carefully cradled the spiritual treasure, scrutinizing it intently while experiencing its surging power. He hastily bowed in gratitude to Pan Xian, saying, "Thank you, Master, for your gracious gift. With this spiritual treasure to assist me, I am certain that this undertaking shall yield results beyond my expectations." Clutching the treasure tightly, Shun Gongbao envisioned the Jiuli tribe's members disintegrating into ashes at his command. Pan Xian waved his hand, signaling Shun Gongbao to withdraw, and said, "You may return for now and begin the initial refinement of this treasure. After a century, Once you are in harmony with the spiritual artifact, depart from Kunlun Mountain and set forth to annihilate the Jie tribe. This matter is of great significance. Do not take it lightly. Shun Gongbao bowed respectfully once more, then, with the spiritual treasure clutched to his chest, exited with a heart full of joy and anticipation. He could hardly wait to return to his abode, where he would seclude himself to refine this powerful artifact, preparing thoroughly for the impending bloody mission. Chapter 80. Arrival at Jie. Once Shun Gongbao's figure, cloaked in black, had completely vanished from sight. Pan Xian slightly narrowed his eyes and transmitted a message to the venerable Nanjing Xianwing in the heavenly palace. At that moment, the heavens were adorned with countless auspicious colors, and radiant lights filled the air as Nanjing Xianwing rested in his celestial abode, contemplating the mysteries of the universe. The sudden transmission startled him, causing a slight tremor in his form. He opened his eyes instantly, a flicker of confusion passing through them. However, without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his divine powers and transformed into a streak of light, racing toward Kunlun Mountain. When Nanjing Xianwing arrived, stepping onto the clouds and gracefully landing atop the peak of Kunlun Mountain, his familiarity with Pan Xian's aura guided him swiftly to Pan Xian's location. There stood Pan Xian, hands clasped behind his back, emanating a composed yet formidable presence, as if he could command the very cosmos. Nanjing Xianwing approached hastily, his expression respectful yet tinged with urgency, and was the first to inquire, "Might I ask why the esteemed master has summoned me back to the Tao?" Pan Xian noticed that the southern extreme celestial elder had arrived. He slightly nodded, and a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he prepared to directly convey his plans. The possibility of the southern extreme celestial elder betraying him did not even cross Pan Xian's mind. After all, the southern extreme celestial elder had been a steadfast companion since the inception of the Taoist teachings by the primordial heavenly sovereign, his loyalty evident as the sun and moon. How could he ever commit such an act of treachery? Subsequently, Pan Xian spoke slowly, his voice deep yet imbued with strength. "Esteemed brother, I have summoned you for a matter of great importance. You are well aware that, while the heavenly court appears to bask in glory under the guise of Haoyan, the reality is that it has long been a mere facade dominated by our Taoist sect. Although Haoyan holds the title of ruler, he wields little real power. He is but a hollow figurehead. Recently, I received word from my father, the primordial heavenly sovereign, that Haoyan is exceedingly dissatisfied with his current situation and has gone to the Purple Cloud Palace to lodge a complaint against the Tao ancestor. Fortunately, due to a series of fortuitous events, Haoyan did not encounter the Tao ancestor. However, knowing his character, I am certain he will not relent and will attempt to visit the Purple Cloud Palace again. Consider this, esteemed brother. The last time he sought the Tao ancestor as counsel, it precipitated the calamity of the Fengshen, causing turmoil in the heavens and suffering for countless souls. Should he be granted an audience with the Tao ancestor this time, who can fathom the dreadful consequences that may ensue? Therefore, I have resolved to take decisive action. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Pan Xian's eyes. I have already instructed Shun Gongbao to prepare for this matter. It will not be long before he disguises himself as the Taibai jinxing beside Haoyan, descending to the mortal realm to annihilate the last bloodline of the witch clan, the Jie tribe. Once Shun Gongbao accomplishes this task, I shall direct him to seek refuge in your palace in the heavenly court, and I hope, dear brother, that you will safeguard him adequately. When the witch clan of the underworld discovers the Jie tribe's tragic demise, they will surely learn through the souls of the Jie that the culprit is Taibai jinxing. Even if Lady Pingxin employs her divination techniques, there is no cause for concern. I have already requested my father, the primordial heavenly venerable, to employ his great powers to obscure the heavenly secrets. Thus, the outcome revealed by Lady Pingxin will only indicate that Taibai jinxing, under Haoyan's orders, sought to recruit the strong from the Jie tribe. When the Jie tribe resisted, Taibai jinxing, in a fit of rage, slaughtered them utterly. I suspect that the witch clan of the underworld will not swallow this grievance quietly and will retaliate against the heavenly court, seeking retribution from Haoyan and Taibai jinxing. Therefore, I summoned you here to request that upon your return to the heavenly court, you immediately gather all disciples of our Taoist sect. When the witch clan from the underworld assaults the heavenly court, I implore you to instruct our disciples to remain still and refrain from engaging with the underworld's witch clan. I shall personally descend to the underworld to inform Xingtian that this affair is solely the doing of Haoyan and Taibai jinxing. ensuring that he does not vent his wrath upon our Taoist disciples. Let Xingtian and Haoyan contend with each other, and should the need arise, you may discreetly assist Xingtian in eliminating Haoyan, thus eradicating future threats. After hearing Pan Xian's words, the old man of the South Pole expressed his dissatisfaction with Haoyan's grievances. On the surface, he merely wished to be the ruler of the heavenly court, yet he sought to control everyone within it, desiring all good fortune. Such greed was excessive. Subsequently, the old man of the South Pole reigned in his emotions, turning to Pan Xian with a serious demeanor and an exceedingly sincere attitude. Master, I fully comprehend your intentions. When the witch clan from the underworld comes storming into the heavenly court, I will immediately summon all disciples of the Taoist sect, commanding them to refrain from participating in this conflict. When Xingtian confronts Haoyan, I will surely act covertly to ensure Haoyan meets his end at Xingtian's hands. He paused slightly before continuing. As for the arrival of Shen Gongbao, I shall make the necessary arrangements to conceal him, ensuring that no one detects his presence. After listening quietly, Pan Xian's expression remained unchanged. He merely nodded slowly in acknowledgement of what the Southern Pole Immortal had said. He then slightly raised his hand, gesturing to the Southern Pole Immortal. In that case, my esteemed senior, please return to the heavenly court and make the necessary preparations. The Southern Pole Immortal accepted the command, respectfully bowed, and then turned to depart. Pan Xian gazed at his retreating figure, watching until it vanished from sight before slowly making his way to the meditation cushion in the Taoist temple. He sat down with deliberate grace, closing his eyes to begin his meditation. In the vast river of time, moments slipped away silently. Yet Pan Xian alone knew that the grand scheme he had set in motion was unfolding precisely as planned. Now, all that remained was to wait quietly for Shen Gongbao to descend the mountain and assume the guise of Tai Bai Jinxing to slaughter the Zhuli tribe. Decades passed like fleeting shadows, and Pan Xian sensed that Shen Gongbao had indeed left the mountain. This meant the lives of the Zhuli people were nearing their end, and the grand stratagem against Haoyan was about to commence in earnest. Meanwhile, Shen Gongbao, having departed from the Taoist sect, carried with him a secret mission of unspeakable darkness. He raced like the wind toward the gathering place of the Zhuli tribe. As he neared their territory, he invoked his transformation technique. In an instant, radiant light shimmered around him, and his original form swiftly altered. Within moments, he had taken on the flawless appearance of Tai Bai Jinxing, his demeanor and aura perfectly mimicking the celestial deity. Drawing the inferior grade innate spiritual treasure, the Gongjin sword, bestowed upon him by Pan Xian, Shen Gongbao beheld its cold, gleaming edge, a blade that seemed to thirst for blood with eager anticipation. Upon entering the heart of the Zhuli settlement, Shen Gongbao strode directly to its most crowded center. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed the overwhelming aura of a great Luo golden immortal, a force so immense it shook the heavens and earth. The sheer pressure of his presence sent dust and stones flying, plunging the entire gathering into a deathly silence. In that fleeting moment, the strongest among the Zhuli tribe tensed, their instincts sharpened by the sudden, ominous shift in the air. Faces grave with caution, they swiftly converged from all directions, their movements ghostly as they sought to uncover the source of this disturbance. When their leader laid eyes upon the figure of Tai Bai Jinxing, his gaze hardened. With his own cultivation, he instantly recognized the terrifying presence of a great Luo golden immortal. Suppressing his shock and unease, he spoke with forced composure, his voice steady yet betraying a trace of tension. Esteemed senior, to what do we owe the honor of your visit to our humble Zhuli tribe? Shen Gongbao lifted his chin slightly, his expression haughty as he replied with deliberate calm. I am Tai Bai Jinxing, a trusted minister of the heavenly Emperor Haoyan. I come bearing great tidings for your people. Gather all your kin at once, that I may announce this divine boon. His tone brooked no dissent. Though suspicion gnawed at him, the Zhuli leader, crushed beneath the weight of Shen Gongbao's overwhelming power, had no choice but to comply. With a sweep of his hand, he sent out a pulse of spiritual energy, summoning every member of the tribe. Soon, men, women, and children emerged from their dwellings, their faces a mix of curiosity and unease as they gathered in the center of the settlement. Seeing the assembly complete, Shen Gongbao allowed a faint, icy smile to curl his lips before proclaiming in a voice that echoed across the land, the heavenly Emperor Haoyan, in his boundless mercy, knows well that your Zhuli tribe is of mixed blood, descendants of both the witch and human races. Yet he does not scorn your lineage. Instead, he has sent me to offer you the rare privilege of serving him in the celestial court. A stunned silence fell over the crowd, brief, before erupting into a storm of outrage. To bow and scrape as his lackeys? Never. Though our origins may be humble, we have our pride. We will not be slaves to heaven. Voices of defiance and curses clashed in the air, chaos swiftly overtaking the gathering. The Jie leader stepped forward once more, his expression resolute as he met Shen Gongbao's gaze squarely. Esteemed senior, our people are unworthy of such an honor. We must decline this generous offer. Then, as if recalling something, he added with a slight frown, as hybrids of witch and human, we have our own destiny. Those among us with strength will serve in the netherworld. The great Emperor Fengdu himself often visits to select the finest of our tribe for his service. His words were a polite refusal, and a subtle reminder that the Jie had the backing of the underworld. Chapter 81. The slaughter of the Jie hearing their resolute rejection. Shen Gongbao, still disguised as Tai Bai Jinxing, remained utterly unperturbed. After all, this so-called invitation had only ever been a ruse to gather them all in one place. Yet outwardly, he feigned righteous indignation, narrowing his eyes as a glint of cold fury flashed within them. The heavenly Emperor Hao Yan, in his infinite compassion, granted your wretched tribe this once-in-a-millennium opportunity, he declared, his voice ringing with icy authority. Yet you dare spurn his mercy and disgrace his name? His words hung heavy in the air, laced with lethal intent. Then do not blame Tai Bai Jinxing for showing no mercy. If you will not serve my master, you will serve only death. Upon concluding his words, Shen Gongbao's figure flickered like a wraith, tightly gripping the cold, chilling Gungjin's sword, and swiftly lunged towards the most formidable Tai golden immortal of the Jie tribe. His movements were as swift as lightning, creating a howling wind that seemed to carve invisible fissures in the air with his fierce momentum. The Tai golden immortal, initially believing that his connection to the underworld would instill a modicum of caution in his opponent, never anticipated such audacity from Shen Gongbao, who wasted no time in launching an attack. In an instant, fear surged like a tide, yet years of honed combat instinct prompted an immediate reaction. He hastily summoned his spiritual energy, attempting to coalesce a protective shield to withstand Shen Gongbao's thunderous strike. However, the disparity in power loomed like an insurmountable chasm. At that moment, Shen Gongbao's prowess as a great Luo golden immortal was manifestly displayed. The Gungjin's sword, imbued with relentless vigor, struck fiercely against the Tai golden immortal's energy shield. With a sharp crack, that seemingly sturdy barrier shattered like fragile glass. Subsequently, the Gungjin's sword continued its inexorable advance, its keen blade piercing directly through the Tai golden immortal's chest. The Tai golden immortal's eyes widened in disbelief and despair. He attempted to utter a word, but a surge of blood rushed to his throat, choking him. His body slowly crumpled, the breath of life dissipating like a flickering candle in the wind. Witnessing this, Shen Gongbao coldly snorted and violently withdrew the Gungjin's sword. The entire gathering of the Jie tribe was engulfed in a profound silence. The sudden brutality of the slaughter leaving the onlookers stunned, their faces etched with horror and rage. In the blink of an eye, the tribe members, emerging from their initial shock, awoke to the realization of the dire threat that had descended upon them. The crowd erupted into chaos, fear propelling them to scatter in all directions, their screams and cries intertwining. The elderly stumbled, desperately trying to keep pace with the fleeing youth. Children wailed in terror, tightly clutched in the frantic arms of their parents as they jostled through the throng. In that moment, the gathering of the Jie tribe descended into utter disarray, dust swirling and shadows colliding. Shen Gongbao stood still, observing the turmoil with a cold and unyielding gaze, devoid of any semblance of compassion. His presence surged with an overwhelming aura, the terrifying power of a great Luo golden immortal erupting forth, emanating an invisible pressure that spread like a tidal wave. Under this formidable presence, the fleeing members of the Jie tribe appeared as fragile ants, trembling in fear. Faced with individuals of merely golden immortal stature, Shen Gongbao was akin to a tiger among sheep, rendering slaughter a mere formality. He darted through the crowd with breathtaking speed, the Gungjin sword glimmering with a frigid light. Each swing traced a deadly arc, spilling blood wherever it fell. His swordsmanship was ruthless and decisive, devoid of hesitation, as vibrant lives extinguished beneath his blade in an instant. Gradually, consumed by a crimson rage, Shun Gongbao's rationality was devoured by an insatiable thirst for blood. In that moment, he perceived all within the Jiuli tribe, be they white-haired elders or babbling infants, frail women or expectant mothers, as mere lambs awaiting slaughter, easily dispatched with a single stroke. Under the absolute power of the great Luo Golden Immortal, time seemed to accelerate. Before long, the once raucous gathering of the Jiuli tribe fell eerily silent. Save for the whisper of the wind, which carried the weight of death. Countless corpses lay strewn across the ground, blood pooling into rivulets, emanating a pungent and nauseating stench. Shun Gongbao paused, surveying his surroundings, the bloodlust in his eyes yet to fully dissipate. Recalling the admonitions of Panxian to exercise utmost caution and leave no potential threats, he steeled himself against the fatigue and the stench of blood, closed his eyes, and released his consciousness like a tide, meticulously searching every corner of the Jiuli gathering. From abandoned houses to hidden caves, from dense woods to secluded nooks, he spared not a single spot. After a considerable time, Shun Gongbao finally confirmed that no signs of life remained. Only then did he open his eyes, reeking of blood, and without a hint of concealment. He soared towards the heavens. Upon arriving at the gates of the heavenly court, he immediately spotted the Antarctic Immortal awaiting him. The Antarctic Immortal, with a calm demeanor, raised his hand slightly, enveloping Shun Gongbao in a gentle wave of celestial power. In the blink of an eye, the repugnant stench of blood vanished without a trace. Subsequently, the Antarctic Immortal gestured for Shun Gongbao to follow, hastily leading him back to his palace. Upon entering the palace, the Antarctic Immortal closed the door, instructing Shun Gongbao to remain hidden in the secret chamber, not to emerge unless summoned by the leader. Meanwhile, in the underworld, chaos reigned. Xingtian had long been preoccupied with the last remnants of the Wu clan's bloodline, the Jiuli tribe. Under his directive, a messenger from the Wu clan, imbued with their formidable physique, embarked on a crucial journey to the land of Jiuli. The messenger raced towards Jiuli with the swiftness of the wind. However, upon arriving, the sight before him left him rooted in shock, as if plunged into an icy abyss. The once vibrant gathering of the Jiuli tribe lay lifeless, permeated by a nauseating, overwhelming stench of blood that lingered in the air. All around, bodies lay scattered, some dismembered, others grotesquely mangled, a scene of unspeakable horror. The Wu clan messenger slowly knelt, trembling hands gently touching the cold corpses, his eyes welling with tears. He understood all too well that the last thread of the Wu clan's legacy on this primordial land had been irrevocably severed. From this moment forth, the Wu clan would exist solely within the confines of the underworld. A profound anguish and fury surged within him, nearly suffocating him. After a brief moment of disorientation, the Wu clan messenger sprang to his feet, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, and resolved to return to the underworld with this dreadful news. Thus, he exerted every ounce of strength, racing back to the underworld with utmost urgency. Upon arrival, he dashed directly to where Xingtian awaited, his hair disheveled and his face weary, yet unable to conceal the fury in his eyes. Upon seeing Xingtian, he fell to his knees with a thud, his voice quaking with grief as he proclaimed, "My lord, the entire Jiuli tribe has perished, with not a soul spared." Hearing this, Xingtian's normally steadfast countenance flickered with shock, and then a torrent of wrath ignited within his eyes. He slammed his fist against a nearby boulder, producing a thunderous crash as it shattered into countless fragments. Who dares to wield such audacity? To unleash such a heinous act upon my Wu clan's bloodline? Xingtian roared, his voice reverberating throughout the underworld, causing the surrounding spirits to tremble in fear. He quickly suppressed the fury within him and invoked the authority of the Emperor of Fengdu, venturing deeper into the underworld. Soon, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy began to coalesce. Before Xingtian, a spectral figure gradually materialized, revealing the soul of a fallen Tai Golden Immortal from the Jiuli clan. At that moment, the spirit appeared exceedingly frail, its countenance haggard, and its eyes filled with confusion and dread. Gazing at the spirit before him, Xingtian, with a solemn expression, inquired, "Pray, recount the events that transpired. Who has wrought such devastation upon your Jiuli clan?" Chapter 82, calmly assessing upon hearing Xingtian's authoritative yet concerned words. The previously dazed eyes of the Tai Golden Immortal's soul were illuminated as if by a beacon of light, swiftly regaining clarity. The moment he focused on Xingtian, a long-suppressed torrent of emotion erupted, akin to a child who had endured countless grievances in isolation finally returning to the embrace of their mother, bursting into tears. The wails echoed with boundless injustice, sorrow, and despair, resonating throughout the vast underworld, piercing the heart with anguish. Witnessing this scene, Xing Tian felt a profound sense of compassion. He gently crouched down, extending his broad palm to tenderly caress the top of the Tai golden immortal's spirit, akin to soothing a wounded cub. His previously thunderous voice softened considerably. "Do not be afraid. I am here." Under Xing Tian's careful comfort, after a considerable time, the spirit gradually calmed, halting its sobs, though its body continued to tremble intermittently. Observing this, Xing Tian's expression turned serious once more, and he slowly asked, "What calamity has befallen the Jie clan? How could you be annihilated in a single night? Moreover, who executed this heinous act?" Xing Tian's voice was deep, yet it carried an irresistible force, as if he were determined to extract the truth from the depths of darkness. The Tai golden immortal's soul lifted its head. Gazing at Xing Tian with eyes filled with pain and hatred, its voice thick with sorrow as it began to recount the tale. "My lord, our Jie clan has suffered immensely. Not a single soul remains. All are dead." Upon reaching this point, it could not suppress its sobs. Pausing briefly before continuing, "This matter is inextricably linked to the heavenly court's Haoyan. On that fateful day, Haoyan's close minister, the Tai Bai Jingxing, suddenly descended upon our Jie clan. Upon arrival, he boasted arrogantly, claiming that Haoyan could offer us an opportunity to serve in the heavenly court. Yet, his tone and demeanor were exceedingly contemptuous, dripping with disdain for our Jie clan. The voice of the Tai golden immortal's spirit grew increasingly agitated, its body trembling with emotion. "We, the Jie clan, are descendants of the witch tribe, possessing our own pride and dignity. We immediately expressed our refusal. How could we serve as lackeys in the heavenly court?" I also stepped forward, deliberately mentioning that our Jie clan is under your command, hoping to instill some caution in him. He took a deep breath and continued, "But who could have anticipated that the Tai Bai Jingxing, upon our resolute rejection, would instantly turn hostile and strike without warning?" The sword in his hand gleamed menacingly, and wherever it fell, it was met with the blood of my kin. He was utterly merciless, sparing neither the frail elders nor the innocent children, nor even the pregnant women. One after another, they fell beneath his blade. "My lord, you must avenge our Jie clan." After saying this, he could no longer contain his grief and broke into tears once more. Upon hearing this, an overwhelming surge of energy enveloped Xing Tian, a tempest of thunderous fury igniting within him. He could scarcely fathom that a mere Tai Bai Jingxing, emboldened by the might of the heavenly court's Haoyan, would dare to annihilate the last remnants of the witch tribe's bloodline. At that moment, Xing Tian's mind was consumed by a singular thought: to rally the warriors of the witch tribe within the underworld and march forth in a grand offensive against the heavenly court, seeking retribution from Haoyan and Tai Bai Jingxing. Just as Xing Tian was ablaze with righteous fury and prepared to act, a voice as cool and tranquil as a mountain spring echoed in his ears. "Come to my palace." This voice bore an inexplicable allure, instantly rousing Xing Tian from the brink of rage. He jolted, realizing it was the summons of the Lady of Tranquility. Without a moment's hesitation, he cautiously brought the remnant soul of the Jie clan and hurried towards her palace. Upon reaching the palace, he found the Lady of Tranquility with a grave expression, her gaze profound. She spoke first to Xing Tian. "How can you so rashly assume that it was indeed Tai Bai Jingxing who acted so boldly? What if this is a ruse, a disguise to provoke conflict? If you lead the last remnants of the witch tribe into battle, would it not play directly into the enemy's hands, plunging us into an inescapable trap?" After a brief pause, the Lady of Tranquility continued in a measured tone. "Allow me to employ my divination techniques to investigate further. If, as the Jie clansman claims, it was indeed Haoyan who commanded Tai Bai Jingxing to commit this atrocity, not only will the witch tribe of the underworld join you in seeking vengeance against Haoyan, but I will also summon other powerful beings from the underworld to ensure that justice is served for the Jie clan." With that, the Lady of Tranquility slowly closed her eyes, a soft and mysterious light enveloping her as she began her calculations. Under her formidable divine insight, the truth gradually emerged. She clearly sensed that every word spoken by the Jie clansman was indeed accurate. From the visions of her calculations, she witnessed the ruthlessness of Tai Bai Jingxing as he struck, and after slaughtering the witch tribe's bloodline, he returned to the heavenly court in high spirits, as if proclaiming his achievements to the world. However, unbeknownst to the Lady of Tranquility, the entire scenario she had divined was, in fact, a scheme meticulously crafted by the three saints, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Laozi, and Tontian Jiaozhu. They had designed this elaborate ruse to lead her to deduce a false narrative. Meanwhile, Xing Tian, having held his breath since the Lady of Tranquility began her divination, fixed his gaze intently upon her, not daring to divert his attention for even a moment. As she concluded her calculations, he felt an urgent longing, stepping forward swiftly, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and eagerly inquired, "My lady, what is the outcome? Was there truly someone impersonating Tai by Jingxing to slaughter the Zhuli clan?" The Lady of Tranquility slowly opened her eyes, a flicker of gravity and wrath crossing her features. Upon hearing Xing Tian's question, she sighed softly and replied, "Xing Tian, according to my recent divination, the Zhuli clansman speaks the truth. It was indeed Tai by Jingxing who ruthlessly annihilated the entire Zhuli clan." With that, her brow furrowed deeply, her gaze drifting into contemplation as she continued, "Yet, there is something I find perplexing. Tai by Jingxing claimed to have come at Haoyan's behest to recruit the Zhuli clan. However, following the calamity of the function, the heavenly court's deities have all returned to their rightful places. In terms of strength, the heavenly court should be complete and lacking for nothing. Why then would they fixate on the remote and feeble Zhuli clan, insisting on recruiting them? There is a mystery lurking beneath this. Upon hearing the inquiry of Lady Pingxin, the previously furious visage of Xingtian now bore an expression of perplexity. Furrowing his brows, he racked his brain, yet could not fathom the underlying rationale. Just as anxiety enveloped him, he was suddenly struck by a revelation, akin to a bolt of lightning illuminating his mind. With a swift slap to his forehead, he eagerly addressed Lady Pingxin, "My lady, could it be that you have forgotten? Our Eastern sovereign of the underworld also holds a position among the four sovereigns in the celestial court. He possesses the ability to directly partake in celestial decision-making and enjoys the fortune of our realm. Furthermore, his connections in the celestial court are extensive, and his information is astute. Why not summon him to the underworld for an inquiry? He might be privy to the secrets behind these events and could divulge some critical intelligence." Upon hearing Xingtian's words, Lady Pingxin was momentarily taken aback, then fell into contemplation. She pondered that Xingtian's suggestion indeed held merit. The Eastern sovereign, Pan Xian, had a profound foundation within the celestial court. And if anyone were to comprehend the motives behind this peculiar action, it would certainly be him. With this thought in mind, Lady Pingxin gently nodded, casting an appreciative glance at Xingtian, and remarked, "Xingtian, your proposal is indeed a plausible course of action." Having spoken, Lady Pingxin summoned her divine powers, condensing her consciousness into a secretive transmission that swiftly traversed to the summit of Kunlun Mountain, where Pan Xian resided. In this transmission, Lady Pingxin earnestly articulated the predicament faced by the witch clan and the confounding circumstances at hand, inviting Pan Xian to convene in the underworld at his earliest convenience. At that moment, Pan Xian was meditating within the Daoxian Palace when he sensed a familiar and urgent wave of divine consciousness approaching. Pan Xian swiftly gathered his thoughts, interrupting his cultivation to carefully listen to the transmission from the goddess of tranquility. Once he had absorbed the message, a shiver ran through him, for he realized that his plans had already progressed significantly. However, Pan Xian dared not display his elation. Instead, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the void and responded with his divine consciousness, "Rest assured, goddess of tranquility, I shall set forth immediately to the underworld." Having concluded his response, Pan Xian rose swiftly, his aura surging as he transformed into a streak of radiant light, hastening towards the direction of the underworld. Chapter 83. Journey to the underworld. As the luminous streak descended, Pan Xian's form became visible once more. Pan Xian donned a robe of deep black, exuding an aura of composure and restraint. Pan Xian meticulously arranged his attire and stepped steadily into the palace. Upon his arrival, the previously solemn expression of Empress Pingxin subtly shifted as she was the first to speak. "Pan Xian, your timing is impeccable. This soul represents the last vestige of our witch clan's lineage, tracing back to the Zhuli tribe. However, not long ago, the entire Zhuli tribe suffered a horrific massacre, with none spared. According to what he has conveyed, the perpetrator was none other than the celestial court's Tai by Jingxing, acting under the orders of Haoyan. I have employed divinatory methods to confirm the veracity of his words, and indeed, the assailant is Tai Bai Jinxing. Yet, one matter lingers in my mind, shrouded in perplexity. Following the calamity of the deification, all rightful gods have returned to their positions, leading one to deduce that the celestial court is complete and does not lack personnel. Why, then, did Hao Yin specifically dispatch Tai Bai Jinxing to the Jiuli tribe to recruit followers? Knowing your esteemed position among the four sovereigns of the celestial court, I have summoned you to inquire if you possess any insight into this matter. As Empress Pingxin spoke, she gestured towards the soul of the Jiuli tribesman resting nearby, her eyes brimming with concern and uncertainty. Upon hearing the words of Lady Pingxin, Pan Xian nodded slightly and replied with deliberation, "My lady, I believe I have grasped the underlying reasons. You are aware that my father was once the esteemed leader of the Chan sect, the Primordial Supreme Being, while my uncle was the former master of the Heavenly Teacher. Historically, these two sects have harbored animosities. However, since they relocated from Kunlun Mountain, they have coexisted peacefully, each keeping to their own domain. Yet, that Hao Yin is undeniably a man of narrow-mindedness. When he found himself bereft of capable individuals in the Heavenly Court, he resorted to reporting grievances to the Tao ancestor, which precipitated the calamitous Fengshan tribulation. The conflict between the two sects escalated into a life-and-death struggle, culminating in a great war among the saints that ultimately brought the tribulation to a close. Little did he anticipate that following the conclusion of the Fengshan, the three teachings of the Xianmen would unite under the banner of Taoism, and I have been fortunate enough to ascend as the leader of this newfound Tao. Presently, although numerous disciples of Taoism hold positions within the Heavenly Court, none truly heed Hao Yin's commands. Thus, while he appears to bask in glory within the Heavenly Court, he is, in essence, but a pitiable figure rendered powerless. I surmise this is the impetus behind his eagerness to recruit the Jiuli tribe. Should he succeed, it would not only bolster his own strength, but might also facilitate a reconciliation with the underworld, thereby augmenting his support. As Pan Xian spoke, a slight frown creased his brow, revealing his disdain for Hao Yin's actions. Princess Pingxin listened intently to Pan Xian's analysis, and for a moment, the palace was enveloped in a profound silence. Her eyes lowered, her expression grave. She appeared calm, yet beneath the surface, tension surged. Pan Xian's gaze remained fixed upon the expression of Princess Pingxin, drawing from his profound understanding of her character. He keenly sensed that beneath her tranquil exterior lay the calm before an impending storm. The flames of wrath within her heart were already kindling, awaiting the opportune moment to erupt. Beside Princess Pingxin, the fiery-tempered Xing Tian. Upon hearing Pan Xian elucidate the sequence of events and confirming that it was indeed Hao Yin who had instigated the demise of the Jiuli tribe through the machinations of the Tai Bai Jinxing, felt his fury surge beyond the bounds of reason. His eyes widened, bloodshot and fierce, veins bulging on his forehead as he stepped forward resolutely, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists towards Princess Pingxin, exclaiming, "Your Highness, the final doubts have been dispelled. It is irrefutably the Tai Bai Jinxing of the Heavenly Court, acting under the orders of that tyrant Hao Yin, who has wrought this calamity upon the Jiuli tribe. I beseech your Highness to issue the command, permitting me to rally the forces of the underworld